At the age of 30, Jiang Chen, a resident of a bustling metropolis, finds himself utterly unaccomplished. Each day unfolds in a monotonous cycle, seemingly devoid of an end. By an unexpected turn of events, he becomes bound to a system, receiving an initial reward of $1 trillion conglomerate. This transformation propels him, an ordinary individual, to the helm of one of the nation's leading enterprises. Industries such as manufacturing, finance, energy, and pharmaceuticals come under his purview. As the rewards in industries and technologies multiply, the initial $1 trillion conglomerate swiftly metamorphoses into the foremost private enterprise in the country. Furthermore, the subsequent rewards become increasingly extravagant, including a private military contracting group. Technologies such as exoskeleton armor for individual soldiers, artificial intelligence, controllable nuclear fusion, and nanotechnology emerge. System, is there something amiss with these rewards? Are you suggesting I instigate a war? Years later, Jiang Chen stands within the technological city he has constructed. Gazing at the ceaselessly gliding anti-gravity vehicles, he finds himself engulfed in confusion. Weren't we originally focused on manufacturing? How did we evolve into a colossal enterprise? Chapter 1. Xinghe Group. In the province of Guangdong, during the sweltering summer of July, in the heart of Deep City, at the Riverside Building, within the offices of Zhongxing Law Firm, the air conditioning is set to a comfortable temperature, providing an invigorating coolness upon entry. At this moment, in the office of Gu Lianxing, the senior partner and founder of Zhongxing Law Firm. In the reception area, Gu Lianxing, with a beaming smile, retrieves a share transfer agreement from a file and places it on the table before the young man seated across from him. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Su Shizhong of Xinghe Group has entrusted our firm to facilitate the share handover agreement with you. Please review this agreement. If you find no issues, kindly sign here. Gently, he pushes the document towards the young man, opening it. As Gu Lianxing speaks, he rises, retrieving his Mont Blanc pen from his suit pocket. Approaching Jiang Chen, he slightly bows and presents the pen, indicating the signature section on the last page. Once you affix your signature here, you will complete the handover with Mr. Su Shizhong and officially possess full ownership of Xinghe Group. Seated on the genuine leather sofa, Jiang Chen nods and diligently reviews the agreement. Although he possesses only a rudimentary understanding of legal terminology, he discerns no substantial issues. Without further contemplation, he accepts the pen and elegantly inscribes Jiang Chen at the designated spot. Congratulations, Mr. Jiang, on officially taking the reins of Xinghe Group. May the stars of Xinghe shine brightly under your leadership, with an endless road ahead. Observing Jiang Chen complete his signature, Gu Lianxing promptly extended his well-wishing words, a broad smile illuminating his face. One must admit that intellectuals possess a certain eloquence. Jiang Chen inwardly marveled at this. Simultaneously, he discreetly rose to his feet, shaking hands with Gu Lianxing, and remarked with a smile, "I shall take your auspicious words to heart, Director Gu." Mr. Jiang, oh no, I should now address you as General Manager Jiang. Haha. Gu Lianxing enthusiastically exclaimed after their handshake. General Manager Jiang, let us proceed to that area to sit and enjoy a drink while we converse. Having said this, he gestured invitingly toward the tea table beside the sofa, signaling Jiang Chen to take a seat. Once Jiang Chen was settled, Gu Lianxing took the main seat, picked up the tea set, and began to brew tea, conversing as he did so. General Manager Jiang, your timing is impeccable. This is the specially supplied Westlake Longjing that just arrived today, and I have yet to savor it. Speaking of which, this tea is typically quite rare. Thanks to your presence today, this exceptional Longjing, which is usually hard to come by, has graced us. Ha ha ha. Gu Lianxing made a jest while subtly flattering Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen chuckled, not taking Gu Lianxing's words too seriously, merely responding, "Then I must say it is indeed your good fortune. Director Gu, I have never had the opportunity to enjoy such fine tea before." "Ha ha, General Manager Jiang, you truly have a knack for humor." Gu Lianxing laughed heartily, evidently disbelieving. "This modest Longjing pales in comparison before you. It is worth noting that Xinghe's valuation reaches a staggering 100 billion. What sum of money would be required to facilitate such a transfer? The sheer magnitude of cash flow necessary for this endeavor is astonishing, with few entities in the country capable of producing such a substantial amount. In Gu Lianxing's view, an individual capable of presenting 100 billion in cash to take over Xinghe must have tasted the finest teas. He simply assumed Jiang Chen was being modest. Were Jiang Chen privy to Gu Lianxing's current thoughts, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "This is an injustice. I speak only the truth." Indeed, prior to today, he had never indulged in such exquisite tea. The most he had consumed was Dongfang Shai. As for tea, could one truly call tea that which costs merely a few yuan per pound? Jiang Chen merely smiled faintly, opting not to respond. Observing his silence, Gu Lianqing, displaying his perceptiveness, chose not to prolong the subject, understanding that excessive flattery can sometimes yield the opposite effect. Subsequently, he poured tea for Jiang Chen using a fairness cup. Jiang Chen, recalling the tea etiquette he had seen online, lightly tapped the table with his index and middle fingers to express his gratitude. After pouring the tea, Gu Lianqing drank it in one gulp and stated, General Manager Jiang, prior to today, Mr. Su Shizhong had already completed the handover with Xinghe and informed all current executives that the group has been transferred to you. Gu Lianqing paused momentarily, glancing at Jiang Chen's reaction, and upon detecting no significant change, continued. Furthermore, the executives at Xinghe wish to convey through me. They wish to know when General Manager Jiang will be available to inspect your new enterprise, so they can adequately prepare for your arrival. He twirled the teacup in his hands. Even a day prior, Jiang Chen, an ordinary person, could grasp the underlying meaning in Gu Lianqing's words. Essentially, it was a matter of a new sovereign bringing in new courtiers. The group had acquired a new leader, and they were understandably curious about the new owner's disposition, hence the request for him to inquire. Truth be told, Jiang Chen was not entirely unfamiliar with Xinghe Group. He had long been aware of its illustrious reputation, having emerged from real estate to span finance, internet, home appliances, and daily chemicals, establishing itself as a large-scale, comprehensive conglomerate. Even more legendary is the fact that it remains unlisted. It is said that founder Su Shizhong wished to avoid external interference in his enterprise. He, a mere repairman by trade, elevated it to a valuation of 100 billion. Had it gone public, its market value could have potentially soared beyond $1 trillion. According to the public information Jiang Chen reviewed yesterday, the executives beneath him are all professional managers, with no relatives of Su Shizhong holding positions within the group. Jiang Chen was uncertain whether this was a result of the system's might or if Su Shizhong was always thus, but regardless, this was fortuitous for him as he assumed control of Xinghe. However, he was puzzled as to why Gu Lianqing had not directly provided his contact information to Xinghe's executives, necessitating him to relay the message. This perplexed him. After a moment of contemplation, with his fingers unconsciously tapping the table, he declared, "Let us do it this way. I am officially taking over Xinghe, so please inform them that I will be reporting to the group tomorrow." His voice was not loud, yet within Gu Lianqing's ears, it resonated with an alternative meaning. Fearing that Jiang Chen might misunderstand, Gu Lianqing hurriedly interjected with an explanation. "Mr. Jiang, please do not take this the wrong way. They genuinely do not possess your contact information. Even I only learned of it today. Although Mr. Su Shizhong entrusted us with the handover procedures quite some time ago, he had not provided Mr. Jiang with any contact details until today. To be honest, before today, I had no inkling that it would be you, Mr. Jiang, to take over Xinghe." It is no wonder that Gu Lianqing felt a twinge of panic in his explanations, for changes within conglomerates often transpire with the stealth of a silent assassination. The business world resembles a battlefield. Moreover, it pertained to the alteration of the actual controller of a trillion-yuan group. Gu Lianqing could not forget the moment he inquired of Su Shizhong why he decided to transfer the group. Su Shizhong simply smiled and shook his head, uttering those words. "That is my honor." How could he not feel alarmed when even someone of Su Shizhong's stature expressed such sentiments? Gu Lianqing was apprehensive about saying anything amiss in front of Jiang Chen, which is why he had previously lowered his own status. With a fortune of merely 10 billion, standing before an individual with such formidable connections, he felt akin to an infant facing a soldier armed with a fully loaded rifle, or an ant before a dragon. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Chen had merely inquired why they had not contacted him directly. Observing Gu Lianqing's flustered demeanor, Jiang Chen found himself somewhat perplexed. He had simply asked why they needed Gu Lianqing to relay the message instead. Why such a profound reaction? If Jiang Chen were to grasp the thoughts that were running through Gu Lianqing's mind at that moment, he would undoubtedly burst into laughter. Indeed, he possessed an immense background, one that was supported by a system. Although perplexed, he chose to show respect, nodding in acknowledgement. "So that is how it is. I truly appreciate your assistance, Director Gu." "Not at all. It is my duty," Gu Lianqing replied, beads of cold sweat beginning to form on his forehead. Despite having a commendable command of language, he found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 2. The Perfect Life System. Director Gu, what seems to be troubling you? You appear to be sweating. Jiang Chen inquired with genuine concern upon noticing the beads of perspiration forming on Gu Lianqing's forehead. Oh, it's nothing. Perhaps I've simply had too much tea. Ha ha. Gu Lianqing replied with a forced chuckle, hastily concocting an excuse, yet his hand involuntarily reached for the teacup for another sip. Jiang Chen observed him, opening his mouth as if to say, "Are you feeling unwell?" but ultimately swallowed his words. Little did he know that his seemingly innocuous remarks had thrown the usually composed Gu Lianqing into disarray. Glancing at the clock, Jiang Chen noted that their business was concluded, and he deemed it unnecessary to linger further. Thus he expressed his intention to depart. Gu Lianqing, sensing his departure, promptly insisted on escorting him. Jiang Chen repeatedly declined. But Gu Lianqing remained resolute, asserting that Mr. Jiang was an esteemed guest of their law firm and that it was a matter of respect to see him off. Even to the car below. Internally, Jiang Chen scoffed, "See me off to a taxi? I arrived by cab. I can't let them know that." He felt his carefully maintained facade crumbling. Reluctantly, as it became clear he could not evade Gu Lianqing's insistence, Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and ordered an expensive ride through a car-hailing app, selecting the luxurious Mercedes S480, the cost a staggering sum exceeding $1,000. In the elevator, Gu Lianqing was flanked by several senior partners, all impeccably dressed, standing in a semicircle around Jiang Chen, who maintained a stoic expression, silently scrolling through his phone before quickly putting it away. Observing him intently, Gu Lianqing could not restrain himself from speaking. "Mr. Jiang, I had reserved a private room at the Guanyue restaurant downstairs to invite you for a meal. However, seeing your urgency to leave, I wouldn't dare to impose. Should you find time in the future, I would be honored to host you." At this, Jiang Chen felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, his mind racing with frustration. "Why didn't you mention this sooner? I'm practically starving. If only you had said so earlier, I could have stayed a while longer." Though he internally lamented, he maintained a polite smile and turned to Gu Lianqing. "There will certainly be more opportunities to trouble you, Director Gu." As they spoke, the elevator reached the underground parking lot. Jiang Chen, having inquired earlier about parking regulations, had already set the pickup point in the underground garage. "This will do, Director Gu. My car has arrived." He indicated toward the slowly approaching Mercedes S480. Stealthily checking his order's details on his phone to confirm the license plate, he climbed into the vehicle. Just as he was about to instruct the driver to depart, Jiang Chen realized he still lacked contact information for Xinghe. Lowering the window, he called out to Gu Lianqing, "Oh, before I forget, I need to visit Xinghe tomorrow. Could you kindly notify them for me?" Without waiting for a response, he instructed the driver to leave. As he watched the car gradually pull away, Gu Lianqing pondered why Jiang Chen had reiterated a statement made earlier in his office. After a prolonged moment of contemplation that yielded no clarity, he dismissed the thought and instructed the partners to head back inside. Gu Lianqing then pulled out his phone and made a call. "Old G, I've completed the handover here. The new boss will visit your group tomorrow. I'll send over the documents shortly, so be prepared." "What is that? You want to know about the new boss? You'll find out tomorrow. Let us just say he is quite young." "All right. I have other matters to attend to," he concluded, hanging up and denying the caller further inquiry. The contact page displayed the note, Executive President of Xinghe Group, Ji Jun. As the Mercedes S480 sped along the highway, Jiang Chen felt a twinge of anxiety. His funds were dwindling rapidly. Staring at the remaining balance of 146 yuan on his phone left him feeling despondent. Although he had been awarded the Xinghe Group by the system, he personally possessed not a single cent. Seemingly sensing Jiang Chen's predicament, a cold voice resonated within his mind. "Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden achievement. Who in the world does not recognize you?" Achievement reward. At least one person has correctly recognized the host. "Congratulations, host, for successfully ensuring at least one person recognizes you correctly. Congratulations, host, for receiving an achievement reward of 100,000,000. Jiang Chen was utterly bewildered. He had inexplicably completed a task that seemed overly simplistic. Why not just transfer the money directly to me, system? Why convolute this with a task? He reviewed the achievement details and deduced that the only contributor to this accomplishment was Gu Lianqing. His phone vibrated, a text notification chiming in. "China Merchants Bank, dear customer. Your account ending in 8888 has received a transfer of 10,000,000,000 yuan today. Current balance, 10,000,014, 649 yuan. This sudden influx of 1 billion yuan was serendipitously timely, alleviating Jiang Chen's immediate financial woes. Reflecting on recent events, he thought, had I possessed this billion earlier, I wouldn't have needed to take a taxi. A car, definitely a car. Driver, please turn to the nearest Rolls-Royce dealership. Had he possessed this fortune from the outset, he would not have found himself in such an embarrassing situation. With the billion secured, Jiang Chen immediately resolved to purchase a car, specifically a Rolls-Royce. While many men might dream of sports cars, the grandeur and luxury of a Rolls-Royce resonated more profoundly with him. The driver, after acknowledging the request, set the navigation for the closest Rolls-Royce dealership. Though the driver harbored curiosity about the young man's intentions, those in their profession seldom pry. Especially when the new destination was closer than the original, yet the fare remained unchanged. As the vehicle sped toward the dealership, Jiang Chen's thoughts drifted back to the previous day. Perfect Life System successfully bound. Detected that the host has been working overtime, rewarding a novice gift pack. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 100 shares of Xinghe Group. The system has completed the world modification and rationalization entrusted to Zhongqing Law Firm for full representation. The assets and cash awarded by the system are entirely legal and compliant. The host can use them with confidence. The system will periodically reward the host with properties. Please enjoy life to the fullest. This series of mechanical announcements echoed in Jiang Chen's mind as he exited work the previous day. He questioned whether the late nights and hasty meals had caused him to hallucinate. Rubbing his eyes, he gazed at the pale blue reminder that only he could see, accepting this reality under the system's explanation. As a seasoned reader of novels for over a decade, he recognized the convergence of fiction and reality in his life. He had bound himself to a system. Thus, he resolved to resign from his unfulfilling job, which barely paid anything, along with deleting all contacts from the company. Early the next morning, he donned the suit he had purchased with 2 months' salary for a client meeting and took a taxi to Zhongqing Law Firm. And thus unfolded the events of today. Chapter 3, Cullinan. Sir, we are nearing our destination. Please ensure that your personal belongings are securely in hand and confirm before alighting the vehicle. The driver's words interrupted Jiang Chen's reverie as the car swiftly approached the Rolls-Royce dealership. That will suffice. You may simply stop by the roadside. Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Once the vehicle came to a halt, he exited and made his way towards the Rolls-Royce showroom. At the entrance, a salesman with a beard was engrossed in his phone. Upon noticing Jiang Chen approaching from a distance, he promptly greeted him with enthusiasm. Welcome to Rolls-Royce. Are you here to view our vehicles? Indeed, could you show me around? Is there a need for financial verification? As it was Jiang Chen's first visit to such an establishment, he had heard that purchasing a Rolls-Royce typically required proof of funds. Otherwise, sales personnel would not entertain you. Oh, no need for that. Here at Rolls-Royce, we do not require financial verification for viewing our cars. Shall I escort you inside? The salesman appeared quite courteous. Casually assessing Jiang Chen's tailored suit, he noted the young man's commendable demeanor, though he presumed that being so youthful, he was likely just another online enthusiast. Seems the sales at Rolls-Royce aren't too shabby, Jiang Chen mused, somewhat surprised. He had anticipated encountering a pretentious salesperson akin to those in melodramatic novels, only to flaunt a regular savings card and reveal an impressive sum within to flip the script. This is not what I expected. Aren't luxury car sales typically handled by attractive women? Why is it a bearded gentleman? Jiang Chen suppressed his inner thoughts and addressed the salesman. Then please, do show me the vehicles. The salesman gestured invitingly and led Jiang Chen into the exhibition hall. Commencing his introduction, this model is the latest Rolls-Royce Ghost, equipped with a 6.75-liter V12 engine, boasting a maximum power of 571 horsepower. The price starts at $4.9 million, and with additional options, it hovers around $5 million. What do you think? Would you like to take it for a spin? Only by experiencing it firsthand can one truly appreciate the allure of a Rolls-Royce. With a slight smile, the salesman opened the car door, indicating that Jiang Chen could take a seat. No, I'm not interested in this car. I'd prefer to see that one. Jiang Chen shook his head, declining the offer and pointing towards an SUV parked nearby. I see, the salesman thought, momentarily taken aback by Jiang Chen's choice. He followed Jiang Chen's gaze to the Cullinan, feeling somewhat bemused. Really? I kindly offer to show you around, and you are being so particular. This generation of enthusiasts is quite challenging. The salesman, though internally perplexed, maintained his composure. He had a modest following online and frequently had fans visiting him at the dealership to view cars, most of whom were unable to afford them. He typically encouraged them, capturing videos for social media to bolster his popularity. You wish to see this one? Certainly. Though he thought this, he did not express it outwardly. He closed the Ghost's door and guided Jiang Chen to the Cullinan, continuing his introduction. This is the Cullinan, Rolls-Royce's inaugural SUV model. The name Cullinan is derived from a diamond found in South Africa. It features a 6.75-liter V12 twin-turbocharged engine, delivering 571 horsepower and a peak torque of 850 Nm, achieving a 0 to 100 km/h acceleration in just 5.2 seconds. It redefines the pinnacle of luxury SUVs, representing the utmost in opulence. As the salesman elaborated on the Cullinan's heritage, formidable performance, and lavishness, he inquired, "What do you think?" Are you fond of this vehicle? Would you like to sit in it? Once more, he opened the car door, thinking to himself, this should surely captivate you. This time, Jiang Chen did not refuse. He settled into the driver's seat, his hands gliding over the steering wheel. Having perused countless images of the Cullinan online, he realized that seeing it in person was an entirely different experience. The sensation of being inside the actual vehicle was truly unparalleled. Ah, this is the one. Jiang Chen decided inwardly. Without looking back, he addressed the salesman beside him. I want this one. Please prepare the contract. Pardon? What did you say? The salesman was momentarily stunned, clearly taken aback. Wait, you're not just a fan here to look? Jiang Chen, feeling somewhat bemused, noted the salesman's incredulity. However, given the man's amiable demeanor, he reiterated, I said, prepare the contract. I wish to purchase this vehicle. You mean you want to buy the Cullinan? The salesman stammered, instinctively adopting a more respectful tone. If I weren't buying, why would I have you show me this car? Jiang Chen chuckled at the salesman's astonishment, urging him, now, hurry and prepare the contract. Certainly. Please give me a moment. Let us proceed to our VIP room. May I have your surname, sir? The salesman finally grasped the situation, realizing he had misjudged Jiang Chen, mistaking him for merely an enthusiastic admirer. He promptly guided Jiang Chen towards the VIP reception area. Just call me Jiang, shall we? In the VIP room, Jiang Chen selected the Cullinan Black Badge version, adorned with various options, bringing the total price to nearly 10 million. Mr. Jiang, congratulations on becoming a prospective owner of the Cullinan. Allow me to add you on WeChat, and I will notify you when the vehicle arrives for collection. The salesman was elated, as this sale was akin to a windfall, especially for the nearly 10 million Cullinan Black Badge version. A deposit of 500,000 is required now, with the remaining balance payable upon collection. Would you prefer to pay in full or in installments? He inquired thoughtfully. Typically, buyers of the Cullinan had ample cash at their disposal, which is why he posed that question. In contrast, other brands' dealerships would default to suggesting installments to maximize their profits, but Rolls-Royce thrived regardless of payment method. How long will it take for delivery? Jiang Chen was solely focused on this query. The salesman explained, the fastest delivery will take about a month. Since you opted for the Black Badge version with full specifications, there are no available units in the entire South China region. We will need to source one from headquarters. No available units? If I wanted to drive it today, is there a way to resolve that? I can pay in full. Hearing that no units were available left him somewhat disheartened. He gazed out the showroom window, contemplating before stating, can the display model out there be taken today? If so, I'll forego the Black Badge version and choose something I can drive away today. Jiang Chen desired to have a vehicle at his disposal. Considering his upcoming visit to the Xinghe Group and future endeavors, he needed a car. Oh dear Mr. Jiang, those outside are display models. While you could technically take one, I wouldn't want to mislead you by selling a display vehicle, and besides, those are the standard versions of the Cullinan. The salesman felt a pang of embarrassment. Where did this young master come from? Though the display models were indeed Cullinans, they were the ordinary versions priced at 7 to 8 million. While selling one would still yield a profit, it paled in comparison to the nearly 10 million deal. Years of sales experience told him that if he didn't devise a plan soon, he would surely lose this substantial sale. With a quick mental shift, he proposed, Mr. Jiang, how about this? If you pay in full now, I can arrange for one of the display Cullinans to serve as a temporary vehicle for you. Once your new car arrives, you can come back to collect it. What do you think? Jiang Chen's eyes brightened at this suggestion, thoroughly pleased. The prospect of having a vehicle now, while still being able to collect the new one later, was simply perfect. Sounds great. Please bring the POS machine. I'll make the payment. As he spoke, Jiang Chen extracted his wallet from the inner side of his clothing, retrieving his bank card. Had it not been for the various identification documents contained within, he would not have bothered to bring his wallet today, for cash is nearly obsolete in this modern age. Brother, who accepted the ordinary savings card offered by Jiang Chen with both hands, activated the POS machine, entered the amount, and swiped the card before handing it back to Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, kindly enter your password. Jiang Chen took the POS machine, lowered his head to input the password. The machine immediately began to beep and print out a receipt. Watching the receipt being printed and Jiang Chen signing, Brother who felt a surge of joy. This transaction was a success. Thus, he became even more affable towards Jiang Chen. Once Jiang Chen completed his signature, Brother who promptly took the POS machine, beaming as he said, Mr. Jiang, may I please have your driver's license? I will register your details and fetch the car keys so you can drive away shortly. Chapter 4, Family and Affection. After securing the driver's license and ID card, and noting the time was now noon, 2 hours since Jiang Chen arrived to view the car, Brother who inquired, Mr. Jiang, seeing as it is lunchtime, would you care for a meal? The dishes in our cafeteria are quite delectable, and many guests have expressed their satisfaction. Jiang Chen, feeling a pang of hunger himself, having only consumed a bun earlier, had intended to find a place to eat after concluding his business. He smiled and replied, "Then I shall see how delightful the Rolls-Royce cafeteria truly is. You will certainly not be disappointed, Mr. Jiang. Allow me to have my colleague escort you to the cafeteria while I attend to the vehicle paperwork. By the time you finish your meal, you should be ready to drive." Brother who called over a colleague to assist, saying, "Mr. Jiang, this is Xiao Zhang. Please follow him to the cafeteria." Jiang Chen stood up and followed Xiao Zhang to the cafeteria located on the second floor. The dining area operated on a buffet style. Jiang Chen grabbed a plate, selected a few dishes, and found a seat to begin his meal. While enjoying his food, he noticed a notification on his phone from the family group chat. Upon opening it, he found a flurry of messages from his parents and brother, having exchanged dozens of messages. A loving family. Father, Jiang Chen. Mother, Jiang Chen. Father, Chen Chen. Your younger brother has been accepted into Pengcheng University. Admission notice JPG. Father. Applause JPG. Applause JPG. Evil grin JPG. Younger brother. Let's keep it low-key. Low-key. Proud grin JPG. Mother. Jiang Chen. Chen Chen. We are hosting a celebration banquet for your brother next week. Will you be coming home? Cute emoji JPG. Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the chat log, quickly typing a response with one hand. Jiang Chen. Sure. Congrats to my little bro. What score did he achieve? Younger brother. 620. Jiang Chen. Impressive. What reward do you desire? Speak up, and your elder brother will fulfill it. Younger brother Jiang Yan. Really? Brother? Can I ask for anything? Pitiful JPG emoji. Jiang Chen. We are family. There's no need to be polite. Just tell me what you want. Younger brother Jiang Yan. I want to get a new phone. Eager JPG emoji. Jiang Chen laughed aloud at the myriad of emojis accompanying his younger brother's messages. Their family shared a close bond, often engaging in such lighthearted banter. He promptly selected his brother's profile in the payment app and transferred 10,000 yuan. In the group chat, younger brother Jiang Yan nearly instantaneously acknowledged the transfer. Younger brother Jiang Yan. Brother, you are my real brother. I love you to bits. Screaming JPG emoji. Father Jiang Zhao. Mother Zhaofun. Son, have you struck it rich? Before Jiang Chen could respond to his parents' inquiries in the group chat, a voice call from Mother Zhaofun came through. Upon answering, she immediately began, "Hello, son, you transferred too much to your brother. We've already given him 5,000 yuan. And now you've sent more. We had promised to buy him a new phone, and now he is asking you again. That little rascal. It's no trouble. I simply wanted to celebrate my little brother's achievement. 10,000 yuan is hardly excessive for a new phone, and as an elder brother, it is my duty to reward him. We are family after all," Jiang Chen replied generously. Their familial bonds were strong, and his younger brother had worked diligently, surpassing Jiang Chen's own scores from his college entrance exams by several points. Indeed, this little rascal is likely over the moon right now. By the way, son, how have you been lately? Any romantic interests? Mother Zhaofun swiftly redirected the conversation to Jiang Chen's personal life. Jiang Chen sighed, wondering how the topic had shifted to him. Reflecting on his current reliance on the system, he knew that he would inevitably amass greater wealth and social standing, which would not go unnoticed by his family. Rather than conceal this from them, he decided it would be prudent to share a portion of his success, allowing them to be prepared for the future. After formulating a response, Jiang Chen said, "Mother, I am exceedingly busy and truly do not have time for romance. My career takes precedence. In the past 2 years, I partnered with friends to establish a company. Initially, I thought it would be a small venture with friends, but it has grown significantly, and the company is now fully operational and profitable. As one of the shareholders, I am also responsible for part of the operations, leaving me little time to seek a partner." On the other end of the line, Jiang's parents appeared skeptical. Although they frequently kept in touch, they had never inquired about his work, only engaging in casual conversation and checking if he needed financial assistance while expressing concern over his marital status. Despite not having returned home in recent years, he had always attributed it to being too busy. However, if what Jiang Chen said was true, it provided a satisfactory explanation for his absence. Nevertheless, Jiang's parents remained doubtful, responding, "Son, you aren't just making up excuses to avoid finding a partner, are you?" Jiang Chen, realizing that without evidence, his parents would remain unconvinced, asked them not to hang up while he quickly transferred over 3 million from the system reward account to a seldom-used bank account, taking a screenshot to send. Subsequently, he also transferred 500,000 yuan to each of his parents' accounts. While performing these transactions, he stated, "Mom, please check your phone. I have transferred 500,000 to both you and Dad." Jiang's parents stared at the sudden influx of 500,000 yuan in their accounts and the screenshot of over 3 million sent by their son, their astonishment palpable. Before they could inquire further, Jiang Chen continued, "Now, do you believe me? This 3 million is merely the profit from the first quarter of this year, and the amount will only increase moving forward. Rest assured, with wealth, finding a suitable partner will not be an issue. This revelation effectively silenced Jiang's parents, and he could faintly hear his father's voice on the other end, expressing pride in his son's accomplishments. Following this, they engaged in further conversation, allowing Jiang's parents to fully comprehend his current situation. Son, I was initially concerned that you were too busy to attend your brother's celebration banquet next week. Now that you're managing a company, could you possibly take a leave? Before he could finish his sentence, the tone shifted. Son, your mother may struggle to articulate her feelings, but I want to say that you haven't returned home in 5 years, and your parents truly miss you. The deep voice of Jiang's father echoed through the phone, having taken over from Jiang's mother. They were merely using the excuse of the banquet to express their longing for their son, who had been away for so long. Jiang Chen fell silent. Over the years, whenever his parents asked if he would return home, he had always evaded the question with various excuses. It is not that Jiang Chen does not wish to return home. Rather, he is merely evading his own self. Once, in his youth, he was brimming with exuberance. But he has also been vanquished by the harshness of reality. At an age fraught with indecision, his heart swells with desires, yet his hands remain empty. The prolonged silence on the other end of the phone fills Jiang's father with an undeniable sense of disappointment. Nonetheless, he seeks to offer Jiang Chen an excuse, saying, Son, if you are truly busy, your mother and I do not wish to impose. After your younger brother's graduation banquet, we can send him to study in the deep city, and perhaps then we can visit you together? The last sentence, spoken by Jiang's father, is tinged with a barely perceptible quiver, which Jiang Chen detects instantly, causing his eyes to glisten with unshed tears. He hastily replies, Dad, I have time. I will definitely come back next week. I miss you both so much. I'm sorry. Son, your mother does not expect you to earn vast sums of money. She only wishes for your safety and for you to visit us whenever you can. I truly miss you, Jiang's mother says, her voice laced with evident emotion, contrasting sharply with her husband's more restrained demeanor. At this moment, Jiang Chen finds it increasingly difficult to contain his emotions. He quickly rushes to the restroom, striving to maintain a semblance of normalcy in his tone as he speaks to his mother. Mom, please don't cry. I promise, I will definitely come back next week. I miss you too. All right, then it's settled. You must return. I will prepare your favorite dishes: braised pork, steamed pork with preserved vegetables, spicy hot pot, and stir-fried potatoes with vinegar. Jiang's mother lists off with the enthusiasm of a devoted chef. Yet, standing before the mirror, Jiang Chen can no longer suppress his tears, which flow silently down his cheeks as he smiles and responds, Okay, it's a deal, Mom. When I return, we will take your brother to university together, all right? Fearing that further conversation may reveal his inner turmoil, he softly adds, Mom, I have some things to attend to, so let us talk later. I will be home on time next week. All right, Chen, you focus on your work. I won't keep you longer. Just remember to come back, she insists, her voice still laced with concern. Yes, I understand. A son keeps his promises, Jiang Chen reaffirms, and after a few more reminders to take care of himself, his mother reluctantly ends the call. In the restroom, Jiang Chen braces himself against the sink, letting the water run as he lowers his head, his eyes reddened. Gradually, he regains composure, splashing water on his face and gazing at his reflection, murmuring words meant only for himself. Now I am capable. In the past, you were my sanctuary. Dear parents, now, I shall be the pillar of support for you and my brother. I will ensure you live well and savor life. Ding. The host has triggered the Return of the Prodigal Son quest. Quest description: the host must return to his parents within 1 week. Quest completion reward: a top-tier residence in central Tianyuan. Jiang Chen is momentarily taken aback, surprised that the system could issue a task related to this. Previously, the system had mentioned that it would periodically present a series of quests. As he reviews the task details, he reflects, the system truly understands my heart. Although I have acquired a substantial fortune, sufficient to purchase a lavish apartment, the bureaucratic procedures for such transactions could take a month. I had initially planned to return and then come back to Pengcheng, only to find myself in a hotel. Now, this provides a stable place for my parents and brother when they visit Pengcheng. Chapter 5. Wenhua Oriental Hotel. After washing his face, Jiang Chen notices it is already afternoon. Upon exiting the restroom, he spots brother Huzi scanning the vicinity, likely searching for him. Approaching from behind, he gently pats Huzi's shoulder, startling him. Mr. Jiang, it's you. You frightened me. I was worried I couldn't find you, Huzi exclaims, placing a hand on his chest, as if to calm his racing heart. He presents Jiang Chen with a folder containing relevant vehicle purchase contracts and documents, saying, Mr. Jiang, these are the pertinent documents. Your identification is also included. Please have a look. Jiang Chen casually flips through the folder and jokes, I've already paid. Do you think I would run away? Of course not. It's just that you are now our esteemed guest, and we must ensure your comfort. Huzi replies with an unobtrusive compliment, handing Jiang Chen the keys. The car is ready and parked at the entrance. Jiang Chen takes the keys and asks, "Can I drive it away now?" "Absolutely. Follow me, and I will lead you there." With that, Huzi guides Jiang Chen downstairs to the lobby, where a Rolls-Royce Cullinan awaits him. Jiang Chen opens the door, settles into the driver's seat, and starts the engine. The iconic spirit of ecstasy rises, and the V12 engine roars to life. Yet Jiang Chen feels no vibrations. The sound is entirely insulated within the vehicle. Rolling down the window, he calls to Huzi, who stands beside him. "I will take the car now. You can contact me when it's time to pick it up." "Very well, Mr. Jiang. Should you have any inquiries, please feel free to reach out. Goodbye." Huzi replies with a smile. Jiang Chen nods, gently pressing the accelerator as he steers away from the Rolls-Royce dealership, while Huzi watches him depart before returning inside. As he drives the Cullinan, Jiang Chen reflects on his earlier conversation with his parents. He realizes that his previous avoidance of returning home stemmed from a lack of financial stability, neglecting his family, and fleeing from his own insecurities. Now fate, or rather, the system, has granted him an opportunity, and he resolves to double his efforts to care for his family, ensuring he does not betray their affection. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen attempts to set aside these thoughts, concentrating instead on the immediate task of taking over the group at Xinghe tomorrow. Everything else can wait until then. As he continues driving, he arrives at the urban village where he currently resides. He parks the vehicle in a designated area, turns off the engine, and steps out. Acutely aware of the many passers-by stealing glances at him, some even pulling out their phones to capture the moment. A faint smile graces Jiang Chen's lips. Not long ago, he was one of them, and the feeling is exhilarating. He presses the remote to lock the car, watching the lights flash twice before he walks into the dimly lit alleyway. This is a unique aspect of Pengcheng. Even under the blazing midday sun, shadows persist in this narrow passage, which he has inhabited for the past 8 years. Upon reaching the door to his apartment, he ascends the staircase to the 5th floor. The space is modest, a one-bedroom apartment of approximately 20 square meters, but it holds profound significance for him. Since graduating and arriving in Pengcheng, this has been his home. He has never relocated. This small room encapsulates countless memories and emotions. It bears witness to his confusion and struggles as he first entered society, documenting his journey from insignificance to the man he is today. After meticulously surveying the home he has occupied for 8 years, as if memorizing every corner, he sighs deeply and enters the bedroom to gather some frequently worn clothes and personal items, all of which fit neatly into a single suitcase. Once he finishes packing, Jiang Chen locks the door, places the key beneath the mat, and carries the suitcase downstairs, reminiscent of his initial arrival in Pengcheng. Just a solitary figure with a single suitcase. However, unlike back then, he leaves with the promise of a legacy that belongs to him. Jiang Chen, bidding farewell to his past. On the roadside, Jiang Chen opened the trunk and placed his luggage inside, before making his way to the driver's seat. He retrieved his phone and opened Feixing, locating the contact labeled as the landlord. He informed him of his decision to terminate the lease, relinquishing his deposit, and transferred 1,000 yuan as a cleaning fee, requesting him to arrange for someone to tidy up the remaining items in the apartment. Although the landlord was a sublessor and they had interacted primarily during the monthly rent payments, their relationship had been rather superficial. Subsequently, Jiang Chen browsed through hotel options on his phone, ultimately selecting the nearest establishment, the Cultural Oriental Hotel. He booked the most luxurious Eastern suite, priced at over 80,000 a night. Considering his current lack of accommodation, he opted for a month-long stay, spending over 2 million yuan. To him, this amount was merely a number, devoid of the sweat and toil he had previously invested in earning it. Setting the navigation destination on his phone, Jiang Chen drove off. During his drive, he observed the navigation and the disjointed announcements from his outdated phone, which had seen 3 or 4 years of service and was now painfully sluggish. It was time for an upgrade, he resolved. After checking in at the hotel and taking a moment to rest, he would head to the mall to purchase a new phone and some fresh attire. After approximately 20 minutes, Jiang Chen arrived at the lobby of the hotel, where a Rolls-Royce awaited at the entrance. The doorman promptly approached to open the car door. Jiang Chen exited and retrieved his luggage from the trunk. The doorman, displaying keen awareness, stepped forward to assist, saying, "Sir, allow me to take that for you." Jiang Chen nodded, handing over the suitcase and then passing the car keys to him, requesting, "Could you also park my car, please?" "Of course, sir. Allow me to escort you to the front desk for check-in. My colleague will ensure your vehicle is parked securely, and the keys will be delivered to your room once it's done," the doorman replied. Accepting the keys, he handed them to a nearby staff member and led Jiang Chen through the hotel entrance. At the front desk, The receptionist flashed a bright smile, revealing a perfect set of 8 teeth. Sir, may I please see your identification so that I can assist you with your check-in? Jiang Chen presented his ID, which she received with both hands and placed on a nearby machine while she operated the computer. Upon reviewing the remarks in the system, the receptionist gasped softly and discreetly spoke into her intercom. Manager Zhu, could you please come to the front desk? The guest you noted has arrived. She then turned back to Jiang Chen with an apologetic smile, saying, Mr. Jiang, would you mind waiting a moment? I would like to take you to the lounge area while we prepare for your check-in, as our esteemed general manager will personally assist you. Jiang Chen nodded, though internally he mused that indeed, money speaks volumes. Spending over 2 million yuan warranted such special treatment. He followed her to a nearby seating area and settled onto a sofa. The receptionist, having seated him, retrieved a menu and gracefully inquired, Mr. Jiang, would you care to sample our hotel's signature beverages? We offer wine, tea, coffee, and various drinks. Certainly. Let me take a look, Jiang Chen replied, perusing the menu with a leisurely demeanor before casually selecting, I'll have the Yuning Jasmine White. After she relayed his order via intercom, she noticed the manager had yet to arrive and said, Very well, Mr. Jiang. Your drink will be served shortly. Our manager was notified and is on their way. I hope you don't mind the wait. Jiang Chen found the service of this 5-star hotel to be truly exceptional. It had only been 10 minutes since his arrival. He waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was in no rush. Chapter 6. Zhu Zhe and the Shift in Mindset. Mr. Jiang, thank you for your patience. I am Zhu Zhe, the general manager of the Cultural Oriental Hotel in Shenzhen, she stated, bowing slightly as she spoke. Jiang Chen looked up to see a woman with short hair, an attractive visage, understated makeup, and dressed in professional attire. Her speech was articulate and precise as she introduced herself succinctly. Jiang Chen waved his hand, smiling as he replied, I haven't waited long. Look, my drink hasn't even arrived yet, and here you are, haha. In response to Jiang Chen's jest, Zhu Zhe turned serious and instructed the nearby receptionist, Please expedite the drink for Mr. Jiang. The receptionist immediately acknowledged and hurried off to prompt the beverage department. Once the receptionist was taken care of, Zhu Zhe addressed Jiang Chen, explaining, Mr. Jiang, approximately half an hour ago, you booked an Eastern suite for a month at our hotel. However, due to an oversight on our part, that room is currently under maintenance, and it was mistakenly listed as available. I am here primarily to express my sincerest apologies. Jiang Chen understood that the exceptional treatment he was receiving from the manager was indeed a consequence of the room's unavailability. So, how do you intend to resolve this? He asked, narrowing his eyes, subconsciously crossing his legs and leaning back. He was ready to assert himself. Just as he was gearing up to voice his displeasure, Zhu Zhe shifted her tone, stating, Therefore, we have upgraded your accommodation from the Eastern Suite to the Presidential Suite, complete with all the privileges that accompany it. Her words effectively halted Jiang Chen's impending outburst. Can you not finish your sentences in one breath? I was just about to unleash my frustration, Jiang Chen thought to himself. But instead, he inquired, Are you certain? An upgrade? Absolutely, Mr. Jiang, I am entirely certain, Zhu Zhe assured him, maintaining eye contact with sincerity. The prospect of an upgrade transformed Jiang Chen's irritation into satisfaction. He chose to disregard any earlier frustrations regarding the hotel's error. Initially, he had intended to book the presidential suite, but had not seen it listed on the platform. He then posed a question to Zhu Zhe. Why was the presidential suite not available for booking on the platform? I originally intended to reserve it, but opted for the Eastern Suite when I saw no such option. Had you simply called our hotel to make a reservation, you would have avoided the commission fees that the platform charges. Zhu Zhe, upon hearing Jiang Chen's comments, was internally distressed. Ahem, she coughed lightly before explaining, the presidential suite is not listed on third-party platforms. The highest available options are the Eastern and Cultural suites. The presidential suite is typically reserved through our internal sales team. Continuing, she said, Mr. Jiang, if you find our resolution satisfactory, shall I lead you to your room? Zhu Zhe's response clarified Jiang Chen's confusion. He realized the situation was acceptable. Very well, then I would appreciate it if you could guide me, Manager Zhu. Jiang Chen had no objections to Zhu Zhe's proposal, feeling as though he had gained a benefit. After all, he was securing a presidential suite for the price of a standard suite. Little did he know, half an hour prior, the hotel's room manager had informed Zhu Zhe of a guest who had booked the Eastern Suite for over 2 million yuan through a third-party platform. Upon receiving the report from his subordinate, Zhu Zhe was astounded to learn that the revenue of over 2 million was already the highest for their Pengqing hotel this quarter, particularly since it had come through a third-party booking platform. It is important to note that hotels typically possess their own sales teams. And for a luxury establishment like the Mandarin Oriental, clients seeking suite accommodations usually rely on direct bookings through sales representatives, which are considerably more economical than those listed on third-party platforms. given that hotel revenues have been declining year by year. The sudden emergence of such a high-quality client prompted Zhu Zhe to take immediate action and personally follow up. In truth, the need for repairs in the Oriental Suite was a fabrication concocted by Zhu Zhe, who merely sought to secure the presidential suite for Jiang Chen without stating it outright. Thus, he devised this ruse. Every effort he made was solely to retain Jiang Chen, as securing a presidential suite booking through their hotel for a month would equate to a similar revenue of over 2 million, which would be entirely profitable for the hotel. Through such maneuvers, he hoped to establish a lasting relationship with Jiang Chen, a valuable client. Indeed, this series of actions, combined with Zhu Zhe's personal attention, left a favorable impression on Jiang Chen, who noted the exemplary service and professionalism characteristic of a five-star hotel. It would have been even better had Jiang Chen's ordered beverages arrived sooner. Eventually, the front desk attendant appeared with Jiang Chen's drinks, and he followed Zhu Zhe into the elevator, ascending to the presidential suite on the top floor. Inside the suite, Jiang Chen settled onto the sofa, where a table was adorned with fresh flowers, a fruit platter, and 2 bottles of liquor. Zhu Zhe approached the table, lifted one of the bottles, and addressed Jiang Chen. "Mr. Jiang, this is the 18-year limited edition Yamazaki whiskey we have prepared for you, as an expression of our sincere apologies for the delay in your check-in. The remainder consists of the customary amenities afforded to our presidential suite guests." After placing his hands gently on his abdomen, another front desk staff member stepped forward, saying, "Mr. Jiang, here are your identification and room key." Upon seeing Jiang Chen accept them, Zhu Zhe continued, "During your stay, all our facilities are available to you at no charge." He then signaled to another well-dressed gentleman in his 30s standing outside the door, introducing him. "This is your private butler for the presidential suite." The butler bowed slightly before introducing himself. "Good evening, Mr. Jiang. I am Su Jinzong, your personal butler, and I will be at your service 24 hours a day during your stay." "Su Jinzong?" Jiang Chen mused, recalling the similarly named legendary figure Su Shizhong from the Star River. After Su concluded his introduction, Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Zhu Zhe interjected, "Mr. Jiang, for any needs during your stay, please feel free to contact Su Jinzong. He is our premier personal butler and will do his utmost to accommodate your requests. If you find yourself unsatisfied, you may reach out to me as well. To facilitate communication, may I add you both to our messaging app?" "Certainly, please scan my code," Jiang Chen replied, producing his phone and displaying the QR code on the table. With Jiang Chen's consent, Zhu Zhe and Su Jinzong took out their phones, scanned the QR code, and sent friend requests. Satisfied with the outcome, Zhu Zhe said, "Mr. Jiang, please rest, and I shall not intrude further." He then bowed slightly to the staff before departing the room, leaving only Su behind. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Su Jinzong opened it to reveal staff members delivering Jiang Chen's luggage and car keys. Su Jinzong accepted the items, placing the luggage in the closet while ensuring the car keys were positioned prominently within Jiang Chen's sight. After completing these tasks, Su Jinzong addressed Jiang Chen, "Mr. Jiang, your luggage has been placed in the closet, and the keys are on the table before you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call on me." Jiang Chen nodded in understanding. Su then bowed slightly and exited the room. With the door closed, Jiang Chen finally had the opportunity to survey the presidential suite, which was impressively spacious, featuring an L-shaped floor-to-ceiling window that offered a panoramic view of much of Deep City. He picked up the bottle of Yamazaki, made his way to the bar, retrieved a whiskey glass, and found an ice ball from the nearby refrigerator, placing it directly into the glass before pouring a modest amount of whiskey. With the bottle in one hand and the glass in the other, he settled into a chair by the window, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it. Taking a deep drag and exhaling, he sipped his whiskey, yet felt something was missing. After a moment, he lifted his phone with one hand and his glass with the other, capturing a photo of the view outside the window to share on social media with the caption, "To this glass, I toast to the future." Chapter 7. Purchasing a suit. Just as he posted the update, he immediately received a like from Zhu Zhe, which reminded him he had forgotten to block her. Jiang Chen lit another cigarette, feeling a twinge of awkwardness as a relatively new acquaintance had liked his ostentatious post. Although his mindset had shifted, he had yet to fully grasp how distanced he was becoming from the identity of an ordinary person. After a moment of contemplation, he dismissed his embarrassment and refreshed the feed, noticing that Gu Lianxing had also liked his post. The next moment, a message from Gu Lianxing appeared. "Mr. Jiang, greetings. I have already notified Star River, and they are fully prepared for your arrival." "Understood," Jiang Chen replied, expressing gratitude with a fist salute emoji. Gu Lianxing continued, "What time would you prefer to meet tomorrow?" "Let's say 2 p.m. I have some matters to attend to in the morning." "Absolutely. I will head to Star River first. Would you like me to accompany you?" "Please come to me first tomorrow, and then we shall go together." Location: Mandarin Oriental Hotel. Received. Salute emoji. Jiang Chen took another sip of whiskey, but chose not to respond to Gu Lianqing's latest message. As for the reason behind his afternoon arrangement, it was merely an excuse to indulge in a leisurely morning. Feeling slightly inebriated, Jiang Chen unknowingly dozed off in the recliner, awakening to find that night had fallen. Checking the time, he noted it was just past 7 and felt a pang of hunger. He retrieved his phone and opened Su Jinzong's messaging app. Hello. May I see the food menu? I'm feeling a bit hungry. Su Jinzong promptly replied, Certainly, Mr. Jiang. Would you prefer to dine in the restaurant or have the meal delivered to your room? I'd prefer to eat in the restaurant. Very well, Mr. Jiang. I will reserve a table for you and come upstairs to escort you to the restaurant shortly. Jiang Chen replied with an okay before rummaging through his suitcase for a casual outfit to change into. As the sweltering heat of Pingqing in July had made him weary of his suit after a long day, he neatly folded his discarded suit, which he had purchased for over 10,000 yuan in preparation for client meetings, a financial sacrifice that had resulted in a month of frugality. Just as he finished changing, there was a knock at the door. He opened it to find Su Jinzong waiting. Upon seeing him, Su greeted, Good evening, Mr. Jiang. Your reservation at the restaurant is all set. Shall we head down now? Yes, let us go, Jiang Chen replied, grabbing his room key and car keys before following Su Jinzong to the elevator en route to the restaurant. Before long, they arrived at the restaurant of the hotel downstairs, where Su Jinzong led Jiang Chen to a private room. Once seated, Su Jinzong retrieved a menu from a nearby server and placed it in front of Jiang Chen, saying, Mr. Jiang, please take a look. He then stood aside, awaiting Jiang Chen's order. Jiang Chen perused the menu several times, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the extensive offerings at the Cultural Oriental Hotel, unsure of what to choose. Glancing at Su Jinzong, he handed the menu back and requested, Could you arrange a few of the hotel's signature dishes for me? I don't eat spicy food. And please include a soup and a stir-fried vegetable. Make sure the greens are sautéed with minced garlic. Jiang Chen added as an afterthought, Not a problem, Mr. Jiang. Would you like me to arrange for some wine? Su Jinzong inquired quietly, picking up the menu once more. Jiang Chen shook his head, No wine for me. I have to drive later. Upon hearing this, Su Jinzong did not press further and went to make the arrangements. Though originally from Yushu, Jiang Chen had grown accustomed to the milder flavors of the South after spending an extended period there, hence his insistence on avoiding spicy dishes. While waiting for the food to arrive, Jiang Chen took out his phone to search for nearby stores that specialized in suits. As the one he wore today seemed inadequate for the important occasion he was to attend tomorrow, especially after wearing it all day, he discovered a few suit shops in the mall beneath the hotel, but none seemed quite satisfactory. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. It was Su Jinzong, followed by several servers carrying trays. They entered and placed several dishes on the table. Su Jinzong stood by, unveiling each dish to introduce them to Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, here are some of our hotel's signature dishes. Flaxseed roasted chicken, stir-fried organic crunchy melon with scallops from Zhangzi Island, steamed Indonesian red spotted grouper, matsutake and conch soup with fish maw, and sautéed seasonal vegetables with garlic. Su Jinzong recited the names with great familiarity, clearly remembering Jiang Chen's last request for the vegetables to be prepared with garlic. As Jiang Chen surveyed the exquisite array of dishes, his appetite surged. He picked up his chopsticks and began to indulge, having barely eaten a bite earlier at the Rolls-Royce dealership before being interrupted by a phone call from his parents. Now he was ravenous. Su Jinzong busily poured tea and water for him, and noticing Su Jinzong's attentive service, Jiang Chen, still unaccustomed to being waited on, suggested, Su, perhaps I should simply call you Jinzong? After all, I'll need your assistance for the next month. He felt that addressing someone as butler felt a bit awkward, and using his name seemed more convenient. Su Jinzong immediately responded, Mr. Jiang, you may call me whatever you wish. Serving you is my duty and responsibility. It can hardly be considered a bother. He poured another cup of tea for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen took a sip and inquired, By the way, Jinzong, do you know of any good places nearby that sell suits? Any recommendations? Jiang Chen asked with a tentative hope, as he had little knowledge of suit brands, having relied on a colleague for his previous purchase. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jinzong replied, Indeed, there are several shops nearby that specialize in high-end custom suits. If you could share your requirements, I could provide you with some recommendations. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, feeling he had asked the right person, and promptly articulated his needs. I need something formal. No need for custom options, as I need to wear it directly tomorrow for an important event. He gestured to the empty seat beside him, inviting Su Jinzong to sit. Certainly, Mr. Jiang, Su Jinzong said as he pulled out a chair and sat down, then handed Jiang Chen his phone. Here is a high-end custom suit shop that also has several ready-made suits that should meet your requirements. Taking the phone, Jiang Chen browsed through the lookbook, finding it quite appealing, yet recognizing that ready-made suits rarely fit perfectly. He returned the phone to Su Jinzong, deciding to check the store. If nothing suited him, he would consider other options. Let us go with this one. If you're familiar with it, would you take me there? He requested. Of course, Su Jincheng replied. Then began contacting the store's sales team. He was quite familiar with this shop due to his profession and had previously ordered several suits there, though they were not expensive. He had gained considerable insight. Shortly thereafter, Su Jincheng informed Jiang Chen, who was still dining, that he had made an appointment with the sales staff, and Jiang Chen, having nearly finished his meal, signaled Su Jincheng to settle the bill. The payment totaled over 3,000, a reasonable price. Su Jincheng then retrieved the keys from Jiang Chen and arranged for his car to be brought to the entrance. Chapter 8. The eve of taking over Xinghua. As Jiang Chen completed his meal and exited the hotel after settling the bill, he spotted his car and Su Jincheng standing nearby. Su Jincheng approached and opened the rear door of the Rolls-Royce for him. Jiang Chen, observing Su Jincheng's gesture, raised an eyebrow and stated, "Why don't you sit in the front and direct me? I'll do the driving." Clearly, he was eager to drive. Having never had the opportunity to operate a luxury vehicle before, as he had not owned a car in the past, rendering him with little chance to drive. The choice of a Cullinan was also motivated by his desire to experience the joy of driving. Taking the keys from Su Jincheng, he entered the vehicle and instructed him to navigate. Su Jincheng pulled out his phone for directions. The store was approximately 1 kilometer from the hotel, only a minute or two away. Soon, Jiang Chen arrived at the store he had mentioned, which was situated on the roadside of a bustling commercial street. 3 stories high with an excellent location, complete with dedicated parking spaces. Following the security guard's guidance, Jiang Chen parked the car, exited, and Su Jincheng sent a message to the sales representative he had contacted. Before long, a saleswoman dressed in a tailored suit emerged to greet them. Su Jincheng exchanged a few words with the sales representative before returning to lead Jiang Chen inside. After the sales representative seated Jiang Chen, she served tea and snacks, then inquired about his preferences, taking his measurements and height before fetching suitable suits for him. Su Jincheng remained positioned behind Jiang Chen throughout this process. After a short while, the sales representative returned with several suits. Jiang Chen took them and headed to the fitting room to try them on. After trying on a few options, he found several that fit reasonably well, but he particularly liked a light black suit that was slightly less fitting. He turned to the sales representative and asked, "Could this suit be altered a bit? If so, I'll take it. Just make sure it's ready by tomorrow afternoon." The sales representative offered an apologetic smile. "Mr. Jiang, I'm terribly sorry, but our tailor is unavailable for the next couple of days, so the earliest it can be ready is the day after tomorrow." Upon hearing this, disappointment washed over Jiang Chen's face. It was indeed a pity. Noticing Jiang Chen's evident fondness for the suit, Su Jincheng, who had been silent until now, interjected, "Mr. Jiang, I can see you quite like this suit. If you would like, I can assist with the alterations. I have some sewing skills." Jiang Chen turned his gaze, curiosity piqued. "Impressive. You seem to be quite proficient in many things, even sewing." Su Jincheng humbly replied, "As a butler, these are essential skills." "Very well, then I shall entrust you with the alterations," Jiang Chen agreed. After concluding his conversation, Jiang Chen instructed the sales associate to package the several sets he had tried on. The sales associate felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. Those sets were quite expensive, and securing the sale would undoubtedly earn her the title of top salesperson for the month. She promptly began preparing the items for Jiang Chen. Subsequently, Jiang Chen selected a few shirts and ties, as well as 2 pairs of leather shoes, bringing the total amount to 970,000. After making the payment with alacrity, he departed with Su Jincheng, who was laden with numerous bags, all under the watchful gaze of the sales associate. Not far away, Jiang Chen purchased a foldable smartphone with a 1 terabyte memory for $23,999, and then, upon glancing at the adjacent Apple store, he bought an iPhone 16 Pro Max for nearly $10,000. He instructed Su Jincheng to place the items in the trunk of the car and leaned against the vehicle while producing a pack of 7-star cigarettes he had bought at a convenience store. Offering one to Su Jincheng, Su Jincheng declined, stating he could not smoke while working. Jiang Chen inquired if he smoked in his leisure time, to which Su Jincheng admitted that he did. Sensing his reluctance, Jiang Chen reassured him, saying, "It's fine. If you want to smoke, do so. We are not in the hotel, and no one will say anything." With that, he tossed a cigarette to Su Jincheng, who caught it promptly, feeling unable to refuse. As his nicotine cravings surfaced, he quietly retrieved his lighter, first lighting Jiang Chen's cigarette and then his own. As they both exhaled clouds of smoke, Jiang Chen asked, "How long have you been working at the Mandarin Oriental? Have you always held the position of a personal butler?" Su Jincheng replied, "Yes, sir. I studied business and butlering in the UK, so I began my career at the hotel as a personal butler. Since graduating from my studies in the UK and returning home, I have been working in hotels for 5 years now." As Jiang Chen probed further, Su Jincheng elaborated, "Indeed, the UK has a long-standing tradition of butlering. It is not uncommon in large families. I graduated from the Roland Academy in the UK, which is renowned for supplying butlers and nannies even to the British royal family. Curious, Jiang Chen asked. Why didn't you pursue a career in the UK and instead return to work as a personal butler in the Mandarin Oriental? Su Jincheng sighed, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. Because the UK wouldn't employ an Asian as a butler. Coming to work at the Mandarin Oriental is also a means to support my family. Jiang Chen nodded, surprised to learn that a personal butler could have such an extensive educational background, especially in a specialized field. As their conversation continued, they finished their cigarettes and glanced at the newly acquired foldable phone, noting the time had passed 10 o'clock. Jiang Chen signaled for Su Jincheng to get into the car, and they drove back to the hotel. Upon arrival, Su Jincheng arranged for someone to park Jiang Chen's car while he retrieved a multitude of luggage bags from the back seat. Jiang Chen informed him that he did not need the keys just yet, as he would require the car tomorrow and would let him know when to bring it up. Su Jincheng promptly complied, carrying the items to Jiang Chen's room. Once inside, Su Jincheng took out a light black suit and measured Jiang Chen's dimensions, assuring him that the alterations would be completed by noon the next day. Jiang Chen nodded and opened his mobile to transfer 10,000 as a token of appreciation for Su Jincheng's hard work. Su Jincheng protested, saying, "This is too much. I cannot accept it. The hotel has regulations that ensure all guests' needs are met, and this is simply part of my duties." Determined, Jiang Chen snatched the phone from Su Jincheng and completed the transaction, returning the device with the insistence, "Consider it a token of your effort. After all, you have been carrying my things and making alterations. It is only fair. This amount is insignificant to me, and I am quite satisfied with your service today." With that, he indicated it was time for rest, requesting Su Jincheng to wake him at noon the following day and arrange for lunch. Su Jincheng bowed slightly, assuring him everything would be properly arranged before exiting the room. Chapter 9. The upcoming arrival of Jiang Chen. This chapter serves to fill in some earlier gaps. Returning to the morning at Xinghe Tower, Xinghe Group, Executive President Ji Jun stared at the disconnected phone line, soon receiving an email from Gu Lianqing. It contained only a brief two-line message: name, gender, and age. Ji Jun realized this was their new boss, sighing as he gazed at the scanned information, then turned to push open the conference room door. As Ji Jun entered, the executives engaged in discussion gradually fell silent, their attention shifting to him. Ji Jun stepped to the head of the table but did not sit, instead surveying the room filled with executives before speaking. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have just received notice that our new boss, Mr. Jiang Chen, will be visiting the group tomorrow to officially take over Xinghe." Upon hearing Ji Jun's announcement, the previously noisy conference room fell into hushed silence. Since half a month ago, when Su Shizhong informed them of the group's transfer, they had been left in the dark about who would be assuming command. The executives exchanged glances, aware that Xinghe Group, unlike most others, had never gone public. It remained a wholly owned enterprise, which was an extraordinary circumstance, signifying that the owner held absolute power over all decisions. They were merely hired hands brought in to assist the owner in management. Curiosity mingled with unease filled the room as they pondered the new boss's character, background, and management style, a complex array of emotions swirling within them. Clearing his throat, Ji Jun lightly tapped the table to regain their attention. After a pause, he continued, "I expect everyone to present their best selves. Tomorrow marks our first encounter with the new boss, and I hope we can leave a positive impression." He then instructed the department heads and branch managers to prepare their reports, ensuring clarity and readiness for presentation. Sipping his tea, he reiterated, "From this moment on, I want every corner of this building to be immaculate. Department heads, please ensure your teams maintain cleanliness. I do not wish for any mishaps tomorrow. Mr. Zhang's first impression will shape our future and career trajectories. And, to put it bluntly, it impacts our families as well." Ji Jun's words resonated powerfully, each one heartfelt. He did not know if the new, youthful captain of their ship would navigate them through the storms as the previous captain had, but for now, they only hoped he would accept them as crew members. Now, the meeting is adjourned. The executives quickly dispersed to their respective departments, relaying Ji Jun's instructions. And soon the entire Xinghe Group was engulfed in a flurry of activity. The once light-hearted atmosphere vanished, replaced by a palpable tension as departments ceased all non-essential tasks and commenced a thorough cleaning. The security department diligently scours every nook and cranny for potential safety hazards, meticulously conducting inspections of all safety protocols and fire prevention measures. The maintenance team has even replaced the creaky restroom doors, while the cleaning department has taken it upon themselves to wash the building's exterior glass, resembling a troop of Spider-Men in their efforts. Within the company, whispers circulate like wildfire, all discussing the impending arrival of the new owner. "Have you heard? The new chairman arrives tomorrow," they exclaim. "Good heavens! Who could possibly take over such a vast enterprise as our galaxy?" I don't know, one replies. I was just slacking off when the team leader dragged me to clean the toilets. I just left the meeting room, another chimes in. And rumor has it that the boss is none other than the red boy. We all know what that implies. If only the new chairman would take a liking to me. I'd love to bear him a child. Wait a minute, aren't you male? I confess. I am actually the illegitimate son of the new chairman. If you all vouch for me with 50 yuan, I shall ensure you are appointed as directors once I inherit the family business. Amidst the swirling rumors within the corporation, the vice president, Ji Jun, paces back and forth in his office, while the chief financial officer, Yang Fan, sits nearby, smoking. Following the recent meeting, Ji Jun summoned Yang Fan, requesting the meticulous presentation of financial statements from the past few years, along with investment reports and all relevant documents, which now clutter the entire desk. He subsequently called upon two vice presidents under him, determining to pull an all-nighter to scrutinize whether any issues had arisen within the company over the years. The office is shrouded in a haze of smoke, and even with the air purifier set to maximum, the fog remains. The executives, one hand clutching cigarettes and the other holding reports, read line by line, anxious not to overlook any detail. Ji Jun and his fellow executives prepare for a sleepless night, knowing that should Mr. Jiang conduct a surprise inspection, their ignorance could spell disaster. Setting his cigarette aside, Ji Jun rubs his weary temples, sips from his teacup, and finds himself lost in thought, staring at the cup. He remains perplexed, unable to comprehend why Su Shizhong would transfer ownership of the Galaxy Group. During the last meeting, presided over by Su Shizhong 2 weeks prior, he announced that he had handed the company over to another. Ji Jun felt he had lost his mind. Who could possibly take on such a colossal enterprise? How could Su Shizhong relinquish the helm of the Galaxy? A ship he had nurtured from humble beginnings to its current stature? Ji Jun had followed him for over a decade, knowing that Su Shizhong had always regarded the Galaxy as his child, watching it flourish into a towering giant. A transfer? Was this not madness? After the meeting, Su Shizhong approached Ji Jun, urging him to assist the incoming successor, assuring him that as long as they remained united, they would be treated well. He then handed Ji Jun a letter, instructing him to deliver it to the new owner, promising that upon reading it, they would understand and be treated kindly. Finally, Su Shizhong smiled, stating that he had fulfilled his mission, simply returning the Galaxy to its rightful heir. Following that, Su Shizhong vanished without a trace. Ji Jun reflects on his final encounter with Su Shizhong and glances at the letter locked away in the safe. Chapter 10. Ji Jun and the enthusiastic employees. The next day, at noon, Jiang Chen is awakened promptly by Su Jinchong knocking on his door. Sleepily, he opens it to find Su Jinchong holding a bag containing the altered clothing. In a gentle tone, Su Jinchong says, "Good afternoon, Mr. Jiang. Your clothes have been altered. Would you like me to arrange lunch for you?" He hands the bag to Jiang Chen. "Just a simple meal will suffice, to be eaten in my room." Jiang Chen replies with a yawn. Noticing Jiang Chen's slightly puffy eyes, Su Jinchong thoughtfully offers, "Would you like a cup of coffee? It could help alleviate the swelling." "Sure. Make it iced," Jiang Chen says, handing him the room key, instructing him to bring the food and coffee directly to him while he freshens up. Before long, Jiang Chen finishes washing up and dons the tailored dark suit, which fits perfectly after Su Jinchong's alterations. He silently gives him a thumbs up in appreciation. After styling his hair with fixing spray and tying his tie, Jiang Chen admires his reflection. Though nearing 30, he maintains an impressive physique at 181 centimeters and 153 kilograms, embodying a near-perfect figure. Stepping out of the restroom, Jiang Chen finds that Su Jinchong has prepared lunch, a bowl of noodle soup, a plate of side dishes, and an iced Americano in a takeout cup. As Jiang Chen sits down to eat, he savors the meal and finds that his previously tense eyelids have relaxed significantly after sipping the iced coffee. Not long after, he receives a message from Gu Lianqing, informing him that they are waiting for him downstairs. After finishing his meal, Jiang Chen texts Su Jinchong to have the car brought down. In the hotel lobby, Gu Lianqing and his team are already gathered, eagerly awaiting Jiang Chen's arrival. Moments later, Jiang Chen descends in the elevator and, as he steps into the lobby, he hears Gu Lianqing's voice before seeing him. "Mr. Jiang, over here." Gu Lianqing waves. Jiang Chen turns to see Gu Lianqing and his team rising from the adjacent seating area and quickly approaching him. "Director Gu," Jiang Chen extends a hand. Gu Lianqing promptly takes both of Jiang Chen's hands in a respectful gesture, enthusiastically greeting, "Hello, Mr. Jiang. Shall we head out directly?" "Indeed," Jiang Chen nods, leading the way toward the exit while Gu Lianqing and his team follow closely behind. Upon exiting, Jiang Chen spots his vehicle. "Director Gu, please ride in my car," he says as he retrieves the car key from a hotel staff member. Gu Lianqing observes Jiang Chen standing before the Rolls-Royce Cullinan and replies, "All right. I'll arrange for someone to drive." Noting that Jiang Chen likely hadn't brought a driver, he turns to one of his associates, pointing, Xiaozheng. You'll drive for Mr. Jiang. Jiang Chen does not object to Gu Lianqing's decision and hands the key to the driver named Xiaozheng. Xiaozheng takes the key and quickly runs to the car door, opening it for Jiang Chen, who nods in acknowledgement as he steps inside. Gu Lianqing instructs the rest of the team, you all get in the car and lead the way. Once the accompanying personnel are settled, Gu Lianqing joins Jiang Chen in the back seat. With one vehicle leading the way, Jiang Chen's Rolls-Royce Cullinan is flanked by two Maybachs, forming a convoy that sets off. The journey from the Cultural Eastern Hotel to the Galaxy Tower takes merely 10 minutes, and today, to their surprise, there is no traffic, allowing them to arrive promptly at the building's entrance. As they drive in, Jiang Chen notices a bustling crowd gathered at the entrance, along with a long banner that reads, Welcome Mr. Jiang Chen to Galaxy Group for inspection and leadership. The group's executives, anxiously watching the slowly approaching convoy. CG Jun rush forward as the car prepares to stop, followed closely by the other executives. Once the vehicle comes to a complete halt, the driver hastily exits to open the door for Jiang Chen, who steps out. So, this must be Mr. Jiang, thought Ji Jun, noting his youthful appearance. He hurriedly stepped forward, extending his hands with a broad smile, and said, Hello, Chairman Jiang. I am Ji Jun, the current executive president of Xingha. We have eagerly anticipated your arrival, and I warmly welcome you to officially inspect the group and lead our endeavors. Ji Jun spoke with great enthusiasm. Jiang Chen, sensing the strength in Ji Jun's handshake, recognized him from his research. Even without an introduction, he knew that this middle-aged gentleman before him was the executive president of Xingha Group, reputed for his exceptional capabilities. You're too kind, Mr. Ji, Jiang Chen replied, matching Ji Jun's firm grip, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and smiling. I still have much to learn from esteemed seniors like you. Your wealth of experience far surpasses mine when it comes to managing the group. Jiang Chen's demeanor was notably humble, yet Ji Jun was not easily swayed. Having taken over Xingha, coupled with the final words from Su Shizhong, it was clear that Jiang Dong was no ordinary individual. Mr. Jiang, your humility is commendable, Ji Jun asserted firmly. Xingha will always operate under your leadership. We are merely here to assist you in this process. It must be said that Ji Jun spoke with considerable eloquence. Jiang Chen thought he could never articulate such diplomatic phrases. Jiang Chen nodded, offering a slight smile without directly responding to Ji Jun. He gestured towards the executives behind him. Given the warm weather, everyone is beginning to perspire. And it's rather impolite for us to obstruct others from their work. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Ji? Ji Jun understood immediately, responding, You are absolutely right, Chairman Jiang. Shall we proceed to the conference room? It would also allow the executives to become acquainted with you. Indeed, once Jiang Chen consented, Ji Jun remembered to greet Gu Lianqing, who had disembarked alongside them, shaking his hand and gesturing, Chairman Jiang, please follow me, Director Gu. The group filed into the building, and the receptionist, witnessing such a grand procession, noted the previously stoic executives now smiling as they surrounded a youthful figure. Could this be our new boss? Oh my, he is remarkably young. The receptionist, covered her mouth in astonishment. It must be him, otherwise, who else could command Mr. Ji to lead the way? Remarked receptionist B. And he is so handsome, she added. In an instant, news of the new boss, Jiang Chen, spread throughout the group. Many employees observed the executives rallying around a young man. Messages flooded in via Feishin, group chats, and private messages as the internal app buzzed with updates about Jiang Chen, with several individuals even surreptitiously snapping photos to share. Wait, are you telling me this handsome fellow is our new boss? He looks barely in his 20s, exclaimed one employee. I thought the new boss would be an older gentleman, but it turns out he is a striking young man. Since the employees learned of Jiang Chen's impending arrival the day before, curiosity had run high, and now, seeing him in person, they began fervently discussing among themselves. Some bold employees even shouted as Jiang Chen passed, Hello, boss. You're so handsome. Boss, I want to have your children. Jiang Chen, hearing this, politely nodded and smiled at the crowd, then turned to Ji Jun, chuckling. Ha, this is quite delightful. Everyone is so full of vigor. Ji Jun, feeling a bit flustered, wondered who had made such a bold proclamation. Glancing at Jiang Chen, who appeared unfazed, he laughed. Everyone is simply expressing their enthusiasm for Chairman Jiang in their own way. The other executives nodded in agreement. Chapter 11. Jiang Chen's inaugural speech. The executives escorted Jiang Chen to the elevator, arriving at the executive conference room on the 97th floor. Two security personnel opened the doors for Jiang Chen and his entourage as they stepped inside. Ji Jun guided Jiang Chen to the main seat before taking a position to his right, while another individual, presumably a vice president, settled on his left. The executives found their respective seats, and once everyone was settled, Ji Jun began to introduce those present, stating, This is The first on the left is Vice President Su Mingho. To Ji Jun's right is Vice President Chang Yinda, followed by Financial Director Yang Fan. Investment Department Director Wu Gaji, Administrative Department Director Li Zian, Marketing Department Director Wang Ku, Logistics Department Director Lu Minghui, and so on. As Vice President, Su Mingho continued. He introduced the general managers of the fully owned subsidiaries under the group. Cheng Feiyu of Xinghe Real Estate, Wu Gaji of Xinghe Finance, Lin Jifeng of Xinghe Technology, Zhang Yin of Xinghe Daily Chemicals, Ji Weiwei of Xinghe Appliances, and Wei Haolin of Xinghe Logistics. Each executive, upon being named by Ji Jun, stood to introduce themselves and their respective roles within the company, providing Jiang Chen with a foundational understanding of the team. As for everyone here, I believe I need not introduce Chairman Jiang, Ji Jun remarked, prompting laughter from the assembly. Standing with fervor, Ji Jun proclaimed, "Now, let us give a warm round of applause to welcome Chairman Jiang." He led the applause, and the entire conference room rose to their feet, clapping enthusiastically. Jiang Chen glanced at Ji Jun, who returned the gaze with a twinkle in his eye and whispered, "Chairman Jiang, would you care to say a few words?" Knowing he could not evade this, Jiang Chen stood, pressing his hands down to signal for calm, nodding at the executives as they ceased their applause. Once everyone was seated, Jiang Chen paused, scanning the room, prompting the attendees to sit upright. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke in a measured tone. "The introductions have provided me with a preliminary understanding of each of you." He noted the average age of the executives, around 40, and continued, "Each of you has made indelible contributions to Xinghe. Under the leadership of Mr. Su Shizhong, you achieved remarkable accomplishments. I am sure you are all aware that, following Mr. Su's departure, there have been some rumors and unflattering sentiments regarding the group have circulated externally. I trust you have heard some of them." The executives nodded in agreement. Jiang Chen had encountered similar information while scrolling through his phone last night. He realized that in this era of information, the transition of a conglomerate worth billions could not remain concealed. A search for news about Xinghe yielded a plethora of information, with speculation about the departure of its founder, Su Shizhong, and the emergence of new leadership. Even conspiracy theories had begun to surface. But do I care? Let me be unequivocal, I do not. The group does not concern itself with such matters. These voices are insignificant to me, for I owe no explanations to anyone, nor to the shareholders. Jiang Chen paused, surveying the audience before casually adding, "Oh, I forgot, there are no shareholders. Xinghe is wholly owned by me." Jiang Chen's jest fell flat in the conference room, leaving the executives in a silence so profound it was palpable. Did Chairman Jiang intend to make a strong impression right off the bat? Observing their reactions, Jiang Chen noted the moment had served its purpose, and he nodded in satisfaction before shifting the conversation. "However, I must account to our founder, Mr. Su Shizhong. I owe an explanation to all employees of the group, to you, and most importantly, to the countless families behind the members of Xinghe, as well as to all the clients and users who place their trust in us." Jiang Chen's expression was grave, his tone gradually rising. "Thus, I firmly believe that through our collective efforts, we shall once again bring glory to Xinghe, building upon the achievements of Mr. Su Shizhong, and continue to usher in a prosperous era that truly belongs to Xinghe. I, Jiang Chen, possess both the resolve and the capability to lead us in achieving this goal. I hope that all of you present will join me in this endeavor. This honor shall not be mine alone, but belongs to each and every one of you. To all employees of the group, do you have the confidence to join me in realizing this objective?" The executives in the conference room responded in unison, their voices resounding with vigor. "Yes." "Excellent." Jiang Chen emphasized once more, "This is who I am, and it is also our response to the outside world. Dear colleagues, I am fond of a saying once shared with me, and now I wish to impart it to you. The journey of Xinghe is long, and the road ahead is infinite. May we strive together." With a loud applause, Ji Jun immediately pushed back his chair, rising to applaud. His cheeks flushed slightly. He could not deny that Jiang Chen's speech was indeed stirring, igniting a fervor within him. If Ji Jun felt this way, it was needless to say that the other executives were equally moved, and soon the conference room was filled with a sea of applause. A young staff member responsible for taking minutes was so excited that his hands turned red from clapping. Jiang Chen raised his hand to quell the applause. Satisfied with the current atmosphere, power indeed held a certain allure. Unsure how the group should proceed with their work, he turned to Ji Jun and said, "Let's conclude for today. Please arrange for everyone to return to their duties." Ji Jun acknowledged, taking up Jiang Chen's words, and addressed the executives. "Everyone, we shall adjourn for now. Please return to your respective posts." The group departed the conference room in an orderly fashion. Ji Jun summoned his secretary, instructing him to consolidate and polish the speech delivered by Jiang Chen before disseminating it on the group's internal app. "Xiao Lu, you must personally oversee this matter." Ensuring that the essence of what Mr. Jiang expressed is conveyed accurately, Ji Jun directed. The secretary recognized the gravity of the task and promptly set to work. After exchanging a few more words with Jiang Chen, Ji Jun escorted him to the office located on the 79th floor, which had previously belonged to the former chairman, Su Shizhong, but was now Jiang Chen's domain. The office was vast, approximately 200 square meters, according to Ji Jun, with an entire wall of bookshelves extending from floor to ceiling, filled with books. In front stood a 3-meter-long desk, while the right side featured a full-length window offering a view of the special economic zone across the river. The overall decor was composed of black, white, and brown hues, embodying a modern minimalist aesthetic, with calligraphy and antiques adding an air of authority. On the opposite side was a reception area furnished with sleek black leather sofas. Adjacent to it was a concealed door. Upon opening this hidden entrance, one would find a lounge of over 50 square meters, complete with a bed, sofa, and restroom. Ji Jun, apprehensive that Jiang Chen might not approve, inquired, "Mr. Jiang, are you satisfied? Is there anything else you would like to add?" Seated in his executive chair, Jiang Chen replied, "I am quite pleased, Ji Jun. You have put in considerable effort. This must be newly renovated?" Jiang Chen observed the distinctly modern style, skeptical that Su Shizhong would appreciate such youthful decor. Indeed, the office had been hastily arranged by Ji Jun the previous night, and seeing Jiang Chen's satisfaction brought him relief. "Yes, since we were unsure of your preferences, we took the liberty of renovating it," he explained. Jiang Chen gestured for Ji Jun to sit and handed him a bottle of water, noting, still in glass bottles, as he offered one to Ji Jun. As Ji Jun settled down and accepted the water, he produced a letter entrusted to him by Su Shizhong and presented it to Jiang Chen, saying, "Mr. Jiang, I have a letter for you." "A letter?" Jiang Chen asked, puzzled, as he gazed at Ji Jun holding the envelope. "Who asked you to deliver this to me?" Ji Jun placed the letter on the desk and gently pushed it toward Jiang Chen, stating, "It is from Mr. Su Shizhong. He said you would understand after reading it." Curiosity piqued, Jiang Chen took the envelope, opened it, and pulled out the blank sheet of paper inside, perplexed by its meaning. In that instant, however, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Chapter 12, The Life of Su Shizhong and the Rationalization of the System World. At that moment, he heard the system's notification, "Letter detected, receiving information." Jiang Chen's pupils constricted, his eyes widening involuntarily, his mouth slightly agape, and his body trembled slightly. Realizing he had lost his composure, he kept his head lowered, hoping Ji Jun had not noticed. He folded the paper and mentally declined the prompt. Then, lifting his gaze to Ji Jun, he said, "Ji Jun, you may return to your tasks. I will call for you if I need anything." Given Ji Jun's intellect, he understood Jiang Chen's implication. Although he had noticed Jiang Chen's brief pause, which was clearly related to the contents of the letter, he held back his curiosity, thinking that if there was anything of importance, Jiang Chen would surely seek him out after reading the letter. Thus, Ji Jun rose. "Very well, Mr. Jiang. I will attend to my duties now. If anyone comes looking for you, I will ensure they do not disturb you." "Understood," Jiang Chen replied, adding also, "Please instruct others not to interrupt me for now." Ji Jun confirmed, "Of course, Mr. Jiang, I will take care of it." After that, he opened the door, turned, and closed Jiang Chen's office door behind him. Outside, the front desk staff greeted Ji Jun as he exited. "Hello, Mr. Ji." Ji Jun politely nodded and instructed, "Mr. Jiang is currently occupied with important matters. If anyone comes looking to report to him, please prevent them from interrupting. And if Mr. Jiang requires me, ensure you notify me immediately." The front desk secretary nodded eagerly. "Absolutely, Mr. Ji. I will remember." "Good." Ji Jun replied with satisfaction as he made his way back to his office. Once the front desk secretary saw Ji Jun walk away, she quickly sat down and took out her phone to message her best friend. "Oh my gosh, girl. Remember I told you our group was getting a new boss? The new boss just came in today. He's so young and quite handsome." Her friend immediately responded with a shocked emoji. "Wow, really? Here is a sneak peek." She sent a candid photo of Jiang Chen she had taken. Her friend replied, "This person looks familiar." The secretary quickly typed back, "Of course. Any handsome guy looks familiar to you. But this is our new big boss. No, I really recognize him. I just can't place him right now." Inside the office, Jiang Chen watched Ji Jun leave before hurriedly retrieving the letter, opening it once more. The cold prompt resounded in his mind again. "Letter detected, receiving information." Upon seeing the prompt, Jiang Chen silently affirmed it. A vivid image surged into his mind, lasting 7 or 8 seconds, as he closed his eyes to absorb the information. After a brief moment, Jiang Chen came to realize that Su Shizhong had been sent from a parallel world system. He had originally been a disabled child in that alternate realm, rescued by the system and transported to Jiang Chen's world 40 years prior. From the moment he was chosen by the system, he understood his mission, to establish the Xinghe Group and subsequently hand it over to a worthy successor. With the system's assistance, Su Shizhong flourished, rapidly expanding the company. Thanks to the system's influence, Xinghe astonishingly achieved a valuation of hundreds of billions without ever going public, remaining entirely under Su Shizhong's independent control. Throughout the years, Su Shizhong remained diligent and unwavering, choosing not to marry and never losing sight of his mission. At long last, he awaited Jiang Chen's arrival, fulfilling his purpose. He concluded by assuring Jiang Chen that all key management positions within the group were entrusted to his carefully chosen and reliable candidates, particularly Ji Jun, whom he implored Jiang Chen to treat well, as they had been loyal subordinates for over a decade. In the end, he left Jiang Chen a gift, his accumulated wealth, which he had scarcely spent. Ding, the system has detected Su Shizhong's gift. Do you wish to open it? The system's prompt echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. He retrieved a cigarette from the pack, lit it, took a deep drag, and exhaled, disregarding the system's notification. Instead, he pondered within, system. After I take over Xinghe, and Su Shizhong fulfills his mission, where does he go? Does he die? Su Shizhong has returned to his original world. Jiang Chen pressed further, and then? How have you arranged for him? Will he return unchanged? Disabled? Alone? This system once promised him that upon completing his mission, he would be granted a healthy, peaceful, and prosperous life. Jiang Chen exhaled in relief. That was good to hear. In the system's visual representation, Su Shizhong appeared to have found redemption. Although Jiang Chen had briefly glimpsed his life, the images of his amputated limbs, abandoned by his parents in childhood, beaten by a begging organization, and later, as a teenager, languishing in a filthy ditch while scavenging for food, remained etched in his mind. The final moments of his life, marked by the system's intervention, stirred profound sympathy in Jiang Chen for Su Shizhong's tragic past before arriving in this world. It was not merely about the gift he had left behind or the relationship with the system. It was a natural human emotion. The final image of Su Shizhong lingered in Jiang Chen's thoughts as he murmured, Shizhong, Shizhong, is this the loyalty of this life? Then, as if struck by a thought, he inquired, System, is this what you refer to as the rationalization of world modification? The system's cold reply came, Indeed, host. Understanding dawned upon Jiang Chen, and he chose to open Su Shizhong's gift. Ding, host has received 20,000,000,000 funds. Would you like to withdraw this to your bank card? Jiang Chen dropped the cigarette he was holding, for this was the largest sum of money he had ever encountered. Withdraw it, he had to. His phone vibrated, and with exhilaration, he opened the message. China Merchants Bank. Dear customer, your account ending in 8888 has received a transfer of 20,000,000,000 yuan. Current balance, 20,084, 838, 610 yuan. Jiang Chen counted again and again. Indeed, it was over 2 billion yuan. In that moment, he found himself at a loss for words, silently expressing gratitude to Su Shizhong and even more to the system. Ultimately, he had been an ordinary person, yet his quick wit and emotional intelligence had served him well, enabling him to navigate the earlier discussions with Ji Jun and the other executives with ease. However, he felt he could not muster another eloquent speech. The previous one had exhausted him. Reflecting on Su Shizhong's request, he realized that since he had accepted his gift, he must take action. Especially considering Su's experiences inspired him to do something meaningful. He lit another cigarette, contemplating in his mind. Since Su Shizhong had deemed Ji Jun trustworthy, he need not entertain thoughts of replacing anyone. Furthermore, he would undoubtedly acquire more assets in the future, so he could confidently entrust the management of Xinghe to him. An unrefined plan began to take shape in his mind. With that thought, Jiang Chen stood, cigarette in hand, and approached the office door, peering outside to where his secretary sat. Called Ji Jun, and also the CFO and the chief administrative officer to my office. The secretary looked up, startled, quickly glancing toward the source of the voice, only to realize it was Jiang Chen, the big boss. Oh no, had she been caught playing on her phone? Jiang Chen frowned at the flustered secretary. Hey, did you hear me? Yes, I heard you. I will contact General Manager Ji and General Managers Yang and Li right away, the secretary stammered, hastily picking up the office phone. It was not entirely the secretary He Xiaomi's fault. She was used to being contacted directly through the office phone or by the intercom bell, merely waiting for instructions. She never expected the big boss would come out to call her, especially after catching her on her phone. Would he deduct my salary? She thought anxiously. But her hands moved quickly to follow Jiang Chen's orders. After nodding, Jiang Chen returned to his office, settling into his chair, awaiting their arrival. Knock, knock, knock. Before long, the sound of knocking echoed. Come in, Jiang Chen called out. The door swung open to reveal Ji Jun, Yang Fan, and Li Zian, who entered the office. With Ji Jun leading the way, they approached Jiang Chen, greeting him with congratulations. Hello, General Jiang. X3. Hello, everyone. Please, come over here and sit. I have something I wish to discuss with you, Jiang Chen said, rising and moving toward the meeting area in the office. Chapter 13. The Xinghe Su Shizhong Charity Foundation. The three followed Jiang Chen to the seating area. Please sit. Once seated, Jiang Chen gestured for the three of them to do the same. They complied, casting anxious glances at Jiang Chen, uncertain of the purpose of this meeting. Ji Jun's expression was inscrutable, but his tightly clenched hands betrayed his unease. The moment Ji Jun saw Yang Fan and Li Zian, he sensed trouble, with so many executives waiting to report. Why had only he and the CFO and Chief Administrative Officer been summoned? In a company, human resources and finance are typically closely aligned with the boss's interests. It seemed Jiang Chen intended to make significant changes in these critical departments, and Ji Jun, being promoted by Su Shizhong himself, couldn't he help but feel apprehensive about his own position. Jiang Chen nodded at Ji Jun, having recognized him due to Su Shizhong's endorsement. He felt assured that if Jiang Chen were to step back from the company, Ji Jun could manage its affairs competently. If Jiang Chen were aware of Ji Jun's current thoughts, he would surely tell him he was overthinking things. Turning to the only female executive present, Chief Administrative Officer Li Zian, Jiang Chen asked, Li, how many employees does the group currently have? Li Zian, 38 years old and having served in the Xinghe Group's administration for over a decade, was well versed in the company's data. Without hesitation, she replied, the internal staff of the group comprises over 3,000 individuals, including approximately 1,000 outsourced employees. When considering the entire organization, there are officially recorded employees numbering around 80,000. The largest contingent is found within Xinghe Daily Chemicals and Xinghe Appliances, where there are over 20,000 employees. However, the majority are factory workers and not officially registered employees, hence they do not appear in the records. Jiang Chen interrupted his speaker with a wave. So, it's roughly around 100,000, correct? Indeed, Li Zian replied. Including all outsourced personnel, the total is approximately 110,000. Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Do you smoke? Would you like one? He affirmed his inquiry, as he had a penchant for enjoying a cigarette whenever he commenced work. After saying this, he leisurely produced a pack of 7 stars and distributed them among the group. All three, except for Li Zian, were seasoned smokers. Ji Jun and Yang Fan received their cigarettes with both hands, yet to their surprise, Li Zian, as a lady, also reached out to accept one. Jiang Chen glanced at her, slightly taken aback. It was simply uncommon for him to see a woman smoking. In truth, Li Zian only indulged in smoking during moments of significant stress, and Jiang Chen's earlier remarks had indeed placed her under considerable pressure, compounded by the fact that it was her first day working under him, making her hesitant to refuse the offered cigarette. The flick of a lighter ignited the moment. Ji Jun personally lit Jiang Chen's cigarette, and the group began to enjoy their smoke. Taking a drag, Jiang Chen continued, the reason I summoned you here is that I have a matter to discuss. I have decided to personally invest 1 billion to provide a welcome gift to all employees of the group. After another puff, he exhaled and added, Li Zian, you will be responsible for this. Please compile the total number of employees and later come to me for the funds. This applies to all employees, including factory workers. The three of them were momentarily taken aback. Their anxious feelings dissipated upon realizing that they were not in trouble, but rather being assigned a task. Li Zian accepted the responsibility, assuring him, no problem, General Manager Jiang. I will have the statistics ready by noon tomorrow. She then inquired, General Manager Jiang, should we purchase gifts with the 1 billion, or should we distribute cash directly? Cash, please. Purchasing gifts is too cumbersome. Direct cash is far more practical. To be distributed evenly among all employees, Jiang Chen clarified. Yang Fan, the financial director, couldn't help but admire Jiang Chen's capability. After all, it was no small feat to take the helm of Xinghe with such a generous welcome gift for all employees. Ji Jun flicked the ash off his cigarette and chimed in, showering praise. General Manager Jiang, it is truly our honor to work under your leadership. With a boss who cares for his subordinates like you, Xinghe will surely reach new heights in no time. Observing Ji Jun's flattery, Jiang Chen smiled. Ji Jun, I have an even more significant task for you that requires your attention. Ji Jun promptly extinguished his cigarette, sat up straight, and took out a small notebook, ready to jot down notes, speaking with unwavering resolve. Please, General Manager Jiang, I assure you I will complete it. Jiang Chen looked at Ji Jun, who was poised to record diligently, and shared his decision stemming from Su Shizhong's situation. I will personally invest an additional 10 billion to establish the Su Shizhong Charity Foundation under the Group's name, dedicated to aiding the disabled, assisting abducted children, and supporting orphans, among other causes. Initially, these will be our primary objectives, and we will adjust as necessary based on the circumstances. Jiang Chen considered himself no great man, But the image of Su Shizhong lingered in his mind. He wished to do something meaningful in his honor and contribute in some small way to society, while ensuring Su Shizhong's name would be remembered by many. Ji Jun quickly recorded Jiang Chen's words, astonished by his decision. General Manager Jiang, are you certain it will be under Mr. Su Shizhong's name? Jiang Chen affirmed, absolutely. Understood. Jiang Chen added, please submit the proposal by Friday, once the funds are available. Yang Fan, you will be responsible for the complete management of these funds. I want to see that every penny is allocated appropriately. Hearing his name mentioned, Yang Fan, who initially thought he had no part in this, immediately responded, understood, General Manager Jiang. I will personally oversee every transaction. No need to be personally involved. Your focus should remain on the group. Just ensure that each transaction is recorded, Jiang Chen instructed, and Yang Fan quickly agreed. Of course, General Manager Jiang. You and Li Zian can return to your tasks now. Ji Jun, please stay. I have something to discuss with you, Jiang Chen said, dismissing the other two. Upon their departure, he addressed Ji Jun directly. I intend to increase your responsibilities. In my absence, you will have full authority over group matters, reporting only to me. After a pause to light another cigarette, he added, I hope you will not disappoint the expectations of Mr. Su Shizhong, nor mine. Ji Jun, understanding the gravity of Jiang Chen's words, asked the most pressing question on his mind. General Manager Jiang, is it about that letter? I wish to know where Mr. Su has gone. Jiang Chen found himself in a dilemma. He couldn't simply tell him that Su Shizhong had returned to his rightful world. He initially replied affirmatively, yes. Then, after a moment of contemplation, he continued, as for Mr. Su Shizhong's whereabouts, I am uncertain. However, from what I gather, he is doing well and living happily. That was the best response he could offer. Ji Jun departed, bearing Jiang Chen's orders. Jiang Chen reflected on the day's events. Everything had unfolded nearly flawlessly. Yet he was acutely aware that his success relied heavily on his past experiences as a minor leader and his adeptness in adapting to circumstances. If faced with significant matters alone, his lack of experience would undoubtedly be exposed. He recognized the need for further learning. Initially, he had intended to adopt a gradual approach upon taking over Xinghe, seeking to cultivate his own loyal team and eventually replace the upper management. However, with Su Shizhong's assurance in his thoughts, he altered his plans, confident that with the system's assistance, his ventures would expand, and he could entrust Xinghe to Ji Jun without concern. Chapter 14. Jiang Chen hosts a dinner for executives. In the office, after sending Ji Jun away, Jiang Chen pondered how to manage the vast enterprise he had acquired in Xinghe, especially since he was aware that he would soon be under public scrutiny. How would he explain how an ordinary individual came to possess Xinghe Group? The host is overthinking. The world's modification and rationalization will make anyone perceive these events as entirely natural. Do not dwell too much on it. Upon seeing the system's prompt, Jiang Chen realized he had fallen into the trap of unnecessary worry. The system had mentioned rationalization on multiple occasions, yet he continued to ponder. He sighed inwardly, reflecting on the unfathomable power of the system. Stepping to the office door, he summoned the secretary outside. Having not paid close attention earlier, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the head secretary was quite impressive, dressed in a professional skirt suit and possessing a graceful demeanor. After getting a clearer look, he felt a sense of admiration and asked her, "What is your name?" He Xiaomi entered the office with a mix of trepidation, still recalling the moment she had been caught playing on her phone. Upon hearing the boss's inquiry, she nervously responded, "Hello, General Manager Jiang. My name is He Xiaomi, and I am temporarily serving as your liaison secretary." Listening to her introduction, Jiang Chen inquired with curiosity, "What do you mean by temporarily serving? Before you officially appoint a secretary, I will temporarily assume the role, assisting you in conveying your directives." Jiang Chen understood and casually remarked, "Temporarily? Very well. You shall be my secretary for now. Are you willing?" He Xiaomi felt as though happiness had suddenly descended upon her, enveloped in surprise. However, in an effort to avoid leaving a negative impression on Jiang Chen, she forced herself to suppress the overwhelming joy threatening to burst forth and eagerly replied, "Thank you, President Jiang. I am willing and grateful for your trust. I shall work diligently." In truth, He Xiaomi possessed considerable capabilities. Having graduated with a master's in management from the prestigious University of Pennsylvania, distinguishing herself from those international students who merely held lesser degrees. It was no coincidence that she was assigned to temporarily serve as Jiang Chen's liaison secretary. Had it not been for the earlier concerns of appearing overly familiar and potentially eliciting Jiang Chen's displeasure, she would have introduced herself directly to him. Jiang Chen nodded, offering a few words of encouragement. Noticing the time, which indicated the end of the workday, he decided to gather his belongings and depart. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he took out his phone to message Su Jinzong, requesting him to arrange the largest private dining room as he intended to host a dinner. Naturally, The invitees would be the senior executives of the group, as he wished to foster a closer rapport with them as their new leader. Su Jinzong quickly replied, confirming that arrangements had been made. Jiang Chen then addressed the still-standing Xiaomi, saying, Xiaomi, please contact General Manager Ji and inform him that I am treating them to dinner, so they can prepare to join us. Xiaomi immediately embraced her role as secretary, responding, understood, President Jiang. Should I make a restaurant reservation? There's no need. I have already booked a table at the Cultural Oriental Hotel. By the way, if you have no other commitments, you are welcome to join, Jiang Chen added politely. Xiaomi readily agreed, recognizing the importance of accompanying her new boss on his first day. Of course, President Jiang, I have no other matters to attend to, so I would be happy to accompany you. It would be more convenient for me to assist you if needed. Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. After that, Xiaomi contacted Ji Jun and the other executives, who promptly began their preparations. They instructed their secretaries to arrange for vehicles to wait at the building's entrance. Ji Jun had initially reserved a private room to welcome Jiang Chen, but was pleasantly surprised when Jiang Chen took the initiative to host dinner instead. After conversing with Jiang Chen in the office, Ji Jun declared, I apologize, but I am now under President Jiang's guidance, and I have decided to follow his lead wherever it may take me. Jiang Chen, accompanied by his secretary Xiaomi, descended in the elevator designated solely for his use, a detail that Xiaomi had informed him of, or else he would have remained unaware of its existence. As the workday drew to a close, employees of the group began to emerge from the building in clusters or individually. Along the way, each employee who spotted Jiang Chen greeted him respectfully. Hello, President Jiang. He responded with a smile and a slight nod, exuding a down-to-earth demeanor. With her bag in hand, Xiaomi walked proudly behind Jiang Chen, her heart swelling with pride as she reveled in the honor of being his secretary. Today, everyone in the group knows that I, Xiaomi, am President Jiang's secretary. At the entrance of the group, a row of Mercedes-Maybach vehicles awaited. Jiang Chen noticed Ji Jun standing in front of a car that was noticeably longer than the others, which Xiaomi informed him was his dedicated vehicle, a Maybach Pullman. However, Jiang Chen opted not to take that vehicle, preferring instead his Cullinan. He invited Ji Jun to join him in the back seat, prompting Xiaomi to quickly arrange for a driver to take them, while she herself took the front passenger seat. The procession commenced, with Jiang Chen's Rolls-Royce Cullinan leading the way and the other executives' cars trailing behind, forming an elongated convoy that merged into the flow of traffic. Curious onlookers snapped photos of the Maybach convoy, wondering who could command such an impressive spectacle. During the peak of rush hour, the short journey stretched into a half-hour ordeal. Jiang Chen, looking out at the congested roadway with a hint of exasperation, complained like an ordinary person, there are just too many cars in Pengcheng. We can hardly move. Xiaomi nodded in agreement, echoing, indeed, it feels like such a waste of time every time I go out, which is why I take the subway during rush hours. Ji Jun chuckled dryly, lamenting the rapid urban development. There's nothing we can do. The city is growing too quickly. The number of cars is increasing, yet the roads remain unchanged, making traffic congestion inevitable. Despite the delays, the convoy eventually arrived at the Cultural Oriental Hotel, where Su Jinzong awaited them at the entrance. As Jiang Chen stepped out, the vehicles belonging to the senior executives of Xinghe Group also arrived, and everyone began to disembark. Since each had their own drivers, they dispersed to find parking, which relieved Su Jinzong, who was concerned about managing the influx of guests during peak hours. Su Jinzong ushered everyone into the hotel, leading them toward the private room. Inside, Xiaomi astutely pulled out the main seat for Jiang Chen to take, with Ji Jun seated to his left and the two vice presidents positioned on his right, while the remaining executives found their own seats. Xiaomi was promptly assigned by Jiang Chen to locate a waiter and order dishes. Before long, as the waiter began to bring the food, Jiang Chen addressed the busy Xiaomi, saying, Xiaomi, please find a seat for yourself. This is not work time. It's just a meal, and the waitstaff can handle these tasks. Very well, President Jiang, Xiaomi replied with a smile before settling into a seat. After ensuring Xiaomi was taken care of, Jiang Chen stood and raised his glass to the assembled executives, who all stood and raised their glasses in response. Jiang Chen proclaimed, Ladies and gentlemen, this toast is for your diligent efforts at Xinghe. I appreciate the hard work you have all put in during this time. He downed his drink, and the others quickly followed suit. Please, everyone sit down. Tonight is merely a casual gathering for me to get to know you. Let's not overindulge and affect our work tomorrow, Jiang Chen jested, prompting laughter and lightheartedness in the atmosphere as executives approached him to propose toasts. Ji Jun took the opportunity to introduce the executives, further deepening Jiang Chen's impressions of them. It was during this time that Jiang Chen learned that the general manager responsible for Xinghe's daily chemical division was Ji Jun's daughter, who had returned from studying abroad and was placed into an internship at Xinghe by Ji Jun, eventually rising to her current position through her significant contributions to the company. As the toast continued, Jiang Chen, whose tolerance for alcohol was rather limited, began to feel the effects of the evening's libations. Fortunately, Xiaomi and Jijun helped him fend off some of the drinks, or he might have succumbed to sleep by now. Jiang Chen, feeling the warmth of the alcohol, looked around at the room full of professional elites engaged in lively conversation, his cheeks slightly flushed. Everyone, do you know what I'm thinking at this very moment? The crowd turned their attention to him, eagerly awaiting his words. With boldness, Jiang Chen declared, as I observe you all, I see that our Xinghe is blessed with an exceptional team. With the solid foundation laid by Mr. Su Shizhong, I firmly believe we can achieve even greater accomplishments. I look forward to working alongside you to forge an even more splendid future. Let us raise our glasses in honor of Mr. Su. To Mr. Su. The voices echoed enthusiastically. End of chapter. Chapter 15. Jiang Chen found Xiaomi to be somewhat lacking in intelligence. Jiang Chen found himself in a rather awkward situation as he gazed at Xiaomi, who lay sleeping beside him. The memories of the previous evening were hazy. He recalled indulging in considerable amounts of alcohol and eventually concocting an excuse to leave. Upon awakening, he was surprised to find himself sharing a bed with Xiaomi. Rubbing his face in an attempt to gather his thoughts, he endeavored to recall the events of last night. It seemed that Xiaomi had been assisting him in returning to his room, but they had lost their way. Ultimately, they encountered Su Jincheng, who had helped escort the two intoxicated individuals back to their quarters. Jiang Chen could only shake his head internally, bemused by the absurdity of the situation. However, he was certain that nothing untoward had transpired between them. Both were fully clothed, merely having succumbed to the effects of alcohol while sharing a bed. His gaze fell upon the slumbering Xiaomi, who, even in her inebriated state, bore a delicate visage adorned with makeup. Jiang Chen could not help but admit to himself that she was indeed rather attractive. Suddenly, Xiaomi fluttered her eyelids, awakening with a start, and found herself locking eyes with Jiang Chen. An overwhelming sense of embarrassment washed over him. Xiaomi's initially bewildered expression soon sharpened into focus. Before Jiang Chen could utter a word, she gasped and began to speak rapidly. Jiang Zong. I assure you there is nothing amiss. I escorted you back, but we lost our way, and then the hotel steward assisted us. I became quite intoxicated, and upon waking, this is how things turned out. Please don't misunderstand. I truly did not intend to end up here with you. I assure you, I am not that kind of woman, please believe me. Before Jiang Chen could respond, Xiaomi babbled an incoherent stream of explanations, her embarrassment palpable. She recalled her bold declaration the previous day about being Jiang Chen's secretary. Despite it being her first day on the job, and her determination to ensure his safety after seeing him intoxicated, little did she know that she too would become inebriated, leading to their chaotic escapades around the hotel until they were finally returned to their room by a steward who bore a name similar to that of a former director. The gravity of her blunder weighed heavily upon her. How could her first day as a secretary to a formidable boss end in such calamity? Watching the flustered Xiaomi, Jiang Chen could not suppress a chuckle. It was amusing how the situation had turned, with her being the one in distress when it was typically women who found themselves at a disadvantage in such scenarios. He had been at a loss for words, but she had preemptively cleared the air. Following her lead, Jiang Chen maintained his authoritative persona, stating, "It's perfectly all right, Xiaomi. I believe you are not that kind of person. We simply had too much to drink last night. Moreover, as a woman, you would be at a disadvantage should anything untoward have occurred. Please, there is no need for apologies. I am more concerned about you misunderstanding the situation." Noticing the distinct odor of sweat emanating from himself, he assumed Xiaomi must be in a similar predicament. He suggested, "Perhaps we should freshen up with a shower?" Xiaomi's eyes widened in shock, clutching the blanket tightly. A shower? Realizing her misunderstanding, Jiang Chen clarified, "Not in the way you think. I meant we both reek and ought to wash up. You can shower, and I will take mine afterward. I assure you, Jiang Zong, I am not that kind of woman." Xiaomi insisted weakly, her explanations becoming increasingly convoluted. She recalled mentioning during dinner that she graduated from a top 10 university in a foreign country, which had made Jiang Chen feel fortunate to have selected a secretary with such impressive credentials. Now he found himself questioning how she had achieved that. With a sigh, Jiang Chen patiently explained, "Xiaomi, you've misunderstood my intentions. I merely meant that we should each take some time to freshen up. It's not what you're thinking at all." Xiaomi's face turned crimson upon realizing the extent of her blunders, feeling utterly mortified. "Jiang Zong, I don't have any spare clothes. Perhaps I should just go home." As she spoke, she threw back the covers, ready to leave, only to find her suit stained beyond recognition. Jiang Chen, realizing the mess was likely his doing from the previous night, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "I'm truly sorry. It seems I inadvertently made a mess of your clothes. Why don't you shower first? I will have someone fetch you a change of clothes." Xiaomi, overwhelmed by the stench, reluctantly agreed to Jiang Chen's suggestion. She could hardly return home in her current state. All right, Jiang Zong. I appreciate your help. I'll go shower first. Good. I'll have someone bring you some clothes, Jiang Chen replied, sending a message to Su Jinsheng to assist with finding a set of women's attire. Su Jinsheng responded affirmatively but mentioned it would take half an hour. Jiang Chen glanced at the bathroom, where the sound of running water was audible, and realized there would not be enough time. He shook his head and instead requested some food to be brought up. From his suitcase, he retrieved a faded t-shirt and a pair of shorts. Knock, knock. Jiang Chen rapped on the bathroom door. What is it, Jiang Zong? He Xiaomi called out from within. Xiaomi, I've asked someone to bring you clothes. But it will take a bit longer. In the meantime, I've grabbed a couple of my own for you to wear. I'll hang them on the doorknob. He replied, placing the garments on the handle. All right, understood. Thank you, Jiang Zong, she responded. Inside the bathroom, he Xiaomi allowed the water to cascade over her, gradually clearing her muddled thoughts. She questioned why she, who was usually so meticulous, had transformed into someone unrecognizable after a few drinks. She hoped that her boss would not misconstrue her as one of those women who would resort to any means for advancement. Yet, the thought of Jiang Chen's wealth and charm lingered in her mind, causing her to blush with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was oblivious to Xiaomi's inner turmoil. He considered himself no paragon of virtue. Nothing inappropriate had occurred the previous night. If something had indeed happened, he might wonder if Xiaomi had ulterior motives, given that he was her employer and this was their first encounter. However, he rationalized that if something had transpired, it was a matter of mutual benefit. He had what she desired, and she fulfilled his needs. After finishing his shower, Jiang Chen donned a black t-shirt and shorts, towel in hand, and made his way to the door. He noticed Xiaomi cautiously opening the door just a crack, her hand awkwardly reaching out in search of the clothes. With kindness, he approached and handed her the garments. As their hands brushed, Xiaomi, still damp, quickly snatched the clothes and shut the bathroom door with a flurry. A short while later, Xiaomi emerged, clad in Jiang Chen's oversized shirt. Even without makeup, she was strikingly beautiful, reminiscent of a freshly bloomed lotus. Her damp hair cascaded over her shoulders, and Jiang Chen's loose-fitting t-shirt did little to conceal her alluring figure. As Xiaomi stood at the doorway, her cheeks flushed deeper under Jiang Chen's gaze. She found herself at a loss for words. Coming to his senses, Jiang Chen realized he had been staring and quickly remarked, Xiaomi, perhaps you should dry your hair. I read somewhere that it's important to dry it immediately after a shower to prevent health issues, including hair loss. His words were nonsensical, yet Xiaomi, albeit skeptically, responded, is that so? Before retreating back into the bathroom to dry her hair. Jiang Chen scratched his nose, amused by Xiaomi's endearing naivety, contemplating whether she truly believed his offhand comment. A knock resonated through the air, prompting Jiang Chen to approach the door. It was Su Jinzong, accompanied by a server pushing a dining cart. Su Jinzong had arranged everything with great thoughtfulness, providing a selection of easily digestible dishes such as millet porridge and lean meat congee, along with 2 bowls of hangover soup. Once the server had set the food upon the table, Jiang Chen turned to Su Jinzong and inquired, Hey, Jinzong, do you know of any suitable women's attire for work? It shouldn't be overly formal, but rather on the pricier side, preferably from a renowned brand. Su Jinzong pondered for a moment, considering that Jiang Chen was likely selecting something for his secretary. Given that he had come to understand Jiang Chenzheng's true identity due to their previous encounter, he recommended, for women, if we're talking high-end, then Chanel would be ideal. It's versatile for both daily wear and professional settings. Jiang Chen nodded, possessing a modest familiarity with luxury brands, albeit limited in women's fashion. He decided he would take a look later. Do you have any sales associates you could recommend? Su Jinzong, as dependable as ever, responded, yes. Would you like me to arrange an appointment for you, Mr. Jiang? Jiang Chen immediately requested Su Jinzong's assistance in making the reservation, intending to buy several outfits for Xiaomi as a means of compensation for the clothes he had soiled yesterday. Moreover, he realized he only had a few suits and some worn-out garments, so he too could benefit from a shopping spree. Su Jinzong swiftly confirmed the appointment, putting down his phone to inform Jiang Chen, Mr. Jiang, your reservation is set. Just mention your name when you arrive. Jiang Chen nodded appreciatively, commending Su Jinzong for his reliability. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su Jinzong took his leave. As the sound of the hairdryer ceased, Xiaomi emerged from the bathroom. Jiang Chen invited her to sit and eat, then mentioned his plan to let her choose a few outfits as compensation. Upon hearing this, Xiaomi set down her spoon, her hands gesticulating wildly as she declined. There's no need, Mr. Jiang. My clothes aren't worth much. A wash will suffice. You don't need to buy me anything. She quickly added another excuse. Besides, I have to go to work today. I didn't clock in this morning, and my wages might be deducted. She then pulled out her phone to show him. The screen displayed the internal app of Xinghe Group, revealing that she had missed her morning check-in. Jiang Chen chuckled, already harboring a fondness for her. finding her spirited demeanor all the more charming. Taking a spoonful of porridge, he remarked, "Whether or not you clock in is inconsequential. As my secretary, who would dare to deduct your wages?" He made a decisive statement, continuing, "Moreover, as my secretary, you represent my image. It is only fitting that I provide you with a few work outfits, particularly since I am the one who soiled your clothes. Once we finish eating, we shall go." Seeing Jiang Chen's unwavering determination, He Xiaomi found his reasoning compelling and did not protest further. They both soon polished off the meal, dressed in casual shorts and t-shirts. Jiang Chen and He Xiaomi exited the hotel. After checking the location Su Jinzong had sent, they found themselves headed to Nanhai District's Wanda Plaza. Jiang Chen set his navigation and drove forth. Wanda Plaza was approximately 16 kilometers from their current location at the Cultural Oriental Hotel. Fortunately, as it was not peak hours, they arrived in under 20 minutes. Jiang Chen parked the car and led He Xiaomi to the elevator. Before long, they found themselves at the entrance of the Chanel store, which was cordoned off by barriers. Two dapper security personnel clad in black suits stood guard. Upon seeing Jiang Chen and He Xiaomi approach, one of them politely inquired, "Good day, sir. May I ask if you have an appointment?" "Entry today requires a reservation." Jiang Chen retrieved his phone to display his conversation with Su Jinzong. "Is this sufficient? He told me to come, and that he had already made an appointment for me. By the way, my surname is Jiang." The security personnel glanced at the screen, confirming the reservation, yet remained uncertain. They politely asked, "Sir, please hold for a moment while I verify." Turning away, he spoke into his earpiece. "Manager, may I inquire if the guest with a reservation today is surnamed Jiang? There's a Mr. Jiang here at the entrance." Almost immediately, a response came through the earpiece. Jiang Chen could not discern the words, but noted the sudden shift in the guard's demeanor, who promptly addressed him with utmost respect. "Mr. Jiang, please come this way. The manager will be with you shortly." Before he could finish, a woman in a Chanel ensemble, adorned with a silk scarf, hurried over, her flat shoes clicking crisply against the marble floor. Arriving before Jiang Chen, Wang Manny did not underestimate him due to his casual attire. Instead, she appeared slightly surprised before greeting him with a smile and a bow. "Hello, are you Mr. Jiang?" Taking note of her name and position from her name tag, Jiang Chen replied, "If Su Jinzong made the reservation, then I am indeed the Mr. Jiang you seek." Wang Manny's expression brightened as she responded, "Exactly. Su Jinzong specifically instructed me to provide you with exceptional service. To ensure your comfort, we have cleared the store for your visit today." Jiang Chen, taken aback, remarked, "You seem quite familiar with Su Jinzong?" "Indeed, we are quite close. We were high school classmates," she replied. Jiang Chen nodded in understanding, inwardly commending Su Jinzong for his excellent arrangements. Although their shared background provided some context, it was evident that Wang Manny's decision to clear the store stemmed from Su Jinzong's emphasis on Jiang Chen's significance and the expenditures incurred at their hotel. Ensuring she treated him with the utmost respect, Wang Manny promptly decided to serve only Jiang Chen, leading him and He Xiaomi into the VIP reception area, where she arranged for some refreshments and desserts, bringing in a selection of garments for their perusal. Jiang Chen, unfamiliar with women's fashion, asked Wang Manny to assist in selecting a few outfits. "Manager Wang, could you help me choose a few suitable outfits for her?" "Of course. How about this set? It's designed in the classic Chanel style," Wang Manny suggested to He Xiaomi. "I'm open to anything. It's up to Mr. Jiang," He Xiaomi replied, appearing as if she were a marionette, guided by Jiang Chen and Wang Manny as they presented her with one ensemble after another. Observing He Xiaomi's indecision, Jiang Chen ultimately made the call, addressing Wang Manny. "Let us do this. Take all the outfits that fit her, whether she has tried them on or not. And then perhaps you could suggest some accessories and bags as well." Chapter 17. Affection and Cashback. He Xiaomi quickly calculated the total, realizing it far exceeded her expectations. Even a single outfit equated to nearly her entire monthly salary, rendering it exorbitantly expensive. She hesitated to accept. "Mr. Jiang, isn't this a bit excessive? I truly cannot accept something so costly." Anticipating her refusal, Jiang Chen reiterated his earlier argument. "Xiaomi, I have already stated that as my secretary, you represent me. These items are merely fundamental. You must grow accustomed to this." Acknowledging Jiang Chen's insistence, He Xiaomi ceased her objections. Since he had made his position clear, she felt compelled to accept. Casting a glance at Wang Manny, who was busy packing, she whispered to Jiang Chen, ensuring only he could hear, "Thank you, Mr. Jiang." She was concerned that Wang Manny might misconstrue her relationship with Jiang Chen as one of an inappropriate nature, hence her quiet demeanor. However, Jiang Chen remained oblivious to her concern, his gaze seemingly fixated on something, as the system activated. Ding! It has been detected that the affection level of the opposite sex towards the host has reached 60 for the first time. The affection system is now activated. The host can receive a one times cashback for purchases made for the affectionately inclined opposite sex. The affection system can detect the affection levels of the opposite sex towards the host. When the levels reach 60, 80, and 100, the host can receive an affection gift package, which includes random rewards. 0 to 9, stranger. 10 to 19, acquaintance. 20 to 29, ordinary friend. 30 to 39, closer friends. 40 to 49, affectionate relationship. 50 to 59, clearly affectionate relationship. 60 to 69, romantic partners. 70 to 79, deeply in love. 80 to 89, life companions. 90 to 100, devoted entirely. At the same time, a panel displaying information about Xiaomi appeared before Jiang Chen. Xiaomi. Attractiveness, 90. Affection, 60. Besides her attractiveness and affection level, there was little else. Indeed, Xiaomi's affection for Jiang Chen had reached 60. The host has received a gift package for reaching 60 in affection. Would you like to open it? Jiang Chen silently thought. Open it. Congratulations. The host has obtained a Pagani Huayra BC. The vehicle has been parked beside the host's Rolls-Royce, and all related procedures have been completed. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up at the sight. Who doesn't love a supercar, especially one as formidable as the Pagani? He immediately took out his phone to search for information about the system's reward. Gazing at the striking Pagani on his screen, he felt a surge of excitement. Eager to experience it firsthand, he then recalled the system's mention of cashback for purchases made for someone with affection. He decided to buy some jewelry for Wang Manny, particularly pieces that were slightly more expensive. Wang Manny, following Jiang Chen's instructions, sent someone to bring over a tray adorned with a silver diamond necklace. She knelt before Jiang Chen to present the jewelry more elegantly. Mr. Jiang, this is our new high-end diamond necklace, the star of brilliance. Jiang Chen waved his hand to interrupt Wang Manny. No need for the introduction, I'll take this one. Please wrap it up and add the items I looked at earlier. After this, he took out his card to signal Wang Manny to process the payment. She beamed with delight as she took the card, swiftly retrieving a POS machine from a nearby staff member. Beep, beep, beep. Wang Manny, looking at the printed receipt, kindly handed it to Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, your total expenditure is 2.6 million. Could you please sign here? Wang Manny produced a pen, and Jiang Chen glanced at the bill. It was hardly significant compared to the cold, hard 20 billion lying in his account, merely a drop in the bucket. He took the pen from her and signed the receipt. Wang Manny, carefully storing the receipt, felt a rush of affection for her former classmate, Su Jincheng. This Jiang Chen had just purchased nearly 3 million worth of items for a girl. This transaction marked the largest sale she had made in her years as a luxury goods salesperson. The host spent 2.6 million and received a threefold cashback. 7.8 million has been credited to the host's bank account. Yes, Jiang Chen reveled in the satisfaction of seeing the cashback arrive. Although his bank account held a frigid 20 billion, the thrill of earning cashback while spending was exhilarating. After a while, he turned to the respectful Wang Manny standing beside him and said, Manager Wang, could you help me pack the items and bring them to the car? After all, we might not be able to carry everything ourselves. He smiled, gesturing towards Xiaomi and himself. Mr. Jiang, you're too kind. It's our duty, Wang Manny replied, eager for him to call her by her first name. She certainly did not want to miss out on such a high-quality client. Today's expenditure was just the beginning of what could be a steady stream of business in the future. Jiang Chen nodded, seeing Xiaomi still somewhat dazed. He addressed her, Xiaomi, let us go. Xiaomi, dressed in the latest Chanel ensemble, snapped back to reality upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. Though she was momentarily overwhelmed by his extravagant spending, she did not forget her role. All right, Mr. Jiang, are we heading to the group? Not today, let's skip that. Please arrange for a driver from the group to bring the items and the car to the hotel. Jiang Chen shook his head. It was already afternoon, and after working for so long, he had no desire to go to the office, especially when he was eager to drive the Pagani. Xiaomi assumed her secretarial role and began making arrangements. Understood, no problem. As the owner of Xinghe, Jiang Chen had a dedicated service team within the company, arranged by Ji Jun. In fact, not only Jiang Chen but all high-ranking executives had their own support teams. Xiaomi took out her phone and opened a workgroup chat named Service for Mr. Jiang, where she communicated Jiang Chen's requests, including the address and garage location. A prompt response came from the group. Once Xiaomi had completed the arrangements, Wang Manny and 3 staff members had also packed the items. Jiang Chen led the way, heading towards the underground parking garage with his entourage. Arriving at the original parking spot, Jiang Chen was greeted by the striking visual presence of the Pagani parked beside the Rolls-Royce. He instructed Wang Manny to place the bags in the trunk. Then, to the astonishment of onlookers, he retrieved the key from his pocket and unlocked the Pagani. The car's headlights flickered to life. Approaching the vehicle, Jiang Chen opened the distinctive gull-wing door of the Pagani and called to Xiaomi, Xiaomi, get in. Xiaomi, showing no surprise, understood her boss's capabilities well. Owning a supercar was merely par for the course for Jiang Chen. With a graceful stride, she entered the passenger seat, her long legs drawing the admiration of Wang Manny and the others. Jiang Chen started the car, and the V12 engine roared to life. Feeling the slight tremor of the vehicle and the firm carbon fiber seat beneath him, he placed his hands on the steering wheel and turned to Xiaomi, remarking, "This car isn't as comfortable as the Cullinan. It's quite noisy." "Haha, I suppose each has its merits," Xiaomi replied, fastening her seatbelt and placing her hands on her knees, awkwardly laughing as she internally critiqued, "I could always drive it if necessary." Chapter 18, Pagani Huayra BC. Jiang Chen drove the Pagani out of Wanxiang Tiandi, while Xiaomi in the passenger seat discreetly observed him. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and chimed in, "Mr. Jiang, you've bought me so many things. How about I treat you to dinner? I know a fantastic restaurant." "Sure," Jiang Chen agreed without hesitation, turning to her. "You can navigate." "All right, Mr. Jiang." Xiaomi pulled out her phone to set the navigation, turning on the speaker for Jiang Chen to hear as they drove. The restaurant she chose was one she had come across on Zaihongshu, a place she had long wanted to visit but had never found the time. Now, with Jiang Chen having purchased so much for her, she thought it was the perfect opportunity to invite him for dinner and check off that restaurant from her list. The roar of the Pagani echoed down the road, and other drivers, once prone to road rage, now avoided this luxurious beast as if it were a plague. Numerous individuals rolled down their car windows, brandishing their smartphones to capture images of Jiang Chen and his companions, though, thankfully, they were focused on the vehicle itself. The presence of tinted privacy film on the windows spared Jiang Chen and Xiaomi from being photographed. Despite being a first-tier city, such high-end luxury sports cars are a rarity in Shenzhen, let alone those with blue plates. The distance separating this place from Hong Kong is vast, and most affluent individuals capable of acquiring top-tier sports cars tend to opt for licenses from Hong Kong. The reason? Aesthetic appeal. Jiang Chen remained oblivious to these intricacies. The car was a reward from the system, along with the license plate, a mere arrangement by the same mechanism. As he drove the Pagani, an exhilarating sensation engulfed him. Nothing compared to the sheer thrill of piloting a premier supercar. With a mere press of the accelerator, the engine roared to life, akin to an arrow released from a bow, accelerating with breathtaking speed. In no time, the sleek black metallic Pagani came to a halt gracefully at the curb outside the restaurant where Xiaomi awaited. As they alighted, an attentive staff member promptly approached to welcome them. "Good day, sir. May I inquire if you have a reservation?" Jiang Chen, at a loss for words, turned his gaze towards Xiaomi. "Yes, I do. My surname is He, and I made a reservation earlier," she replied, having booked a table via the app while en route, detailing her reservation and the number of guests. The welcoming attendant glanced at the reservation information and confirmed her phone number. Once verified, she placed one hand on her abdomen, gesturing towards the restaurant entrance with the other. "Very well, Miss He, please follow me." "Thank you," Xiaomi responded. The hostess instinctively stole a glance at the Pagani they had just exited, unable to suppress a gasp. Despite her limited knowledge of cars, it was clear that this one was far from ordinary, prompting her to treat Jiang Chen and Xiaomi with even greater deference. She led them to a cozy four-person booth and presented a menu before them. "Hello, here is your menu." Jiang Chen poured water for both himself and Xiaomi from a nearby pitcher, surveying the restaurant's ambience, which was adorned in a warm, Japanese decor, embellished with a plethora of fresh flowers. Through the window, he could see their Pagani parked outside, accompanied by a quaint outdoor seating area. Although the restaurant was modest in size, it exuded a warm and inviting atmosphere, ideal for young women seeking a picturesque dining experience. Xiaomi flipped through the menu with one hand, noticing Jiang Chen observing their surroundings. "What do you think, General Manager Jiang? The ambience here is quite pleasant, isn't it?" "Indeed, it feels quite welcoming," he replied. "Great. I'm glad to hear that." Xiaomi grinned, turning the menu towards him. "General Manager Jiang, I've been reading about this restaurant online for quite some time. It said their dishes are exquisite. Shall we see what to order?" Jiang Chen took the menu and began to peruse its offerings, only to discover that the restaurant specialized in creative fusion cuisine, primarily featuring Yunnan dishes along with a selection of Sichuan fare. He inquired about her preferences, to which she suggested he order whatever he liked. He casually indicated a few items and requested the waiter to recommend a few signature dishes, along with 2 non-alcoholic beverages. "Certainly. Please hold on while I place your order." After confirming the selections, the waiter hurried off to fulfill the request. Before long, their chosen dishes arrived at the table. Xiaomi, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly began snapping photos of each dish, her eyes devoid of any longing for the food itself, consumed instead by the desire to capture the moment. Jiang Chen found her antics amusing, patiently waiting for her to finish. Perhaps sensing something awry, she suddenly looked up and set her phone down, realizing she was dining with her superior, not merely with friends. "Oh, General Manager Jiang, please eat." "I didn't mean to." I'm just accustomed to taking photos when dining out. She stammered in a panic. Observing her flustered state, Jiang Chen chuckled, assuring her that he was not bothered. Ha ha ha, it's quite all right. When I go out for a nice meal, I tend to take photos too. Take your time. His words, though sincere, were interpreted differently by Xiaomi, who assumed there were hidden implications in his remark. After all, how could a man of Jiang Chen's stature not frequently indulge in fine dining? General Manager Jiang, I truly didn't mean to. I just forgot for a moment that I was dining with you. Please don't be upset, she implored, her anxiety palpable. Jiang Chen realized he was no longer the Jiang Chen of yesteryear. Every gesture and word now elicited endless interpretations. He spoke with patience. Xiaomi, I genuinely have no other intentions. Please, eat. As he spoke, he picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of meat into her bowl, prompting her to finally begin eating as well. The meal, tainted by the earlier awkwardness, concluded swiftly. After checking the time, Jiang Chen noted it was already afternoon. Upon settling the bill, he asked, Xiaomi, would you like a ride home? Thank you, General Manager Jiang, but it's no trouble, she replied. After their exchange, they made their way to the Pagani. Once seated, Xiaomi provided her home address. The engine roared back to life, and they set off towards their destination. After safely delivering her to her residence, Jiang Chen drove away, choosing not to mention any desire to enter her home. The day's events had stemmed from a misunderstanding. Although Xiaomi conformed to his aesthetic preferences, he was not the type to believe that wealth automatically attracted a throng of admirers. Chapter 19. The incident of delayed wages for workers on the Star River Bay project. In the ensuing days, Jiang Chen adhered to a routine, arriving at the group promptly at 9 each morning. Having placed his complete trust in Ji Jun, he delegated authority, confident in Ji Jun's abilities to manage the vast Star River group effectively. General Manager, the proposal for the charity foundation has been completed. Please review it. Ji Jun presented the meticulously prepared document to Jiang Chen, a task he had undertaken as Jiang Chen's first directive upon taking office. Ji Jun had been working late almost every night to finalize this proposal, given that it was the initial undertaking of Jiang Chen's administration, and he had been personally involved in every detail to ensure the most flawless presentation. Well done, Jiang Chen remarked after perusing the document for 10 minutes. He then inquired, do you have a candidate in mind to oversee the foundation? Yes, General Manager. Our internal talent pool is extensive, and I have selected a few candidates for your consideration. Ji Jun replied, handing over a list. Jiang Chen examined the options, knowing that the selection was crucial given the substantial funding of 100 billion. As he scrutinized the candidates, one name caught his attention, prompting him to look up at Ji Jun with a hint of skepticism. Ji Weiwei? Ji Jun shifted uneasily in his seat at Jiang Chen's gaze. Jiang Chen's surprise stemmed from the fact that Ji Weiwei was not only a candidate, but also Ji Jun's daughter, serving as the manager of Star River Daily Chemicals. General Jiang, while Weiwei is my daughter, her competence is exceptional. She earned her position as manager solely on her own merit. I did not extend any undue influence. Ji Jun quickly clarified, sensing Jiang Chen's skepticism. General Manager, I assure you, I stake my career on the fact that Weiwei's inclusion on this list is purely due to her capabilities, devoid of any personal bias, Ji Jun emphasized. After listening to Ji Jun's earnest explanation, Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. Ji Jun, I trust you. There is no need for such gravity. However, I remain uneasy about the personnel you have proposed. The candidates before Jiang Chen failed to evoke any sense of satisfaction within him. After a moment's contemplation, he addressed Ji Jun, General Manager Ji, I wish to bestow upon you an additional responsibility. Ji Jun, having almost grasped Jiang Chen's intentions, responded, Chairman Jiang, may I inquire what you mean? Without further preamble, Jiang Chen elucidated, I would like you to take full charge of the foundation. I have reservations about the others. As for Ji Weiwei, let her assist you in the establishment of the foundation. Thank you for your trust, General Manager Jiang, Ji Jun expressed, immediately rising to convey his gratitude. He was overwhelmed. Jiang Chen placed such profound trust in him, delegating such a significant responsibility, and additionally involving Ji Weiwei. This was a testament to his faith in both father and daughter. Very well, I entrust this to you. It is imperative that the foundation remains non-profit, and every financial transaction must be meticulously accounted for. After all, Su Shizhong had vouched for Ji Jun, and given Su Shizhong's position within the system, Jiang Chen held an unwavering confidence in Ji Jun. However, belief is one thing. Transforming Ji Jun into a loyal ally was an entirely different challenge. Unbeknownst to Jiang Chen, if the system could gauge loyalty, Ji Jun's allegiance to him would undoubtedly rate at an impressive 99%. Suddenly, Ji Jun's phone rang, and without a moment's hesitation, he terminated the call, not even glancing at the caller ID. What folly! Who would dare interrupt him at such an inopportune time, unaware that he was reporting to the esteemed chairman? Just as Ji Jun hung up, the phone rang once more. Frowning, he retrieved his phone to check the caller, discovering it was his secretary, Wang Yan. Jiang Chen, noticing Ji Jun's actions, encouraged, "Go ahead and take the call. It might be urgent." With a slight smile, he gestured for Ji Jun to answer. "My apologies, Chairman Jiang," Ji Jun said with a look of contrition, rising to step aside to take the call. Knock, knock, knock. Almost simultaneously, there was a knock at Jiang Chen's office door, interrupting Ji Jun's impending conversation. Jiang Chen turned to him, signaling for Ji Jun to answer the door. The visitor was He Xiaomi, who, upon seeing Ji Jun open the door, greeted him hurriedly. "Hello, General Manager." Her expression was tinged with urgency. After acknowledging him, she swiftly moved past him towards Jiang Chen. Ji Jun sensed something was amiss. Connecting the dots with the ringing phone, he quickly answered the call. When Wang Yan's voice reached him, he felt as if the world was spinning. "General Manager, there's a crisis with the Xinghuan project." Simultaneously, in Jiang Chen's office, He Xiaomi approached him silently, handing him her phone. Jiang Chen, perplexed, accepted it and began reading the contents. Upon finishing, his demeanor darkened. The message was alarming. Xingha Real Estate owes workers 50 million in wages. Workers are being coerced to jump off buildings to demand payment. Attached images X9. Suppressing his fury, he instructed He Xiaomi, "Summon General Manager Ji to me immediately." He Xiaomi hurried over to Ji Jun, who had just concluded his call with the secretary. His expression equally grim. "General Manager Ji, Chairman Jiang requests your presence." At her words, Ji Jun involuntarily tensed. He understood that her urgency was likely related to this matter. Understood. He then proceeded towards Jiang Chen's expansive desk. Jiang Chen remained silent, observing him intently. Ji Jun took a deep breath and stated, "Chairman Jiang, there has been a problem with the Xinghuan project at the real estate subsidiary." Jiang Chen raised a hand to interrupt. "I am aware there is an issue. What is the situation regarding the unpaid wages?" He pushed He Xiaomi's phone towards Ji Jun. Upon seeing the screen, Ji Jun's face turned pale. He hadn't anticipated the media's quick response. He had only just received notification from his secretary, and yet, reports were already circulating online. Is the group so impoverished that we cannot disburse 50 million? How could such a situation arise within our corporation? Who is in charge of the Xinghuan project? Jiang Chen's words pierced Ji Jun's heart like a dagger, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. He had been entirely unaware of the wage dispute involving the workers. The Xinghuan project had commenced 3 years prior, overseen by Chu Jiangping, the vice president of Xingha Real Estate. "Chairman Jiang, I sincerely apologize. This occurrence reflects my failure in oversight." Ji Jun felt an intense desire to hold accountable both Cheng Feiyu, the general manager of Xingha Real Estate, and Chu Jiangping, the project leader. Just as Jiang Chen had granted him authority, this predicament arose. Mr. Su had just entrusted the group to him, and now this debacle threatened the company's reputation and image. Immediately settle the owed wages and establish an investigation team to conduct a thorough inquiry into Xingha Real Estate. Any individuals found guilty of misconduct must be reported to the authorities. The Xingha Group's market value exceeded hundreds of billions. It was inconceivable that a wage dispute could occur. Jiang Chen was certain that corruption was afoot. The situation had unfolded, and now it was being reported online, an embarrassing predicament for Jiang Chen, who had only just assumed control of the group. Ji Jun understood that explanations were futile. He could only prove his worth through action. Fueled by righteous indignation, he complied with Jiang Chen's directives. Chapter 20. Resolution of the Crisis. Stepping out of Jiang Chen's office, Ji Jun, with a stoic expression, called his secretary to instruct the head of the internal audit department to assemble a team to accompany him to Xingha Real Estate. As he hung up, he received a call from Cheng Feiyu, the general manager of Xingha Real Estate. Breathless and anxious, Cheng Feiyu exclaimed, "General Manager, I have arrived at Xinghuan. Is Chairman Jiang aware of the situation? What do you think?" Ji Jun replied, his expression unyielding. "I am here to communicate Chairman Jiang's orders." Cheng Feiyu, sensing the gravity of the situation, responded earnestly, "General Manager, please proceed. First and foremost, calm the workers on site. We must avoid any incidents. Secondly, upon your arrival, ensure that the workers' wages are settled immediately. We can address further matters afterward." As Ji Jun conveyed his instructions, he could hear a cacophony of unrest on the other end of the line, punctuated by chants of "Xingha Real Estate owes wages." Cheng Feiyu, simultaneously speaking with Jiang Chen, hurried towards the scene, drenched in sweat, shouting into the phone, "General Manager, I am on site and will ensure that I fulfill the task as per the group's directives and Chairman Jiang's orders." "Very well, hurry along." After ending the call, Ji Jun descended to the ground floor, where he found his secretary Wang Yan and the head of the audit department, Hao Jian, along with a dozen others waiting for him at the entrance. "General Manager, the vehicle is ready for departure at your convenience." Ji Jun nodded. leading the way through the turnstile, with the entourage following closely behind. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Xinghuan, Cheng Feiyu, perspiring profusely, observed the assembled workers who had barricaded the entrance, brandishing a lengthy banner. In the nearby Sky Garden, a few individuals stood perilously close to the railing. Firefighters had set up safety mats below, while police officers wielded megaphones to address the crowd. Cheng Feiyu, on the verge of a breakdown, felt his composure slipping as he struggled to maintain his balance. Summoning his strength, he seized a megaphone from the nearby security personnel and bellowed, "Everyone, please calm down. I am Cheng Feiyu, the general manager of Xinghe Real Estate." Upon hearing the claim of the general manager, the irate workers surged forward, encircling Cheng Feiyu and his associates. "Quickly move aside," bellowed the corpulent man, claiming to be the general manager of Xinghe Real Estate. "Return our wages. Return our wages. You have withheld our salaries for an entire year, and if you do not pay us today, I shall perish right here. My family awaits this money for their survival." The pleas of the people echoed as they surrounded Cheng Feiyu and his companions, while the security guards desperately attempted to hold them back. However, the sheer number of workers overwhelmed them, and Cheng Feiyu witnessed the unfortunate sight of someone being knocked down. This sight ignited a fury within him. He feared that a stampede might ensue, and he would bear the blame for it. In a moment of urgency, he raised the loudspeaker in his hand and shouted, "Everyone, do not crowd. Silence. Cease your movements. I am here to distribute your wages, so please, stand back and listen to me. I am here to settle your salaries." Cheng Feiyu's voice resonated through the loudspeaker, and upon hearing the mention of wages, the previously chaotic crowd began to quiet down. This tactic proved effective, and a flicker of hope crossed his face as he urged, "Please, step aside. Quickly help those who have fallen," pointing towards the area where he noticed someone had collapsed. He called out as the workers finally recognized the situation. Those nearby quickly rushed to assist the fallen individual, with the security guards guiding him through the throng. Cheng Feiyu reached the area where the person had fallen and, upon inspection, discovered that the individual was not gravely injured. He let out a sigh of relief. Wiping the sweat from his brow, standing amidst the crowd, he grasped the loudspeaker and proclaimed, "Dear friends and fellow villagers, please do not fret. Kindly disperse. Surrounding me like this serves no purpose. Send a representative to me, and I assure you that today, we will settle all your overdue wages. I believe you recognize my position. I am here on the orders of Chairman Jiang Chen of Xinghe Group to resolve this wage issue for you." To emphasize the significance of Xinghe Group, he further added, "Are you aware of Xinghe Group? Xinghe Real Estate is merely a subsidiary of Xinghe Group. I am here at the behest of the big boss to address your wage concerns. Please, send a representative over, and we will settle all outstanding payments today." While many in the crowd were unfamiliar with Xinghe Group, the mention of the big boss sparked whispers among them. One individual, who recognized the name, shouted, "All right, we believe you. Everyone, let us disperse." Gradually, the crowd parted, and they appointed 3 representatives to speak with Cheng Feiyu. The trio was led by a robust middle-aged man who stepped forward and directly inquired, "Sir, will we truly be receiving our wages today?" Cheng Feiyu assured him, "Absolutely. Have them prepare their bank cards and proof of the wages owed. The finance team is en route, and once they arrive, we will arrange the payment on the spot." Overwhelmed with emotion, the leading man began to tear up, unreservedly grasping Cheng Feiyu's hand, exclaiming, "Thank you. I extend my gratitude on behalf of everyone. If it weren't for you." Cheng Feiyu felt a pang of sorrow. These workers were merely reclaiming their rightful earnings. Yet they were expressing boundless gratitude as if he had performed a grand favor. The subsequent proceedings unfolded smoothly once the finance personnel arrived. Cheng Feiyu facilitated the settlement of all outstanding wages for the gathered workers. Although the workers received their payments, the incident sparked a significant uproar online. Can it be true that the billion-dollar Xinghe Group would withhold workers' wages? One comment read, "Let us not even discuss billions, whether it's a trillion-dollar conglomerate or not. They act just like capitalists. Look at those workers in the videos, driven to the brink of despair." Another voice chimed in, "Whose father, whose son are they? Have you seen the announcement on their website? Mr. Su Shizhong is no longer the chairman." Goodness, really? They've changed chairman. "No wonder such wage issues could arise at Xinghe Group," another exclaimed. As the news of the workers' wage dispute spread, Xinghe Group found itself at the center of public scrutiny. Additionally, keen-eyed netizens discovered the new chairman's appointment, further fueling the fire. In the early hours of the morning, Ji Jun, fatigued, sat in the Xinghe Real Estate conference room, pinching the bridge of his nose while Cheng Feiyu stood nervously beside him, reporting, "Mr. Ji, I have clarity on the matters at hand." With Cheng Feiyu's revelation, Ji Jun learned that the deputy general manager, Chu Jiangping's brother, Chu Wei, had embezzled funds intended for workers' salaries to cover gambling debts. Initially believing he could temporarily borrow the funds, Chu Wei found himself in a deeper hole. ultimately leading to the workers' protests that exposed the situation. Have you detained them? Ji Jun inquired. I have arranged for Chu Jiangping and Chu Wei to be secured in the conference room, Cheng Feiyu replied, a glint of determination in his eyes. After ensuring the workers received their wages, he returned to the group and swiftly uncovered Chu Wei's actions, leading to their apprehension. Contact the police and submit the evidence. Ji Jun instructed, nodding in agreement. Cheng Feiyu felt a sense of foreboding as Ji Jun delivered the words that left him reeling. Feiyu, this incident reflects your oversight, and you bear significant responsibility. You are to be temporarily suspended until I report to Chairman Jiang. Cheng Feiyu nodded grimly. Understood, Mr. Ji. He recognized that Ji Jun's decision to suspend him was a gesture of leniency. Given Chu Wei's prolonged misappropriation of funds, he could not escape accountability. Ji Jun watched Cheng Feiyu exit the conference room, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. Having worked under Ji Jun for over a decade, he understood Cheng Feiyu's character well. There was no doubt that under Cheng Feiyu's leadership, Xinghe real estate had thrived and experienced rapid growth. However, in light of the current situation, which could tarnish the group's reputation, no justification could absolve him of responsibility. All that remained was to report and await Chairman Jiang's decision. Ji Jun rose and stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the myriad of lights twinkling in the night. With the evidence submitted, the economic investigation team swiftly apprehended Chu Jiangping and Chu Wei, along with over 20 other involved personnel, who would face the full extent of the law. The following day, within Xinghe Group, Jiang Chen welcomed 2 police officers with a smile, engaging in amiable conversation. I truly appreciate your personal involvement in this matter, Director Chen. Jiang Chen expressed gratefully to Chun Yuanfang, the director of the Shenzhen Public Security Bureau. Chun Yuanfang chuckled heartily, adopting a formal tone. Chairman Jiang, you are too kind. We, the police, are here to serve the people, especially for esteemed entrepreneurs like yourself. He then shifted his tone, adding, in fact, I primarily came today to meet with you. I shared a close friendship with Mr. Su. His words trailed off abruptly. Some relationships are not meant to be openly discussed. Yet Chun Yuanfang had already broached the subject to such an extent that Jiang Chen immediately comprehended the implications. So it turns out that I am indeed kin to Brother Chun. How delightful. Jiang Chen, following Chun Yuanfang's lead, altered his form of address. A smile graced Chun Yuanfang's face as well. Family, indeed. His primary purpose for visiting today was solely to meet Jiang Chen, adhering to Su Shizhong's advice. And having achieved that aim, he promptly sought to take his leave. Chapter 21, The Online Debate, Xinghe. After personally escorting Chun Yuanfang and others to the elevator, Chun Yuanfang insisted they need not accompany him further, fearing it might appear inappropriate. Jiang Chen, upon hearing this, acquiesced, while Ji Jun arranged for his secretary to escort them downstairs. Upon returning to the office, Jiang Chen gestured for Ji Jun to sit, while he Xiaomi prepared tea at the side. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, so, was Chun Yuanfang previously quite close with old Su? Ji Jun lifted his gaze towards He Xiaomi, stating, Secretary I can handle this. You may step out for a moment. Upon hearing this, He Xiaomi instinctively turned to Jiang Chen. Xiaomi, please attend to your tasks. I will call for you if needed. Understood, Chairman Jiang. Once the door was closed, Ji Jun spoke candidly. Chairman Jiang, it should be phrased differently. They were not merely close, but Chun Yuanfang was nurtured by old Su, and he is also my classmate. He is one of us. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Why did you not mention this sooner? Ji Jun could only manage a wry smile. Chairman Jiang, you did not ask, and I truly had no time to inform you. Ji Jun's remark bore truth. From the onset of yesterday's events to his directive to lead the auditors, and subsequently contacting Chun Yuanfang, the elapsed time had barely exceeded 24 hours. Moreover, who could have known that Chun Yuanfang had arrived at the group even earlier that morning? There was simply no opportunity to relay this information. All right. Enlighten me on the details, Jiang Chen said, extracting a cigarette from his pack and tossing one to Ji Jun, who eagerly accepted it. After lighting Jiang Chen's cigarette, he lit his own. This matter dates back quite some time, Ji Jun began. As he recounted the tale, Jiang Chen learned that Chun Yuanfang had benefited from old Su's kindness, with Su Shizhong aiding him in ascending to his current esteemed position. So that was it. Jiang Chen had not anticipated that someone he had never met, old Su, would have afforded him such connections. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Su Shizhong had built the vast Xinghe group with the aid of his network, and it would have been implausible to sustain such a monumental enterprise without substantial connections. It was likely that Chun Yuanfang was merely one among many, and there would be others in the future. However, as the adage goes, one must forge their own path. This world is governed by enduring interests, and there are no absolute friends. Despite the matter now being clarified, the issue of Xinghe real estate's wage arrears had ignited considerable discussion online. The group's public relations department had worked through the night to issue a statement, detailing the events in a report format on the official website, thereby enlightening the public. Although the announcement had been made, Jiang Chen's photograph had already surfaced online. And for a billionaire at such a young age, the discussions grew even more fervent. Goodness, a 30-year-old chairman of a billion-dollar conglomerate. I earn a mere $5,000 a month. How long would it take me to save $1 billion? Upstairs. You wouldn't be able to save it even if you didn't eat or drink for 5,000 years. And let's not forget, Chairman Jiang is rather handsome. Following the internal announcement, as the truth spread, the online discourse only intensified. I knew it. How could such a massive company as Xinghe possibly default on wages? My family purchased a property developed by Xinghe, and for 20 years, the quality has remained exceptional. Not to mention their property management is outstanding. I just discovered that the Xinghe Plaza in our county was also developed by Xinghe Group. What the upstairs person said is correct. Properties and management by Xinghe are top tier. Unlike the neighboring Hengda, which has already fled, leaving behind numerous unfinished buildings. Indeed, when I got married, my family debated between purchasing from Hengda or Xinghe. Thankfully, we chose Xinghe, or I would be in tears now. By the way, is Chairman Jiang the successor to Old Su? They don't even share the same surname. Regarding the discussions about Jiang Chen online, neither Xinghe nor he personally responded, nor was there a need to. They allowed the netizens to engage in their discourse. However, this incident of wage arrears inadvertently acquainted a wider audience with Xinghe Group. For those already familiar with Xinghe, it was undoubtedly a formidable entity, while for those unaware, they were astonished to find that products associated with Xinghe Group were present in their vicinity. This was, for Xinghe, more beneficial than detrimental. Although the situation arose from a wage dispute, the current sentiment online had shifted favorably toward Xinghe. Furthermore, given that domestic corporate giants are primarily dominated by internet enterprises, the exposure of a traditional entity like Xinghe online was certainly advantageous. From the moment Jiang Chen assumed control of Xinghe, he had prepared himself to be perpetually in the public eye, and, in truth, he felt a sense of secret satisfaction. By the way, Chairman Jiang, there's another matter I must report to you. Oh, what is it? Ji Jun interrupted Jiang Chen, who was about to respond to a compliment about his looks from a netizen. It concerns the general manager of Xinghe Real Estate, Cheng Feiyu. Following this incident, he promptly arrived on site to calm the workers and, as per your instructions, settled their wages on the spot. Subsequent investigations revealed that he had no involvement in this matter. Merely a failure of oversight. Enough, Jiang Chen interjected. Are you advocating for him? Ji Jun hesitated, his prepared defense caught in his throat, only to hear Jiang Chen continue. Ji Jun, I have entrusted the group to you, and regarding Cheng Feiyu, let us forfeit his year-end bonus and this year's stock options. This decision filled Ji Jun with gratitude. Thank you for your trust, Chairman Jiang. I also extend my thanks on behalf of Old Cheng. All right. If there's nothing else, you may return to your duties. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Had it not been for Cheng Feiyu's evident capabilities and his impeccable record throughout his tenure at Xinghe, Jiang Chen would not have shown such leniency. Nevertheless, as the general manager of Xinghe Real Estate, one of the group's most lucrative sectors, Cheng Feiyu's year-end bonus and stock options totaled several million. This penalty would surely serve as a stern reminder. Very well, Chairman Jiang, I will take my leave now. Ji Jun swiftly exited the office, eager to convey this news to Cheng Feiyu. Once Ji Jun departed, Jiang Chen found himself at a loose end. Out of boredom, he pushed open the door to the adjacent lounge, where a high-spec computer awaited. This was arranged by Xiaomi at Jiang Chen's request. He booted up the computer, idly opening a game, as it was the only one he knew how to play. While online, he noticed his brother Jiang Yin was online as well, prompting him to take out his phone and make a voice call. The call connected quickly. Hey brother, what's up? I'm in the middle of a game. I know you're gaming. I just logged on. Want to play a couple of rounds together? Sure, I'll log out now, just a moment. With that, Jiang Yin hung up, and soon a game invitation appeared at the bottom right corner of his screen. Jiang Chen clicked to accept. Hello, can you hear me? I can hear you. I can hear you. Let us get started. It's been ages since I played. Chapter 22, the evening before returning home. Brother, are you even capable? I've nearly depleted their health, and you haven't landed a single shot. Jiang Chen, adorned with a head full of black lines, could not help but concede to the passage of time. He no longer possessed the precision of his youth. After a brief stint, he found himself utterly overwhelmed in the game. With a resigned push of his hands against the keyboard, he declared, No more. Come on, brother. Just one more game. Came the voice of Jiang Yin from the microphone. Jiang Chen promptly declined, stating, I'm done. I no longer have the prowess of my former self. I can't even keep up in a gunfight. It's pointless. All right then, Jiang Yin replied, reluctantly setting down his mouse, and thus continued their conversation with Jiang Chen over the microphone. By the way, little brother, have you gotten your driver's license yet? I just received it. Why do you ask? Jiang Yen inquired, perplexed by his elder brother's sudden question. Oh, just curious. I'm contemplating whether to buy you a car. Oh, is that why you asked? Jiang Yen thought he must have misheard, his voice rising in excitement. Wait, dear brother, did you just say what I think you said? A smile crept upon Jiang Chen's lips as he slightly lowered the volume of his headphones, reiterating, I said I'm considering buying you a car. Did you hear that clearly? Is it true? Jiang Yen exclaimed, Brother, you are truly my brother. Jiang Chen laughed, playfully retorting, Get lost, get lost. If I'm not your brother, then who am I? Wait until I return, and then I will take you to choose a car. Whatever you like, I'll buy it for you. With his newfound financial strength, Jiang Chen was eager to provide for his family, especially since his younger brother had excelled in his studies. Rewarding him with a car was certainly not excessive. A playful tone emerged from Jiang Yen. Brother, what kind of car will you get for me? Hee. However, he suddenly recalled how hard his brother had worked for many years. Rationality overcame his joy, and he said earnestly, Brother, no need for that. I don't really need a car for college, and besides, I'm already using Dad's car. Don't waste your money on me. Save it to find me a sister-in-law instead. Jiang Chen felt a warmth in his heart, recognizing his younger brother's maturity. He chuckled, What's this? Are you worried I won't have enough money? Now you're fretting over my finances? No, brother, that is not what I meant. I just think you shouldn't spend recklessly. All right, let me assure you, I'm not short on money right now. And you needn't worry about saving for me. Brother, there are things I haven't shared with you. But just know that our family will never lack for money in the future. Our lives will improve beyond your imagination. A car is merely a trifling expense. With that, Jiang Chen decided to give his brother a glimpse of his financial situation to prepare him for what lay ahead. He took a screenshot of his bank balance and sent it to Jiang Yen via Feishin, just over 100 million. He refrained from revealing the 100 billion in another account, fearing his brother might be unable to process such a vast sum. Oh my God, 100 million. Brother, have you struck it rich? Did you win the lottery? Brother, 100 million. You are a billionaire. The exuberance in Jiang Yan's voice echoed through the headphones. Jiang Yan stared in disbelief at the screenshot Jiang Chen had sent. Completely shocked, he had expected his brother to afford him a modest car worth a mere 1 or 200,000. Jiang Chen could easily empathize with Jiang Yan's elation. When he first received his system, his emotions had been even more uncontrollable. With a beaming smile, Jiang Chen said, All right, I have matters to attend to, so I want to keep you chatting. When I return, I'll buy you a Land Rover. Okay, brother. I adore you. You go ahead and be busy. I won't disturb you. Listening to his brother's playful remarks, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile, shaking his head at the boy. He removed his headphones and exited the game. Rising to stretch, he walked to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, lighting a cigarette as he gazed down at the towering skyline of the CBD, reminiscing about his earlier conversation with Jiang Yen, a smile gracing his face. The thought of reuniting with his family the following day filled him with anticipation, after having previously evaded them due to his lack of accomplishments. Now that he had the means, he was determined to return home in style. With that thought, he took out his phone and called Su Jinzong. Almost instantly, the line was answered. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Hey, Jinzong, I need your assistance in arranging some gifts for the elders, supplements, and the like, along with some fine wine. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that may not suffice, adding, Also, please procure some electronic products, like tablets and phones. About 10 sets of each should be sufficient. The former would be for his parents and the elders in the family, while the latter was intended for the younger generation. Su Jinzong took note of Jiang Chen's requests and promptly asked, What budget should I consider for this? Budget? What budget? Jiang Chen replied dismissively. There's no need to worry about a budget. Just proceed as you see fit. Understood, Mr. Jiang. After hanging up, Jiang Chen felt entirely at ease leaving this small matter in Su Jinzong's capable hands. During his week-long stay at the Cultural Oriental Hotel, Su Jinzong had never disappointed him, consistently demonstrating remarkable professionalism and executing tasks to perfection. Extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray, Jiang Chen returned to his office and pressed the call bell on the table. Knock. Knock, knock. He Xiaomi entered, greeting him softly, Mr. Jiang. Xiaomi, please make arrangements for a private jet tomorrow. I'm heading to Yuzhou. Also, have a car ready for me upon arrival. Jiang Chen succinctly articulated his needs. Do you require my company on the trip? He Xiaomi asked, jotting down his requests in her notebook. This is merely a visit home to see my parents, not for work. Furthermore, if I unexpectedly brought a woman back with me, regardless of my explanations, my family would automatically assume she is my girlfriend. To avoid unnecessary complications and explanations, I don't plan to bring you along, even though you are my capable secretary. Taking this into consideration, he shook his head and replied, No need. All right, Mr. Jiang. He Xiaomi slightly bowed and took her leave to carry out her instructions. Initially, Jiang Chen had intended to drive back in his Cullinan, but upon learning that Xinghe owned 2 private jets, he promptly discarded that notion. While driving back in the Cullinan would be impressive, the thought of traversing over 1,000 kilometers was daunting, and given that Xinghe had a branch in Yuzhou, he figured it would suffice to arrange for a car there. After a short while, He Xiaomi knocked on the door again. Mr. Jiang, the private jet schedule has been arranged. It is tentatively set to depart at 12 noon tomorrow. If this time is not suitable, we can adjust it. The vehicle in Yuzhou is also ready for your use upon landing, she added succinctly. Jiang Chen was pleased with the efficiency of He Xiaomi and the group. Within less than an hour, his requests had been flawlessly executed. He had no particular preference regarding the timing and decided, no need for changes. Let us stick with the 12 o'clock schedule. Understood, Mr. Jiang. Xiaomi. Arrange for the driver to wait downstairs to take me back to the hotel. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, he rose to leave. He Xiaomi retrieved Jiang Chen's suit from a nearby rack and helped him put it on. Together, they exited the office and entered the private elevator, during which He Xiaomi messaged the driver. The elevator swiftly descended to the ground floor. As they traversed the lobby, Jiang Chen was greeted respectfully by the group's employees, all calling out Mr. Jiang. He reciprocated with polite nods to each. From the moment He Xiaomi notified the driver of Jiang Chen's need for transportation until they reached the lobby, it hadn't taken more than 3 minutes. And in that brief span of time, a Maybach S680 Pullman was already stationed at the entrance, patiently awaiting Jiang Chen's arrival. The driver, adorned in white gloves, stood before the vehicle, and upon spotting Jiang Chen, promptly extended his hand to open the car door, while his other hand rested on the door frame to prevent any collision. As Jiang Chen settled into the car, he cast a glance at He Xiaomi, who had not yet departed. Xiaomi, you may head back. It's best you finish your day early, he suggested. He Xiaomi gave a slight bow, responding, certainly, Chairman Jiang. Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement and turned to the driver. Let's be on our way, driver. The driver silently nodded, closing the door behind Jiang Chen before taking his place in the driver's seat and starting the vehicle. He Xiaomi watched as the Pullman vanished from her sight before she turned to re-enter the corporate gates. Chapter 23. Gulfstream G700. The car sped towards the Wenfei Dongfang Hotel. With the clock still shy of 3 in the afternoon, traffic was minimal, and they arrived at the hotel entrance in just over 10 minutes. Without waiting for the driver to exit, Jiang Chen opened the door himself and instructed the driver to return. He then strode into the hotel lobby. Upon entering, he spotted Su Jinzong standing a short distance away, who immediately approached him, greeting him with a smile and presenting a list. Good afternoon, Mr. Jiang. The gifts you requested have been procured. Here is the list for your review. Should anything be unsatisfactory, I will promptly arrange for replacements. Jiang Chen took the list and examined it. He had to admit, Su Jinzong had indeed done well. Cordyceps, ajiao, ginseng, along with various health supplements in jars. The liquor was a familiar brand, Matai, but it was a limited edition. Additionally, there were 5 sets of Apple and Huawei electronic products, among other gadgets. After reviewing the list, Jiang Chen nodded, unable to find fault. He produced his bank card and handed it to Su Jinzong, indicating he should proceed with the payment. Thank you for your assistance. Su Jinzong accepted the card with both hands. Considering your need for these gifts tomorrow, I have already placed them in the car for your convenience. Jiang Chen nodded, his admiration for Su Jinzong growing. Such attention to detail was commendable. He contemplated whether to offer Su Jinzong a position as his personal assistant or secretary upon his return, as He Xiaomi, though capable, was merely assisting him with corporate matters. The following morning, Jiang Chen rose early, refreshed himself, donned casual attire, and packed a few personal items into a suitcase that had accompanied him for many years. As usual, Su Jinzong had arranged breakfast for him. During the meal, He Xiaomi arrived punctually. Jiang Chen gestured for her to join him, but she politely declined, stating she had already eaten. After breakfast, the vehicle that He Xiaomi had arranged awaited him downstairs, the same Maybach Pullman. Observing the car, Jiang Chen addressed He Xiaomi, saying, Please have the driver return. I can take my own vehicle. Understood, Chairman Jiang. He Xiaomi approached the driver, exchanged a few words, and returned to Jiang Chen's side. Chairman Jiang, arrangements have been made for the airport. Shall we depart now? Yes, let's go. Jiang Chen invited He Xiaomi to sit in the passenger seat while he took the wheel, activating the navigation provided by He Xiaomi. It would take approximately 40 minutes to reach the airport via the expressway. Inside the vehicle, lively music played, and Jiang Chen occasionally hummed along. He Xiaomi stole glances at him, her heart racing. Since their last dinner, their interactions had been limited to work. Her feelings towards Jiang Chen were complex. She couldn't deny his youth, wealth, and striking appearance. Though their acquaintance spanned less than a week, perhaps a seed of affection had already taken root within her. If only circumstances had allowed for something more. He Xiaomi mused silently, her lips unintentionally parting to whisper. Xiaomi, what are you murmuring about? Jiang Chen inquired, tilting his head curiously, as if he had caught the mention of that time. No, Chairman Jiang, I was merely humming a tune, Xiaomi stammered, grasping at a flimsy excuse, her gaze shifting to the window to mask her flustered expression. Jiang Chen, oblivious, returned his focus to driving, his heart set on reaching home to see his family. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaomi wore a flustered expression, a blush creeping across her cheeks. Xiaomi, what are you thinking? Your thoughts are completely misaligned with reality. There can be nothing between you and Chairman Jiang. Stop overthinking. She berated herself internally. Gradually, she came to terms with the impossibility of her feelings. After all, he was the chairman of a billion-dollar corporation, while she was merely his secretary. This realization left her feeling troubled. Yet, despite her reasoning, Jiang Chen's image lingered in her mind, further complicating her emotions. She had to admit, she had developed feelings for him. Silence enveloped the car as Jiang Chen expertly navigated the Cullinan to the airport. Unlike his previous airport trips, this time the navigation led to a modest terminal. The Deep City VIP terminal, specifically designed to cater to those flying privately, served only a select few who could afford such luxury. As the car approached the terminal entrance, Xiaomi reverted to her professional demeanor she had prepared in advance, guiding Jiang Chen towards a different area. The vehicle circled the terminal, then, following a new energy vehicle with flashing yellow lights, it entered the airport. After a few more minutes of driving, Jiang Chen finally laid eyes on the colossal aircraft, the Gulfstream G700, his very own private jet. Its sleek black exterior bore the logo of the Xinghe Group, unmistakably branding it as his. At the foot of the boarding stairs stood several individuals, 2 pilots in uniform and 3 young flight attendants dressed smartly. As Jiang Chen and Xiaomi alighted from the car, one of the pilots approached with a warm smile. Good day, Chairman Jiang. I am Captain Chen Zijian, responsible for your flight today. On behalf of our crew, I extend our greetings and assure you of our utmost service for this journey. After Captain Chen concluded his greeting, the co-pilot and 3 flight attendants offered slight bows. Jiang Chen politely nodded in return. Greetings to you all. I appreciate your efforts. This is our duty, please. Right this way, Captain Chen gestured invitingly. One particularly striking flight attendant stepped forward to take Jiang Chen's suitcase, leading him up the boarding stairs. Xiaomi instructed the other 2 attendants to assist her in transferring items from the Cullinan's trunk onto the plane. As Jiang Chen stepped aboard, he was greeted by the sight of 4 individual airline seats. A row of sofas lined the window side, opposite a cabinet that concealed a television. Towards the rear was a cozy seating area designed for 4. Truthfully, Jiang Chen felt the space was somewhat limited as he walked across the plush wool carpet. He continued deeper into the cabin. Pushing open a door that blocked his path, Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised to find a bedroom within, featuring a 2-meter-wide bed, a rarity for an aircraft. Further inside lay a separate lavatory and wash area, both distinctly partitioned. No wonder the interior of this aircraft felt somewhat cramped to Jiang Chen. It turned out that much of the space had been allocated to this. Returning to the lounge area, he selected a seat, sinking into the wide, comfortable aviation massage chair that conformed to his physique. At that moment, Xiaomi also finished organizing her belongings and arrived. Mr. Jiang, upon your arrival in Yuzhou, the manager of the branch office, Xiao, will be there to greet you, and transportation has already been arranged. If you require anything, please feel free to contact me at any time. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction, replying, Thank you for your hard work, Xiaomi. If there is nothing else, Mr. Jiang, may I take my leave? Xiaomi's tone was somewhat questioning. Yes, you may go. Xiaomi cast a lingering glance at Jiang Chen, but he was oblivious to it. Thus, she took her leave. After Xiaomi departed, the flight attendant who had previously assisted Jiang Chen with his luggage approached, gracefully kneeling with her hands on her knees. Her voice sweet as she inquired, Mr. Jiang, would you like something to drink? A faint, pleasant scent of perfume wafted towards him. Lowering his gaze, he asked, What do you have to drink? Chapter 24. The diligent flight attendant, Xiao Jiyuan. Xiao Jiyuan, still in her half-squat with a beaming expression and exquisitely made-up eyes, looked into Jiang Chen's eyes, revealing a sweet smile. Mr. Jiang, we have a plethora of beverages available, though I am uncertain if you prefer alcoholic or non-alcoholic options. Non-alcoholic. Please, I don't have the habit of drinking during the day. Very well then, may I concoct a special drink for you? I assure you, it will be something you haven't tried before. One must admit, Xiao Jian exuded a captivating charm, her melodious voice adding to her allure as she half-squatted, presenting a unique elegance. Jiang Chen, intrigued, remarked, Oh, is that so? I must give it a try. Jiang Chen was not naive. From her words and the way she gazed at him, he discerned that this flight attendant harbored a particular interest in him. Please wait a moment, Mr. Jiang. Xiao Jiayuan lightly touched her delicate chin, rising gracefully and striding towards the bar. Watching her figure depart, Jiang Chen couldn't help but acknowledge her stunning physique. The uniform accentuated her curves, and her long legs were elegantly clad in sheer stockings. The other two flight attendants had just finished moving items and were closing the cabin door. They had also noticed Xiao Jiayuan's actions, and one of them, named Baihe, grimaced in discontent. Look at Xiao Jiayuan, that flirtatious vixen, she seizing the opportunity. The flight attendant named Baihe continued her work while retorting, what can we do? She's simply beautiful. Humph. I refuse to believe you wouldn't feel a stir facing Mr. Jiang. Of course, with Mr. Jiang's wealth and charm, any woman would be enamored. Ha, you have a point. Baihe wore a look of regret. If I weren't in a relationship, I'd pursue Mr. Jiang myself. Xiao Jiayuan approached the bar, addressing her two colleagues. Gu Ting, what were you two chatting about? You seem so cheerful. The flight attendant Gu Ting, startled by the question, quickly laughed it off. Nothing much, just some gossip. Yes, just some gossip, Baihe chimed in. Xiao Jiayuan scrutinized the two of them, retrieving a mug and ice from the cabinet, quietly admonishing them, enough chatter, we're at work now. If Mr. Jiang forms a poor impression and submits a complaint, we may find ourselves in jeopardy. The flight crew for this flight comprised 5 members, aside from Captain Chen Zijian and co-pilot, who were from Xinghe Group. The cabin crew had been dispatched from other airlines, hence there was no head attendant. However, due to Xiao Jiayuan's greater experience, the other two could only defer to her. All right. The two responded softly, hastening to prepare the meals. You think you can compete with me? You're still too green. Watching the two scurry off to work, Xiao Jiayuan wore a smug expression, having overheard their earlier comments. Such a distinguished man as Jiang Chen was not someone Xiao Jiayuan intended to overlook. Upon learning about this flight assignment yesterday, she had inquired with Captain Chen Zijian and discovered that the service target was the current chairman of Xinghe Group. Immediately, she had searched for information online, and thanks to recent news about workers from Xinghe demanding their wages, she stumbled upon a candid photograph of Jiang Chen. From the moment she laid eyes on that photograph, she resolved to find a way to connect with him. He was young and handsome, a billionaire. How could she let such an opportunity slip by? After all, what was there to lose in trying? With this in mind, she continued her work, ultimately crushing mint leaves in her palm and adding them to the concoction, completing the special drink. With the drink on a tray, Xiao Jiayuan gracefully approached Jiang Chen once more, kneeling to present the beverage before him. Mr. Jiang, please give it a taste. She gazed at him with anticipation. Jiang Chen lifted the cup and took a sip. I must say, it's refreshingly sweet, he remarked, genuinely enjoying the flavor. He gave a thumbs up, praising. Not bad at all. What is this called? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's approval, a radiant smile spread across Xiao Jiayuan's face. It doesn't have a name yet. If all else fails, you could name it, Mr. Jiang. Xiao Jiayuan was exceptionally perceptive when faced with a wealthy individual like Jiang Chen. Should he display any reluctance to engage with her, she would not overstep her bounds, focusing solely on her duties as a flight attendant. However, Jiang Chen's current demeanor indicated that there might be potential for something more. Let us not. I'm not particularly gifted at naming things. Jiang Chen waved his hand, then smiled at her. Why don't you tell me your name instead? Yes. Xiao Jiayuan rejoiced internally, maintaining her smile. Mr. Jiang, my name is Xiao Jiayuan. You can call me Xiao Yuan. Seizing the opportunity, she continued, I noticed you seem a bit tired. Would you like me to give you a massage? Oh, you can tell that? Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. He had indeed been up late the previous night and felt somewhat fatigued. I noticed you have some dark circles under your eyes. I happen to have learned some massage techniques and can help alleviate your stress. Xiao Jiayuan's suggestion resonated with Jiang Chen, who felt the tension around his eyelids. All right, I would appreciate that. Xiao Jiayuan rose and moved behind Jiang Chen, adjusting the aviation seat slightly backward. Her delicate hands, imbued with a refreshing mint aroma, gently covered his eyes. Xiao Jiayuan's technique was indeed commendable. Jiang Chen felt as though the fatigue at the corners of his eyes was dissipating under her touch, accompanied by the occasional waft of floral perfume from her. Thus, under Xiao Jiayuan's skilled massage, Jiang Chen gradually drifted into slumber. Noticing that he had fallen asleep, Xiao Jiayuan carefully adjusted the reclining chair to a more suitable position for rest and gently placed a blanket over him. Having completed these tasks, Xiao Jiayuan approached the cockpit door, knocked softly, and then opened the door. Captain Chen, Mr. Jiang has fallen asleep. Please be gentle when we take off. Captain Chen Zijian replied, understood. After ensuring everything was in order, Xiao Jiayuan returned to the bar, joining Gu Ting and Baihe, and they took a small stool to await takeoff. Soon, the Gulfstream G700 roared to life as its engines bellowed, the wings slicing through the air, propelling the luxurious airborne presidential suite, valued at $600 million, into the sky. Chapter 25. Jiang Chen is willing to give Xiao Jiyuan a chance. Jiang Chen was taken aback to find himself drifting into slumber under the soothing touch of Xiao Jiyuan's massage. Upon awakening, he glanced through the cabin window and realized the aircraft had ascended to cruising altitude. He tossed aside the blanket and stretched languidly. "Mr. Jiang, you're awake?" Xiao Jiyuan inquired cheerfully, presenting a cup of warm water. Jiang Chen accepted it, took a sip, and checked the time on his phone. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He had unknowingly slept for over an hour. Still groggy from his nap, he asked, "How long until we arrive?" "Mr. Jiang, we should reach Yuzhou International Airport in approximately half an hour. Would you like something to eat?" "No, just bring me an ashtray, please," he replied. Xiao Jiyuan nodded sweetly. "All right," and turned to fetch the ashtray. Jiang Chen extracted a cigarette from the pack and lit it. He exhaled deeply, savoring the moment. At that instant, he felt as if the private jet was worth 500 million, and nothing compared to the pleasure of enjoying a smoke right after waking, especially aboard a plane. The luxury of a private jet allowed him to indulge as he pleased. He watched Xiao Jiyuan's departing silhouette, noting the row of cabinets stocked with exquisite wines. Regrettably, they were nearing their destination. Otherwise, as a connoisseur, he would undoubtedly have indulged in a drink. What a delightful combination cigars and whiskey would be at such an altitude, he mused. Just then, his phone buzzed with a message from his mother, inquiring when he would arrive so she could purchase ingredients to prepare a delicious meal for him. Another advantage of the private jet was the remarkably fast onboard Wi-Fi, far superior to the overpriced internet on commercial flights. A smile crept across Jiang Chen's face. The older generation rarely expressed their affections verbally, yet preparing a sumptuous meal was often their simplest demonstration of love. Estimating the time, he quickly typed a response to his mother, assuring her he would be home in no more than 3.5 hours. "Wow, that is fast. I thought you wouldn't arrive until nightfall. I'm already preparing braised pig trotters. You need to take your time coming back. I'm so anxious." Hearing his mother's voice message, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. During this brief distraction, the aircraft had touched down at Yuzhou International Airport. Captain Chen Zijian's flying skills were remarkable. He hardly felt any turbulence as the plane came to a smooth stop. After a brief taxi, the plane was completely stationary. Once settled, Xiao Jiyuan approached him, displaying a professional smile. "Mr. Jiang, we have arrived at Yuzhou International Airport." Jiang Chen nodded with a smile, not feeling the need for further conversation. He then stood up and proceeded towards the cabin door. Observing this, Xiao Jiyuan promptly took his luggage and instructed the other 2 flight attendants to disembark with the gifts he had purchased. As he stepped out, Jiang Chen noticed several impeccably dressed men and 3 parked cars. Surely, these were the representatives from the Yuzhou branch that Xiaomi had mentioned. He descended the steps, and a bespectacled man with a scholarly demeanor approached him, extending his hands warmly. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am He Xiao from the Yuzhou branch. And on behalf of all our employees, I warmly welcome you to Yuzhou." The other executives in suits echoed their greetings. For reasons he couldn't quite articulate, Jiang Chen felt a strong urge to scoff. After all, Yuzhou was his hometown. What was there to celebrate? Nonetheless, he appreciated their enthusiasm. After all, one should not rebuff a friendly gesture. He politely nodded and shook hands with He Xiao, then exchanged greetings with the other executives, who looked taken aback by this unexpected warmth. After the handshakes, Jiang Chen felt no need to linger in conversation. He was not there for an inspection, merely returning home. Moreover, given his current status, he had already afforded them sufficient respect. "Are the vehicles ready?" he inquired. "Yes, Mr. Jiang, they are prepared," He Xiao responded, calling over a young man with a buzz cut. "This is Xiao Su, who will be your driver during your stay in Yuzhou. You can direct him as needed." "Hello, Mr. Jiang." The driver, Xiao Su, greeted him eagerly while gesturing toward a Maybach GLS 480, opening the door for Jiang Chen. Satisfied with the luxurious SUV, Jiang Chen nodded approvingly. He had always preferred larger vehicles. Meanwhile, He Xiao took Jiang Chen's luggage from Xiao Jiyuan, who looked on with a hint of envy, and personally placed it in the trunk. The other executives, momentarily stunned by their leader's actions, snapped back to reality and hastily followed suit, taking the gifts from the flight attendants and placing them in the vehicle just as Jiang Chen was about to enter. As Jiang Chen prepared to depart, Xiao Jian thought to herself that she had merely been temporarily assigned to this flight service, and if she let this opportunity slip away, she might never encounter Jiang Chen again. Summoning her courage, she approached him, her voice sweetly hesitant. "Mr. Jiang." Jiang Chen, noticing her indecision, halted Xiao Su, who was about to close the door. He admired her bravery in approaching him amidst so many onlookers. Recognizing her earnest effort, Jiang Chen was inclined to grant her the opportunity she sought. Understanding her intentions, he forwent pleasantries and directly instructed, "Take out your phone." Startled, Xiao Jiyuan stammered, "Huh, what?" Without further ado, Jiang Chen revealed his WeChat QR code for her to scan. Realizing his intent, she quickly produced her phone and complied. As she scanned the code, Jiang Chen nodded at Xiao Su, who promptly closed the door. Through the window, he observed Xiao Jiyuan's ecstatic reaction, while he maintained an impassive facade, sending a message via WeChat to inquire about her background. If she turned out to be unremarkable, he wouldn't mind giving her a chance to connect with him. However, if anything dubious surfaced, well, he would have to reconsider. At 30 years of age, he was no longer the naive youth fresh from academia. Years of navigating the complexities of society had stripped away any illusions of idealism. In the span of a week, he had tasted the allure of wealth and power, adapting swiftly to the privileges that affluence and status afforded him. This acute awareness allowed him to discern Xiao Jiyuan's subtle intentions through her demeanor and tone. It was merely a desire for his wealth and charm. Yet Jiang Chen was not entirely immune to the allure of her beauty. Ultimately, he found himself somewhat impressed by her initiative. Had she not taken the bold step to call out to him, their paths might never have crossed again, which is why he was willing to grant her access to his personal contact information. He mused. Having previously dismissed tales of wealthy protagonists attracting a multitude of admirers as mere fiction, yet he now found himself living that very reality. Chapter 26. Jiang Chen's identity can no longer be concealed. After nearly 3 hours on the road, the vehicle exited the highway, soon entering the quaint town. As Jiang Chen rolled down the window, he inhaled the familiar scent of citrus, his gaze drawn to the sprawling hills adorned with vibrant orange trees, laden with golden fruit. The increasingly familiar streets and houses stirred within him a sense of nostalgia, rendering his emotions tumultuous and restless. Xiao Su, drive a bit slower. Understood, Mr. Jiang. Xiao Su replied respectfully without turning his head. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen lit a cigarette, feeling as though the past week had been a fleeting dream. He recalled the embarrassment of a month prior, where each day blurred into a monotonous cycle of commuting, and at the end of the month, he received a meager paycheck that barely sustained his facade in the sprawling metropolis. Observing his former classmates on social media, some marrying, some purchasing homes, and others acquiring cars, he often fantasized about when he might indulge in such a luxurious lifestyle, inspired by the ostentatious displays of wealth that surfaced in their posts. Without the system that had propelled him forward, he could not fathom how much longer he would evade reality. Nor could he envision a day when he might return home in disgrace, leading a mundane existence in his hometown. As the ashes of his cigarette burned down to the filter, a searing pain shot through his fingers. Jiang Chen grimaced, lost in thought, as he hastily extinguished it in the ashtray nestled within the armrest. Regardless of his past, he had decisively bid farewell to the life he once led. The car halted before Jiang Chen's family home, a 3-story standalone structure filled with a myriad of memories. Nearby, the elderly neighbors sat by the entrance, gossiping about the imposing and luxurious Maybach GLS 480 that had just arrived. That's Mosey's car, isn't it? Look at that beast. Goodness, that emblem looks like a Maybach. I hear it costs millions. Millions? Is there a car worth that much? You must be joking. That's a Maybach, you ignorant old woman, an elderly gentleman, well-versed in social media trends, interjected, educating the nearby Andy. Who are you calling an old woman, you pest? Mr. Jiang has arrived, Xiao Su announced, stepping out to open the door for Jiang Chen. As he approached, he overheard the neighbors' chatter. What a distinguished gentleman. And he even has a chauffeur. Jiang Chen walked closer, addressing them. Uncle, Auntie, hello. Is that you, Jiang boy? A neighbor exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief upon recognizing the young man who had emerged from the vehicle as the son of the Jiang family next door. Jiang Chen smiled at the recognition. Yes, uncle, I am Jiang Chen. He waved for Xiao Su to retrieve a pack of cigarettes from the trunk for the neighbors. Their faces lit up with joy as they praised him. Look at Jiang boy now. He has grown up and quite successful, still handsome, and so generous. Jiang Chen merely smiled, remaining silent, feeling a warmth in his heart as he recalled the mischievous antics he and his younger brother had once caused the neighbors, who now greeted him with familiarity. Auntie, uncle, I must be going now. All right, take care. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Chen, accompanied by Xiao Su, carried a multitude of bags into the house. Who is it? Zhao Fun, hearing the commotion, rushed out and upon seeing her son, gasped in excitement, immediately enveloping him in a tight embrace. You've returned, my child. I've missed you dearly. Jiang Chen's eyes glistened with tears as he embraced his mother. I'm back, Mom. Zhao Fun released him, wiping her tears with the back of her hand, overwhelmed with emotion after so many years. Noticing Jiang Chen appeared thinner than she remembered, her heart ached. Why have you lost so much weight? You were so chubby before. Jiang Chen chuckled, slightly exasperated. Is being slim not acceptable? I was quite hefty back then. Just as Zhao Fun spoke, Jiang Chen's father, Jiang Chao, entered the room, hearing his wife's remarks. Being slimmer is better, Have you forgotten how much he weighed before? Dad. Jiang Chen looked at his father, whose hair had turned gray over the years. A stark contrast to the youthful man he had once known. He took his mother's hand and led her to embrace his father. Mom, Dad, I'm back. I'm sorry for not visiting all these years. Overcome with emotion, Jiang Chen wept as his mother stroked his head. It's all right, dear. You're home now. No need to be so sentimental. Just look at your father. He is crying too. Jiang Chen released his parents, glancing at his father, who indeed had tears in his eyes. Enough of this crying. Our child has returned, and you're still shedding tears? Zhao Fan playfully punched Jiang Chao. You're also crying. Why are you scolding me? Our son is back. I'm merely overjoyed. Jiang Chao retorted, his eyes still moist, but smiling as he patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. It's good to have you back. Let us head inside. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. As they approached the entrance, Zhao Fan, about to close the door, noticed Xiao Su standing with multiple bags. A flicker of confusion crossed her face. Whose child is this, carrying so many bags? Realizing Jiang Chen likely knew him, she turned to ask, Is this your friend, dear? Pointing at Xiao Su. Xiao Su, having witnessed the emotional reunion, had respectfully stepped aside. Jiang Chen turned to him. Oh, that is Xiao Su. Come in. He then introduced him to his parents. This is Xiao Su, the driver arranged by the company. Jiang Chao and Zhao Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Ah, nice to meet you. Xiao Su quickly greeted them and efficiently brought the items into the living room. Mom, Dad, I've bought you many things. Please help me with these. There's more outside. Jiang Chen guided his parents out to the back of the SUV. Recognizing the vehicle, Jiang Chao followed Jiang Chen to the rear, where gifts were piled high in the trunk. Look at all this. You little spendthrift. This must have cost a fortune. And so much Mao Dai. Did you buy the best cigarettes too? Knowing his father's disposition, Jiang Chen chuckled. It's not that much money. Just accept it. It's all for you. Together, they began to carry the items into the house, while Xiao Su finished unloading the last few boxes from the trunk. Meanwhile, Zhao Fan had become the center of attention among the neighbors, who eagerly asked about Jiang Chen. Her smile was unwavering, and the pride radiating from her face was evident as she basked in the compliments directed at her son. Enough, enough. I still have to prepare dinner for my child. Realizing her moment of glory, she quickly exchanged a few more words with the neighbors before entering the house. Inside, Jiang Chao placed the items down and called for Jiang Yan to come home. He and Zhao Fan exchanged glances before turning their attention back to Jiang Chen. As he sat on the couch, having not yet taken a sip of water, he noticed their scrutinizing gazes. Feeling slightly uneasy, he pondered whether he had done anything wrong. He timidly asked, Mom, Dad, why are you staring at me like that? Son, tell us honestly, is this really you? Jiang Ma took the phone from Jiang Ba's hands and held it up before Jiang Chen, who turned his gaze toward the screen. The image displayed was a TikTok video, prominently featuring Jiang Chen, captured secretly at the company, with a headline that read, The leader of $1 trillion group. Photos of the new chairman of Xinghe Group leaked. The comments floated across the screen, proclaiming phrases like my husband is so handsome, my husband loves me, I want to bear his children, and look at me, husband. The audacity of netizens these days was astounding. Even with Jiang Chen's thick skin, he felt his face flush with embarrassment. He covered his face with one hand, realizing that he could no longer keep the secret. He had intended to confess to his family after his younger brother started college in Shenzhen, but he never anticipated they would discover it in such a manner. Internally, he cursed Ji Jun for being unable to exercise restraint. Observing this scene, Xiao Su discreetly exited the room. Chapter 27, Jiang Ba and Jiang Ma. Even short dramas wouldn't dare to portray this. Has he already become chairman? Jiang Chen had never intended to conceal the truth from them. He merely planned to inform them after taking them to Shenzhen. Now that they had discovered it prematurely, he decided it best to be forthright. Mom, Dad, this is quite a lengthy tale. Jiang Chen gestured for his parents to take a seat. Jiang Zhao and Zhao Fan exchanged a glance and sat down, eager to see how Jiang Chen would unfold this lengthy narrative. Ironically, Jiang Zhao and Zhao Fan came across this TikTok because a relative of theirs happened to be one of the workers who had gone to Xinghe Bay to demand wages. After receiving his pay, the relative shared the incident in the family group chat, uploading a video of the moment the wages were settled on TikTok, which was then circulated in the group. Zhao Fan, out of boredom, often engaged in the group chat and stumbled upon a post where a family member praised the owner of Xinghe Group. Curiosity piqued. She clicked on the link to watch the video and, while perusing the comments, she noticed an overwhelming number of people searching for chairman of Xinghe Group, maintaining the air of spectatorship. Upon clicking, she was taken aback. There was her precious son. As a mother, she could never mistake her own child. This revelation startled her immensely, prompting her to call Jiang Zhao to watch it together. After viewing, Jiang Zhao was certain that the person in the video was indeed his son. After all, while it was possible for two people to look alike in such a vast world, sharing the same name and appearance was highly improbable. How could their son have suddenly transformed into the chairman of Xinghe Group, a trillion-dollar enterprise no less? With a whirlwind of questions, Jiang Zhao and Zhao Fan restrained the urge to call Jiang Chen immediately, reasoning that their son would return the next day, allowing them to inquire then. Thus, this scene unfolded. Mom, Dad, I fear you might not believe me, so I will be succinct. Are you familiar with Mr. Su Shizhong? Jiang Zhao and Zhao Fan shook their heads in unison, indicating they did not know him. Jiang Chen found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Pulling out his phone to search for the name Su Shizhong, he handed the phone to his parents, who began perusing the information displayed, which included a brief biography and work history. Mr. Su Shizhong is the current chairman of Xinghe Group. I have become the chairman because he entrusted the group to me. Zhao Fan examined the online information, confirming its veracity. Indeed, the current chairman of Xinghe Group was named Su Shizhong. Wait a moment, child, Zhao Fan interjected, her brow furrowing with confusion. Didn't you say last time that you partnered with friends to start a company? How did you suddenly become the chairman of Xinghe Group? Zhao Fan recalled vividly that Jiang Chen had mentioned his partnership with friends, evidenced by the 500,000 yuan he had transferred to their account as a testament. Yes, I remember it clearly, Jiang Zhao added in agreement. Jiang Chen found himself momentarily speechless, realizing he had overlooked this detail. He feigned a look of helplessness and said, Mom, please let me finish. All right, go on. Jiang Chen's mind raced, and in an instant, he concocted a plausible explanation. Clearing his throat, he spoke. When I graduated and went to work in Shenzhen, I fortuitously met Mr. Su. We occasionally kept in touch, playing chess and such, and thus developed a friendship across generations. 3 years ago, upon learning of my aspirations to enter business, he lent me a sum of money, which served as the capital for my partnership with friends. Without that financial support, I would not have been able to start a company alongside them. Over time, with his guidance, I gradually found my footing. Just last week, on the day I called you, I received a call from Mr. Su's caretaker, and upon visiting him, I discovered he had been bedridden. It was then that I learned of his true identity. He paused for breath, feeling parched, and poured himself a glass of water. Under the eager gazes of his parents, he continued, it was then that I learned he was the chairman of Xinghe Group. He confided in me that he had no children, and, feeling his days were numbered without a successor, he deemed my character and integrity suitable and entrusted Xinghe Group to me, asking me to take over. Is that it? Came the puzzled voices of his parents in unison. Jiang Chen, feeling compelled to fabricate a story, proceeded without concern for their belief, asserting that he indeed was the chairman of Xinghe Group. Jiang Chen shrugged. That's all there is to it. What more do you wish to know? Jiang Zhao scratched his head, sensing something was amiss but unable to articulate it. Son, isn't this a bit too fantastical? Zhao Fan, her eyes wide with confusion, remarked. Child, you've become the chairman of a trillion-dollar group just like that? It feels so unreal. Their son's fortune seemed so extraordinary it surpassed the plots of even the most absurd dramas, leaving them incredulous. Mom, I am not deceiving you, Mr. Su genuinely entrusted the company to me. I truly am the chairman of Xinghe Group, without a doubt, Jiang Chen insisted. And while his statement held a kernel of truth, Xinghe Group was indeed a reward from the system. And Su Shizhong was a figure orchestrated by it. He was now undeniably the chairman. With this revelation laid before them, Jiang Zhao and Zhao Fan reluctantly accepted the reality that their son held the title of chairman of a trillion-dollar enterprise. At that moment, Jiang Yin received a phone call from Jiang Zhao and rushed home without delay. Upon entering the house, he found his elder brother engaged in conversation with their parents. Jiang Yin excitedly called out to Jiang Chen, brother. Despite the years that had passed, he felt no hesitation, immediately sitting beside him. You're finally back. I've missed you so much. You've grown up, and you've become so handsome. Jiang Chen marveled at the transformation of his younger brother, who was now a tall and dashing young man, completely different from the 14-year-old he had last seen. Feeling a bit shy under Jiang Chen's gaze, Jiang Yin quipped. What did you expect, brother? I am the heartthrob of my class. But you've lost so much weight and become even more handsome. It's no wonder you're my brother. Jiang Yin was exuberant to reunite with Jiang Chen after several years, playfully teasing him. Jiang Chen smiled gently, a hint of warmth flickering in his eyes. The bond between the brothers remained unchanged despite the passage of time. All right, you two catch up. Your father and I will go prepare a meal for you. Zhao Fan, witnessing this scene, felt an immense joy that illuminated her face with an unceasing smile. She beckoned Zhang Chao to assist her and made her way towards the kitchen, her heart set on preparing a sumptuous meal for her beloved son. As for Jiang Chen's recent transformation into the chairman of the Xinghe Group, both she and Zhang Chao refrained from probing further. They understood that their son had his own secrets. As parents, their aspirations were not for their child to amass wealth, but rather for them to live happily and healthily, together as a family, free from misfortune. Chapter 28. Jiang Chen, brother, I'll get you a luxury G-Class car. Jiang Yin, no, I want a Land Rover. Oh, by the way, is that Maybach parked at the entrance yours? Jiang Yin recalled seeing the car upon his return, having often browsed various luxury car reviews online, and recognized it immediately, prompting his inquiry. Jiang Chen clarified that it was a company vehicle, not his own. Oh, I see. But I was just thinking, how could you have a Yuzhou licensed car while you're in Shenzhen? Speaking of cars, Jiang Chen remembered his promise to Jiang Yin about buying him a vehicle and asked, so, little brother, have you decided what car you want? Jiang Yin, having caught a glimpse of the iceberg's tip that Jiang Chen had revealed, was visibly elated, his excitement shining through as he gazed at him with sparkling eyes. Brother, are you really going to buy me one? Do you think I'm jesting with you? Or do you doubt your brother's capabilities? Jiang Chen feigned irritation at his brother's expression, finding it amusing. Jiang Yin's expression fell, mistakenly believing that Jiang Chen was upset with him for doubting him. He quickly waved his hands. No, brother, you misunderstood. I believe in you. Ha, I was just teasing you. Jiang Chen relished his brother's reaction, recalling how much joy he derived from scaring Jiang Yin when they were younger. All right, enough jesting. Tell me, what car do you want? I'll buy it for you. Jiang Chen declared with grandeur. Realizing that Jiang Chen was indeed joking, Jiang Yin felt speechless, thinking how even as an adult, he was still being teased. He cautiously asked, can I have a Land Rover? He gazed at Jiang Chen with a pleading expression that was simply adorable. Jiang Chen was taken aback by his brother's choice. Having expected him to opt for a sports car, he never anticipated that Jiang Yin would wish for a Land Rover. While the vehicle was commendable, it had always struck him as a car for the more mature, and he instinctively assumed Jiang Yin meant a Range Rover. No, little brother. I merely mentioned the Land Rover in passing. You genuinely want one? Moreover, isn't the Land Rover a bit too old-fashioned for you at 18? Jiang Chen gently suggested he consider a different option. He then offered his preferences. How about a G-Class? If not that, a sports car would suit you much better at your age. No, I absolutely need a Land Rover, Jiang Yin insisted, looking at Jiang Chen with a pitiful gaze, perplexed. Brother, how is the Defender 110 old-fashioned? It's youthful and sporty, so stylish. He then, fearing Jiang Chen wouldn't believe him, pulled out his phone to show him. Jiang Chen laughed heartily, realizing he had made an oversight. Oh, I thought you meant the Range Rover. He waved his hand, indicating Jiang Yin needn't show him. I know the Defender 110. It's quite good, albeit a bit on the cheaper side. Given his current wealth, he was certainly entitled to speak thus. However, he remained unaware of his slightly possessive tendencies towards his younger brother. Jiang Yin, watching his brother, remarked dryly, brother, this is still considered cheap? It's over $1 million. Had you not shown me your bank balance yesterday, I wouldn't have dared to even dream of this car. Over $1 million is indeed reasonable. Once we return to Shenzhen, I'll arrange it for you. As an elder brother, he was determined to indulge his younger sibling. However, he was also contemplating whether to surprise him with a sports car as a gift. Even if Jiang Yin favored a Pagani, he would acquiesce. Thank you, brother. I love you. Jiang Yin exclaimed excitedly, immediately embracing Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, feigning annoyance, pushed him away. All right, let go. Noticing the worn-out phone in Jiang Yin's hand, he inquired, didn't I just transfer you 10,000? Why haven't you replaced your phone? Oh, that. I haven't had the chance to change it yet. He waved his old phone, which was a gift from his mother when he started high school. Having served him for nearly 4 years now. Well, you don't need to change it anymore. Jiang Chen stood up and retrieved 2 large gift bags from the side. You can choose, Apple or Huawei, both are top tier. Without hesitation, Jiang Yin grabbed the bag emblazoned with the Apple logo. Upon opening it, he discovered not only a phone but also headphones, a tablet, and more. He immediately burst into ecstatic exclamations, calling Jiang Chen his dear brother. Jiang Chen shook his head, placing the Huawei bag aside, knowing well that Jiang Yin would naturally choose Apple, as is customary for the youth. Jiang Chen then asked, now that you have a new phone, what will you do with the old one? Jiang Yin replied, I'll definitely recycle it on a second-hand platform. I'm listing this model there. He playfully added, you two stop chatting and go wash your hands for dinner. Jiang Chao, tying an apron, called from the kitchen. Jiang Yin sprang up cheerfully. All right, coming. He turned to Jiang Chen and declared, brother, you wash your hands. I'll help mom and dad serve the dishes. He hurried towards the kitchen. Jiang Chen watched his parents bustling in the kitchen and then glanced at his younger brother, who had just washed his hands and was about to sneak a taste from the serving platter only to receive a playful slap from their mother. A wave of indescribable familial affection surged within him. At the dining table, Xiaofan beamed with joy as she served Jiang Chen. Looking at his bowl, he sighed, Mom, please stop. I can't fit any more in. Eat more. It's been ages since you had your mother's cooking. Xiaofan insistently placed a piece of steamed pork rib into Jiang Chen's bowl. Jiang Yin scoffed, feigning annoyance. Come on, Mom, now that brother's back. You've forgotten all about me. Zhao Fan shot him a glare. You're not the same. You eat every day while your brother hasn't had a proper meal in so long. Jiang Yen shrank his neck, dutifully scooping rice. Jiang Chen and Jiang Chao found this amusing, and Jiang Chen placed a piece of his brother's favorite dish into his bowl. Hey, see? Brother treats me better. Jiang Chao also served him a helping. All right, eat up. The ribs 1T silence your chatter. Though they jested. Zhao Fan and Jiang Chao looked at the brothers with delight. It had been years since their family had enjoyed such a harmonious dinner together. Jiang Chao instructed Jiang Yen to fetch 4 wine glasses. Seeing this, Jiang Chen brought out a bottle from the side. He first poured for their parents, then himself, and finally for Jiang Yen, as his younger brother had now reached the legal drinking age. Jiang Chao raised his glass, looking at his wife and 2 sons. His heart swelling with joy as he reflected on how his sons had grown. Today marks our family's gathering, and I am truly delighted. Let us all raise a glass. Zhao Fan, equally radiant, lifted her glass in agreement. Jiang Yen quickly raised his glass. Cheers. Jiang Chen clinked glasses with them before saying, Mom, Dad, I want to bring you to live in Shenzhen. After drinking, Jiang Chen set down his glass and revealed the thought he had contemplated on his way back. Chapter 29. The world is vast, happiness is small, but home is the warmest. Mom and Dad, I want to bring you to live in Shenzhen. I bought a large apartment in the city center. If you find it uncomfortable, we can always purchase a larger villa. As soon as Jiang Chen returned home, he had already received the system's reward of a luxurious flat in the city center. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Zhao Fan and Jiang Zhao paused their chopsticks. And his younger brother, Jiang Yen, also ceased his meal to look at him. Zhao Fan turned her gaze towards Jiang Zhao, the head of the family, who, following her gaze, understood through the silent communication developed over many years of marriage that it was his turn to make a decision. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Zhao replied earnestly, Chen, logically speaking, it is entirely reasonable for you to wish to take us to live in the big city now that you have found success. However, your mother and I have spent our entire lives here. Leaving our familiar environment for an unfamiliar place would undoubtedly be a challenge for us. Just consider your mother, now retired. She spends her days dancing in the square and visiting relatives. As for me, all my friends are here. Jiang Zhao did not want to disappoint his son's good intentions. So he tactfully concluded, it is indeed difficult for us to leave our hometown, where we have lived for so many years, to move to the big city. Of course, it's not that your mother and I do not wish to live with you. It's just that this change is quite sudden, and we are not prepared for it. Therefore, Chen, we can discuss this matter at a later time, right? After all, you will soon be heading to the deep city for university. Zhao Fan nodded repeatedly, agreeing that the thought of suddenly leaving the place where she had spent her entire life was quite disconcerting. Yet, she did not forget to urge, whenever you find a daughter-in-law and get married, and give us grandchildren, your father and I can then go to the deep city to help take care of the children. Jiang Chen felt a bit embarrassed. His mother could always tie everything back to his lifelong affairs. He quickly laughed it off, saying, we can talk about that later. I'm so busy right now. Let us wait until I have some free time. He continued, after all, with my current status, I cannot just casually seek someone. Right, Dad? Jiang Zhao, seeing that his son had turned the conversation back to him, pondered for a moment and agreed, realizing that due to his son's current circumstances, it was indeed not appropriate to think about matchmaking as they once had. Yes, I believe Chen is correct. We need not worry about this matter. Zhao Fan shot him a disapproving glance, dissatisfied with his words, yet after some reflection, she chose not to press Jiang Chen further. After all, her son was exceptionally talented, and it was certain that he would not lack for good women in the future. Jiang Chen, pleased with having successfully diverted the topic, silently praised his father. However, considering that his parents were unwilling to move to the deep city, he took out a prepared bank card and said, Mom and Dad, if you are not willing to move to the deep city, then please accept this card. The password is Mom's birthday. As he spoke, he handed the card to Zhao Fan as she managed the family finances. Zhao Fan, holding her chopsticks in one hand, extended her other hand to push the bank card away, saying, why are you giving us a bank card? We have enough money. We don't need it. Jiang Chen smiled and continued to offer the card to his mother. This is my heartfelt gesture. Since you won't be going to the deep city, shouldn't I at least give you some money to show my filial piety? He then turned to Jiang Zhao. Dad, don't you agree? Jiang Zhao, who was in a position of nominal authority, nodded in agreement, stating, accepted. Chen is right. We cannot disregard his good intentions. Hearing this, Zhao Fan felt compelled to acquiesce and took the card, saying, all right, I'll keep it safe for you. Jiang Chen found it amusing. He intended for them to simply save the money. Mom, the money is for you to use. The house needs renovations. Or perhaps you could buy a new villa. That would be fine too. And Dad, you should get a new car. The one you have is almost as old as Jiang Yen. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up, fully supporting Jiang Chen's suggestion about replacing the car. He had long wanted to change that old wreck, but lacked the budget. Jiang Yan, who had been eating quietly, could not contain his curiosity after seeing their mother accept the card. He asked Jiang Chen, "Brother, how much is on the card?" Jiang Chen casually replied, "Not much. Just 100 million. Zhao Fan gasped. The bank card she had just received slipped from her fingers onto the dining table, and she quickly snatched it back, clutching it tightly in her palm. Jiang Zhao, astonished, opened his mouth wide, unable to close it for quite some time. Zhao Fan, her voice trembling, asked, "Son, isn't that too much? 100 million. I have never seen so much money in my life. Mom, just accept it peacefully. 100 million is really not much for your son now, and it's meant for you and Dad to use. Don't just keep it to yourselves." Jiang Chen added, "And remember, this matter of money should not be disclosed to anyone. After all, wealth can stir up greed." At the same time, he contemplated whether he should arrange for a caretaker and security for his parents, considering that Jiang Yan would soon be heading to the deep city for studies. Leaving them alone at home made him uneasy. Determined, he resolved to have Ji Jun make the arrangements. Zhao Fan nodded repeatedly, tucking the bank card into her bag. "All right. I understand, my dear child. I know the importance of keeping wealth discreet. Rest assured, your father and I will manage it prudently." She silently vowed never to disclose this to anyone. In contrast to Jiang Zhao and Zhao Fan, Jiang Yan appeared much more composed. Having been informed of some details yesterday by Jiang Chen, he set down his utensils and looked at Jiang Chen with eager anticipation. "So, brother, what about me? Will you give your dear little brother some?" "Hey." However, before Jiang Yan could finish his sentence, Zhao Fan lightly tapped his head with her chopsticks. The tap was gentle, but Jiang Yan, playfully clutching his head, exclaimed, "Mom, why did you hit me? It hurts. What if you make me stupid? You little rascal. Before you learn how to earn money, you're already asking your brother for it." Jiang Yan muttered under his breath, "Can't I ask my own brother?" Zhao Fan, overhearing, immediately raised her chopsticks as if ready to hit him again. Jiang Yan, seeing this, quickly complied. All right, I won't ask anymore. Just stop hitting me." This scene made Jiang Chen laugh heartily. He turned to Zhao Fan, saying, "Mom, when the little brother goes to the deep city for school, I'll give him an allowance." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan perked up. "See, that's my real brother. Unlike you, Mom, who just hits me," while provoking Zhao Fan. He did not forget to flatter Jiang Chen. "Love you, big brother, hee." Zhao Fan sighed, "Just indulge him." Jiang Chen chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to engage with his mischievous younger brother. He poured another glass of wine for Jiang Zhao and Zhao Fan, raising his glass to toast with his parents. They shared several toasts with Jiang Zhao. The meal ended in this warm and cheerful atmosphere, with Jiang Yan being dragged by Zhao Fan to wash the dishes, while Jiang Zhao, having drunk a bit too much, went to rest. After moving a chair into the yard, Jiang Chen sat down to enjoy the breeze and clear his head. He lit a cigarette and took out his phone to post on social media, crafting the caption, "The world is vast, happiness is small, but home is the warmest." He selected a photo of the sumptuous meal prepared by Zhao Fan and a selfie of their family of 4, where Jiang Chen beamed with the happiest smile he had worn in 30 years. Once he confirmed everything was in order, he clicked to publish. Almost before he finished smoking a single cigarette, his phone buzzed with notifications of more than 10 likes, all from executives within the company, along with several comments. Ji Jun wrote, "A splendid feast. Wishing Chairman Jiang and uncle and aunt good health." Vice President Su Mingho added, "Wishing Chairman Jiang and family peace and health." He Xiaomai, "Wishing Chairman Jiang and his family good health." Rose Flower Jocks 3. Xiao Jiyuan, "Auntie's dishes are so sumptuous. Just looking at the pictures makes my mouth water." Colorful JPP. Below, more and more executives were sending their well wishes. Jiang Chen chose a few executives to respond to, and he made sure to reply to Xiao Jiyuan as well, after which he ceased to pay attention to the growing number of comments. Putting away his phone, he suddenly remembered something. It dawned on him that he seemed to have forgotten about Xiao Su. He pushed open the door and indeed found Xiao Su sitting in the car. Chapter 30. The winds of youth are more precious than gold. Putting away his phone, he suddenly recalled something. He realized he had neglected the driver, Xiao Su, whom he hadn't seen. As he opened the door, he spotted Xiao Su in the car. Upon seeing Jiang Chen emerge, Xiao Su promptly opened the car door and exited to greet him. Jiang Chen gestured for him to refrain from excessive formality, then pulled out a cigarette and offered it to him. Xiao Su, taken aback by the gesture, accepted it, feeling obliged to comply with his boss's kindness. Yet he refrained from smoking it. "Xiao Su, find yourself a place to stay, leave the car here. If there's anything, I'll reach out to you." At the same time, Jiang Chen took out his phone to let him add him on Feishin. Then, without allowing for refusal, transferred 10,000 yuan to him, instructing him to arrange accommodation in town, and thoughtfully mentioned that there was a noodle shop in the area known for its delicious noodles that he should try. Xiao Su couldn't decline. Reluctantly, he clicked to accept the payment. After handing the car keys back to Jiang Chen, he assured him he would be available 24/7 and could be summoned at any time. He then headed towards the noodle shop Jiang Chen had recommended, eager to sample the boss's suggestion. Once Xiao Su was dispatched, Jiang Chen leaned against the car, taking in the familiar streets while lighting another cigarette. At that moment, Jiang Yan emerged. Bro, why are you smoking here? I was just trying to find you. Jiang Chen smiled. Have you finished washing the dishes? Where's Mom? Approaching Jiang Chen and leaning against the car, Jiang Yan remarked, It's all your fault for getting Dad drunk. Mom went to take care of him. Jiang Chen, upon hearing this, insisted it had nothing to do with him, asserting that he hadn't drunk much, while their father had been downing glass after glass, resulting in his inebriation. That is hardly my fault. In July in Yuzhou, even the winds are cool, dispersing much of the drunken haze. Jiang Chen tossed away his cigarette, extinguishing it with his shoe. Come on, little brother, let us go for a stroll. He yearned to wander through the familiar yet strangely altered scenery of his hometown. Okay, Jiang Yan replied. After walking for a while, they reached the town center, where Jiang Yan paused, pointing to a place and asking, Bro, do you remember that incident at this milk tea shop? Jiang Chen followed Jiang Yan's gesture and remarked, I can't believe it's still open after all these years. Memories flooded back, and he burst into laughter. It was back when Jiang Chen was in high school. He had stealthily taken 100 yuan from his parents to go online. Fearing discovery, he had preemptively asked Jiang Yan, who was still in elementary school, to cover for him if their parents noticed the missing money, promising to treat him to 3 days' worth of milk tea afterward. As expected, he was found out. In the lure of milk tea, young Jiang Yan had silently endured a beating from Zhao Fun, their mother, even crying but never betraying his brother. Looking back, it wasn't worth it at all. 3 days of milk tea resulted in a severe beating from Mom, while you pocketed 100 yuan. And in the end, you only bought me 1 day's worth of milk tea. I ended up with just 1 cup, Jiang Yan remarked, exasperated, lamenting how his older brother had taken advantage of his youthful ignorance. Jiang Chen smiled, placing an arm around his brother's shoulders. Come, I'll treat you. I'll buy you milk tea, and I'll treat you to a lifetime of it. That's not feasible. You'll get diabetes, Jiang Yan retorted. Jiang Chen erupted in laughter. Ha. Entering the milk tea shop, Jiang Chen ordered 2 familiar drinks. Perhaps due to growing up, he felt this milk tea no longer tasted as it once did. It's not as fragrant anymore. He then took Jiang Yan to stroll through their old campus. Fortunately, it was summer vacation, and even at night, the campus was open for people to walk and exercise. They also visited the internet cafe where they often skipped classes and the bookstore they frequented every Friday to buy comics, mostly just looking without purchasing anything. They wandered through the snack street and more, a place that held the majority of his cherished memories and youthful moments. Everything felt so familiar yet distant. A surreal dreamlike experience. Time truly flies. He couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. Time, more ferocious than a flood, had swept him away, in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen was no longer the youth he once was, having entered the age of 30. He reminisced about his innocent childhood, the spiritedness of youth, the lofty ambitions of his teenage years, the acceptance of reality as he stepped into society, and finally, the helplessness of having to compromise with the monster called life. Fortunately, all of this had been transformed by the system. Bro, big brother, what are you thinking about, so lost in thought? Jiang Yan called out repeatedly. Noticing Jiang Chen in a daze, Jiang Chen came back to reality, looking at Jiang Yan sipping his milk tea, and with a mixture of nostalgia and reflection, said, I was wondering if I would still be as spirited at your age. Jiang Yan found his brother's words strange. What are you talking about, bro? I don't understand, and besides, you're not old at all. Jiang Chen smiled, but said nothing. The winds of youthful exuberance are more precious than gold, and the fervor of a young heart is a non-renewable treasure. Once extinguished, it can never be reclaimed. And you, my foolish Abudu, need not understand. For I will pave a wide and boundless path for you, ensuring you do not tread into the same mire of misfortune I once did. Let us go home. The lights cast long shadows of Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan, elevating Jiang Chen's heart to greater heights. Chapter 31. The Spectacular Graduation Banquet. Now that Jiang Chen had returned, Jiang Zhao and Zhao Fan discussed selecting an auspicious day to prepare a graduation banquet for Jiang Yan. This banquet was a long-standing tradition in their locale. Whenever a family produced a college graduate, a celebration was held. Although, in recent years, as college graduates became less of a rarity, few in their small town hosted such banquets. Jiang Yan had achieved remarkable results, prompting Jiang Zhao and Zhao Fan to decide to host one for him. Initially, Zhao Fan planned to reserve 3 tables, intending to invite a few relatives and Jiang Yan's classmates and teachers. However, upon hearing this, Jiang Chen insisted on canceling that plan, stating he would take charge. His intention was to make it a grand affair. Merely 3 tables wouldn't suffice. He aimed to throw a substantial celebration, all for the sake of indulging that foolish Abudu. Jiang Chen instructed his parents to spread the word, inviting not only relatives and Jiang Yan's teachers and classmates, but anyone who wished to join in the festivities, assuring them they wouldn't need to contribute a penny. Jiang Chen could envision the crowd flocking to join the celebration, and to be on the safe side, he contacted Su Jinzong, requesting him to assemble a chef team capable of catering to at least several thousand guests within a day, with no budgetary constraints. As always, Su Jinzong did not disappoint Jiang Chen. He promptly agreed. However, one person alone was insufficient to accomplish such a task, so he immediately reported Jiang Chen's requirements to the hotel. Upon learning of the request, General Manager Zhu Zhe swiftly escalated the matter to the headquarters of the Oriental Hotel Group, seeking their assistance in fulfilling Jiang Chen's ambitious plans. Upon learning the information, the current CEO of Cultural Oriental Group reviewed Jiang Chen's profile and discovered that he is, in fact, the chairman of Xinghe Group. Without hesitation, he approved the arrangements and facilitated coordination. With the full support of the entire group, Su Jinzong reached out to Jiang Chen to inform him that everything had been arranged, and they had set off with personnel and ingredients in tow. Jiang Chen praised Su Jinzong's capabilities and expressed his satisfaction with the services provided by Wenfei Oriental Hotel. He then contacted the bank to transfer 20 million directly into Wenfei Oriental Group's corporate account, instructing them to adjust the amount as necessary. The formidable force of wealth surged forth, commanding everything to bend to its will. Under Jiang Chen's grandiose influence, within just one day, Su Jinzong led a team of nearly 200 chefs and a substantial service staff from Wenfei Oriental. An abundance of ingredients and air-freighted seafood was transported in numerous vehicles. By early the next morning, the team led by Su Jinzong arrived. Upon their arrival, he promptly organized the personnel and set up the facilities, informing Jiang Chen that everything was ready. Seeing that Su Jinzong had prepared diligently on the 3rd day, Jiang Chen waved his hand and organized an extravagant outdoor banquet along their street, stretching from one end to the other. With tables lined up as far as the eye could see, a diverse array of global cuisines was showcased at this celebratory feast for his brother's academic advancement, which continued for 3 full days, from dawn until dusk. By the end, nearly half the town's residents had attended Jiang Yan's graduation banquet. As for any complaints about the road being obstructed, please inquire amongst the townsfolk, who among them has voiced discontent. Everyone was overjoyed to partake in a splendid meal, with many even taking leftovers home. Once the graduation banquet concluded, the small town, primarily known for its cultivation of citrus fruits and peaches, with a modest population of just over 20,000, saw the Jiang family achieve newfound fame. Who could forget the eldest son, Jiang Chen, who organized such a grand celebration for his brother? Anyone wishing to join the festivities was welcomed without hesitation, and there was no need to contribute money. Dining was simply a matter of taking a seat at the table. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Chen's identity was soon recognized, leaving numerous attendees in awe, realizing that the chairman of Xinghe Group hailed from their very community. Many captured videos of the banquet and shared them online, prompting a wave of astonishment from netizens who marveled at Jiang Chen's devotion to his brother. They envied the vast expanse of tables set for the feast and lamented why the wealthy could not share their fortune with more individuals, while simultaneously expressing admiration for Jiang Yan, fortunate enough to have such a remarkable brother. The townsfolk, who witnessed Jiang Chen's rise, shared a collective understanding that the Jiang family had indeed produced an extraordinary figure. The extravagant banquet, celebrated as a veritable gathering of global culinary delights, thrust the family into the spotlight of public discourse. 2 days following the sensational graduation festivities, in the living room of the Jiang household, the family expressed their grievances to Jiang Chen, chastising him for his ostentatiousness. "Brother, look what you've done. Now everyone knows your identity." Following the banquet, Jiang Yin was too apprehensive to step outside, as classmates inquired if they could secure employment at his brother's company, while even teachers sought his assistance in finding positions for their children. Zhao Fun, exasperated, remarked, "My dear son, I have relatives calling me incessantly, pleading for you to arrange jobs for their children, and many are asking to borrow money." Her phone had not ceased ringing for days, leaving her thoroughly overwhelmed, with even distant relatives reaching out. Ultimately, she decided to turn off her phone, seeking a moment's peace. Meanwhile, Jiang Chao remained unfazed, despite receiving numerous calls himself. He had wisely removed his SIM card and logged out of his messaging app, contentedly scrolling through Douyin. Jiang Chen smiled, reassuring them that there was no need for concern, and continued playing games while prioritizing the search for security personnel, not for any other reason than to ensure the safety of his family and himself. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the door, prompting Zhao Fun to sigh, her expression one of resignation. Surely, it was yet another relative seeking a visit. The past few days had seen an influx of visitors, many of whom were unfamiliar faces eager to catch a glimpse of Jiang Chen, as if seeing him might grant them a taste of celestial longevity. Zhao Fan, wishing to ignore the disturbance, glanced at her three sons. Finding Jiang Chen and Jiang Yin engrossed in their game, while Jiang Chao lounged on the sofa, humming along to Douyin videos. This sight only fueled her irritation. However, the knocking persisted, accompanied by a youthful voice inquiring, "Hello, is anyone home?" With a heavy heart, Zhao Fan nudged Jiang Yin, gesturing for him to check the door. "Great. I must be the lowest in rank," he lamented, knowing he had no choice but to comply with his mother's request. Reluctantly, he set down his phone and approached the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a young man clad in a white shirt, holding a gift, accompanied by a dark-skinned middle-aged man in a similar attire, with several others dressed alike standing behind them. Chapter 32. Jiang Chen plans to invest no less than 3 billion in his hometown. A gathering of individuals stood at his doorstep, and as the door opened, they stepped forward. May I ask what brings you here?" Jiang Yin inquired, perplexed by their presence, as he did not recognize them. He positioned his hands against the door frame to prevent them from entering uninvited. The young man at the door was about to speak when the middle-aged man stepped forward, bypassing him, and exclaimed, "You must be Jiang Yin, a distinguished student indeed." After patting Jiang Yin on the shoulder, he continued, "Relax, Jiang Yin, my name is Lin Tao, here to visit Mr. Jiang." He smiled warmly, directly stating his purpose. Upon hearing the name Lin Tao, Jiang Yin felt a sense of familiarity wash over him. Suddenly, it clicked. This was the very individual who had visited their school for research purposes and as a model student. He had the honor of presenting flowers to Lin Tao during that visit. It was no wonder he felt a sense of recognition. Lin Tao was the highest-ranking official Jiang Yin had ever encountered, now standing before him to visit his brother. Not wishing to delay, Jiang Yin promptly responded, "Secretary Lin, please wait a moment. I will fetch my brother immediately." He hurried inside to summon Jiang Chen, relaying the news of the district leader's visit. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen quickly rose to greet their guest. As Jiang Chen stepped outside, Lin Tao, seeing the principal figure had arrived, extended his hand with a smile, saying, "Mr. Jiang, greetings. I am Lin Tao." Jiang Chen was taken aback, for despite Lin Tao's position as a district leader, his rank was quite significant, especially in Yuzhou, where district leaders held a status akin to high-ranking officials. Jiang Chen quickly extended his hands, warmly responding, "Greetings, leader. I am Jiang Chen. Please, come in and make yourself comfortable." With that, he gestured for Lin Tao to enter. Jiang Chen, accompanied by Lin Tao and his entourage, entered the living room and took their seats. Zhao Fan and Jiang Zhao promptly poured tea for them, and everyone, including Lin Tao, expressed their polite gratitude. A young man nearby enthusiastically handed a gift box to Jiang Zhao and Zhao Fan, affectionately addressing them as uncle and aunt. This gesture left Jiang Zhao and Zhao Fan feeling incredulous. The leaders they had only seen on district television were now seated in their home, enjoying tea. Yet, witnessing Jiang Chen engage in lively conversation with Lin Tao filled them with pride. Such a prominent leader had come to visit their son, they thought to themselves. In the sofa area, aside from Lin Tao and Jiang Chen, the remaining attendees were influential leaders, while those whose names were not well known stood. Young people were also capturing photographs of Jiang Chen conversing with Lin Tao, documenting the moment. Once Lin Tao felt the conversation had reached a suitable point, he raised his head and signaled to a bespectacled young man, who promptly understood and instructed the others to put away their cameras. Everyone held their breath, awaiting Lin Tao's address. Observing this, Jiang Chen recognized that the moment for serious discussion had arrived. Indeed, Lin Tao spoke directly and without preamble. "Chairman Jiang," he began, having altered his address to Jiang Chen. "The primary purpose of my visit is to understand your thoughts on our hometown. Are you interested in investing back home?" He gazed earnestly at Jiang Chen, articulating the true intent behind his visit. Surprisingly, Jiang Chen bore no resentment towards Lin Tao's solicitation for investment. His current status could not be concealed, especially after the graduation banquet he hosted for Jiang Yin, which had revealed his identity to the attendees. Jiang Chen was quite willing to invest in his hometown, as the notion of returning home in prosperity to benefit the community was deeply ingrained within him. Furthermore, such an endeavor could enhance their family's reputation. Contemplating the resources available within his Star River Group that could be allocated for investment in his hometown, he pondered briefly before declaring, "As for investing in our hometown, I, Jiang Chen, am more than willing. Upon my return to Shenzhen, I will dispatch an investment team from Star River Group for an assessment, regardless of the outcome of the investigation." At this, Jiang Chen paused, and in the midst of Lin Tao's focused gaze, he uttered words that brought immense surprise. I personally commit that Star River Group will allocate no less than 3 billion yuan. If, upon conclusion of the assessment, there are no further issues, I am open to considering an increase of this figure. Jiang Chen had firmly established a 3 billion yuan investment, a sum that paled in comparison to the liquidity within the group. He was not lacking in funds, and after all, why not contribute to the economic development of his hometown? Joy surged within Lin Tao at this unexpected windfall. He had come with merely a tentative hope of securing investment. Yet here he was, less than half an hour into their meeting, and Jiang Chen had already pledged a sum exceeding 3 billion yuan. Such a straightforward commitment left Lin Tao somewhat taken aback, especially as no conditions had been stipulated. His eagerness to share this remarkable news with his second-in-command, who shared his struggles, was palpable. The necessity of personally soliciting investments was indeed a last resort, as their district was impoverished. Last year's GDP did not even match the market value of Star River Group. Despite his high-ranking position, he was burdened with economic worries. In contrast, the neighboring district boasted a robust heavy industry, ensuring their economic stability. However, his own district had nothing of the sort. Their economy relied heavily on agriculture and the tertiary sector, with a dismal industrial base primarily limited to light manufacturing. Tourism was somewhat buoyed by the fame of the neighboring district's renowned grilled fish, occasionally attracting visitors. Oh, and while they held a notable title as the leading district for labor export nationwide, the reality was grim. The youth were migrating south for work, reluctant to remain in their hometown to pursue opportunities. This was precisely why, upon discovering that their district had produced a chairman of a billion yuan group, he felt compelled to visit promptly. Lin Tao was no stranger to Star River Group. Star River Plaza had proliferated in second and third-tier cities. He recalled the project he had managed to secure years ago with great difficulty, only for it to be snatched away by the neighboring district at the last moment. The anger he and his second-in-command felt upon hearing that news had driven them to consider confronting the rival district directly. With this in mind, Lin Tao gazed sincerely at Jiang Chen and said, "Chairman Jiang, may I make a humble request?" Jiang Chen smiled and replied, "Please, go ahead." The Star River Plaza project, once taken from them, had become an indelible thorn in their sides. Now that he was face-to-face with the chairman of Star River Group and had secured an investment, he seized the moment. "Might it be possible for us to open another Star River Plaza in our district?" Jiang Chen, initially anticipating a different request, was taken aback by this bold proposition. Having already committed to a minimum investment of 3 billion yuan, adding another Star River Plaza seemed feasible. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen assented. "Since you have asked, it shall be done. I will ensure that the personnel from Star River Real Estate accompany us for the assessment. I hope you can organize the necessary arrangements for personnel coordination." In mere exchanges, Jiang Chen had effectively secured a commitment of at least 3.5 billion yuan in investments. Lin Tao was impressed by Jiang Chen's prompt agreement, realizing that a single request had led to the acquisition of yet another project. Acknowledging Jiang Chen's final statement, he responded earnestly, "Rest assured, Chairman Jiang, we will establish a dedicated team to facilitate all matters related to this collaboration with Star River Group, with myself and the second-in-command leading the initiative." He further assured that relevant policies and tax incentives would be structured to favor Star River Group, ensuring that every aspect of this investment was meticulously addressed. Chapter 33. Would you care to be my personal assistant? With the investment settled, Lin Tao suggested hosting a banquet to express gratitude on behalf of the district committee and government for Jiang Chen's generous support of their hometown. However, Jiang Chen politely declined, suggesting that a simple meal at home would suffice. Lin Tao gladly acquiesced, recognizing the opportunity to foster a closer relationship with Jiang Chen and his family. Thus, he instructed the others to depart, and, alongside his second-in-command, who had just returned from an external investigation, the two remained to share a meal with Jiang Chen's family. What was termed a simple meal turned out to be a high-level private banquet, utilizing top-tier ingredients left over from the graduation celebration and prepared by skilled chefs from the Wenfei Oriental Hotel. Jiang Chen had reached out to Su Jinzong to arrange for chefs to come and cook, and fortunately, his timing was impeccable. Su Jinzong and several chefs had yet to leave. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's request, Su Jinzong quickly returned with the chefs. Thus, what began as a casual meal transformed into a private feast. As the second-in-command, Li Jianghe, arrived, he eagerly raised his glass to toast Jiang Chen, fostering camaraderie. Over the years, he and Lin Tao had faced considerable challenges, struggling to secure any projects, often thwarted by the neighboring district's interference. At last, the bitter has yielded to the sweet. Reflecting on this, he found himself unconsciously raising a glass to drink. Beside him, Lin Tao was also sharing drinks with Jiang Zhao, engaging in casual conversation, occasionally addressing Zhao Fun as sister-in-law and praising Jiang Yan. Li Jianghe's face was flushed from the alcohol. Once seated, he hardly paused in his drinking. He raised his glass to Jiang Chen and said, "Chairman Jiang, allow me to toast you once more, in gratitude for your investment and contributions to our hometown." "Leader, you are overly gracious," Jiang Chen replied. "Having leaders like you two, who prioritize the welfare of the people, is indeed a blessing for us common folk. This toast should be for you both, instead." Such pleasantries were commonplace, and Jiang Chen was no exception. As he spoke, he stood up and raised his glass towards the two local dignitaries. Lin Tao and Li Jianghe also rose, beaming as they clinked their glasses together. The meal was a feast of warmth and hospitality. The secretaries of Lin Tao and Li Jianghe assisted the two into the same car. Once inside, they both opened their eyes simultaneously, exchanging glances before bursting into hearty laughter, showing no trace of drunkenness. The Xinguang Plaza project alone, from inception to completion, was estimated to create thousands of job opportunities, potentially impacting tens of thousands of lives when considering the families behind those jobs. Not to mention the 3 billion yuan investment, which would have far-reaching implications across various sectors. The thought of it brought them immense joy, as they finally felt a sense of pride in securing such an investment, particularly one as substantial as 3 billion yuan along with a new plaza. Their fondness for the young Jiang Chen grew, as he exhibited none of the arrogance one might expect from the chairman of a trillion-yuan conglomerate. For years, they had worked together, united in their desire to develop this area, which was akin to a second hometown for them. They felt fortunate that upon learning of Jiang Chen's remarkable character, he chose not to adopt an aloof demeanor, but instead personally visited them right away. Otherwise, they might have missed out on this investment, which could significantly influence their careers. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had succumbed to the effects of alcohol, and Jiang Yin carried his inebriated brother upstairs to Jiang Chen's bedroom. Despite years of absence, the room remained unchanged. Jiang Yin placed Jiang Chen on the bed, tucked him in, and adjusted the air conditioning to a comfortable setting. After completing these tasks, he returned to his own room. He too felt a bit lightheaded but, fortunately, had only indulged in a few drinks, so there were no major consequences. Lying on his bed with his hands behind his head, he stared blankly at the yellowing ceiling. Memories of a gaming session flooded back, particularly his brother Jiang Chen's words. "Brother, just know that our family will live better in the future, the rest is up to me." In a slightly tipsy state, he reflected on the events of the past few days, feeling as if he were caught in a dream. So surreal, yet strikingly real. He recalled the shock of seeing his brother's message revealing there was 100 million in his bank account, followed by the surprise of Jiang Chen's offer to buy him a car, and the lavish graduation celebration his brother arranged, costing over 10 million. He marveled at how Jiang Chen had suddenly transformed into the chairman of a trillion-yuan enterprise. In these past couple of days, countless individuals who once mocked his academic pursuits, along with classmates who had looked down upon him, had suddenly changed their tune, showering him with congratulations for his college entrance examination results and acceptance into Shenzhen University. To say they were offering congratulations was a kind way to put it. A more candid interpretation would be that they were currying favor with him. Even some teachers approached him, humbly requesting assistance in securing internships for their children at Xinghe Group through his brother Jiang Chen. Relatives who had once scorned their family now arrived with gifts, like eager lapdogs, shamelessly asking for Jiang Chen's help. Even when dismissed, they wore smiles on their faces. All of this was profoundly impacting the heart and perception of this 18-year-old boy. He understood that it was his brother Jiang Chen who had changed everything. He couldn't fathom how his brother, once an ordinary person, had achieved such a remarkable status and position. He recalled the fleeting moments when Jiang Chen's gaze had inadvertently revealed a hint of sadness before he turned to him with a determined look. Sensitive to his brother's emotions, he pretended not to understand Jiang Chen's seemingly cryptic words. Surely, his brother had endured countless unseen hardships to ensure they could live a better life. This realization filled him with pain. Finally, the effects of the alcohol took hold, and Jiang Yin drifted off to sleep. If Jiang Chen were to learn of his brother's thoughts, he would undoubtedly be deeply moved, recognizing that his brother had truly grown up, capable of considering his well-being. The next day, Jiang Chen rose early, appearing as if nothing had happened, and joined his family for breakfast. Afterward, he contacted Su Jinzong, asking him to come over. Upon receiving the message, Su Jinzong halted his journey home and immediately turned back towards Jiang Chen's residence. The past few days had left him with barely a moment to drink water, as he had been tirelessly overseeing the coordination of several hundred workers on site, while also ensuring safety against any unexpected incidents. Fortunately, thanks to his exceptional skills and experience, Su Jinzong had navigated through the challenges without a hitch, meticulously fulfilling all of Jiang Chen's directives. Approximately 20 minutes later, Su Jinzong arrived at Jiang Chen's doorstep. He smoothed out the creases in his suit caused by the car ride. Always diligent in his work, Su Jinzong strived to present the best version of himself to clients. He He knocked gently on the door after confirming everything was in order. Coming. Jiang Chen called out as he opened the door. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Su Jinzong greeted with a slight bow. Seeing Su Jinzong maintaining his respectful demeanor, Jiang Chen smiled and said, Come in, don't be so formal. Certainly. Su Jinzong replied softly, though his expression remained unchanged. Jiang Chen brought 2 chairs from the living room, indicating for Su Jinzong to sit as he settled down himself. He then pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offering one to Su Jinzong. Let us share a smoke. It's not work time now. After lighting his own cigarette, he tossed the lighter to Su Jinzong, leaving no room for refusal. All right. Su Jinzong acquiesced and lit up. Jiang Chen took a deep drag, exhaling with a look of satisfaction before directly asking, How much do you earn in a month now? Su Jinzong's hand trembled slightly as he held the cigarette. As he began to realize the reason for Jiang Chen's invitation, I earn around 20,000 a month. This month, due to my service to you, my salary will be a bit higher, he answered honestly. Jiang Chen raised a finger, looking at him intently as he revealed a figure that sent a shiver down Su Jinzong's spine. I'll pay you 100,000 a month. With utmost seriousness, Jiang Chen addressed Su Jinzong. Jinzong, your abilities are evident, and I am very pleased. Would you be willing to serve as my personal assistant? This was the purpose of Jiang Chen's summons, to have Su Jinzong as his private aide, dedicated solely to him. Jiang Chen needed someone by his side to assist with various matters, and Su Jinzong, who had consistently met Jiang Chen's expectations, was undoubtedly the best candidate for the role. Chapter 34. The 18-year-old youth felt an overwhelming sense of happiness at this moment. Indeed, Mr. Jiang wished for my service. Su Jinzong was filled with excitement internally. Yet he maintained a composed demeanor. He was more than willing to serve Jiang Chen, as a student specializing in butler studies abroad in England. He had his own career aspirations. Before him stood Jiang Chen, the enlightened master he had longed to encounter. Now that fate had brought them together, Su Jinzong felt an urge to bow in reverence. With this thought, he immediately rose and gave a slight bow, expressing, I am, of course, willing, Mr. Jiang. Excellent. Jiang Chen replied, pleased by Su Jinzong's immediate agreement without any hesitation. He stood and patted Su Jinzong's shoulder. Jiang Chen was genuinely satisfied to have Su Jinzong on board. His capabilities were evident to all. This 100,000 is an additional bonus for you, as a reward for your efforts in assisting me, he said, pulling out his phone to transfer the funds directly to Su Jinzong. From now on, your monthly salary will be deposited into your account. Once we return to Deep City, I will arrange for you to be employed at the Xinghe Group, complete with social security and other benefits. Jiang Chen then spoke earnestly. Jinzong, remember that the 100,000 is merely a starting point, not a conclusion. Each year, I will increase your salary, provided you meet my expectations. Do you understand? Su Jinzong, fully aware of the implications, replied promptly to demonstrate his loyalty. Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, I know how to fulfill my duties. My former mentor taught me that a butler's primary role is to serve the master well and remain steadfastly loyal. Good, good, Jiang Chen responded with satisfaction, repeatedly praising him. Considering that Su Jinzong was still employed at Cultural Oriental, he added, I will grant you a day to sort out your hotel affairs. And then you may return to me tomorrow. Your work will commence then. Su Jinzong replied, Mr. Jiang, I need not a day. I can begin work immediately. May I take a moment to call Manager Zhu to resign? Jiang Chen nodded, genuinely pleased with his attitude, and turned to enter the living room, allowing Su Jinzong the space to manage his resignation. With Jiang Chen's approval, Su Jinzong called Zhu to inform her of his decision to resign, which left her perplexed. Why would you resign suddenly when everything is going well? She questioned. However, upon learning of his intentions, Zhu sighed in resignation. It was clear there was no reason to hold him back now. Working for Jiang Chen, the chairman of a billion-dollar corporation, was far more promising than his current position as a hotel butler. Zhu promptly informed him that she would notify the HR department to process his resignation. Finally, with sincerity, she wished him, Jinzong, may your future be filled with bright prospects. I will, thank you, Manager Zhu, Su Jinzong replied, smiling as he ended the call. Have you finished? Jiang Chen emerged from the living room, witnessing him conclude the call as he handed over a bottle of chilled cola. It was August in Yuzhou, and although the weather was pleasant, it could not compete with the sweltering heat of summer. Yes, it's all sorted, Mr. Jiang, Su Jinzong said, putting away his phone and accepting the cola. At that moment, Jiang Yan emerged, also holding a bottle of cola. Brother, let me introduce you. This is Jinzong, your brother's personal secretary. Once you begin your studies in Deep City, you can rely on Jinzong for any assistance you may need. Jiang Chen motioned for Su Jinzong to take a seat and introduced him to Jiang Yan. Hello, Jinzong brother. I look forward to your guidance, Jiang Yan said politely. Greetings. Young master, Su Jinzong responded, somewhat reserved. The boss is willing to spend so lavishly on his brother's graduation banquet, which clearly indicates his fondness for Jiang Yan, Su Jinzong observed. However, Jiang Chen frowned at this remark, disliking the term young master used by Su Jinzong. He preferred straightforwardness and was not one to shy away from expressing his discontent. Jinzong, from now on, simply addressed Jiang Yan by his name. I do not appreciate titles like young master, he stated. Noticing his brother's slight irritation, Jiang Yan quickly interjected, yes, Jinzong, just call me by my name. I can't bear the title of young master. Besides, our family consists entirely of men. No young masters here, only genuine gentlemen. He added with a playful cheer. Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle at his brother's antics. Su Jinzong, realizing his faux pas, looked at Jiang Yan, who was evidently defending him, and felt a surge of gratitude. Subsequently, Jiang Chen introduced Su Jinzong to He Xiaomi, instructing them to coordinate their tasks. He also informed Su Jinzong that all matters concerning the group would be filtered through He Xiaomi before reaching him. Caught off guard by the news of a new personal secretary, He Xiaomi felt a wave of anxiety, but she relaxed upon learning it was a male. Thank goodness. I thought Mr. Jiang was replacing me. It turns out he just hired a personal secretary, and thankfully, it's a man, she mused. However, a sudden, unsettling thought crossed her mind. What if Mr. Jiang prefers men? Startled by her own notion, she quickly dismissed it, assuring herself, no, that can't be true. Having quelled her fears, He Xiaomi began coordinating work with Su Jinzong via Feixin. With Jiang Yan's graduation banquet concluded and nearly a month remaining until the start of school, Jiang Chen proposed a trip to Deep City to escape the limelight. After all, their family was currently akin to monkeys in a zoo, attracting attention wherever they went. Zhao Fun and Jiang Zhao agreed with his suggestion, and Jiang Yan was particularly thrilled, eagerly exclaiming to set off immediately. Brimming with anticipation for his 4 years at Deep City University, seeing that the entire family was in agreement, he planned to take them back to Deep City first to settle in, then visit the house rewarded by the system. Jiang Chen had reviewed the details. It was fully furnished with all necessary appliances, though it lacked some everyday items. He instructed Su Jinzong to contact He Xiaomi to arrange a private jet for their return to Deep City in 2 days. He also asked Su Jinzong to depart immediately to the awarded house to procure some essentials and to drive over the Pagani that had been parked at the hotel. At the same time, he provided Su Jinzong with a phone containing a linked bank card with 3 million yuan, informing him that the phone would be his to manage, allowing him to make purchases as needed. Jiang Chen's departure in 2 days was intended to give Su Jinzong a full day to prepare for the tasks assigned to him. On the morning of the 3rd day, Jiang Chen personally drove the Maybach GLS 480 with his family to the airport. Jiang Yan was filled with wonder and anticipation regarding the prospect of flying on a private jet, having never before experienced air travel, let alone on such a luxurious aircraft. This 18-year-old youth had never left his hometown, gazing out at the endless rows of orange trees outside the window, then at Jiang Chen behind the wheel, and finally at his parents, who were all wearing smiles. At this moment, an indescribable emotion surged within Jiang Yan's heart. If one were to articulate this sentiment in words, it would undoubtedly be a feeling of bliss. Gazing upon his family, the 18-year-old boy mused. Chapter 35, Return to Deep City. The Jiang family stood before the imposing private jet, the Gulfstream G700, marveling at its grandiosity. Once aboard, they were filled with a sense of wonder at this airborne palace, exploring its luxurious amenities. Wow, brother, your private jet even has a bed. Goodness, Jiang Yan exclaimed, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. Jiang Zhao and Zhao Fun, upon hearing his astonished cry, hurried over to investigate. They were equally astonished to discover such lavish accommodations, complete with a bedroom. Jiang Chen, smiling, encouraged his parents to take a seat and experience the comfort. Mom, Dad, do try it out. Once the plane takes off, if you feel tired, you can rest here for a while. At that moment, a flight attendant approached with a warm smile, reminding him, Mr. Jiang, we are about to take off. Yes, I am aware, Jiang Chen nodded, ensuring his parents and younger brother were settled into their seats. The flight attendant then assisted in fastening their seatbelts, prompting Zhao Fun and Jiang Zhao to express their amazement at the exceptional service. Jiang Chen declined the flight attendant's offer to fasten his own seatbelt, his gaze drifting to the uniformed attendant, which brought to mind the audacious Xiao Jiayuan. During this period, Xiao Jiayuan had frequently messaged him, sending selfies that bordered on risque. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen, preoccupied with his family, had no time to respond, though there lingered a hint of intention on his part to leave her hanging. Had he not shared his contact information, perhaps they would never cross paths again. As he observed the unfamiliar flight attendants fastening their seatbelts a short distance away, he pondered this thought. Although he had not found the time to reply to her, he did peruse the information regarding Xiao Jiayuan that his friend had sent. Aside from having dated one boyfriend during university, which ended amicably upon graduation. She had not pursued any relationship since starting her career. Jiang Chen held no significant reservations about her past relationship. He was not a rigid traditionalist, provided she maintained a sense of propriety in her interactions. After all, what would be strange about such an attractive woman, especially a flight attendant, being single? He would find it quite perplexing if he encountered such a woman. Take He Xiaomi, for instance, who remained perpetually unattached. Jiang Chen resolved to arrange a meeting with Xiao Jiyuan once they returned to Deep City. Mr. Jiang, we are ready for takeoff. Please ensure you and your family are securely seated with seatbelts fastened. I am Captain Chen Zijian, and on behalf of the entire crew, I extend my greetings to you. As his words concluded, the aircraft began to tremble slightly as it taxied down the runway. Meanwhile, not far away, the captain and co-pilot of a Boeing 747 were lamenting. Good grief, we've been waiting for nearly half an hour, and the tower still hasn't cleared us for departure. The co-pilot, equally frustrated, had already reassured passengers several times. There must be something going on, he remarked. But whatever it is, it shouldn't hold us up for this long. At that moment, the co-pilot's gaze fell upon a private jet taxiing towards the runway. Captain, I'm curious about the reason for our delay. Look over there. The captain followed his gaze. Well, it's clear. We've been kept waiting to give way to that private jet. Damn the wealthy. Damn the power. They cursed, unaware that the private jet in question was Jiang Chen's, which had been granted priority clearance due to the influence of the Xinghe Group. XH0001, you are cleared for takeoff. Repeat, XH0001, you are cleared for takeoff. XH0001 was the designation for Jiang Chen's aircraft. Upon receiving the takeoff confirmation from the tower, Captain Chen Zijian pushed the throttle forward, and the engines roared to life, propelling the aircraft from a standstill to a speed of 350 kilometers per hour in merely 10 seconds. Once the conditions for takeoff were met, he gently pulled back on the control yoke, and the twin engines lifted the Gulfstream G700 into the skies. On board, Jiang Chen reassured his mother, Zhao Fun, who had become momentarily panicked due to the sensation of weightlessness during ascent. Chen, that was truly frightening. It felt like jumping from a building, but thankfully, it was only for a moment. She patted her chest after speaking. Hey, have you ever jumped from a building? Old lady, how would you know what that feels like? Jiang Zhao teased, pushing the boundaries of jest. What are you talking about, you old fool? Zhao Fan responded, delivering a playful punch. Thus, Jiang Zhao fell silent. Jiang Chen observed his parents' playful banter, noting that Zhao Fan seemed less fearful now, though she appeared to be experiencing some mild motion sickness. He called for the flight attendant to bring some hot water and motion sickness medication. Mr. Jiang, the water is warm. Jiang Chen nodded, accepting the medication from her hand to administer to his mother. After taking it, Zhao Fan felt somewhat better. Considering her discomfort, Jiang Chen suggested she and Jiang Zhao rest in the back bedroom. Supporting his mother as she lay down, he exchanged a few comforting words with his parents, ensuring they could relax before stepping out. Returning to the lounge area, Jiang Chen found the flight attendants gathered around Jiang Yan. The young boy was chatting animatedly with them while holding a cup of cola, eliciting peals of laughter from the attendants. Jiang Yan held his own against 3 attendants effortlessly. Wait, my little brother has a talent for charming the ladies? Jiang Chen regarded his sibling with newfound admiration. Brother, Jiang Yan called out upon seeing Jiang Chen emerge. The flight attendants immediately ceased their conversation, greeting Jiang Chen in unison. Hello, Mr. Jiang. He approached Jiang Yan and gave his shoulder a friendly pat. With an expressionless demeanor, he instructed the flight attendant, please fetch me a glass of orange juice. Of course, Mr. Jiang, right away, replied the head flight attendant, while the other 2 hastily returned to their duties. Mr. Jiang's stoic expression is quite intimidating. Jiang Chen couldn't help but think, surprised by his brother's unexpected charm. No, brother. We were just chatting, Jiang Yan replied, smiling shyly. Jiang Chen shook his head, choosing not to pry further into his brother's affairs. As long as he stayed within the bounds of legality and morality, he could pursue whatever he wished. After all, having a few more girlfriends wouldn't be a bad thing, potentially leading to grandchildren for the Jiang family. Sipping the orange juice brought by the flight attendant, he cast a curious glance at Jiang Yan, contemplating this notion. Before long, the plane arrived in Deep City. Jiang Chen called for Jiang Yan to awaken their parents. Once the aircraft was parked and the automatic jet bridge was connected, the flight attendant opened the cabin door, and Jiang Chen led his family off the plane. Goodbye, sister. Jiang Yan waved to the flight attendant, completely oblivious to the subtle hints in her gaze. Having addressed her as sister, she mused, why not send me a message on Feishin? If that is not feasible, perhaps you could grant me the opportunity to pass you a note. The flight attendant, with a hint of wistfulness, contemplated. Individuals like Xiao Jiyuan, those who boldly pursue their dreams, are indeed a rarity among flight attendants. Chapter 36. The Skyline Mansion in the city center. The weather in Deep City during August is utterly unbearable. It is not only scorching but also characterized by an oppressive humidity. As soon as they disembarked from the aircraft, Jiang Chen and his family were met by a wave of hot air that enveloped them, akin to stepping into a steamer. Su Jinzong and He Xiaomi were already waiting at the foot of the boarding stairs, and upon seeing Jiang Chen and his family descend, they hurried forward to greet them. "Xiaomi, you've become even more beautiful in just a few days," Jiang Chen said, preempting any greeting from He Xiaomi, while appraising his petite secretary. She was clad in a fitted skirt suit, her hair impeccably styled, and compared to her previous attire, she exuded a newfound maturity. The slight baby fat on her face added a touch of charm. Reflecting on this, he silently activated the almost untouched favorability panel. He Xiaomi. Appearance, 91. Current favorability, 65. Oh, the favorability has actually increased a bit. With a little more effort, I might just secure the system's 70-point favorability reward, he mused. Mr. Jiang, it's been a while. You look even more handsome, He Xiaomi retorted, equally unyielding. Ha ha ha, Jiang Chen chuckled, concealing the system panel that only he could see. He chose not to respond to He Xiaomi's compliment. Nodding at Su Jinzong, he turned to his family and said, "Dad, Mom, little brother, let us get in the car. It's too hot out here." He Xiaomi was driving his exclusive Pullman, while Su Jinzong was piloting a Rolls-Royce Cullinan to chauffeur Jiang Chen. Jiang Yin had already noticed the luxurious Cullinan and excitedly exclaimed, "Brother, that Cullinan is so cool. I want to ride in this." Without waiting for Jiang Chen's approval, he pulled open the door to the front seat and hopped in. The Cullinan was his dream car, as seen on Douyin, and he found the Pullman too stuffy for his taste. Jiang Chen smiled, approving of his brother's choice. After all, it was no surprise that he shared similar tastes in cars. He pondered whether Jiang Yin would be so enamored by a Pagani that he'd be rendered speechless. After ushering his parents into the back seat of the Cullinan, Jiang Chen took the driver's seat. Meanwhile, He Xiaomi and Su Jinzong had no choice but to occupy the Pullman, which had been rather neglected by Jiang Chen. Once inside, enjoying the refreshing air conditioning, Jiang Chen's family felt considerably better. Following the Pullman, Jiang Chen drove the Cullinan onto the highway. Shortly after exiting the highway, they arrived at the spacious flat awarded by the system, located near the city center. They followed the Pullman into the underground parking and parked in the designated space of the apartment. Su Jinzong and He Xiaomi were the first to alight, opening the doors for Jiang Chen and his family, and then Su Jinzong led them to the elevator. As they entered the elevator and pressed the button for their floor, it ascended swiftly at a speed of 7 meters per second, soon reaching the flat that Jiang Chen had yet to see. This floor housed only this unit. Upon pushing open the intricately carved black lacquered explosion-proof door, symbolizing a life flourishing towards the sun, they were greeted by a living room boasting a 10-meter-long floor-to-ceiling window, offering a breathtaking view of the steel forest skyline of Deep City SCBD. The window faced north, allowing a glimpse of the port city several kilometers away. The apartment was predominantly adorned in modern wooden tones, imparting a warm and cozy atmosphere, and it was valued at a staggering 70 million. Jiang Chen was thoroughly satisfied with this reward from the system. Jiang Yin and their parents, having never encountered such luxury, eagerly explored every corner of the apartment. "Sir, this is Aunt Chen, the housekeeper with over a decade of experience, specializing in Sichuan and Cantonese cuisine." Su Jinzong introduced a woman in her 40s, who appeared ordinary but wore an apron, to Jiang Chen. It was at this moment that Jiang Chen noticed there was even a maid's quarters. "Hello, Mr. Jiang." Aunt Chen greeted him warmly. Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. The housekeeper had been arranged by Su Jinzong at Jiang Chen's request. After a long day of travel, having spent several hours driving and 2 hours flying, Jiang Chen felt somewhat fatigued. He instructed He Xiaomi to return to the group after settling in. As he intended to rest, Su Jinzong guided Jiang Chen to the master bedroom while their parents continued to explore the house. Jiang Yin was busy taking photos in the living room, seemingly preparing to post them on social media. Informing his parents that he felt a bit tired and would be resting, Jiang Chen headed to the master bedroom for a brief nap. As he lay down, weariness washed over him, and he drifted off to sleep. When Jiang Chen awakened, it was already evening, roused by Jiang Yin's calls. Gazing out at the neon-lit city through the bedroom window and hearing his brother and parents urging him to join them for dinner, he felt an overwhelming sense of worth. "I love you, dear system. Brother, hurry up, dinner's ready. I'm coming. He slipped on his slippers and made his way to the living room. Aunt Chen had prepared an elaborate feast. Although Zhao Fan had intended to assist, Aunt Chen repeatedly declined her help. When Zhao Fan insisted, Aunt Chen had to concoct an excuse, claiming that if she let Zhao Fan assist, her wages would be deducted, which finally dissuaded Zhao Fan from insisting. Noticing Su Jinzong still present, Jiang Chen approached and gently patted him on the shoulder, suggesting he should head home and rest. Su Jinzong smiled and bid farewell to Jiang Chen's family before departing. Aunt Chen proved to be an excellent choice for a housekeeper, as the dishes were remarkably to Jiang Chen's family's liking. They enjoyed their meal while chatting, reminiscing about how Jiang Chen would often lead Jiang Yin into mischief during their childhood, leading to encounters with displeased individuals. Zhao Fun and Jiang Zhao shared several amusing anecdotes about the two brothers' youthful escapades. Jiang Yin even recounted an incident where Jiang Chen had stolen 100 yuan to go online, only for Jiang Yin to take the blame and end up in tears. This was news to Zhao Fun and Jiang Zhao, who, upon hearing the story, erupted in laughter, tears streaming down their faces. They had no idea such hidden stories existed from their past. The meal concluded amidst their light-hearted banter. Zhao Fun and Jiang Zhao, adhering to their early bedtime routine, watched a bit of television in the living room after dinner. As fatigue gradually set in, they washed up and retired to their rooms. In contrast, Jiang Yin, being young, was full of energy and remained lively. Jiang Chen, too, checked the time and noted it was just past 10. He turned to Jiang Yin and said, "Little brother, how about we go out for a stroll?" Jiang Yin's eyes lit up with excitement. "Brother, where are we going?" Jiang Chen had an excellent idea. "Let us go climb a mountain and see the sea." With the car keys in hand, he changed into some shoes, and together with Jiang Yin, who had also changed, they headed to the underground parking. As the elevator descended to the garage, Jiang Yin pushed open the glass door and walked towards the colonnade. "Hey, where are you going?" "This way," Jiang Chen called out to Jiang Yin, who was about to open the door of the colonnade. Jiang Yin turned to look at his elder brother. In response to the perplexed gaze of Jiang Yin, Jiang Chen produced the car key and pressed a button, initiating the ignition of the Pagani with a single touch. The engine roared to life, its thunderous growl echoing throughout the underground garage. Chapter 37, The Excited Jiang Yin and the Roaring Pagani. The sound of the Pagani's engine reverberated through the entire garage, startling Jiang Yin with its suddenness. He turned towards the source of the noise. And there it stood, a black Pagani, perfectly aerodynamic, like a specter in the night. The iconic quad headlights illuminated, while the roaring engine spoke volumes about the car's ferocious power. In just one glance, Jiang Yin was captivated by the stunning design of the Pagani. Jiang Chen pressed another button on the key fob, and the gull-wing doors began to rise gracefully. Magnificent, it was truly magnificent. Observing his brother frozen in awe, Jiang Chen could not help but smile with pride. "Gotcha. How can you not be mesmerized? Still looking? Get in the car." Jiang Chen patted Jiang Yin and, with an air of triumph, stepped into the Pagani first. Relishing the moment of showing off in front of his younger brother, he felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. "Wow, brother, is this car really yours?" Jiang Yin exclaimed, utterly astonished. "This is absolutely stunning." He quickly regained his composure and rushed to the passenger seat. As his brother settled in, Jiang Chen pressed the button on the central console to close the gull-wing doors. "If you like it, you can drive it later," he said casually, observing his brother's enthusiasm. "Really, brother?" Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart brimming with anticipation. "There's no need for falsehoods. If you want to drive, you can. We'll find a more open area for you to try it out. After all, this is a sports car with significant power. You should familiarize yourself with it before taking the wheel. And be cautious when you do. This Pagani is equipped with a 6.0-liter V12 twin-turbo engine, boasting 800 horsepower, capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 in just a few seconds. It was only natural for Jiang Yin, having just acquired his driver's license, to feel apprehensive. Jiang Yin nodded repeatedly. "All right, brother." Eagerly, he fastened his seatbelt, already envisioning himself behind the wheel of the Pagani. With a turn of the steering wheel, Jiang Chen guided the Pagani out of the garage. Although it was 10 o'clock at night, the bustling CBD of Deep City was alive, its true nightlife yet to commence. The property awarded by the system was conveniently located above a shopping mall. Exiting the garage, a quick turn led them to the mall's entrance. Despite Deep City being a first-tier city with an abundance of luxury vehicles, the presence of this Pagani, valued at over 5 million, created quite a stir, especially since it bore a blue license plate. Who among the wealthy would dare to put such a car on a blue plate? Pedestrians on either side of the road paused in their tracks upon spotting the Pagani, some marveling at its beauty, while others recognized the iconic vehicle. Their reactions universal as they stopped to capture the moment on their phones. "Wow, darling, look at that car. It's so cool," a young woman exclaimed, shaking her boyfriend's arm excitedly. "Just another sports car, nothing practical," he feigned indifference, tugging her along while sneaking glances back at the car. He feared that if his girlfriend continued to gaze, she might insist on getting closer. Others, often lurking nearby to photograph luxury cars, pursued them with fervor, like hunters scenting a feast, equipped with their cameras and eager to capture the Pagani in motion. "Brother, they're all taking pictures of us," Jiang Yin remarked, peering through the window at the throng of onlookers. Seeing this, Jiang Chen felt a sense of resignation, with several traffic lights within a mere few hundred meters. They couldn't accelerate much, allowing the photographers to keep pace, almost capturing them at arm's length. He couldn't simply exit the car to deter them. The tinted windows provided some privacy, so he decided to let them snap away. Yet, the sensation of being the center of attention was undeniably exhilarating for Jiang Chen. Just ignore them, he advised. As the green light illuminated, Jiang Chen pressed the accelerator, and the Pagani erupted with a ferocious roar, launching forth like an arrow released from its bow, leaving the stunned photographers in its wake. Freed from the constraints of the traffic lights, the Pagani quickly merged onto the highway, where nothing could hold it back. The engine's growl filled the air as Jiang Chen slammed on the gas, allowing both him and Jiang Yan to experience the thrill of speed and adrenaline. Whoa! Wow, this is insane. It's incredible, Jiang Yan shouted, the powerful push of acceleration pressing him firmly against the seat back, his adrenaline surging as his heart raced. Jiang Chen continued to accelerate, the speed becoming dizzying, with the streetlights flashing by in a blur. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality and glanced at the speedometer, a wave of fear washing over him. Rational thought quelled the excitement. He promptly reduced the speed to 120 kilometers per hour, aware that he was no professional racer and worried he might lose control of this performance beast. The earlier glimpse of the speed filled him with trepidation as he turned to look at Jiang Yan, who seemed unfazed by the thrill. Through the ambient light of the car, Jiang Chen could see a flush of excitement on his brother's face. Noticing the reduced speed, Jiang Yan turned to him. Brother, why aren't we going faster? Jiang Chen's lips twitched, gripping the steering wheel with determination. Maintaining his authoritative demeanor as an elder brother, he solemnly instructed. I was merely demonstrating the car's speed. Remember, you must not drive like I do. It's dangerous. Always adhere strictly to traffic regulations. He would never admit to his brother that he had felt a tinge of fear. Got it, brother, Jiang Yan replied, interpreting Jiang Chen's words as a lesson, nodding earnestly. Holding steady at 120 kilometers per hour, Jiang Chen drove for about half an hour before exiting the highway, steering towards a winding mountain road. As they ascended to a midway point, they encountered a variety of stalls, serving everything from daytime coffee to evening cocktails and grilled skewers to lemon tea. Numerous vehicles lined the roadside, including several other sports cars. When the Pagani arrived, it naturally drew considerable attention. Ignoring the gazes, Jiang Chen led Jiang Yan out of the car and casually selected a stall selling lemon tea, purchasing 2 cups. The proprietress, a woman in a snug white t-shirt with a cosmetically enhanced visage, smiled warmly as she handed over the freshly prepared lemon tea to both brothers. Noticing the expensive-looking sports car parked nearby, the proprietress enthusiastically invited them. Hey, handsome gentlemen, would you like to join my friends for a chat? They're all beautiful ladies. She gestured towards a group of attractive women seated in camping chairs behind her. Jiang Chen glanced over, noting that the women bore a striking resemblance to the proprietress. All pretty, but not quite to his taste. Besides, with his younger brother in tow, he wouldn't entertain the idea of mingling. Sorry, we're busy, he declined outright. Pulling out his phone to complete the payment and turning back towards the Pagani without giving her a chance to speak again. The proprietress gazed at the departing duo of brothers with a sigh of resignation. It was a pity. They were rather handsome and drove a sports car. If only she could win them over. However, she quickly dismissed such thoughts and turned to join her sisters, engaging in discussions about financial pursuits. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan drove up the mountain, seeking a place to park their car. After disembarking with Jiang Yan, he confidently led him to a scenic spot. Jiang Chen had visited this place before, but he was surprised to find that it had become increasingly popular, with numerous vendors setting up stalls halfway up the mountain. The two brothers settled onto the ground, and Jiang Yan gazed at the brilliantly lit harbor along the coastline, then turned to admire the seemingly eternal glow of the steel forest skyline. Jiang Yan couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother, this place is truly beautiful." He stretched out his hand, feeling the wind flow through his fingertips, marveling at the breathtaking view he had never before witnessed. Jiang Chen placed his hand on Jiang Yan's shoulder, smiling as he said, "In the future, I promise to show you views 1,000, even 10,000 times more magnificent than what you see now." They clinked their glasses of lemonade together, capturing the moment with photographs on their phones. Behind them lay a bustling metropolis, teeming with individuals striving to establish their footing and secure their futures. Chapter 38. Conversations at the summit. After taking pictures, Jiang Yan intended to post on social media when Jiang Chen suddenly posed a question. "Younger brother, have you ever considered what you want to do in the future?" Taken aback by the question, Jiang Yan pondered for a moment before answering honestly, "Brother, to be frank, I haven't thought it through. I used to think about getting into a good university, choosing a respectable major, graduating, and then finding a good job to earn money and support our parents well." But, as he spoke, Jiang Yan's gaze turned towards Jiang Chen, filled with confusion. But brother, since your return, I've realized that what I previously thought and planned seems to have lost its significance. His tone was uncertain. Jiang Yan felt that if he followed his earlier ambitions, he would likely never reach even a fraction of his brother's current achievements. He had been raised with the belief that education was the only path to success, and he had always adhered to this conviction. However, now that his brother was so affluent, the importance of studying seemed to diminish. Jiang Chen had amassed enough wealth for their family to last a lifetime. Jiang Chen, puzzled, asked, "Not so important." After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yan expressed his thoughts, articulating his recent confusion and uncertainties. Jiang Chen listened intently, understanding dawning upon him. After a brief contemplation, he lightened the mood with a jest. "You're only 18 and already contemplating giving up and living off your brother?" Jiang Yan, flustered by this, quickly clarified, "No, brother, that is not my intention. I still want to strive. But I feel that no matter how hard I study, I won't achieve what you have." Jiang Chen found his brother's comparison amusing. If it weren't for the system he had, he too would be in the same position. Realizing this, he glanced at the hesitant Jiang Yan and said, "All right, I won't tease you anymore." His tone shifted to seriousness as he continued. "Who told you that studying isn't important? What you just said undermines all your past efforts. Do you realize that? Even though our family is not lacking in wealth anymore, learning is an endless journey. I'm still learning every day." Jiang Chen spoke the truth. He was continually acquiring knowledge on how to manage and control the wealth provided by the system. Noticing that his brother was taking in his words, Jiang Chen pivoted the conversation. "Do you know what my original plan for you was?" Jiang Yan shook his head in response. With a sigh, Jiang Chen elaborated. "I had intended to arrange for you to intern at the group after your graduation, preparing you to take over the management of Xinghe in the future. Your current mindset is perilous. You cannot abandon your original aspirations and efforts because of my situation." He was determined that his future would not be confined solely to Xinghe Group. With the system's existence, there would only be more opportunities. Thus, for his only brother, Jiang Yan, he had envisioned a path for him, initially wanting him to fully enjoy university and then gradually hand over the reins of Xinghe Group for practical experience. However, given Jiang Yan's current mindset, Jiang Chen felt it necessary to share his plans, causing Jiang Yan to shudder at the realization that his brother's inquiry about his future intentions carried such weight. Feeling a twinge of guilt for his previous thoughts, Jiang Yan reflected on how he felt he was letting down his brother's expectations. "I didn't want to put pressure on you. But since you're aware of my thoughts now, what do you think?" Jiang Chen recognized that the topic of taking over Xinghe was quite burdensome for an 18-year-old. More importantly, he had yet to ascertain Jiang Yan's feelings before making such arrangements, prompting him to rephrase his inquiry. "I'll follow your arrangements, brother," Jiang Yan stammered after a considerable pause. Seeing that his brother accepted his plans, Jiang Chen chose not to delve further into the topic, patting Jiang Yan's shoulder to reassure him not to feel overwhelmed and to enjoy his upcoming university life. He also advised Jiang Yan to avoid any improper thoughts. While their family had become wealthy, they must not take advantage of it or engage in illegal activities. He emphasized, "We don't seek trouble, but we certainly won't shy away from it. If anyone bullies you, make sure to retaliate immediately." Jiang Yan nodded vigorously, as if pecking at rice grains. Once their conversation concluded, Jiang Chen drove Jiang Yan to an isolated stretch of road where only a few parked trucks were present. He intended to allow Jiang Yan to drive the Pagani. After parking, they switched seats, and Jiang Chen briefly instructed Jiang Yan on how to use the paddle shifters before letting him take control. In truth, driving any car was fundamentally similar, and the Pagani was no exception, merely differing slightly in layout. Jiang Yan cautiously drove the Pagani, hesitant to press the accelerator too hard, maintaining a speed of around 30 to 40 miles per hour. Jiang Chen chuckled, encouraging him to treat the car as if it were their father's old vehicle. This eased Jiang Yan's nerves, and he became increasingly proficient. Ultimately, as the time grew late, Jiang Chen set the navigation for home, instructing him to drive back. On the highway, Jiang Yan fully experienced the beauty of the Pagani. The exhilaration of speed and the roar of the engine thrilled him immensely. Despite his excitement, he adhered to the speed limit and traffic regulations, returning to the city center in under an hour. After parking the car in the garage, Jiang Yan felt a lingering desire for more. Jiang Chen promised that in the future, he could drive it whenever he wished, coaxing the reluctant Jiang Yan up to their apartment. The following morning, Aunt Chen prepared breakfast, while Zhao Fun and Jiang Zhao were already seated at the table, nearly finished with their meal. Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan arrived late, having just risen. "Thank you, Aunt Chen. Have you eaten yet?" Jiang Chen asked as he received a bowl of soup noodles from the housekeeper. Aunt Chen smiled and replied, "I have, sir." Jiang Yan echoed his gratitude. "Thank you, Aunt Chen." He took the bowl of soup noodles and began to eat. Just then, the doorbell rang. "Aunt Chen, noticing this, quickly wiped her hands with her apron and rushed to open the door. It was Su Jinzong who entered. Jiang Chen waved at him, saying, Jinzong. Good morning, sir. Su Jinzong bowed slightly in greeting and then exchanged pleasantries with the elderly couple and Jiang Yan. Jiang Chen urged him not to be overly formal and inquired, Have you eaten yet? If not, let Aunt Chen prepare some breakfast for you. I had something on the way, Su Jinzong replied. Jiang Chen nodded, advising him to take a seat and wait while he finished his meal. Then he turned to Jiang Yan, saying, You'll accompany me to the company later. Sure, brother. Jiang Yan replied eagerly, curious to witness how his brother, now the chairman, conducted business. Jiang Chen's intention to invite Jiang Yan stemmed from a desire to broaden his horizons. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Chen returned to his master bedroom to change into a suit and tie, meticulously styling his hair. He then walked into the living room to inform the elderly couple, who were watching television, about taking Jiang Yan to the company. Zhao Fan waved her hand, assuring Jiang Chen that they would be fine and could entertain themselves if they got bored. After exchanging a few more words with them, Jiang Chen took Jiang Yan and left. Upon arriving at the basement, they got into the luxurious Maybach S680 Pullman. Jinzong, in 20 minutes. Have Ji Jun and Ji Weiwei come to my office, Jiang Chen instructed Su Jinzong, who was seated in the passenger seat. Oh, and also call Cheng Feiyu over. Understood. Chairman Jiang, Su Jinzong replied succinctly, pulling out his phone to send messages. 20 minutes later, Cheng Feiyu, feeling anxious, pressed the button for the top-floor elevator. He had received notice that Jiang Chen wanted to see him, although the workers' wage dispute had been resolved and the company had issued a reprimand. The thought of facing Jiang Chen still made him uneasy. Well, I'll just have to deal with whatever Chairman Jiang wants to discuss. I hope it isn't too severe. He thought. Ding. The elevator doors opened, and Cheng Feiyu stepped out with heavy footsteps. Upon exiting, he spotted Ji Jun and Ji Weiwei, his eyes lighting up as he approached them quietly. Manager Ji, you're here too? Ji Jun nodded, while Ji Weiwei greeted him with a soft Manager Cheng. Seeing Ji Weiwei present eased his anxiety. He wasn't being summoned alone, suggesting that this meeting might not involve discussing his previous shortcomings. Just as Cheng Feiyu was about to inquire if Ji Jun knew the purpose of their summons, Xiaomi emerged. Managers Ji and Cheng, please step inside. Chairman Jiang is waiting for you. Ji Jun nodded. Thank you, Secretary He, and led the two into Jiang Chen's office. Upon seeing the three enter, Jiang Chen instructed Jiang Yan to play in the lounge for a while. Please, have a seat. He gestured to the sofa area. Once seated, the staff from the boardroom served tea to everyone. Jiang Chen addressed the trio. The purpose of today's meeting is twofold. First, we will be investing in the Yuzhou Jiuji district in the name of Xinghe Group, with a minimum investment of 3.5 billion yuan. Manager Cheng. He pointed directly at Cheng Feiyu. This matter is your responsibility. I expect you not to disappoint the company again, understood? Cheng Feiyu's face twitched. But hearing Jiang Chen's words, the tension in his heart finally eased. He knew this was a chance for redemption and immediately pledged, Rest assured, Chairman Jiang. I will execute your directives flawlessly and will not let you or the company down. Jiang Chen nodded, continuing, in addition to the confirmed Xinghe Plaza project. It is now your task to find a way to allocate the remaining 3.5 billion yuan. Prepare yourself and set off immediately. I will send you the contact details of the leaders there shortly. You have 1 month to conduct your assessments and compile a report for me. The rationale behind assigning this investment to Cheng Feiyu was straightforward. He was the one who had developed the Xinghe Plaza project and was most familiar with it. Moreover, due to his years of experience in real estate, he had dealt with governmental affairs extensively, making him well suited for this task. Had it not been for the fact that Cheng Feiyu was genuinely unaware of the previous wage dispute and the pleas for leniency from Ji Jun, Jiang Chen's response would have been far more severe than merely withholding his year-end bonus and stock options. He would have been dismissed outright. After receiving his orders, Cheng Feiyu immediately set off to prepare for the trip to Yuzhou. Manager Ji, how is the charity foundation progressing? This was a matter Jiang Chen regarded with considerable importance. Chairman Jiang, the Xinghe Su Shizhong Charity Foundation has been registered with the Ministry of Civil Affairs and has been approved. We are now just waiting for your funds to commence operations. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen promptly called for the financial director, Yang Fan, to come up. As soon as she arrived, Jiang Chen instructed, Yang, please transfer the 10 billion yuan I allocated to you to Manager Ji immediately. This sum had been deposited into the company account the moment Jiang Chen received the 20 billion yuan from Su Shizhong. Yang Fan hurriedly left to coordinate with Ji Weiwei, the deputy head of the foundation, regarding the funds. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, Jiang Chen gazed into the distance, pulling out a cigarette. Manager Ji, who had been prepared, stepped forward to light it for him. Turning to Ji Jun, he exhaled a puff of smoke and continued to gaze out, suddenly asking, Manager Ji, how many years have you been with Xinghe? 17 years and 7 months. Ji Jun replied almost instantly, a figure he had likely calculated daily. Jiang Chen turned to look at Ji Jun, reflecting on the similarity of their ages, and murmured, 17 years. He then addressed Su Jinzong, who had quietly appeared behind them. Jinzong, please bring them in. Yes, Chairman Jiang. Ji Jun, puzzled, wondered what Jiang Chen was planning. When Su Jinzong returned, he was accompanied by Gu Lianqing, the director of Zhongqing law firm. Gu greeted the two, Chairman Jiang, Manager Ji. Jiang Chen nodded lightly. Please show the documents to Manager Ji. Gu Lianqing retrieved a folder from his briefcase and handed it to Ji Jun. Upon opening it, Ji Jun's eyes widened, his hands trembling and breath quickening. See Chairman Jiang? He exclaimed in disbelief, his voice shaking. In stark contrast to Ji Jun's astonishment, Jiang Chen remained calm and collected, smiling as he said, What is the matter, Manager Ji? Do you feel unworthy of this reward? No, a reward? At that moment, even after years in a high position, Ji Jun found himself at a loss for words. The document in his hands was the share transfer agreement of Xinghe Group, and the recipient was none other than Ji Jun himself. Despite having complete faith in Ji Jun due to Su Shizhong's legacy, Jiang Chen understood that belief alone was insufficient. He needed to secure Ji Jun's loyalty. By granting him a one stake in Xinghe, he aimed to bind Ji Jun to his vision rather than to Su Shizhong. Even if Su Shizhong had been a system-designated ally, Manager Ji, you are deserving of this one share. Please sign. The third-place contender felt utterly blank as Jiang Chen's words, Let's sign it, reverberated in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he bowed deeply to Jiang Chen, saying, Mr. Jiang, thank you. Jiang Chen stepped forward to assist him, extending his hand and stating, Manager Ji, I hope we can join forces to elevate Xinghe to new heights based on the foundation laid by Mr. Su. Together we shall advance. Their hands clasped firmly together. Half an hour later, the staff of the group's board office had drafted an announcement regarding Ji Jun's new status as a director. Upon confirming its accuracy, the board office personnel simultaneously disseminated it via the group's internal app and official website. Xinghe Group announces to all departments and subsidiaries, as well as to all employees, in order to further enhance the company's governance structure and improve the scientific and professional nature of strategic decision-making. According to the provisions of the Xinghe Group Articles of Association, and upon the nomination and review by the chairman of the group, it has been decided to appoint the following individuals as directors of the group. Ji Jun, male, born in 1971, holding a master's degree in economics, who joined Xinghe Group in 2008 and currently serves as the group's CEO. The newly appointed directors shall officially assume their duties from the date of this announcement. This is a formal announcement. Signed, Xinghe Group Board Office, on the X day of the X month, 2025. The news of Ji Jun's appointment as a director sent ripples throughout the group, igniting a fervor within. Thus, after over 30 years of establishment, Xinghe Group welcomed its very first shareholder, and the board of directors embraced its inaugural member. Jiang Chen, as the chairman, finally held a position of rightful authority. Chapter 40. Are you free? Nearly a month had elapsed since Ji Jun received the shares gifted by Jiang Chen. During this time, Jiang Chen had been indulging in leisurely outings with his family around Deep City. It is worth mentioning that his long-awaited Cullinan had finally arrived after a month of anticipation. Additionally, he fulfilled his promise to buy Jiang Yen a vehicle, purchasing him a Land Rover Defender 110. After acquiring the car, Jiang Yen seemed eager to spend every night in it, and the family's outings during this period were all driven by Jiang Yen in his Defender 110. Their father, Jiang Chao, also a car enthusiast, teasingly remarked to Jiang Yen that he might as well marry the vehicle. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yen, their father was secretly yearning for a new car himself. Despite holding a modest financial goal, he had always been thrifty and prudent. Ultimately, Jiang Chen had to subtly inquire to discover his father's preferred car model. To his surprise, Jiang Chao favored the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Once he learned this, Jiang Chen instructed Su Jinzong to procure one without delay. Su Jinzong exhibited remarkable efficiency, acquiring a brand new Mercedes G63 within a day, thanks to substantial financial backing. And it was delivered to the family's underground garage. Jiang Chen sought to surprise his father, so the family conspired to lead Jiang Chao down to unveil the surprise. Upon witnessing the gift prepared by his son, Jiang Chao was utterly astonished, rendered speechless with excitement. He even spent a night in the car, more dramatically than Jiang Yen. Consequently, the family's mode of transportation shifted to the G63 driven by Jiang Chao. As the day for Jiang Yan's school enrollment approached, the family accompanied him to the institution. Although Zhao Fun and Jiang Chao were thoroughly enjoying their lives, their ties remained in their hometown. Now that Jiang Yan was off to school, they informed Jiang Chen of their intention to return home. Jiang Chao planned to drive his cherished new car back to their hometown, covering a distance of over 1,000 kilometers. Concerned about his father's potential fatigue from driving alone, Jiang Chen suggested that they take his private jet, and he would arrange to have the car transported back. However, Jiang Chao declined, asserting that he was still young enough not to worry, and remarked, "Do you understand the joy of driving? It's only 1,000 kilometers. When I was younger, I could drive nonstop from Beijing to the western frontier in 3 days and nights." Jiang Chen, with a sense of resignation, relented and advised them to prioritize safety on the road, encouraging them not to rush and to rest in hotels rather than skimping on comfort. He also recommended taking their time to explore along the way, suggesting leisurely travel. Jiang Chao and Zhao Fun's eyes lit up at Jiang Chen's suggestion, and after some discussion, they decided not to hurry back home. Instead, they resolved to embark on a road trip, planning to head south to Hainan Island to experience the picturesque landscapes, and then venture to the mythical snow-capped mountains, exploring the borders of their homeland. Jiang Chen wholeheartedly supported their plan, recognizing that after years of hard work, a journey across the country would be a well-deserved adventure. Thus, he prepared a detailed travel itinerary for his parents, offering them a reference for their route. Once they departed for their travels, Jiang Chen found himself at a loose end, with Ji Jun overseeing the operations at Xinghe and his younger brother residing at school. He lounged on the couch, aimlessly scrolling through Douyin. Suddenly, he remembered Xiao Jiayuan. Ever since Jiang Chen had not replied to her, she too had refrained from messaging him. Recalling this, he opened the messaging app to view Xiao Jiayuan's past messages. Scrolling through her moments, he saw a series of selfies and dining photos. The most recent post read, "Baby is 3 years old today," accompanied by several pictures of her cat and her own cheerful selfies, which were quite endearing. After perusing her posts, he contemplated reaching out. Returning to the chat page, he typed a message, "Are you there?" Almost instantly, Xiao Jiayuan replied, "Surprise JPG. Is this really you?" Jiang Chen, somewhat speechless, opted for a voice call. "Hello, is this Mr. Jiang?" Came Xiao Jiayuan's soft voice through the line. He had to admit her voice was quite pleasant. While he hadn't noticed it in person, it resonated more during their phone conversation. "Yes, it is," Jiang Chen replied, curious as to why she had asked him that question, but he pressed on, stating, "Are you in Deep City? Are you free? If so, I would love to treat you to dinner tonight." Xiao Jiayuan responded eagerly, her tone filled with joy. "Hee, I'm free. I just finished a flight and have the next few days off." "Great. Send me the address, and I'll come pick you up." Without waiting for a response, she hung up, and within moments, she sent him the address via the messaging app. Upon checking, he noted that the detailed location was near the airport, quite a distance away, approximately 30 kilometers from him. Returning to his bedroom, he refreshed himself, donned a simple yet stylish outfit, and styled his hair. Entering the living room, he informed Aunt Shun, who was tidying up, "Aunt Shun, no need to prepare dinner for me tonight. I'll be dining out." Without waiting for her reply, he slipped on his shoes, grabbed the keys to his Pagani, and set off. Meanwhile, Xiao Jian lay on her bed, staring at her phone in a state of delight, hurriedly sending her current location to Jiang Chen. With a sudden leap, a carp sprang from the bed to the vanity, swiftly applying her foundation and perfecting her eye makeup, ultimately selecting a nude lip gloss to complete her look. "Xiao Jiayuan, you are the most beautiful," she exclaimed, admiring her youthful appearance in the mirror. However, she soon found herself pondering over the wardrobe filled to the brim with clothes, struggling to decide what to wear. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she quickly rummaged through several outfits she had purchased but not yet worn. Chapter 41. Japanese cuisine. Once Xiao Jiayuan was dressed and adorned with accessories, she slipped into a pair of black low-heeled shoes. After confirming her beauty, she descended the stairs with grace. Upon reaching the ground floor, she received a voice call from Jiang Chen. In high spirits, Xiao Jiayuan answered the call. "I've arrived. Where are you?" Jiang Chen's voice resonated. Xiao Jiayuan, standing by the roadside and scanning her surroundings, replied, "I'm already downstairs, just at the roadside. But I don't see you." "I see you. Wait for me," Jiang Chen said before hanging up. Xiao Jiayuan then heard the roar of a sports car, followed by a dazzling beam of light. Squinting, she turned towards the sound and beheld Jiang Chen's Pagani. What a stunning car. Xiao Jian gazed in awe at the Pagani parked before her. Even a woman unschooled in automobiles could appreciate its extraordinary allure. The driver's gull-wing door opened gracefully, revealing Jiang Chen, who discreetly assessed Xiao Jiayuan as she stood by the roadside. She wore a black off-the-shoulder top with a sleek neckline, accentuated by sparkling silver jewelry around her neck. Her black pleated skirt matched her top, showcasing her smooth, fair legs. On her feet were black low-heeled shoes, complemented by white ankle socks as a striking contrast. Her hair cascaded in soft waves over her shoulders, and her makeup was exquisitely applied. She held a blue Chanel denim bag, radiating youthful charm, a sentiment Jiang Chen silently echoed. As Jiang Chen approached, Xiao Jiayuan stepped forward, standing merely a few inches from him. A delicate floral scent wafted into Jiang Chen's nostrils. She flashed a sweet smile, her bright eyes fixed on him, and playfully said, "Mr. Jiang, you finally have time for me, and even invited me to dinner." Jiang Chen couldn't help but find her voice utterly charming and alluring. Locking eyes with her, he offered an apologetic smile. "My apologies. I've been exceedingly busy with work lately." He then complimented her. "You look stunning today." Xiao Jiyuan, blushing at the praise, seemed to glow even more, her cheeks flush with a rosy hue. She had conveniently overlooked Jiang Chen's mention of his busy schedule, thinking to herself, "Indeed, women thrive on compliments." Jiang Chen opened the gull-wing door of the Pagani for her and said, "Let us go. I'll treat you to some exquisite food as an apology for my lack of availability." Xiao Jiyuan nodded eagerly, primly adjusting her skirt before entering the car. Jiang Chen kindly closed the door for her before taking his seat. He set the navigation, and with a slight turn of the steering wheel, the Pagani roared to life. Departing from its original position, they arrived at the deep city Bay Vientiane City, a locale Jiang Chen had visited before, but this time he was accompanied by Xiao Jiyuan, the diligent flight attendant. This particular Pagani was a reward for his good rapport with Xiaomi, who had reached a favorability level of 60. As he glanced at Xiao Jiyuan, a sense of guilt unexpectedly washed over him, as if he were being scrutinized. Noticing Jiang Chen's gaze, Xiao Jiyuan's heart fluttered with joy, secretly thinking, "It seems Mr. Jiang is quite pleased with my attire today." She had meticulously chosen her outfit to showcase her strengths. Upon arriving at Vientiane City, they found a greater number of street photographers waiting to capture luxury cars than when he had previously visited with Jiang Yan. Several corners were occupied by onlookers. Eagerly following the Pagani, Jiang Chen skillfully maneuvered the car into the underground parking garage. After parking, he exited the vehicle, and Xiao Jiyuan gracefully stepped out from the passenger side. Immediately, she walked up to Jiang Chen and linked her arm with his, relishing the soft sensation of her touch. Jiang Chen felt satisfied with her boldness. They proceeded to the elevator, heading toward the Japanese restaurant recommended by Su Jinzong. Before leaving, Jiang Chen had inquired if Su Jinzong could suggest a good restaurant. After a moment's thought, Su Jinzong recommended a Japanese omakase restaurant. Jiang Chen checked it on his phone and found it quite appealing, with an average cost of 2,000 to 3,000 per person, making it an ideal choice for their dinner outing. Upon seeing that the restaurant was fully booked for the day, Jiang Chen smirked dismissively. "Reservations? As the chairman of Xinghe Group, I have dined at countless hard-to-book restaurants. Our connections run deep, and I am not worried about any potential embarrassment due to a lack of availability." As expected, when Xiao Jiyuan linked her arm with Jiang Chen and calmly stated his name, the restaurant owner appeared with a beaming smile, welcoming them inside. He opened the wooden door, revealing the interior, where only 2 seats were arranged at the island counter. 3 chefs dressed in traditional Japanese attire, with shaved heads, greeted them with deep bows. 2 female servers also bowed in respect. "Mr. Jiang, we are honored by your presence. This private room has been reserved exclusively for you. And these 3 chefs are our esteemed culinary masters, prepared solely to serve you today." Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction, smiling as he replied, "Thank you for your hospitality." The owner quickly responded, "It is our privilege that you chose our restaurant. I shall not disturb your meal further." He bowed slightly to Jiang Chen before closing the wooden door and stepping away. Seeing the owner's respectful demeanor towards Jiang Chen, Xiao Jiyuan couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. She had often heard her friends mention how difficult it was to get a reservation at this restaurant, and she recalled that the owner had proclaimed that regardless of how much one was willing to spend, reservations were essential. To her surprise, even such a formidable figure as the owner treated Jiang Chen with utmost respect. Upon considering Jiang Chen's identity, she felt a sense of relief. No one could surpass Mr. Jiang. With this thought, she cheerfully remarked, "Mr. Jiang, the ambience here is truly delightful. I've seen this place online before, but I never imagined you would bring me here for Japanese cuisine." Feeling the delightful warmth of her touch as she spoke, Jiang Chen smiled and replied, "As long as you enjoy it." Reluctantly withdrawing his arm, he pulled out a chair for her to sit. As Xiao Jiyuan took her seat, the 3 chefs presented today's offerings, showcasing the freshness of the ingredients before them. After finishing his meal, Jiang Chen nodded to signal his master to begin. However, Xiao Jiyuan interjected, "Wait a moment, I want to take a photo." Jiang Chen smiled and told the master to hold on, allowing her to capture numerous pictures. Watching Xiao Jiyuan happily lower her phone, Jiang Chen once again indicated that the master could commence. The master, understanding the importance of catering to these esteemed guests, nodded respectfully and began preparing today's ingredients with the assistance of 2 other chefs. Jiang Chen felt that something was amiss and turned to Xiao Jiyuan, inquiring, "Jiyuan, do you drink?" Xiao Jiyuan sweetly replied, "I'm fine with anything, as long as it's up to you, Mr. Jiang." "All right, let us have a drink then. It feels incomplete to enjoy Japanese cuisine without a sip," he responded. With that, Jiang Chen summoned the dedicated waiter and pointed to a sake on the menu, saying, Let us order a bottle of this. The waiter followed his gaze and noted that Jiang Chen had selected the renowned sake, the Junmai Daijinjo Shikita, priced at a modest 40,000 yuan. It wasn't that Jiang Chen wished to order something more extravagant. This was simply the most expensive sake available on the list. Chapter 42. How many girlfriends do you have? The waiter soon returned with a box containing an assortment of exquisite sake cups. Upon seeing this, Xiao Jiyuan immediately whipped out her phone for more photos, while Jiang Chen casually chose a cup. Xiao Jiyuan, however, was in a quandary, as she found all the cups too beautiful to choose from. In exasperation, Jiang Chen handed her a cherry blossom-colored cup, which finally settled her indecision. Otherwise, she might have taken ages to decide. Another waiter presented the sake Jiang Chen ordered, opening the box for his inspection. Sir, please confirm that everything is in order before I proceed, he said. Jiang Chen, noticing nothing amiss, glanced briefly at the contents and handed it back, nodding. Go ahead and open it. Certainly, sir. Meanwhile, the master gradually brought forth the meticulously prepared dishes, each a small, unique work of art. Observing the elegantly plated dishes, Xiao Jiyuan took her time to photograph each one, and Jiang Chen patiently waited for her to finish before picking up his chopsticks. He found her unpretentious demeanor, unrestrained by his status, both refreshing and intriguing. Jiang Chen pondered whether her behavior was intentional or simply her natural disposition. Regardless, he understood her intentions and felt no concern. Their time together had been rather pleasant. It was a mutual arrangement. She sought his status and position, while he appreciated her beauty, each fulfilling their own desires. As Jiang Chen and Xiao Jiyuan sipped their drinks and indulged in the culinary offerings, their conversation flowed easily, and before long, the bottle was nearly emptied. Despite having consumed a full 750 milliliters bottle, the low alcohol content left Jiang Chen unperturbed. He glanced at Xiao Jiyuan, whose cheeks were flushed, and asked if she wanted another drink. Yes, this sake goes down like water. It doesn't affect me at all, she replied, clearly exhilarated by the moment. Sensing that she was becoming tipsy, Jiang Chen, though not a paragon of virtue, refrained from taking advantage of her inebriation. Perhaps we should stop drinking, he suggested gently. I think you've had enough. Xiao Jiyuan pouted playfully, but I want to keep drinking. I'm so happy to be dining with you today, Mr. Jiang. She tugged at his arm and looked at him with wide, innocent eyes. It was then that Jiang Chen understood the saying about women who playfully flirt. They could be quite persuasive. Relenting, he smiled indulgently and called the waiter for another bottle. Mua. Xiao Jiyuan planted a quick kiss on his cheek in delight. The three chefs and the waiter, witnessing this scene, discreetly turned their attention elsewhere as they continued their work. By the end of the meal, the second bottle remained largely untouched, and neither of them was intoxicated. As they exited the restaurant, they shared a silent understanding and strolled towards a nearby park. Xiao Jiyuan leaned against Jiang Chen as they walked through the park, which was still bustling with people exercising in the evening air, the spring bamboo tower shrouded in mist due to recent rain. Xiao Jiyuan, her face flushed from the drink, occasionally stole glances at Jiang Chen. Noticing her gaze, he looked down at her, prompting her to shyly lower her eyes and timidly say, I'm tired from walking. I'd like to rest for a moment. It then dawned on Jiang Chen that she was wearing high heels, even though they were short. Walking for so long must have been uncomfortable. Spotting a nearby park bench, he exclaimed, and, lifting her effortlessly into a princess carry, strode towards it. Xiao Jiyuan wrapped her arms tightly around Jiang Chen's neck, her expression one of dazed wonder. Perhaps it was the alcohol, but an indescribable emotion surged within her, compelling her to kiss him. Taken by surprise, Jiang Chen could only respond in kind. After a prolonged moment, they parted, and he gently set her down on the bench. Stretching his sore arms, Xiao Jiyuan immediately settled onto his lap, wrapping her arms around him. Mr. Jiang, she murmured, closing her eyes. Feeling somewhat breathless, Jiang Chen snapped back to reality. Jian, let's be a bit more sober-minded, he advised. His words struck her like a thunderbolt, abruptly awakening her from her daze. What have I done? She exclaimed, rising in a flurry, fearful that Jiang Chen might misconstrue her actions as those of a frivolous woman. I'm so sorry, Mr. Jiang. I am not that kind of person. I truly am not, she stammered, on the verge of tears. Seeing her distress, Jiang Chen quickly rose and enveloped her in his arms once more. He feared that if this continued, the headlines the next day might read, shocking, a couple overcome with passion in Deep City Bay Park. At the very least, they should find a hotel, he thought. Having researched Xiao Jiyuan's background, he knew well the type of person she was. Gently patting her back to soothe her, he reassured, Jane, that's not what I meant. It's just that there are too many people here. It wouldn't be appropriate. As she pondered his words and remembered his status, her sobs gradually subsided. With tear-stained eyes and a sulky expression, she gazed at him, a sight that tugged at his heartstrings. Realizing her vulnerability, Jiang Chen gently guided her back to the bench. Wiping away her tears, he looked into her eyes earnestly and said, Jane, there is something I've been thinking about that I need to express. She remained pouting, attentive to his words. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Chen articulated his feelings. Jane, you are truly beautiful. I cannot deny that I have developed feelings for you, and that I genuinely like your unpretentious nature. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiyuan's eyes sparkled with joy, her heart swelling with happiness. However, Jiang Chen continued, pointing to his heart, while it may be drawn to you now, I cannot guarantee it won't stray towards another in the future. He candidly articulated his intentions. In other words, I will certainly have more than just you in the future. Do you understand? Xiao Jiyuan remained silent. After a pause, he continued, if you can accept this, I will provide you with the life and future you desire, and I will ensure your well-being. Of course, all of this is contingent upon your agreement. However, you will belong solely to me. Thus, I hope you will reflect thoroughly before responding. After speaking, Jiang Chen gently lifted her off his lap, stood up, and stepped aside to light a cigarette. This was Jiang Chen's way of granting Xiao Jiyuan time to process his words. Despite her prior preparation, Xiao Jiyan was taken aback by the audaciousness of his candid declaration, which was more callous than that of a typical cat. Her mind was a whirlwind, contemplating his identity, the events that had just transpired, and her motives for approaching Jiang Chen. The opportunity lay before her, and the choice had been presented, if she agreed. The life she had fantasized about was within her grasp. With her head bowed and her lips slightly bitten, she sat motionless in her chair, her hands intertwined. Jiang Chen extinguished his spent cigarette, and, seeing her lack of response, sighed inwardly. He returned to her side, lowered his gaze to meet hers, and said, Jane, let us pretend I was drunk today, and forget what I said. I'll arrange for someone to take you home shortly. He then took out his phone, preparing to call Su Jinzong for transportation. Though he was indeed callous, he preferred to be clear in his intentions. If she was unwilling, he would not press the matter. Xiao Jiyuan stood up and took hold of Jiang Chen's hand, which was holding the phone. Her hair obscured her face as she lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. How many girlfriends do you have? Jiang Chen, barely hearing her, asked, what did you say? She raised her head, gazing at him with a pitiful expression, and repeated, I asked, how many girlfriends do you have? Jiang Chen grasped her meaning, gently placing his hand on her hair. A smirk appeared on his lips as he replied earnestly, if you agree, then you will be the only one. Kiss me. Jiang Chen understood her clearly this time and responded with action. Chapter 43, New Enterprise, 85 stake in Guotai Airlines. When Xiao Jiyuan awoke from her slumber, she found Jiang Chen still asleep beside her. The memory of his primal demeanor from the previous night caused her cheeks to flush, and she bashfully buried her head under the covers. Sensing her movements, Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes, feeling the delicate texture in his hands. He turned to embrace the fair-skinned Xiao Jiyuan in his arms. Mr. Jiang, you're awake, she said shyly, feeling the warmth of his touch. Still calling me that? Can't you use a different address? Jiang Chen playfully squeezed her. Xiao Jiyuan let out a soft whimper, timidly calling, hubby. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction, halting his playful actions. Now that's more like it. Get up, my little piglet, and freshen up. Xiao Jiyuan nodded shyly, and slipped into the bathroom to wash up. Jiang Chen picked up his phone from the bedside table and checked the time. It was 10 a.m. Propping himself up against the headboard, he retrieved a cigarette from the box, preparing to invigorate himself. They were currently residing in a suite at the Shunxing Bay Unshida Hotel, conveniently located next to the Wanxiang City shopping mall where they had dined the previous night. The two, caught in a moment of passion, had hastily checked in. Glancing at the torn remnants of Xiao Jiyuan's clothing scattered on the floor, Jiang Chen shook his head in disbelief. He took out his phone, opened Feixin, and sent Su Jinzong his location and room number, requesting a change of clothes, while also instructing him to contact Wang Manny to bring along some Chanel attire. After putting down his phone, he scrolled through social media, discovering that his parents had arrived at Xiongzhou Island. He liked the post and commented, "Hope you have a great time, Mom and Dad." Then, he checked Jiang Yan's posts, which were all pictures of his modified Land Rover Defender 110, with over a dozen updates. The latest was a photo of the vehicle being customized, to which Jiang Chen commented, "Study hard." To his surprise, Jiang Yan promptly replied, "Got it." Bro Jiang Chen chuckled softly and chose to ignore it. Just then, Xiao Jiyuan emerged from the bathroom, her hair still damp, clad in the hotel bathrobe. Even without makeup, her beauty shone through, appearing even more innocent than before. Jiang Chen set his phone aside, gazing at her intently, causing Xiao Jiyuan to blush and rush toward him. "You're making me shy by staring." Jiang Chen embraced her, inhaling the citrus scent emanating from her hair while relishing her softness. He caressed her face and, in a possessive tone, declared, "How can you be this beautiful and not allow me to look? From now on, I intend to gaze at you always. After a moment of intimacy, Jiang Chen said, Ji-Yuan, you should resign from your job. Now that Xiao Ji-Yuan had agreed to be his woman, Jiang Chen would never allow her to continue working as a flight attendant. Taking her hand, he recalled the precariousness of her current living situation and, without waiting for her response, added insistently, the place you're staying now is too remote and unsafe. I'll find you a new place to live. Xiao Ji-Yuan, filled with happiness, readily complied. Hubby, I'll do as you say. She accepted Jiang Chen's plans without a hint of dissent, her heart brimming with joy. Satisfied with her obedience, Jiang Chen retrieved his wallet from the bedside table and handed her a credit card. This is my supplementary credit card, with a limit of 3 million. Feel free to use it for anything you desire. You don't need to save money for me. There will be funds available each month. Recognizing the prevalence of mobile payments, he continued, I'll contact the bank later to register your personal information, so you can bind it to your phone for convenience. Xiao Ji-Yuan was astounded by Jiang Chen's generosity. 3 million. She couldn't fathom whether she would ever earn such a sum in her lifetime, and this was merely her monthly allowance. She felt immensely grateful for her decision from the previous night. Ecstatically, she exclaimed, Hubby, you're too wonderful. Mua. Her eyes sparkled as she showered Jiang Chen with affectionate kisses. Jiang Chen, amused, gently pushed her away. All right, that's enough, it's just saliva. Xiao Ji-Yuan giggled foolishly. As for why he provided her with a credit card instead of a debit card, a wise person once remarked that money is meant to be shown to women rather than given outright. Should he discover Xiao Ji-Yuan engaging in any unsavory activities, he would have to reconsider. Ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Jiang Chen presumed it was Su Jinzong and got up to open the door. Upon reaching the entrance, he swung the door wide open. Su Jinzong stood there holding a suit carefully wrapped in plastic, and just behind him was Wang Manny, the Chanel store manager whom Jiang Chen had met before. Mr. Jiang, Su Jinzong greeted him upon seeing him at the door. Wang Manny bowed slightly with her hands on her abdomen. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Come in. Jiang Chen nodded, inviting them inside. Su Jinzong stepped in and hung Jiang Chen's suit on the hotel's designated garment rack. Wang Manny called upon the two young ladies, who were laden with large and small packages, to carry them inside. Following them were two other girls, dressed in Chanel uniforms and adorned with silk scarves. Pushing a clothing rack wrapped in plastic, Jiang Chen opened the door to the suite and beckoned Xiao Ji-Yuan to come out. Upon her emergence, she was taken aback by the spectacle before her. Jiang Chen approached her, wrapping an arm around her waist, and gestured towards the clothing rack, saying, Please choose something. I accidentally damaged one of your outfits yesterday. Wang Manny stepped forward to introduce herself, stating, Hello, miss, feel free to select from these. They are all the latest pieces from Chanel. Xiao Ji-Yuan had never imagined that Chanel would offer such a personal service. As she gazed at the garments hanging on the rack and the exquisite bags displayed atop the boxes, she recognized some from her online browsing, while others were entirely new to her, even including unreleased items. This truly opened her eyes to the life of the affluent. Is this what it means to be wealthy? She pondered. Noticing her dazed expression, Jiang Chen gently pinched her, asking, What are you daydreaming about? Xiao Ji-Yuan came to her senses, her cheeks flushed, and replied, Oh, I was just contemplating how to choose amongst all these options. Though astonished and thrilled by the array of clothes, she found herself grappling with indecision. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and declared, Then there's no need to choose. With a grand wave of his hand towards Wang Manny, he commanded, Wrap them all up for me. Yes. Wang Manny beamed, realizing that Mr. Jiang remained as generous as ever. The goods she had brought today amounted to over 2 million, ensuring her sales performance would be stellar. A flicker of joy crossed her face, and she quickly responded with a smile, Certainly, Mr. Jiang. Xiao Ji-Yuan's face also lit up with delight as she looked up at Jiang Chen, her eyes shimmering with affection. Within just a day, she felt as though she could not live without him. Detected affection level with the opposite sex has reached 85. Rewards include 1 package each for affection levels 60 and 80. Open. Yes or no? Oh. Jiang Chen observed the panel that appeared before him without a change in expression. He had not anticipated that Xiao Ji-Yuan would achieve such a remarkable affection level of 85 on her first attempt, granting him 2 reward packages at once. He instructed Xiao Ji-Yuan to enter the room with Wang Manny to try on clothes while he went to the bathroom to wash up and prepare for a shower and a change of attire. Though uncertain of what he might receive, he believed that a little reverence might yield something splendid. Once he completed his preparations, he donned a bathrobe and returned to the living room, eagerly calling out to the system. System, open the packages. Congratulations, host. You have opened the affection level 60 package and received a property, a flat in Honshu West Coast. Congratulations, host. You have opened the affection level 80 package and received an asset, 85 shares in Cathay Pacific. Relevant documents and share transfer agreements have been placed in the office safe. Seeing that the Affection Level 80 package yielded an asset, Jiang Chen felt that his decision to invite Xiao Jiyuan out yesterday had been extraordinarily wise. As for the property, there was little to discuss. Since it was a reward derived from Xiao Jiyuan's affection, he decided to let her reside there. Initially, he had intended to have Su Jinzong select a random unit from the properties of Xinghe Real Estate for Xiao Jiyuan, but now, with a ready-made option available, he could simply offer her this one. Regarding Cathay Pacific, Jiang Chen felt a sense of familiarity as he took out his phone to search for news about the airline. Indeed, it was the same Cathay Pacific that had exploded onto the internet last year, though all the information was negative. Cathay Pacific accused of passenger discrimination, recordings exposed. Flight attendant rolls eyes at a passenger who cannot speak English. Cathay Pacific discriminates against mainland passengers. Cathay Pacific treats mainland tourists differently. English speakers receive blankets. An absurd airline, Cathay Pacific. Every video was filled with outraged netizens demanding an apology from Cathay Pacific. Jiang Chen continued to scroll, finding no official responses from the airline regarding these incidents. Logging onto Cathay Pacific's official website, he saw no replies pertaining to the matter. As he absorbed the blatant discrimination depicted in the videos, his gaze grew increasingly cold. Well then, let us initiate a complete overhaul, Jiang Chen remarked, eyeing the 85 shares of Cathay Pacific displayed on the system panel. Although the system did not reward him with full ownership, 85 was sufficient for him to maintain absolute control. Chapter 44, Shiyui's High. Cathay Pacific was founded in 1946 and is headquartered in Hong Kong. Being the first airline in the city to provide civil aviation services, co-founded by two foreigners from America and the UK. After years of development, its controlling interests have become intricate, comprising foreign, Hong Kong, and some domestic capital stakeholders holding minority shares. It is currently the largest airline in Hong Kong and was ranked the 5th largest airline globally last year. With an annual passenger volume of approximately 30 million and a market value of around 70 billion Hong Kong dollars. Having reviewed all the available information online, Jiang Chen now had a general understanding of Cathay Pacific. As he looked at Xiao Jiyuan, who had changed into her outfit and applied her makeup, he set aside thoughts of Cathay Pacific. There was no rush, as he held 85 of the shares, and it was they who should feel urgency. Jiang Chen planned to discuss how to manage and take over Cathay Pacific with Ji Jun tomorrow. At that moment, Xiao Jiyuan emerged from her room, twirling before Jiang Chen as she asked, "Darling, do I look good in this?" The skirt flared around her, showcasing her long, fair legs. Her face was alight with a desire for praise. Jiang Chen rose, admiring her in the delicate pink Chanel dress, cinched at the waist, accentuating her slender figure. With her hair adorned with a Chanel hairpin that radiated youthful vibrancy, he applauded generously, exclaiming, "You look fabulous, full of vitality, and exuding youthful charm." Hearing Jiang Chen's compliment, Xiao Jian beamed with delight, her laughter almost foolish, and she planted a kiss on Jiang Chen's cheek. Jiang Chen then nodded towards Su Jinzong, who understood and produced a bank card from his suit jacket, handing it to Wang Manny. Wang Manny respectfully received it with both hands, while a Chanel staff member prepared a POS machine. After processing the card, the machine beeped, and Wang Manny cast a grateful glance at her old classmate, Su Jinzong. As she passed by him, Wang Manny quietly said, "Let me treat you to a meal sometime, Jinzong." Su Jinzong smiled and replied, "We're all classmates. There's no need for such formality." Wang Manny insisted earnestly, "But I would like to." He simply nodded in agreement. After glancing at Jiang Chen and Xiao Jiyuan, Su Jinzong signaled for Wang Manny to take her leave, having completed her task. Wang Manny instructed her staff to pack everything carefully before bowing to Jiang Chen as she exited with her team. Xiao Jiyuan began photographing the large packages, seemingly eager to share her excitement on social media. Jiang Chen smiled at her actions, settling back onto the sofa to observe. Suddenly, he noticed the watch on Su Jinzong's wrist and glanced at his own bare wrist. As the saying goes, the impoverished indulge in automobiles while the affluent invest in timepieces. Presently, he possesses no shortage of vehicles, yet he finds himself without a watch befitting his current stature. Would attending forthcoming business engagements not render him the subject of ridicule? Although others may not dare to underestimate him due to the absence of a watch, he still requires a timepiece that reflects his elevated status. With this thought in mind, he turned to Su Jinchong and said, "Jinchong, please reach out and see if there are any places selling watches. The prices should be somewhat steep, as I intend to purchase a few shortly." Su Jinchong readily acquiesced, replying, "Understood, Chairman Jiang." He then retrieved his phone and began contacting the board office, relaying Jiang Chen's request. Su Jinchong understood that expensive implied a need for something worthy of Jiang Chen's status, and he realized that his previous connections were insufficient for this task. Thus, he resolved to utilize his connections with the Xinghe Group. Jiang Chen merely needed to convey his requirements to Su Jinchong, who would ensure that everything was arranged to perfection. Jiang Chen instructed the hotel staff to bring breakfast, which he and Xiao Jiyuan consumed in a cursory manner. Soon after, Su Jinchong received a message from the board office. He approached Jiang Chen, leaning in to whisper, "Chairman Jiang, everything has been arranged." Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Xiao Jiyuan, asking, "Have you finished eating, Jiyuan?" She dabbed her mouth with a napkin and replied, "Yes, I have." "All right, please wait for me a moment." With that, Jiang Chen strode toward his room. Su Jinchong, as if anticipating his intentions, retrieved Jiang Chen's suit, tearing open the plastic wrapping before handing it to him. After receiving it, Jiang Chen entered to change, and once he had styled his hair and donned the suit, he assessed his appearance in the mirror. Satisfied, he exited his room and said to the two, "Let us be on our way." Su Jinchong held the door open for them, and after they exited, he swiftly moved ahead to press the elevator button. Xiao Jiyuan, linking her arm with Jiang Chen's, looked up at him and sweetly inquired, "Darling, where are we headed now?" Jiang Chen playfully pinched her nose and replied, "We are off to purchase a few watches." Upon descending from the elevator into the hotel lobby, Su Jinchong guided Jiang Chen and Xiao Jiyuan to the entrance, where Jiang Chen's Rolls-Royce Cullinan awaited them. After opening the car doors and ensuring they were seated, Su Jinchong closed the doors and made his way to the driver's seat, navigating to the address provided by his colleague from the board office. The Cullinan soon arrived at overseas Chinese town, driving into an exclusive villa area, eventually stopping in front of a standalone villa. This was the location arranged by the Xinghe Group. A middle-aged woman, elegantly attired in a qipao, stood at the entrance, eagerly awaiting their arrival. She was Qin Shui, the proprietor of this private collection shop. Half an hour prior, she had received a call from a friend informing her that the newly appointed chairman of the Xinghe Group, Chairman Jiang, would be visiting to purchase several watches. The timepieces in her collection had not been sold for some time. Those who could afford them were not to her liking, and those she admired would not come to her shop. In their line of work, they catered exclusively to the wealthy and powerful, and knowing that the chairman was from the Xinghe Group, she had prepared for his arrival. Upon seeing Jiang Chen and his companions disembark, it was evident that he led the group. This must be the new chairman of the Xinghe Group. Qin Shui felt a surge of surprise upon observing Jiang Chen's youthfulness. Composing herself, she stepped forward to greet him, smiling as she extended her hand adorned with an exquisite jade bracelet. "Welcome, Chairman Jiang, to Shui's studio. I am Qin Shui, the owner here." Jiang Chen appraised her in return. Qin Shui exuded poise and elegance, clad in a vibrant green qipao, her hair meticulously pinned back with a single hairpin. She appeared to be in her 30s or 40s, yet her complexion was remarkably smooth, suggesting impeccable upkeep. Politely, she extended her hand, saying, "Greetings, I am Jiang Chen." Their handshake was brief and courteous, adhering to the norms of politeness. Turning his gaze to the villa behind her, he noted its antique charm, 3 stories tall, occupying a substantial area, and designed in a style reminiscent of ancient architecture. The grand entrance displayed a gilded plaque inscribed with the name Shui's Studio. "Please, Chairman Jiang, do come inside." Qin Shui gestured invitingly, ushering Jiang Chen and his companions into the establishment. Once inside, Jiang Chen was taken aback by the unexpected opulence. Observing the antique porcelain displayed in glass cases, the ink paintings adorning the walls, and the assortment of cultural artifacts on the counters, he had assumed the establishment solely sold watches, but it appeared to specialize in antiques, with timepieces being merely one aspect of their offerings. Qin Shui escorted the 3 of them to the VIP room on the 2nd floor, instructing the staff to serve a pot of tea, personally pouring for them. Jiang Chen and Xiao Jiyuan took a sip, while Su Jinchong stood beside Jiang Chen, remaining still. Just then, the door swung open, and a middle-aged man clad in a servant's uniform, donning white gloves, entered, bearing a box and a small black wooden case adorned with relief carvings. Qin Shui rose to accept the items from him, placing the box on the table before Jiang Chen, and said, "Chairman Jiang, these are the watches we have at Shui's studio. Please have a look." As she opened the larger box, it revealed 12 small compartments that rotated automatically, each housing a different exquisite watch. Despite the variety in style and brand, they shared one commonality. Each was priced extravagantly. Qin Shui then donned gloves she had received from the attendant and opened the intricately carved small box, which contained the most expensive watch in her collection. The mere act of her wearing gloves indicated the watch's rarity. As she presented it, Jiang Chen's attention was immediately captured, causing him to overlook the other watches entirely. In comparison to the silver and black timepiece in her hand, the others appeared decidedly lackluster. Recognizing Jiang Chen's keen interest in the watch she held, Qin Shui smiled knowingly. Those in her profession were adept at reading subtle cues. With both hands, she delicately lifted the watch, addressing Jiang Chen, Chairman Jiang. May I trouble you to extend your wrist so that I might fasten it for you to try? Certainly. I appreciate your assistance, Jiang Chen replied, nodding and extending his hand. As she adorned him with the watch, she elaborated, "This is the 6002G010 black enamel model, part of Patek Philippe's Grand Complication series." Once she had fastened it, Jiang Chen raised his wrist to scrutinize the timepiece closely, his right index finger gliding over the exquisite engravings on the case. He became captivated by the intricate chronograph features displayed on the dial. It was simply exquisite. The delight evident in Jiang Chen's expression did not escape Qin Shi's notice, prompting her to continue her description. This Patek Philippe model is renowned as the king of watches, meticulously sculpted from a single massive block of platinum. It features not only shallow relief engravings, but also intricately crafted floral patterns within the confined space of the case. The dial showcases advanced techniques of cloisonné enamel and champlevé enamel. It boasts 12 complex functions, including minute repeater, tourbillon, perpetual calendar, astronomical features, and moon phase. With the movement comprised of 705 components, ensuring a daily deviation of no more than 2 seconds. It stands as the most intricate model since Patek Philippe's inception. Furthermore, its chiming mechanism produces the clearest sound I have ever heard. Having concluded her explanation, she indicated her desire to demonstrate its capabilities to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. After obtaining his consent, Qin Shi reached out and adjusted the wristwatch on his arm. With a series of crisp chimes echoing, ding, 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 the timepiece emitted a surprisingly clear and resonant sound. Jiang Chen was taken aback by the watch's impressive auditory clarity. Xiao Jiyuan gazed at the watch on Jiang Chen's wrist with wide eyes, astonished that such a small accessory could encapsulate so many remarkable features. Retracting her hand, Qin Shi looked at Jiang Chen with a smile and said, "I believe that only this Patek Philippe 6002G, known as the King of Watches, is worthy of your esteemed status." Director Jiang. Suddenly, she slapped her forehead, realizing her words might have been inappropriate. "No. It should be said that it is an honor for this watch to be possessed by you." Qin Shi was not merely flattering him. Truth be told, she felt that the Patek Philippe 6002G001 was not quite befitting of Jiang Chen's billionaire status. However, it was the most precious timepiece she had managed to acquire. Jiang Chen remained non-committal in response to her compliment, a slight smile gracing his lips as he chose not to reply. As he removed the watch to examine it closely, he noticed the intricate black starry sky engraved on the reverse side. His fondness for the watch deepened, and in high spirits, he directly asked Qin Shi, "How much is this?" Qin Shi, with an elegant smile, replied with the figure, 42 million. "Wow," Xiao Jiyuan exclaimed, seated beside Jiang Chen, only to realize her lapse in decorum and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Jiang Chen chuckled and patted her thigh reassuringly, signaling that it was of no consequence. Xiao Jiyuan then lowered her hand, feeling embarrassed for being so naive, nearly causing Jiang Chen to lose face. The price of such a beautiful watch, nearly $500 million, genuinely astonished her. Jiang Chen turned to Qin Shi, nodding with a smile. "Boss Qin, I am quite satisfied with this watch. I will take it." Seeing Jiang Chen's intent to purchase, Qin Shi's smile broadened. "Very well, Director Jiang." In a cheerful mood, Jiang Chen noticed Xiao Jiyuan beside him and said to Qin Shi, "Could you please fetch some ladies' watches as well?" "Absolutely, Director Jiang," Qin Shi replied simply, instructing a servant to retrieve them. Curiosity piqued, Xiao Jiyuan could not help but ask, "Honey, why are you looking at ladies' watches?" With a calm demeanor, Jiang Chen responded, "I am buying one for you. You'll get to choose one as a gift." Xiao Jiyuan was taken aback, never anticipating that Jiang Chen intended to give her one. She quickly shook her head. "Not too expensive, really." She spoke earnestly. Jiang Chen had just nonchalantly decided to acquire a watch worth 40 million, which had startled her. Moreover, Jiang Chen had already promised her a monthly allowance of 3 million, making her hesitant to accept such lavish gifts. "That is far too much." Jiang Chen patted her thigh and assertively stated, "Remember, you are to accept whatever I give you from now on." Seeing this, Xiao Jiyuan could only nod and softly reply, "Got it, dear." Jiang Chen affectionately ruffled her hair and then turned to Su Jinzong, who had been standing quietly nearby, saying, "Jinzong, you should also pick a watch." He gestured towards the box containing 12 timepieces. Jiang Chen found Su Jinzong's name to be commendable, reflecting his unwavering dedication, Jinzong meaning advancing loyalty. Over the past month, Su Jinzong had diligently attended to Jiang Chen's every need, ensuring his satisfaction in all matters. In truth, Jiang Chen had grown accustomed to having Su Jinzong by his side. He feared that should Su Jinzong take a day off or be absent, he would find it quite unsettling. In a buoyant mood, Jiang Chen decided to let Su Jinzong select a watch as a reward for his hard work over the past month. Chapter 46. A serendipitous encounter with former colleagues. A flicker of emotion finally crossed Su Jinzong's typically impassive face, and without a moment's hesitation, he blurted out, "Director Jiang, no. This is far too extravagant. I cannot accept this." Jiang Chen understood Su Jinzong's character. He knew that if given the choice, Su Jinzong would surely refuse. Reluctantly, Jiang Chen pointed to a particular watch that caught his eye and insisted, "This one will do. Boss Qin, please help me put it on him." The Patek Philippe 6102P Starry Sky, another 3 million added to the total. Qin Shi recognized the watch's name and price at a glance. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, she lightly chuckled and replied, "Of course, Director Jiang." She picked up the watch and stood up, while Jiang Chen gestured for Su Jinzong to extend his wrist. "Jinzong, regarding my earlier words to Jie Yuan, the same applies to you. Just know that whatever I give you, you must accept, understand?" Jiang Chen continued, "As my personal secretary, you represent me in public. It is imperative that you wear a fine watch." Su Jinzong recognized that Jiang Chen's reasoning was merely a means to encourage him to accept. "Director Jiang, I." Jiang Chen interrupted him, decisively stating, "Enough with the pretense, go try it on." Upon hearing this, Su Jinzong understood that further refusal might provoke Jiang Chen's displeasure. He nodded earnestly and said, "Yes, I understand. Director Jiang." He then removed the Omega Seamaster he had been wearing, valued at around 20,000, and placed it in his pocket. After completing this, he extended his wrist, and Qin Shi smilingly adorned him with the Patek Philippe Starry Sky. Wearing the exquisite timepiece, Su Jinzong sincerely expressed, "Thank you, Director Jiang. Truly pretentious. You only accept when I force it upon you," Jiang Chen mused, nodding without further comment. Next, the servant brought forth a box containing 12 ladies' watches. Knowing their value, Xiao Jiyuan consulted with Qin Shi before selecting the most affordable yet attractive Audemars Piguet frosted gold, of which only 200 were made globally, priced at a reasonable 1.2 million. Observing her choice, Jiang Chen smiled and remarked, "Why did you opt for the cheapest? There's no need to save money for me. Feel free to choose something more expensive." Xiao Jiyuan clung to Jiang Chen's arm, explaining, "The others were too pricey, and I didn't find any styles I liked." She then raised her wrist, showcasing the watch that shimmered with a purple hue under the lights. "Besides, dear, this one truly is beautiful and sparkles." "As long as you like it," Jiang Chen replied, not forgetting his family. He meticulously selected 2 watches for his parents. For his father, a Patek Philippe 5073P priced around 13 million, perfectly suited for his father's age. For his mother, a more fitting Audemars Piguet frosted gold rainbow, costing less than 5 million. As for Jiang Yan, Jiang Chen deliberated for quite some time before finally choosing the Audemars Piguet chocolate ceramic. A limited edition of 200 pieces made in collaboration with American rapper Travis Scott, priced at over 4 million, a watch that exuded youthfulness and trendiness. After selecting watches for his family, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction as Qin Shi finished packaging them. He turned to Su Jinzong and said, "Jinzong, please proceed with the payment." "Understood," Su Jinzong replied, retrieving Jiang Chen's black card from his suit pocket and offering it to Qin Shi. With a smile, Qin Shi accepted it, and a nearby servant appeared with a POS machine. She swiped the card, then handed the machine back to the servant, cheerfully instructing Jiang Chen, "Director Jiang, please enter your password." This black card was specially crafted for him by the Cosmic Bank, with a limit of 100 million. Although the bank had offered him a far higher limit, nearly limitless. However, Jiang Chen had declined, as the primary purpose of this card was merely to provide his brother with a supplementary card for living expenses. Jiang Chen did not directly provide Jiang Yan with cash. Rather, he gave him a supplementary card, and the rationale behind this decision was quite straightforward. He was not concerned about Jiang Yan squandering money, but rather feared that he might fall victim to deceit. Many of Jiang Yan's former friends and classmates, upon learning of his relationship with an older brother, incessantly sought financial assistance from him. Additionally, with the supplementary card, Jiang Yan could avail himself of various banking services. Thus, Jiang Chen questioned the necessity of such a high credit limit, asserting that the cold hard 100 billion remaining in his account could procure virtually anything, and the funds accessible to him through the corporation were unfathomable. Typically, this black card was entrusted to Su Jinzong for safekeeping, with several million available for contactless payments. However, due to the enormity of this transaction, Jiang Chen still needed to input his password. He nodded and entered the password. The POS machine emitted a beeping sound as it printed the receipt. Just as a nearby attendant was about to offer him a pen, Su Jinzong unexpectedly produced a steel pen from seemingly nowhere and handed it to Jiang Chen. Accepting it from him, Jiang Chen inscribed his name on the receipt. The host, with a favorability rating of 89 from the opposite sex, receives a rebate of 1.2 million for a 1.2 million expenditure. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 12 000,000. Oh, Jiang Chen mused as he glanced at the system notification. Having just spent over 60 million, he received back nearly one-sixth of that amount. However, the system proved to be quite astute, excluding his expenditure from the calculation, attributing it solely to Xiao Jiyuan's spending. Yet, this young lady's favorability rating had increased by 4 points? Jiang Chen pondered, stroking his chin in contemplation. After settling the payment, Jiang Chen turned to Qin Shi with a smile, saying, "Boss Qin, I sincerely appreciate your willingness to part with these exquisite timepieces. I truly adore them." Qin Shi reciprocated with a smile. "I must thank you, Director Jiang, for choosing our Shuya Pavilion." The two exchanged pleasantries for a while. Noticing that their tea was nearly finished and that he had acquired the watch, Jiang Chen stood up, preparing to take his leave. "Boss Qin, I shall not impose any longer. Should you have more timepieces in the future, please feel free to call me." Without needing further prompting from Jiang Chen, Su Jinzong retrieved a business card from his suit pocket and presented it to Qin Shi with both hands. She stood up, graciously accepting it, and replied with a smile, "Absolutely." Realizing that Jiang Chen was about to depart, she felt a twinge of disappointment, as she had hoped to show him some of her other treasured collections, perhaps enticing him to select additional pieces. However, gazing at Jiang Chen's business card in her hand, she understood that there was no need to rush. Tom was on her side. Jiang Chen nodded at Qin Shi and then addressed Xiao Jiyuan and Su Jinzong. "Shall we take our leave?" Qin Shi smiled and said, "Director Jiang, allow me to see you off." With that, she gestured with her left hand, leading Jiang Chen and his companions down the stairs, while a middle-aged attendant followed closely behind, carrying the neatly packaged gift boxes of the watches Jiang Chen had purchased. Upon escorting Jiang Chen and his party to the exit, the attendant placed the bags into the back of the Cullinan. Qin Shi bid farewell to Jiang Chen and the others, waving with a smile, and stood for a considerable time, watching until the car turned the corner and disappeared from view before she returned inside Shuya Pavilion. It was already approaching 5 in the afternoon, and except for Su Jinzong, Jiang Chen and Xiao Jiyuan had only nibbled on a light breakfast earlier that day, leaving them quite famished. Jiang Chen instructed Su Jinzong to find a nearby restaurant to satiate their hunger. As Jiang Chen voiced his request, a particular restaurant name sprang to Su Jinzong's mind, a Cantonese restaurant known as Yuehai Restaurant. He succinctly relayed the restaurant's name to his colleagues in the board office to make a reservation, then drove the Cullinan towards Yuehai Restaurant, relying on his memory. Yuehai Restaurant was reputedly established by Xie Xiaoming, a disciple of the renowned Cantonese cuisine master Wang Bo, who claimed to have inherited all of his master's culinary secrets. After embarking on his own, he opened this establishment in Shin City. Upon its opening, food enthusiasts from surrounding cities flocked to experience the culinary prowess of Master Xie. In just 7 or 8 minutes, they arrived. Su Jinzong parked the car in a space at the entrance, and Jiang Chen and Xiao Jiyuan alighted. Despite the hour being only a little past 5 in the afternoon, there was already a considerable line of patrons waiting outside. Unlike those sitting outside, Jiang Chen's party entered the restaurant directly. The welcoming hostess extended her hand with a smile, politely inquiring, "Hello, do you have a reservation?" Without needing Jiang Chen to speak, Su Jinzong stepped forward, pulled out his phone, located the message from the board office, and casually informed her, "Yes, it's under the surname Su. Please check for the reserved private room." Upon hearing that there was a reservation, the hostess quickly began searching through the booking records. When she looked up at the three of them, her eyes widened in surprise. This was a guest specifically instructed by the manager. She thought to herself, "Sir, please, come in." She promptly began to lead them inside. At that moment, Jiang Chen heard someone calling his name from behind. He turned to see a group of men and women standing at the entrance, appearing to have just finished work and come for a meal. The person who called out to him was a middle-aged man in his 30s, wearing a shirt and glasses, his former supervisor, Wei Jiejun, whom he had greatly despised. Well, Jiang Chen, you're dining here too?" Upon seeing Jiang Chen turn around, Wei Jiejun approached him, casting a scrutinizing glance up and down Jiang Chen's impeccably tailored suit. Jiang Chen maintained an unwavering gaze, responding with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Indeed, Supervisor Wei. Recalling their past encounters, Jiang Chen could not help but retort sarcastically, "Oh, has Supervisor Wei come into some wealth, now willing to treat others to a meal?" He gestured toward his former colleagues standing behind Wei Jiejun. Wei Jiejun dismissed this former subordinate with disdain, fully aware that Jiang Chen was mocking him for being stingy, a notion he loathed. A flicker of anger crossed his eyes as he brazenly retorted, "You look decent enough. But just because you're dressed in a suit doesn't make you a corporate elite. You're merely a dog that was unceremoniously expelled from AOSI." As he spoke, he reached out, intending to poke a finger at Jiang Chen. Su Jinzong, noticing the escalating tension, rushed over and positioned himself between the two, using his left hand to firmly push Wei Jiejun back. Xiao Jiyuan quickly moved closer, tightly gripping Jiang Chen's arm, her gaze darting warily toward Wei Jiejun. Even Jiang Chen, who was well aware of Wei Jiejun's character, was taken aback by his words and actions. Is it really that easy to rattle you with just a bit of sarcasm? Jiang Chen thought, his expression growing increasingly frigid. Regardless of their past, it had been a long time since anyone had dared to confront him in such a manner. Everyone typically addressed him with deference, respectfully calling him Director Jiang or, at the very least, Mr. Jiang. Stumbling back, Wei Jiejun glared at Su Jinzong, who stood protectively between him and Jiang Chen. Who are you? Can't you watch where you're going? He failed to recognize the relationship between Su Jinzong and Jiang Chen, merely perceiving him as someone who had accidentally bumped into him. Su Jinzong fixed his gaze on him with an unfriendly demeanor, his fingers deftly tapping on his phone. Should the man exhibit any sign of unrest, he would immediately intervene to subdue him. He would not allow anyone to bring harm to Jiang Chen. As he issued his warning, he declared his identity. I am Secretary Jiang, and I implore you to maintain your distance from Mr. Jiang. Otherwise, do not expect me to show leniency. However, Wei Jiejun paid no heed to his words, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Jinzong and shouting, I couldn't care less about your politeness or this Mr. Jiang you speak of. How do you explain the collision you caused with me? To this moment, he had failed to equate the figure of Jiang he had just been told about with Jiang Chen, viewing the latter merely as an inconsequential passerby. Suddenly, a loud screech pierced the air, the sound of tires violently grinding against the pavement. Two elongated black Range Rovers screeched to a halt at the entrance, their doors flung open as 8 men clad in black suits and sunglasses, sporting crew cuts, rushed out. These were Jiang Chen's bodyguards. Upon their swift arrival, they surrounded him, effectively isolating him from any potential threats. The two foremost of the group placed their hands on their hips, ready for any confrontation. It would be a grave mistake to assume that Jiang Chen lacked protection. In fact, he had arranged for it as soon as he returned to the city. He simply found the constant presence of bodyguards cumbersome, preferring them to provide discreet protection from a distance. These bodyguards were all highly trained former special forces, and the two leading figures among them possessed firearm permits, which had been legally obtained through connections. At Jiang Chen's level, such arrangements were well within his rights. The gesture Su Jinzong had made earlier was a silent alert to his bodyguards about the danger Jiang Chen was in. Their response, from notification to surrounding Jiang Chen, took less than 30 seconds. The ordinary patrons queued outside the restaurant were taken aback by the dramatic scene unfolding before them. They had not anticipated such a spectacle during what was merely a meal, and many instinctively retreated, eager to capture the moment on their phones, only to be deterred by the imposing bodyguards. Wei Jiejun found himself frozen in place, his hands still raised in midair, unable to comprehend the significance of Su Jinzong's mention of Mr. Jiang. As a group of stern figures swiftly converged upon Jiang Chen, he was momentarily stunned. Just as Su Jinzong considered instructing the bodyguards to apprehend Wei Jiejun, Jiang Chen interjected. Jinzong, let them disperse, he commanded. Jiang Chen regarded Wei Jiejun with disdain, fully aware of the latter's loathsome character, one that thrived on verbal assaults against others. Understood, Su Jinzong replied, albeit reluctantly, as he signaled for most of the bodyguards to withdraw while retaining the two armed ones close to Jiang Chen for his safety. Jiang Chen extricated himself from the tight grip of Xiao Jiyuan and approached Wei Jiejun, his voice icy. Mr. Wei, as an adult, I expect you to exhibit a modicum of maturity. Those who resort to physicality at the slightest provocation do not last long in society, especially when they provoke individuals beyond their means. He continued without mercy, had your finger dared to land upon me just now, I assure you, you would be spending the next 24 hours behind bars. Do you believe me? Jiang Chen spoke the unvarnished truth. He had 100 ways to deal with him. Listening to his words and observing the two bodyguards flanking him, Wei Jiejun stood in stunned silence, grappling with the reality that this was the same Jiang Chen who had once been so easily ridiculed and coerced into compliance. Perhaps feeling it beneath his dignity to converse with such a person, Jiang Chen turned to Su Jinzong and said, Jinzong, let us go. Xiao Jian reattached herself to Jiang Chen's arm, while the reception staff, having regained their composure, hurriedly guided the group into the restaurant. Jiang Chen's former colleagues, emboldened by his presence, approached the still-dazed Wei Jiejun. Supervisor, are you all right? They inquired. Snapping back to reality, Wei Jiejun glanced at his subordinates, his face flushing crimson. I'm fine. Enjoy your meal. Just send me the receipt later. With that, he hurriedly exited, leaving behind a crowd of bewildered faces, astonished that someone like Wei Jiejun, who typically ingratiated himself with superiors while belittling subordinates, would utter such a statement about a receipt. What exactly is Jiang Chen's status? To have such a formidable entourage appear out of nowhere is truly alarming. I don't know, but but I do know that he has become someone we cannot afford to provoke," responded a savvy individual. Regardless of the circumstances, it was clear that Jiang Chen now belonged to a different echelon, especially after witnessing such a sudden display of security. Thankfully, they had not offended him previously. The group, no longer inclined to linger, resolved to disperse, as they had initially been reluctant to participate in the gathering. With Wei Jejun's departure, they felt even less inclined to stay, and thus, each person returned home. Unbeknownst to them, one of the bodyguards discreetly snapped a photograph of the fleeing Wei Jejun. Halfway through escorting Jiang Chen and his party, the restaurant manager, having received the alert, rushed out to greet them. The incident had unfolded in less than 3 minutes, and he remained oblivious to the commotion that had transpired outside. Once they were settled in the private room, he cheerfully placed their orders and assured Jiang Chen that he could call for him should any issues arise before taking his leave. In the spacious room, Su Jinzong stood behind Jiang Chen, reviewing the photograph and personal details of Wei Jejun sent by the bodyguard. Reflecting on the earlier incident, he tucked his phone away and couldn't help but address Jiang Chen. "Mr. Jiang." "What is it, Jinzong?" "Speak your mind," Jiang Chen encouraged, noticing his hesitation. Su Jinzong articulated his concern. "Mr. Jiang, I strongly recommend that you have Team Leader Li and Deputy Leader Zhang provide you with close protection going forward. The recent incident underscores the potential risks. Even with prompt arrival, there is a time delay that could prove detrimental." The Li and Zhang Su Jinzong referred to were the captain and deputy captain, respectively, of Jiang Chen's security team, both of whom were licensed to carry firearms. Li and Zhang exchanged knowing glances, concurring with Su Jinzong's assessment that the absence of close protection posed an unacceptable security risk. Su Jinzong continued, "The unpredictability of circumstances is vast. It is wise to prepare for the unforeseen. Therefore, I implore you to consent to having Team Leader Li accompany you closely. This way, should a similar situation arise in the future, they can ensure your safety and address any threats immediately." Chapter 48. Convening the board meeting in my name. Jiang Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had initially thought Su Jinzong was overreacting, as he knew Wei Jejun posed no real threat. However, he took Su Jinzong's words to heart. Previously, he had believed that the domestic environment was sufficiently safe, deeming it unnecessary for bodyguards to be in constant proximity, preferring them to remain discreetly nearby. Yet today's incident served as a stark wake-up call. The possibility of a recurrence of such an event could not be dismissed. Had it not been for Su Jinzong's timely intervention, he might have impulsively kicked Wei Jejun away, which would have been beneath his dignity. Moreover, what if someone genuinely intended to harm him in the future? He was no longer an ordinary individual. His Star River Group and the soon-to-be-acquired Guotai Airlines represented the livelihoods of countless families. If anything were to happen to him, the repercussions would reverberate profoundly. Given his growing enterprise and reliance on the system, his future prospects were vast. He was determined to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. Thus, safeguarding his own security remained paramount. While contemplating the situation at hand, he inwardly berated himself for his earlier folly in believing that having a bodyguard would intrude upon his life, ultimately rejecting the idea of close protection. Despite the multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind, his expression revealed little beyond an initial awkwardness. This was a lesson in emotional restraint he was diligently learning as a leader, keeping his feelings concealed. Observing Su Jinzong, he felt a profound sense of appreciation. Who would not wish for their subordinates to have their best interests at heart? With this in mind, Jiang Chen nodded and said, "Jinzong, I understand. Proceed with your plan." Su Jinzong, initially interpreting his boss's silence as dissent, was prepared to continue persuading him when he was pleasantly surprised by Jiang Chen's agreement. Upon hearing this, Su Jinzong's tense demeanor relaxed. He had previously raised concerns regarding his personal safety, only to be dismissed by Jiang Chen, who had reassured him of the safety in Huaxiao and the proximity of the bodyguards. "Very well, Chairman Jiang," he replied with a smile. Jiang Chen addressed Su Jinzong, and then turned to the standing Li Jia and Zheng Yu, stating, "I appreciate your assistance, Team Li and Team Zheng." In unison, they responded with stoic expressions, "It is no trouble, Chairman Jiang. Ensuring your safety is our primary objective." As dishes began to arrive, Jiang Chen invited Su Jinzong and the others to take a seat. While Su Jinzong complied, Li Jia and Zheng Yu shook their heads, indicating that they could not partake in food during work hours. After several attempts to persuade them, Jiang Chen yielded, silently admiring their stringent work ethic. Once their meal concluded, Su Jinzong walked ahead, with Li Jia and Zheng Yu flanking Jiang Chen and Xiao Jiayuan. A bodyguard had already parked Jiang Chen's Cullinan at the entrance, while 2 black extended range rovers appeared, their occupants vigilant of their surroundings. Su Jinzong opened the car door for Jiang Chen and Xiao Jiayuan, taking his seat in the passenger seat only after they were inside. The small convoy set off towards Jiang Chen's residence in the city center. seated in the passenger seat. Su Jinzong's face was illuminated by the glow of his phone screen, his expression devoid of emotion as he sent a message to the board office, instructing them to vacate Shenzhen. Accompanying the message was a photograph, a clear close-up of Wei Jiejun, captured by the bodyguard's discreet camera. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen arrived at the group headquarters, requesting He Xiaomi to summon Jijun. Once Jijun arrived, he took a seat, and Jiang Chen retrieved a document from the safe containing details of an 85 stake in Cathay Pacific. He handed it to Jijun, saying, "Please take a look at this, General Ji." Jijun opened the document, and after a moment of astonishment, he looked up and exclaimed, "Chairman Jiang, you have acquired 85 of Cathay Pacific shares?" "Indeed," Jiang Chen replied, leaning back in his expansive chair, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table. "General Ji, how much do you know about Cathay Pacific?" Jijun paused, recollecting what he knew about the airline. "Chairman Jiang, as far as I'm aware, Cathay Pacific primarily operates routes in Southeast Asia and internationally. Last year, they faced backlash due to reports of employee discrimination against mainland passengers. But their limited operations in the mainland mitigated the impact. The holding powers behind Cathay Pacific are intricate, involving foreign and Hong Kong investments, yet conspicuously lacking domestic capital. It is said that the current chairman, Ber Yichun, is quite adept at maneuvering to secure his position." He hesitated, gazing at Jiang Chen with a mixture of shock and admiration before continuing. "According to the corporate laws in Hong Kong, once you hold 85 of the shares, you no longer require board elections and automatically assume the chairmanship. To think that you, Chairman Jiang, could acquire such a substantial stake in Cathay Pacific, an airline masquerading as a Hong Kong entity but fundamentally foreign, is indeed impressive." Jiang Chen smiled, for he had the backing of a system that could navigate the complexities of such endeavors. "I am aware of the discrimination issue. It is astonishing that Cathay Pacific has yet to issue any apology regarding the incident. Previously, I had no authority, but now, with absolute controlling power, I intend to enforce a singular voice throughout the airline." He leaned forward, hands resting on the table as he calmly declared, "This is the purpose of my summons today. I want you to oversee a comprehensive overhaul of Cathay Pacific from top to bottom." Jijun sensed the underlying intensity in Jiang Chen's words. "Chairman Jiang, what do you propose as our first step?" Truthfully, Jiang Chen was uncertain about how to handle Cathay Pacific. Jijun, who managed the vast Xinghe group, would surely have his strategies. Without hesitation, Jijun replied, "First, leverage your 85 stake to convene a board meeting and initiate an audit of Cathay Pacific. Given your absolute control, the remaining 15 will likely be held by minor factions who cannot obstruct your actions. Once the audit commences, we can eliminate any corrupt elements, which may include some board members. Secondly, we should simultaneously replace a portion of the current executives with our own. If they resist, we will simply replace them. By pursuing both actions concurrently, we can swiftly gain control of Cathay Pacific. However, we must manage any internal unrest and external public sentiment that may arise from these changes. Otherwise, any missteps could lead to fluctuations in stock prices." Jijun articulated his concerns, noting that unlike Xinghe, Cathay Pacific was a publicly traded company susceptible to market volatility. Jiang Chen took a sip of his iced coffee, the bitterness tingling on his tongue, and remarked to Jijun, "What if I say I am unconcerned about stock price fluctuations?" Jijun paused, then quickly grasped the implication and chuckled. "In that case, we need not worry. In the best-case scenario, 3 months. In the worst, 6 months, Cathay Pacific will belong entirely to you." Jiang Chen shook his head, rising and turning his back to Jijun too slow. "I will only grant you 3 months. I will provide you with the necessary funds and personnel. I want every aspect of Cathay Pacific transformed with our people. It must operate under my will, becoming a true airline for the people of Huaxia. Additionally, gather information on the remaining shareholders to see if they possess any dirt or leverage for potential buyouts. Simultaneously, contact the top accounting and legal firms in the country to form an audit team responsible for this audit of Cathay Pacific, bypassing the Group S audit department." Jiang Chen turned to face Jijun, lighting a cigarette as he declared, "Then, under my name, notify them." He paused, exhaling a plume of smoke, his gaze piercing as it swept across the calendar on the desk. "A board meeting will be held next Monday." "Understood, Chairman Jiang." Jijun, invigorated by Jiang Chen's words, felt the thrill of ambition coursing through him. It had been some time since he had revealed his true prowess. He would seize this opportunity to demonstrate his capabilities to those entrenched in their old ways. Chapter 49, A Storm Approaches. PwC, a world-class accounting firm, stands as the foremost entity among the renowned Big Four accounting firms. PwC China boasts a presence in 23 cities across the nation, employing nearly 19,000 individuals who deliver high-quality services in auditing, assurance, tax, transaction services, and management consulting. It is indeed a true multinational corporation, a formidable giant in the industry. Its headquarters in China is located within the iconic Central Tower in Shanghai. The current chairwoman and CEO, Helen Ma, had just concluded a phone call. Though her name resonates with a Chinese origin, she is, in fact, a native of the United Kingdom. As she hung up, a glimmer ignited in her emerald eyes. Recalling the words of the newly appointed director and CEO of the Galaxy Group, Jiang Chen, who had informed her of their comprehensive audit engagement with Cathay Pacific. This undertaking was to be executed without reservation or oversight, a thorough examination from the ground up. Helen Ma was no stranger to dealings with the Galaxy Group, a colossal entity situated in the southern metropolis of Shenzhen, recognized as one of China's leading industrial conglomerates, harboring an undisclosed vast cash reserve. The revelation that they had acquired Cathay Pacific left her in awe. They actually acquired Cathay Pacific? She murmured in fluent Mandarin. She was well aware of Cathay Pacific, often choosing this airline for her international flights, as it ranks as the fifth largest airline globally, with a complex web of controlling interests. The notion that the Galaxy Group could orchestrate such an acquisition amidst so much capital was astonishing. What was even more alarming was the sheer magnitude of the financial resources and connections required to quietly secure 85% of the company. Had Jiang Chen not disclosed the acquisition, she would have remained oblivious to it. Not a whisper had reached her ears, despite PwC maintaining its own strategic analysis office, which had failed to catch any wind of this development. Who, indeed, was the true owner behind the Galaxy Group? With this thought, the resolute Helen Ma picked up the desk phone and dialed the Asia-Pacific chair, Wang Yaoxuan. Relaying the details of the audit engagement with Cathay Pacific and emphasizing that they had received no prior notice of the acquisition. Her words captured the attention of Wang Yaoxuan, a seasoned elder nearing 60 and a global board member of PwC, who understood the implications of this situation. With a steady and authoritative voice, he immediately ordered the formation of a joint service committee to provide dedicated support for the audit, appointing Helen Ma to lead the effort. Understood, she replied before hanging up and pressing the call bell on her desk. A knock echoed, and her secretary entered. Helen Ma promptly instructed, "Prepare the conference room and coordinate with the executives for a meeting." The secretary followed her directives, reaching out to the executives one by one. In the conference room, Helen Ma outlined the task at hand. Upon conclusion, they swiftly mobilized 30 seasoned auditors from the audit department, securing tickets for an early flight to Shenzhen the following morning. While the board meeting of Jiang Chen had yet to convene, PwC's operations had already commenced. At PwC's Hong Kong office, Senior partner and general manager Wu Wenlong received a call and a fax from the Shanghai headquarters. The phone conversation was succinct. Initiate preliminary investigations into Cathay Pacific's audit immediately and fully engage upon their arrival. Additionally, they received a fax containing the authorization from Cathay Pacific's newly appointed chair. Simultaneously, across the city in Shanghai, the top domestic law firm, Tianjin Law Firm, was on high alert after receiving a call from Jiang Chen. The founder and head of the firm promptly established a specialized 20-member service team dedicated to the Galaxy Group's engagement with Cathay Pacific. The team, consisting of senior attorneys, was led by Robin, a senior partner renowned for his undefeated record, as they prepared to head to Shenzhen. Storm clouds loomed ominously, casting shadows over the sun. Red typhoon warning. Typhoon rolling grass is set to make landfall in Hong Kong, with winds reaching level 10, expected to arrive in 2 days. In Hong Kong, within the Cathay Pacific building, the chairman of the board, Bo Yichun, the former chairman, listened intently to the weather report delivered by the news anchor on television. In his 50s, clad in a tailored suit, slightly overweight, with graying hair meticulously combed and donning reflective black-rimmed glasses that obscured his gaze, he traced his fingers over the calendar on his desk. What a fortuitous time, just after the typhoon passes, he mused as his finger lingered on Monday's date. Lost in thought, a sudden, urgent knock rapped at his office door. Frowning, he was about to speak when the door swung open. A flustered middle-aged man rushed in, heading directly for Bo Yichun's desk. "Uncle, it's bad news," the man exclaimed, his voice frantic. It was his nephew, Xie Fa, who also served as Cathay Pacific's deputy chief financial officer. Bo Yichun's furrowed brow deepened as he reprimanded, "Why such a panic? What kind of conduct is this?" I, Xie Fa stammered, struggling to articulate amidst his heavy breathing. "It's not that, uncle. PwC has initiated a preliminary tax investigation on us. They've already begun to audit our accounts." Bang! Bo Yichun slammed his hand on the desk, his anger boiling over. "Who gave them the authority to conduct an audit without my command?" Once he caught his breath, Xie Fa meekly replied, "Uncle, you've forgotten? You are no longer the chairman of the board. They've come with the new chairman's authorization. I can't stop them." You fool. Didn't you think to instruct security to block them? Xie Fa lowered his head, murmuring, they came with the authorization letter. No one dared to stop them. Bo Yichun's throat constricted, a wave of frustration washing over him as he slumped back in his chair, seemingly devoid of strength. PWC. He mumbled, the name lingering on his lips. This was a harbinger of danger. The new major shareholder had not yet formally assumed the chairmanship, yet had already dispatched PWC, one of the so-called Big Four accounting firms. While shareholders have the right to scrutinize the company, that is typically limited to asset audits. Allowing PWC to conduct a full audit, having been entrenched in the capital market for years, he understood all too well the underlying motives. Yet what could he do? As Xie Fa pointed out, he was no longer the chairman of the board. Should he rally his 46 stake with other minor shareholders to resist? What a laughable notion. For they held an absolute controlling interest with 85 ownership. Even if he were still chairman, he would be powerless to counteract this. Such tactics, which he once might have employed to rally some shareholders, now left him utterly bereft of options. Let them investigate. Xie Fa, in a fit of anxiety, voiced his concerns. Uncle, their relentless investigation is clearly an attempt to usurp power. What shall we do? What will happen to my position? Silence. Bo Yichun thundered, his voice cutting through the air like a whip. Instantly silenced, Xie Fa felt a chill run down his spine. Bo Yichun, his finger pointed accusingly, trembled with rage as he bellowed. At this critical juncture, you still concern yourself with your position? Are you out of your mind? My chairmanship has vanished. And you still think of your own rank. Consider whether we can even remain in this company. His disappointment in his nephew grew. And perhaps due to his advancing age, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him after his outburst. Leave my presence, he said, propping himself up on the table. His voice faint yet resolute. Xie Fa attempted to interject, Uncle, but Bo Yichun, gritting his teeth, could only feel his frustration intensifying. He shouted, enunciating each word with fervor, I said, get out, get out. Chapter 50, The Infiltration of Cathay Pacific Airways. Meanwhile, the associates arranged by Jiang Chen had commenced their outreach, establishing contact with those who still held the remaining shares, including minor shareholders. These investors were both astonished and fearful of the sudden and clandestine acquisition of 85 of their shares by Xinghe, leaving them to ponder the ramifications should they refuse to comply with Xinghe's propositions. With their own resources insufficient to contend with Xinghe Group, most shareholders, upon grasping Xinghe's intentions, acquiesced to a purchase price that exceeded the market value by 10. Only a handful stubbornly resisted, hoping to align themselves with the powerful entity that was Xinghe. Jiang Chen, possessing an 85 stake in Cathay Pacific, along with Xinghe Group's controlling interest of 67, had achieved a staggering 91.7 ownership. The remaining dissenting shareholders were merely like grasshoppers attempting to stop a chariot. The news of Xinghe Group's acquisition of Cathay Pacific spread like wildfire, igniting discussions within the industry about how they managed to silently procure such a significant stake in a publicly listed company. No information had been leaked. By the time whispers reached the public, the acquisition was already complete, leaving many investors feeling a sense of embarrassment. Some even sought to inquire about the shareholders who had transferred their stakes, but whenever questioned, those individuals remained tight-lipped, further heightening curiosity within the industry regarding the irresistible conditions offered by Xinghe. It was also rumored that Xinghe had engaged PWC to conduct preliminary audits of Cathay Pacific. A significant move. The astute investors sensed something amiss. Stock prices are the most telling indicators of a public company's health, and upon the revelation of this news, Cathay Pacific's shares predictably dipped. Despite the fluctuations, the broader investment community harbored skepticism regarding Xinghe Group's arrival. However, whispers circulated that Xinghe possessed formidable strength and an unfathomable cash flow, prompting many investors to realize that a colossal force loomed nearby, leading them to reinvest. As more investors discovered that during their weekend visits to Deep City, the malls they frequented were actually under the banner of Xinghe Group's subsidiaries, awareness of Xinghe proliferated. Consequently, the following day, stock prices rebounded to their previous levels, even witnessing a slight increase. Although Jiang Chen proclaimed indifference towards the stock price fluctuations, Jiang Chen remained vigilant, unaware of the costs Jiang Chen had incurred for the acquisition. However, as a subordinate, he felt compelled to alleviate his superiors' concerns, minimizing all risks, even nipping potential crises in the bud. All these strategies and information were orchestrated by him. Yet, Jiang Chen was taken aback by how well the market responded to his casual hints. Initially prepared with funds and plans to mitigate any potential shocks, it appeared such measures were now unnecessary. Nevertheless, recognizing the volatility of the capital market, Jiang Chen appointed Wu Ge, the director of the investment department and general manager of Xinghe Finance, to personally oversee the operation and protect their interests. He assembled a team of over 100 traders, meticulously monitoring the stock code associated with Cathay Pacific on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. Li Zian, the director of the administrative department, followed Ji Jun's directives and discreetly began scouting for talent within the aviation industry. The entire Xinghe group mobilized for this seamless takeover of Cathay Pacific. With only a day remaining before Typhoon Wind Rolling Grass made landfall in Hong Kong City, light rain began to fall in Deep City. At 10 a.m., at Deep City International Airport, at the VIP passage exit, Su Mingho, the executive vice president of Xinghe Group, awaited the arrival of representatives from PwC and Tianjin. Following Ji Jun's orders, he was to escort them directly to Cathay Pacific in Hong Kong City and oversee the completion of the audit. Su, they have arrived. His secretary informed him. Suddenly, a throng of individuals emerged from the VIP passage, all clad in suits and carrying briefcases, exuding an aura of professionalism, true elites of the corporate world. Su Mingho focused his gaze, recognizing the representatives from PwC and Tianjin, who had also spotted the sign held by Xinghe's staff and were making their way towards him. With a smile, Su Mingho stepped forward to greet the two leading figures. He exclaimed, "Chairman He, Lawyer Robin, welcome to Deep City." "Hello, Su," they replied in unison. Su Mingho, brimming with enthusiasm, continued, "We have eagerly anticipated your arrival. On behalf of Chairman Jiang, I extend a warm welcome to you." As he applauded, the Xinghe team behind him joined in, creating a prolonged round of applause that drew the attention of passers-by, who mistook the gathering for an inspection by high-ranking officials. Robin chuckled, "Su, you are far too gracious. We are honored that Xinghe chose Tianjin, and we mobilized our team at the earliest opportunity." He Munning, the foreign representative, echoed Robin's sentiments with a few pleasantries. In jest, Robin added, "Look, not even a typhoon could deter our timely arrival." Ha ha. Laughter erupted among the group. They did not linger, aware that this was a public space, and the gathering of so many people was quite conspicuous. After exchanging pleasantries and introducing other executives, Su Mingho led the group out of the arrivals hall. Upon reaching the airport entrance, the remaining staff boarded the cross-border business bus prepared by Xinghe Group. He Man Ning and Robin, along with several executives from the firm, boarded the 5 meticulously arranged Maybachs with 2 local licenses that Su Mingho had prearranged. After Su Mingho and some senior executives from Xinghe Group entered the vehicles, the procession, comprising 8 Maybachs and 2 business coaches, set forth towards the port city with great fanfare. Accompanying Su Mingho were not only administrative personnel, but also 30 members of the internal security team, tasked with safeguarding their auditing operations. They were prepared for any eventuality, particularly the threat of someone acting out of desperation. By noon, they arrived at the Hilton Hotel in Central, where accommodations had been arranged for them by Xinghe Group. Due to the impending typhoon, the port city had issued a storm warning. After deliberating in the hotel, Su Mingho, Robin, and He Man Ning decided that to ensure the board meeting scheduled for the day after tomorrow would proceed smoothly, they must immediately relocate to Cathay Pacific. With the typhoon approaching, they resolved to take shelter in the Cathay Pacific Tower. Su Mingho dispatched a portion of the team to procure supplies, and without pausing for rest, they departed at 2 in the afternoon to reach Cathay Pacific, joining forces with the personnel from PwC's Port City office who had checked in the previous day to commence rigorous auditing procedures. Thanks to the preliminary organization by the PwC team, they uncovered a suspicious expenditure within 2 hours amidst the vast financial records. Senior auditor Zhang Han adjusted his glasses. Prior to this, he had believed Cathay Pacific to be a formidable challenge, and they had prepared for a protracted battle. However, what he found was astonishing. He glanced at the expense report in hand with a sardonic smile. "Fa? How could one possibly justify a client entertainment expense of 7 million Hong Kong dollars? This is outrageous. Report the discrepancies. Report that this account is problematic. Report that this asset is questionable. Report that I have discovered irregularities in the aircraft maintenance expenses." Subsequently, other team members began to identify a series of alarming discrepancies, revealing shocking figures. Their incomplete estimates indicated that the unaccounted funds could amount to as much as 3.7 billion Hong Kong dollars. Chapter 51. Su Mingho's personal connections. At 5 in the evening, Jiang Chen received a call from Su Mingho. As he listened to the report and perused the brief that had been sent, his expression grew ominously cold. He had never anticipated that Cathay Pacific was so deeply flawed at its core. He had assumed it was merely a case of senior management turning a blind eye to employee misconduct, but a cursory investigation revealed a plethora of issues. Jiang Chen could not discern whether it was Su Mingho's adeptness or the sheer incompetence of Cathay Pacific staff that allowed them to uncover 3.7 billion in misappropriated funds in just a few hours. Had they waited for a complete investigation, who knows how much more funding would have been misallocated. This was Jiang Chen's enterprise, and he could not tolerate these parasites remaining at Cathay Pacific. His demeanor was chillingly calm as he issued a directive in a voice as frigid as winter. Sue, I command you to take my authorization and immediately assume control of Cathay Pacific. Dismiss the CEO and all other key executives at once. There is no need to worry about alliances or stability. We must replace these parasites and ensure that the frontline staff remains operational. Additionally, find a way to contain all problematic personnel and transfer any findings directly to the Port City Police. Understood, Chairman Jiang. Su Mingho felt a sheen of sweat break out on his palms. He realized that Jiang Chen was thoroughly enraged. After ending the call, Su Mingho pondered for a moment and, for the sake of prudence, dialed his old classmate, ready to leverage his personal connections. The call was quickly answered. Hello, Guqiang. Yes. It's me, Su Mingho. The voice on the other end chuckled softly. Mingho? What a surprise to receive your call today. Are you hoping to invite me to dinner? Without wasting time on pleasantries, Su Mingho stated his purpose directly. Guqiang, I need your assistance. Upon hearing this, Zheng Guqiang became serious. He knew that Su Mingho would not reach out for help lightly. If he did, it must be a serious matter. Realizing this, he solemnly replied, Mingho, tell me what you need, and I will assist you. Su Mingho then recounted the predicament he was facing. Zheng Guqiang responded immediately, Mingho, I will notify the police department right away and have them send someone to assist you. Indeed, reaching out to Guqiang was the right decision. Su Mingho was elated. Thank you, Guqiang. Once this is resolved, I will treat you and Chairman Jiang to dinner. You don't need to mention it. It is our duty to assist businesses in the port city. However, I am open to the idea of dinner. Zheng Guqiang was also keen to establish a rapport with Jiang Chen, as mentioned by Su Mingho. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Su Mingho ended the call. Knowing that with Zheng Guqiang's support, he could confidently accomplish the tasks assigned by Jiang Chen. Shortly after hanging up, another call came through. Su Mingho glanced at the unfamiliar port city number and answered. A male voice, speaking in somewhat halting Mandarin, greeted him. Hello, is this Mr. Su? I am Senior Inspector He Xianjia from the Economic Crime Investigation Unit. After concluding his conversation with He Xianjia, Su Mingho summoned the head of security, instructing him to secure several exits of the company building to prevent anyone from leaving. He had previously considered that relying solely on the 30 security personnel he had brought would not suffice to manage the crowd. He could not afford to overlook any potential problematic individuals. This was why he had sought assistance from Zheng Guqiang, his old classmate, who happened to be the director of the security bureau in the port city, with the police department falling under the bureau's jurisdiction. After Jiang Chen ended his call with Su Mingho, he immediately contacted Ji Junji. Inform Yang Fan to take the finance team to the port city to assume control of Cathay Pacific's financial operations. Also, have Li Zian actively seek out talents with management experience in the aviation industry to cover mid to senior level positions. Ji Jun listened to Jiang Chen's cold, commanding words. Still processing the gravity of the situation, he quickly retrieved his work phone, and, upon reviewing the brief sent by Su Mingho, everything became clear. No wonder Jiang Chen was so irate. After hanging up, Jiang Chen stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in his living room, gazing at the distant outline of the port city, his expression deep and icy. At this moment, there were still 18 hours until the Typhoon officially made landfall. Yang Fan, unusually finishing work half an hour early that day, had just arrived home when he received Ji Jun's call. Listening to Ji Jun's grave instructions, he hung up and, without hesitation, grabbed his briefcase and informed his wife, who was about to hand him his slippers, I need to head to the port city. I may not be back for a while. His wife, momentarily startled, asked in confusion, What's the rush? The Typhoon is coming. I don't have time to explain. It's urgent. I have to go, he replied, and with that, he pushed the door open and left. Half an hour later, Yang Fan, accompanied by a temporary team of finance personnel and accountants, set off for the port city. With Jiang Chen's orders dispatched, the colossal entity of Xinghe Group began to mobilize, with everyone serving solely at his behest. Central, outside the Cathay Pacific Airways building. Hello? Why are you dawdling? What does it mean that we cannot leave? I need to get home. The Typhoon is approaching. If I don't return soon, it will be too late. I haven't even bought groceries yet. Are you restricting our personal freedom? Do you want me to call the police? A group of Cathay Pacific staff, preparing to head home, was suddenly confronted by a contingent of unfamiliar security personnel blocking the entrance. Dozens of individuals clamored, voices rising in confusion. A human wall formed by the security staff stood firm, while Su Mingho watched coldly from behind them, acutely aware of the escalating pressure. He was uncertain how long they could hold back the crowd, fearing they might breach the line at any moment. As he anxiously awaited the arrival of his old classmates' reinforcements, 7 or 8 minibuses pulled up to the curb. Dozens of individuals clad in black vests emblazoned with police disembarked, led by a middle-aged man who directed them towards the Cathay Pacific Airways building. They quickly noted the situation at the entrance. "Everyone, move quickly," the leading man shouted, hastening his pace. The group rushed towards the building. Finally, reinforcements had arrived. A wave of relief washed over Su Mingho as he broke into a smile. The heavy burden on his heart finally lifted. He quickly approached the newcomers. "Good day. You must be Mr. Su Mingho?" The middle-aged man, having recognized him, inquired. Su Mingho recognized the familiar accent. It was Inspector He Xianjie from the Economic Crime Investigation Department, the very individual who had contacted him earlier. "Inspector He, it's a pleasure to meet you," Su Mingho replied courteously, extending his hand. "Your timing is impeccable. As you can see, I request your assistance in detaining all individuals involved." He proceeded to recount the events that had transpired, informing them that the auditors had already uncovered substantial evidence implicating several Cathay Pacific personnel in embezzlement, asset misappropriation, and financial fraud, among other offenses. Upon hearing this, Inspector He's expression grew serious as he surveyed the crowd behind Su Mingho, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Chapter 52, Misunderstanding the Bonus. "Mr. Su, you can trust us to handle this," Inspector He assured him, then issued commands to his team. "Asian, lead a group to secure the scene immediately. Fazai, you take the second group and enter the building with Mr. Su's auditors to search for evidence. The third group will accompany Mr. Su upstairs to assist in identifying and questioning the suspects. The fourth group will maintain perimeter security." "Yes, sir," they chorused in unison. The team swiftly divided into 4 streams, executing Inspector He's orders. The first group surged into the lobby, joining forces with 30 security personnel from Xinghe to control those gathered in the hall. Upon entering, the first group moved with the ferocity of wolves among sheep. "Everyone, silence. Step back. I said don't move, do you understand? No one is to move. Step back. I want everyone to retreat." The Cathay Pacific staff stared in bewilderment at the police clad in black vests, gradually stepping back, though their complaints persisted. "Is the police really this intimidating? What's the deal? We're not criminals. Why are we being treated this way?" Many echoed their discontent, frustrated at being treated as offenders while merely going about their daily routines. However, the appearance of the officers made them realize the gravity of the situation, prompting them to halt. Seeing his subordinates had temporarily controlled the situation, Chun Shin stepped forward, seizing a megaphone to address the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are from the Hong Kong Economic Crime Unit. Here is my identification. I am Trainee Inspector Chen Shun." He displayed his badge as the crowd slowly quieted in response. "All of you are suspected of participating in a premeditated, organized economic crime. Please return to your offices and await our investigation." Chun Shun employed his usual tactics, imposing a heavy label on everyone to intimidate them into compliance. "I hope you cooperate with our investigation. Once we ascertain your lack of involvement, we will release you." The crowd, bewildered at being labeled as criminals, grew agitated, voices rising in protest. "What do you mean, officer? Is this a mistake? When did we engage in economic crime? It's a typhoon outside. I need to get home. I'm just an ordinary employee. Officer, I'm a good person." Chun Shun regarded the restless crowd with a stern expression, his colleagues poised for action. Taking a deep breath, he reiterated through the megaphone, "I will say this once more. All personnel return to your office stations and await our examination. Under Hong Kong's crime regulations, tax laws, and corporate regulations, we have the authority to compel your cooperation in our investigation. If it is determined that you are not involved, you will be allowed to leave." He commanded his team to disperse the crowd. Having said his piece, Chun Shun issued orders for his team to forcibly escort everyone back to their offices. Once the Economic Crime Unit, led by Inspector He, arrived, the situation at Cathay Pacific had been brought under control. They began coordinating with the auditors to identify and detain individuals of interest, proceeding to question them on the spot. Inspector He was aware that many aspects of their operation were not entirely compliant, yet orders from above mandated full cooperation with Su Mingho and his team. With someone else bearing the brunt of the responsibility, he felt no fear. Moreover, this presented an opportunity for him. Yang Fan, leading the finance team from Xinghe Group, also arrived, taking charge of the financial records. Their presence rapidly unveiled numerous discrepancies, with evidence increasingly mounting. Any personnel identified as problematic were immediately taken aside for questioning. Those who resisted and attempted to invoke legal counsel found their efforts futile against the adept interrogators skilled in criminal psychology and economic crime. Compounded by the constant influx of evidence from the auditors, individuals not found culpable were released, yet they bore a simmering resentment. Realizing they needed their jobs despite the legality of the operation, they swallowed their frustration, but the discontent lingered. In the largest conference room of Cathay Pacific, documents were piled high as countless personnel scurried about, engrossed in their tasks, with disposable coffee cups overflowing from the corner trash bin. Su Mingho stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, a stark contrast to the bustling crowd behind him. He gazed at the ominous clouds in the distance, lost in thought. "Mr. Su, they have arrived," his secretary announced, ushering in a middle-aged man. Su Mingho turned to face him. Wang Chunliang, one of the 4 vice presidents of Cathay Pacific, was among the high-ranking officials fortunate enough to evade the fallout of the recent audit. Su Mingho wasted no time and addressed him directly. "Mr. Wang, I am here on behalf of Chairman Jiang, tasked with conveying that you are to personally explain to the unrelated staff members who have been inconvenienced by the company's audit. In light of the numerous disruptions caused, the board has decided to issue a compensation bonus equivalent to 1 month's salary." Su Mingho was in constant communication with Jiang Chen, and it was he who proposed this bonus, which Jiang Chen readily endorsed, understanding that the disgruntled employees needed to be assuaged. Observing the beads of sweat threatening to cascade down Wang Chunliang's brow, Su Mingho cheerfully patted his shoulder and reassured him, "Mr. Wang, there is no need to be anxious. Remember, it is imperative to convey this message accurately. That is the chairman's directive, understood?" Wang Chunliang, drenched in cold sweat and unable to wipe it away, let out a sigh of relief upon hearing Su Mingho's words. As long as the spotlight was not on him, he felt at ease. "I understand, Mr. Su. I will ensure the message is conveyed precisely and that the employees are comforted accordingly, without any deviation from Chairman Jiang's intent." Su Mingho regarded him with satisfaction and nodded approvingly. "Go ahead." As Wang Chunliang departed, Su Mingho lit a cigarette. The rationale behind choosing Wang Chunliang for this task was not only due to his integrity, but also because there were few other options available. His own team was still too small, necessitating patience until Jiang Chen and the others could arrive after the typhoon had passed. Wang Chunliang promptly acted on Su Mingho's instructions, gathering everyone together. Through a thorough explanation and reassurance, particularly emphasizing the forthcoming bonus from the newly appointed Chairman Jiang, the previously discontented employees found their grievances evaporating. Simultaneously, these employees expressed their understanding of the situation and gratitude towards Chairman Jiang Chen. As Su Mingho listened to his secretary's report, noting that Wang Chunliang had successfully pacified the staff, who were now expressing their appreciation for Jiang Chen, a smile spread across his face. A true talent. He had perfectly conveyed the chairman's message. However, at this moment, the employees found themselves unable to leave, as the typhoon had made landfall. Reluctantly, they resigned themselves to staying at the company. "Well, it seems returning home is out of the question. Let's consider this overtime. Wife, I want to be home today. The company requires overtime." "What? Why would there be overtime in a typhoon? You say the overtime pay is 1 month's salary. How could I refuse that?" "Strangely enough, that overtime pay does sound rather appealing, huh?" A chorus of agreement followed. Indeed, indeed. Chapter 53, Jiang Chen's departure. At this moment, in the office of Bo Yichun at Cathay Pacific Tower, Xie Fa knelt trembling before him. "Uncle, save me. They've uncovered my embezzlement records." Bo Yichun regarded his nephew with a cold stare. "I cannot save you." Xie Fa, agitated, replied, "Uncle, how can you not save me? Just provide me with the funds to cover the discrepancies, and I'll be fine. It's only 200 million. If you lend me that, I can fix everything." Bo Yichun had already lost patience with his nephew, sneering. "Only 200 million? You are the criminal, not I. What reason do I have to assist you?" Xie Fa was taken aback, clearly in disbelief at his uncle's words. "Uncle, I..." Just then, the door to Bo Yichun's office was flung open violently, entering were He Xianjia and a group of economic crime investigators. Upon seeing Xie Fa kneeling before Bo Yichun, He Xianjia approached him, stating in an official tone, "Xie Fa, you are suspected of forgery, embezzlement, and misappropriation of substantial company assets. We are legally summoning you. You may remain silent, but everything you say will be documented as evidence. Take him away." 2 officers stepped forward, seizing Xie Fa and handcuffing him as they escorted him out. Xie Fa's face turned ashen, panic-stricken as he cried out, "Uncle." Suddenly, a sinister look crossed his face as he turned to Bo Yichun, shouting, "Bo Yichun, if you don't save me, I'll expose everything you've done." Those actions could lead to a death sentence. Bo Yichun's complexion changed dramatically, instinctively rising to his feet, fixated on Xie Fa, who was being led away. How could he possibly know what I've done? Countless thoughts raced through his mind. "No, it's impossible. I've been so discreet." He Xianjia, sensing something amiss from Xie Fa's outburst, recognized the potential for a significant breakthrough. He quickly ordered the officers, "Hurry, take him away." "Uncle, MMPH." The investigators swiftly covered his mouth and forcefully led him away. He Xianjia glanced back at Bo Yichun, who stood behind his desk, lost in thought. With a cold smirk, he exited, instructing his team to keep a close watch on Bo Yichun. Lacking direct evidence to implicate Bo Yichun, He Xianjia found himself temporarily powerless. However, The implications of Xie Yifa's comments were undoubtedly significant, prompting him to decide to personally interrogate Xie Yifa to decipher the meaning behind his words. Speak. What did you mean by that remark? In a makeshift interrogation room, He Xianjie was questioning Xie Yifa, who appeared utterly terrified, slumped in his chair, trembling slightly, and staring at the floor in silence. Suddenly, with a resounding clap, He Xianjie slammed his hand on the table, demanding, "What did you mean by that statement?" Startled, Xie Yifa flinched and lifted his tear-streaked face. It doesn't mean anything. He Xianjie pressed further. Doesn't mean anything? What do you mean by Bo Yichun's actions being punishable by death? Sir, I was just speaking off the cuff, truly. He Xianjie scoffed. Clearly unconvinced by Xie Yifa's claim, he turned to his two colleagues beside him, instructing, "Take good care of him and ensure he clarifies the situation." "Yes, boss." The two men approached Xie Yifa, retrieving a few tools from their belongings. He Xianjie stepped out of the temporary interrogation room, leaning against the window in the hallway. Lighting a cigarette, he listened as muffled sounds of commotion and Xie Yifa's anguished cries filtered through. Gazing out at the tempestuous weather, it was now deep into the night. Just as he prepared to report the situation to his superiors, the door swung open. "Boss, he says he is willing to confess." He Xianjie pocketed his phone, extinguished his cigarette, and let out a derisive chuckle. He had expected Xie Yifa to be tougher, but it seemed he had broken before he even finished his cigarette. At that moment, Xie Yifa was handcuffed to a chair, the air conditioning set to its lowest temperature, yet he appeared pale as a ghost. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, trembling uncontrollably. Witnessing this scene, He Xianjie smirked, pulled up a chair, and sat across from him. "Now let us hear it. Mr. Xie." About Bo Yichun his voice was barely a whisper, so faint that He Xianjie, seated so close to him, could not make out the words. "What?" Xie Yifa lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot, having lost the aura of the exalted vice president he once embodied. Bo Yichun had connections with external forces. 2 years prior, he had clandestinely provided funding and facilitation to those elements. A big fish, a true leviathan. Upon hearing this, He Xianjie realized they were on the verge of capturing a significant target. He struggled to suppress his inner excitement, maintaining a facade of composure. He continued to inquire, "How did you come to know of Bo Yichun's actions? Do you possess any evidence?" Xie Yifa elaborated. His ascension to the position of chairman of the board was facilitated by the support of these external entities. The precondition for their backing was his secret provision of funds and assistance to traders. Fixating his gaze on He Xianjie, Xie Yifa abruptly asked, "If I provide evidence, will I be treated leniently? If the evidence you provide is credible and indeed proves Bo Yichun's collusion with them, it would be considered a meritorious contribution. I will petition for a reduction in your sentence," He Xianjie replied. Xie Yifa suddenly grew animated. "I know how long I am to be imprisoned. I demand to see Chairman Jiang. Once I meet him, I shall present the evidence. I must see Chairman Jiang." "Huh, that is not for you to decide," He Xianjie retorted, unwilling to allow the imminent achievement to slip away, and his impatience was palpable. Akuan. At the mention of his name, Akuan, expressionless, retrieved an electric baton. The crackling sound echoed, followed by agonized cries. "Deep City, Star River Group Tower. Chairman Jiang, we are ready," Su Jinzong announced to Jiang Chen, who was adjusting his tie. Jiang Chen did not respond, but glanced at his phone to check the time, 12 o'clock p.m. He had spent the past few days at the group headquarters, remotely overseeing Su Mingho's management of the affairs within Cathay Pacific. Today marked the day he would depart for Port City to take over Cathay Pacific and convene a board meeting. At the entrance of the group tower, Ji Jun and several senior executives of Star River Group were already waiting. Upon seeing Jiang Chen accompanied by Su Jinzong, along with his security detail, Li Jia and Zheng Yan, they stood to attention, gazing at Jiang Chen with reverence, for today he was to lead them in acquiring the 5th-ranked airline in the world. "Chairman Jiang, Chairman Jiang, Chairman Jiang." Jiang Chen smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Approaching Ji Jun, he stated directly, "General Manager Ji, let us set forth." "Yes, Chairman Jiang." Without waiting for Su Jinzong to act, Ji Jun promptly opened the door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom for Jiang Chen. After Jiang Chen entered, Ji Jun hurried to the other side to enter the car, while Su Jinzong took the passenger seat. The other executives followed suit, boarding their vehicles. Leading the procession were 3 Land Rovers from Jiang Chen's security team, followed by the Rolls-Royce Phantom he occupied, and trailing behind were several Maybachs carrying other executives. Additionally, 2 business coaches followed closely. The grand convoy merged into the thoroughfare, majestically heading towards Port City. Chapter 54, Jiang Chen, I have given you opportunities. The Typhoon, aptly rated as a terrifying level 12, left Deep City ravaged in its wake. Countless trees lay uprooted along the roads, and numerous municipal workers, along with the admirable sanitation workers, toiled diligently to clear the debris. Jiang Chen's vast convoy entered the traffic flow, swiftly merging onto the expressway, reaching Crown Port in under 10 minutes, having preemptively notified customs. After the customs officials conducted a cursory check of the group's credentials, they were granted passage. However, a minor incident arose when Li Jia and Zhang Yan voluntarily presented their firearm permits along with their weapons. The customs personnel hesitated, stating they needed to consult their superiors. As the request ascended the hierarchy, Ji Jun had anticipated this scenario and had already liaised with Chun Yuanfang a day in advance. Following a quick phone call, the leader of the border inspection station hurriedly arrived with the approval documentation from the Public Security Bureau. With the proper documents in hand, customs officials promptly allowed the convoy to proceed. The caravan traversed the cross-sea bridge and continued for about an hour through the underwater tunnel. After a few more kilometers, they would arrive at their destination, the Cathay Pacific Tower located in Central. This was not Jiang Chen's first visit to Port City. However, this time he was not a mere tourist, but a leader, bringing his team to seize control of his enterprise. As Jiang Chen sat in the Rolls-Royce Phantom, gazing out the window at the magnificent Victoria Harbor, a surge of emotion welled within him. He observed Ji Jun beside him, busily coordinating work via his phone, while Su Jinzong monitored the vehicle's navigation with diligence. Behind them, countless individuals moved in accordance with his will. These were the people of Star River. With such thoughts, Jiang Chen felt a swell of pride. Port City, heralded as Asia's financial hub, and Central, the heart of this center, boasted a skyline of towering skyscrapers, resembling a forest of steel rising from the ground. Here, numerous multinational corporations and Fortune 500 companies flourished. Every impeccably suited man and woman strode with confidence. Coffee cups in hand, many engaged in phone conversations even during their supposed breaks, discussing business matters. I secured a contract worth millions today. Or I must head abroad immediately to finalize a deal, or the fund I managed has increased by 4%. Yet, as this grand convoy traversed the roads, it drew exceptional attention. The lunchtime professionals paused to speculate on which magnate was passing by. At the base of the Cathay Pacific Tower, Su Mingho had long awaited their arrival, accompanied by a group of individuals, including some remaining minor shareholders of Cathay Pacific. Among them was an unexpected figure, Bo Yichun, watched closely by several members of the Economic Crime Unit. As the first Land Rover rounded the corner, the lengthy convoy came into view. Su Mingho and his team moved to the roadside, aware that the principal had arrived. The 3 Land Rovers disembarked 15 bodyguards, who immediately scanned the surroundings for any threats. Zhang Yan placed his hand to his ear. All clear. Upon hearing Zhang Yan's assurance, Li Jia, alert, approached the Rolls-Royce Phantom to open the door for Jiang Chen. As Jiang Chen and Ji Jun exited the vehicle, the remaining bodyguards encircled them as they advanced toward Su Mingho. Su Mingho hurriedly greeted, "Chairman Jiang." Jiang Chen nodded, noticing the deep circles under his eyes, and patted his shoulder. "You have worked hard these past few days." "It was nothing, it is my duty." Su Mingho replied with a slight smile, signaling his lack of fatigue, and he also exchanged pleasantries with Ji Jun, who responded with a smile. Su Mingho then introduced Wang Chengliang, who stood behind him. Jiang Chen had previously heard of him from Su Mingho, who had described him as capable yet somewhat lacking. Although a rare gem amidst a sea of corruption within Cathay Pacific's upper echelons, Jiang Chen acknowledged him with a nod, recognizing him, and chose not to dwell on the visibly excited Wang Chengliang. Jiang Chen turned his gaze once more towards the group of individuals eagerly watching him from the side. They were the minority shareholders of Cathay Pacific Airways. Prior to his arrival, he had perused a considerable amount of information regarding these individuals. Thus he was somewhat acquainted with them. His eyes landed on Bo Yichun, who stood nearby, flanked by several personnel clad in black vests emblazoned with the word police. Oh, so Bo Yichun is also present? Hadn't Su Mingho mentioned that he was apprehended on charges of treason? Jiang Chen cast a questioning glance at Su Mingho, who quickly grasped his inquiry. In a hushed tone, he replied, "Director Jiang, I will explain everything in detail later when we have some privacy. There are too many eyes here." Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement and strode directly into the building, seemingly indifferent to the shareholders and Bo Yichun. These individuals were unwilling to part with their shares, and as for Bo Yichun, Jiang Chen had nothing further to say to this traitor. Su Mingho led the way, with Ji Jun trailing half a step behind Jiang Chen, while their bodyguards encircled them. Following them was a formidable contingent of senior executives from Xinghe Group, along with some talents possessing experience in airline management sourced by Li Zian. Yang Fan and Wang Chenglong guided these executives deeper into the building. Each department's purpose singular, to assume control of Cathay Pacific's internal operations and ensure its continued functioning. At this juncture, Jiang Chen need not concern himself overly much. Su Mingho had already laid the groundwork, and Ji Jun was overseeing the broader strategy. Jiang Chen merely needed to convey his thoughts, and the rest would be executed accordingly. In the largest conference room of the Cathay Pacific building, the atmosphere was charged with tension, punctuated only by the faint hum of the central air conditioning. Seated within this chamber were only a handful of shareholders still holding stakes in Cathay Pacific, alongside Jiang Chen's entourage from Xinghe Group. The entrance was securely guarded, preventing anyone from entering. Though the air conditioning maintained a comfortable temperature, the shareholders seated at the long table, positioned beneath Jiang Chen, felt as if they were ensnared in an icy abyss. Bo Yichun gazed longingly at the chairman's seat that once belonged to him. Flanked by Ji Jun and Su Mingho on either side, he glanced at the ever-watchful Economic Crime Unit personnel, who had not vacated even for this board meeting within Cathay Pacific. The elderly Bo Yichun, in his 50s, bore a pallid expression, lowering his head in despair. Jiang Chen surveyed the shareholders, each harboring their own thoughts, his index finger unconsciously tapping the table, producing a rhythmic sound. In response to Jiang Chen's penetrating gaze, the shareholders instinctively averted their eyes or feigned smiles, none daring to meet his gaze directly. Ultimately, Jiang Chen's attention settled upon Bo Yichun. He spoke, "Su, please present the compiled documents for these shareholders to examine thoroughly." His voice was soft yet resonated with authority, causing a tremor to ripple through the room. In recent days, they had received ample news of Su Mingho's actions within the company. Many of their own associates had already been apprehended. Understood. Su Mingho gestured for his secretary, who approached carrying a stack of folders, distributing them one by one to the shareholders. Trembling, they opened the documents, their expressions growing increasingly grim, beads of cold sweat trickling down their brows. Only Bo Yichun maintained his head downcast, avoiding the folder before him, obscuring his current emotions. The oppressive atmosphere grew heavier, punctuated solely by the sound of paper rustling. Finally, one individual could no longer contain himself. A minor shareholder seated at the end of the long table rose, exclaiming loudly, "Director Jiang, I am willing to sell my 0.97 stake." Jiang Chen regarded him coldly, remaining silent. He had already granted them an opportunity. To think of selling now? It was too late. Chapter 55. Jiang Chen's intimidation of the crowd. When did I ever say I would spare you? The minor shareholder's words triggered a chain reaction among the remaining shareholders, who began clamoring, "Director Jiang, I too am willing to sell. Me as well. We are all willing to divest." A shareholder holding 36 of the shares stood, wiping the cold sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, and intoned solemnly, "Director Jiang, I am willing to part with my shares, if only you would show mercy and let me off the hook." Jiang Chen, observing the shareholders hastily eager to sell their stakes, chose not to respond. His right hand, previously tapping the table, now rose high. Su Jinzhong understood the cue, retrieving a stack of files from his briefcase and placing them on the table before them. Eagerly, they picked them up, and upon glancing at the contents, their already grim faces turned even more ashen. Bang! The middle-aged man holding 36 of the shares turned beet red, throwing the share transfer agreement onto the table, exclaiming, "Director Jiang, are you being unreasonable? My shares are valued at approximately 2.5 billion Hong Kong dollars, and you expect to acquire them for just $1. Others chimed in, "Indeed. We do not ask for you to purchase at a premium, but at least according to market value. We could accept a slight loss, but $1 is simply unacceptable." Among them, even the shareholder with the smallest stake held shares worth several million Hong Kong dollars. The temptation of profit is a powerful motivator. Businessmen may take risks for a mere 20 to 30 gain, and many would dare to break the law for over 100, even risking their lives for over 120. Yet they had forgotten the evidence laid before them, or perhaps they believed that the evidence would not implicate them significantly, considering it merely a few years in prison. Indeed, many harbored such thoughts. Even if imprisoned for a few years, upon release, their shares would still hold some value, allowing them to live life freely thereafter. Jiang Chen regarded the shareholders, their expressions twisted with rage, as though he had slain their entire families. The atmosphere had grown even more tense, with Li Jia and Zheng Yan silently positioning themselves behind Jiang Chen. Su Jinzhong, witnessing such a scene for the first time, nervously swallowed. Many of Xinghe's staff watched this unfolding drama with bated breath, as such a scene seemed only fit for the silver screen. Ji Jun and Su Mingho, seasoned veterans of high-stakes scenarios, remained composed, their gaze unwavering upon the shareholders, clearly dismissing them as inconsequential. With a derisive smile, Jiang Chen stood, producing a cigarette, which Su Jinzhong promptly lit for him. Taking a deep drag, Jiang Chen exhaled a plume of smoke, surveying the room before extending his hand, cigarette in tow, and disdainfully addressed them. "Do you truly believe yourselves worthy to negotiate terms with me, Jiang Chen? It appears you are a group that requires a stark reminder of reality. This transfer agreement is your final chance, yet to my astonishment, you do not cherish it. You squander opportunities so readily. Gee, show them the evidence." so they may relinquish their hopes. Upon hearing this, Jun rose, retrieving a thicker folder from his briefcase, wearing a similar disdainful smile as he regarded the shareholders, who, in his eyes, were already defeated. Huh, what audacity to think you can negotiate with Director Jiang. He has already extended you an opportunity. Why not seize it while you still can? With a deep sigh escaping his lips, Jun abruptly flung the folder in his hand onto the table. Now that the facade had been shattered, he felt no need to maintain a cordial demeanor. The contents within that dossier represented a considerable investment of Jun's resources, meticulously gathered to expose their dubious pasts, and he was confident that upon reviewing it, they would have no choice but to acquiesce. For none among them were blameless. Their transgressions were 100-fold darker than the journey they had taken with Xinghe. The others scrambled to retrieve the scattered folder, hastily flipping through its pages. The most vociferous shareholder, who held a staggering 36% of the shares, wore an expression of disbelief as he stammered, "Impossible. How could this be? I concealed this matter so well. That person was supposed to be." The folder slipped from his grasp, and he sank into his chair as if all strength had been drained from his body. If he was in such a state, the others were hardly any better off. "I'll sign," he muttered, trembling as he withdrew a pen from the inner pocket of his suit. Observing his actions, the other shareholders quickly produced their own pens, eager to scrawl their names upon the transfer agreement, anxious not to be left behind. Su Jinzong instructed someone to bring forth a red seal to place before them. They hurriedly pressed their thumbprints onto the signature lines, all longing to escape this room and avoid facing the devil that was Jiang Chen. Many signed in silence, attempting to rise and depart, only to find the security personnel firmly blocking their exit. "Mr. Jiang, what is the meaning of this?" they implored. However, Jiang Chen was disinclined to engage in further conversation. He merely nodded to Su Mingho, who understood the unspoken command and gestured to the economic crime investigation team observing Bo Yichun. They nodded in acknowledgement, one agent raising a hand to his ear and speaking into a communication device. The shareholders, just having signed the transfer agreement, felt a wave of dread wash over them. Suddenly, the door that symbolized their escape from the tumult of Guitai Airlines swung open, but their expressions shifted drastically as they beheld the newcomers, He Xianjie and Chen Shun, accompanied by a cadre of investigators. They advanced directly towards the shareholders, effectively blocking their path. The officers approached their designated targets, announcing their charges while producing handcuffs to bind their wrists. "Ma Zihui, you are suspected of murder. Kai Yuan, you are implicated in significant economic crimes. Sha Diqing, you are charged with illegal detention. Fan Songyun, you are accused of coercion. Chao Yi, you are suspected of causing severe bodily harm." He Xianjie coldly addressed them. "We are here to summon you in accordance with the law. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say may be used as evidence in court." As the handcuffs clicked into place, the shareholders erupted into a frenzy, hurling curses at Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, you scoundrel, you have broken your promise. Did you not say you would spare me? I signed the transfer agreement, and yet you still refuse to let me go. I curse you, I will not rest until I have my revenge." Jiang Chen merely smirked. He had never promised these scoundrels that signing the agreement would grant them clemency. Initially, he had contemplated allowing them to sign the transfer agreement in peace, but upon reviewing the damning evidence Jun had gathered, he changed his mind. He wanted those shares, and he intended to see these wretches brought to justice. For them, only the relentless grip of the law awaited. He Xianjie, witnessing the defiance of the shareholders, bellowed, "Silence." As he spoke, he delivered a swift elbow strike to the nearest individual. The shareholders, recognizing the authority of their leader, fell swiftly into submission. Seeing them subdued, He Xianjie waved his hand commandingly. "Take them away." Chapter 56. I will achieve redemption. I will expose Bo Yichun. He. Bo Yichun observed the departing shareholders with a cold smile. Jiang Chen, too, took note of this individual who had remained silent and composed, unlike the others who had lost their composure. The dossier that Jun had compiled painted Bo Yichun as impeccably clean, save for his indulgence of a wayward nephew. After He Xianjie had escorted the group away, he approached Su Mingho, seeking clarification with a questioning glance, while his gaze also drifted toward Jiang Chen. Su Mingho nodded in understanding, signaling that he was aware of the situation. Jiang Chen, noticing their exchange, turned to Su Mingho for an explanation. Su Mingho leaned in to whisper a few words into Jiang Chen's ear. As Jiang Chen absorbed Su Mingho's words, his brow furrowed in disapproval. "Oh, I had thought you were a decent person, yet your actions are far more deserving of the guillotine than those wretches. Jin Zhong, take your team and assist General Managers Li and Yang." Jiang Chen commanded Su Jinzong, realizing that the discussion ahead was not for their ears. "Yes, Mr. Jiang," Su Jinzong replied, directing the personnel to exit the conference room in an orderly fashion. A young woman responsible for recording the meeting hurried out behind him, her heart racing. She had never witnessed such a dramatic display of authority over the board of Guotai Airlines, a scene she believed only existed in films and novels. The remaining staff of Xinghe looked at Jiang Chen with admiration. Was this what business warfare entailed? Just as they were about to discuss Jiang Chen's prowess upon returning to the group, Su Jinzong turned back. With a subtle smile, he addressed the assembly, colleagues. I hope that as you leave this conference room, you will forget all that has transpired. He scanned the room, seemingly memorizing each face. Do you understand? Yes, Secretary Su. They chorused. Satisfied, he nodded before turning to the young woman who had been taking notes. Hand over your recording device. What Jiang Chen had executed could hardly be termed noble. To frame it positively, he had eradicated pests while simultaneously acquiring shares. To frame it less favorably, he had coerced them into signing the agreement, ultimately discarding them once they served their purpose. In both political and business realms, the principle of killing without leaving a trace prevailed. Thus, Su Jinzong's role was to mitigate all potential risks, ensuring that no factor could jeopardize Jiang Chen and Xinghe Group. Yet sensing an additional layer of insecurity, Su Jinzong added, each of you will come to me shortly to sign a confidentiality agreement. Yes, Secretary Su. The Assembly, aware of Su Jinzong's influence, complied without hesitation. Notably, due to Su Jinzong's exceptional capabilities, Jiang Chen had appointed him as the secretary of the board office, a position of significant authority within Xinghe Group, second only to Su Mingho. Jiang Chen had previously remarked to Ji Jun that Su Jinzong's potential had been wasted in his prior role as a personal steward, but thankfully, Jiang Chen had recognized his talents and brought him into a position where they could truly be utilized. Whenever Jiang Chen conversed with Ji Jun, the latter would invariably smile, acknowledging Su Jinzong's capabilities, which were indeed evident to all, leaving even him unable to pinpoint any faults. Returning to the matter at hand, in the conference room, after Su Jinzong had escorted a group of individuals out, only Jiang Chen, Ji Jun, Su Mingho, and the security personnel Li Jiajing and Zheng Yan remained, along with Bo Yichun and several members of the Economic Crimes Investigation Division who were still seated. Once the crowd had dispersed and confirmed there were no outsiders present, Su Mingho recounted the statements made by Xie Yifa during his interrogation, as well as the possible treasonous activities involving Bo Yichun. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen addressed He Xianjie, inquiring, Inspector He, what compels Xie Yifa to insist on meeting me? He Xianjie managed a wry smile, having initially believed Xie Yifa to be an easy target, only to find that after demanding to see Jiang Chen the day before, he had stubbornly remained silent despite all their attempts. He claimed that only after meeting Jiang Chen would he divulge everything and produce evidence proving Bo Yichun's collusion with external forces. This was precisely why Bo Yichun had come downstairs to greet Jiang Chen earlier and remained seated here now, absent concrete evidence corroborating Xie Yifa's claims. They could only keep a close watch on him. Although their actions were somewhat irregular, He Xianjie, eager to achieve merit and under pressure from above, acted with a degree of recklessness. Director Jiang, there's no alternative, He Xianjie continued. Xie Yifa is adamant that he will only provide evidence implicating Bo Yichun after he has met you. That is why I requested Mr. Su to speak with you regarding this matter. At this juncture, Bo Yichun began to tremble in his seat. He remained convinced that he had left no traces, doubting that his inept nephew could possibly be aware of his clandestine activities. Stay still, exclaimed the two officers behind him, noticing his agitation and promptly restraining him to prevent any further movement. As for why they had not placed handcuffs on him, it was due to the lack of evidence to substantiate Xie Yifa's claims against Bo Yichun. Feeling the pressure on his shoulders, Bo Yichun admonished himself not to reveal any signs of weakness, suppressing his physical tremors and refraining from displaying any further emotions. He understood that as long as he remained silent, these officers would eventually have no grounds to detain him. Jiang Chen smiled at He Xianjie, saying, Inspector He, you have been of immense assistance to us. I shall certainly lend my support in this minor matter. He was aware that Su Mingho had previously mentioned He Xianjie, a friend from his college days, who had come to assist him. Given He Xianjie's significant contribution, Jiang Chen was more than willing to oblige, especially as he was keen to ascertain the truth behind Bo Yichun's alleged treason. With that thought in mind, Jiang Chen resolved to express his gratitude to Zheng Guoqiang. As mentioned by Su Mingho, once matters had been settled, without his help, things would not have proceeded so smoothly. He also intended to acknowledge Su Mingho's pivotal role, as this was his personal connection, and he had already contemplated a suitable reward for him. He Xianjie beamed with delight, thanking Jiang Chen profusely. Thank you, Director Jiang. Please hold on. I will have Xie Yifa brought in immediately. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. After a brief interval, He Xianjie returned, leading in a handcuffed Xie Yifa, flanked by two officers who held him firmly by the arms. At that moment, the meticulous hairstyle he had once maintained had devolved into disheveled strands. his face devoid of color, with heavy dark circles under his eyes. Xinjia had kept him awake all night, and Xie Fa was now teetering on the brink of mental collapse. Upon entering the conference room and recognizing the young man seated at the table, he realized this was the infamous Jiang Chen, the one who had caused turmoil within Guotai Airlines. Overcome with emotion, Xie Fa began to struggle violently, shouting, "Director Jiang! Director Jiang!" The officers struggled to maintain their grip on him. "Stay still." Yet Xie Fa continued to resist, ultimately dropping to his knees before Jiang Chen. Despite the officers' efforts to pull him away, Jiang Chen was taken aback. He had never encountered anyone who would kneel before him in his life. This was a first. "Director Jiang, save me. No, please spare me. As long as you do not pursue the matter of my embezzlement, I will immediately disclose evidence of Bo Yichun's collusion with external forces. I wish to redeem myself. I wish to report Bo Yichun." Xie Fa cried out passionately. Listening to his nephew's desperate plea, Bo Yichun felt a tremor of uncertainty. How could this incompetent fool possibly know of his clandestine dealings? Chapter 57. Bo Yichun had been cautious all his life. Jiang Chen had no doubt that if Xie Fa had not been restrained by the officers, he would have rushed forward to cling to his legs. Even those present, accustomed to high-stakes situations, were momentarily taken aback by Xie Fa's actions. Jiang Chen recalled Su Mingho's report, which indicated that Xie Fa had embezzled approximately 200 million Hong Kong dollars through various means. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to hear Xie Fa's claims before making any decisions. "Speak. What evidence can you provide? On what grounds do you assert that Bo Yichun is colluding with external forces?" Jiang Chen inquired, unwilling to take Xie Fa's words at face value, especially since even Ji Jun had failed to uncover any hidden aspects of Bo Yichun's character. "I assure you, Director Jiang, every word I utter is the truth," Xie Fa shouted. "As long as you promise not to pursue the matter of my embezzlement, I will not have to serve time. Furthermore, my report on Bo Yichun would be considered meritorious." The thought of imprisonment sent him into a fit of tears. He lamented the many pleasures of life he had yet to enjoy: luxurious cars, beautiful models. "I beg you, spare me. I truly do not wish to go to prison." Jiang Chen frowned, recalling that Xie Fa was 39 years old. He had not anticipated that a man in his midlife could be so pitiful. Coldly, he replied, "You have no room to negotiate. Speak first, and I will consider whether to pursue your case." Xie Fa, interrupted by Jiang Chen's icy tone, fell silent, as if his voice had been choked. He looked up, tears streaming down his face, and with a quivering voice pleaded, "Director Jiang, I implore you, as long as you promise not to pursue me, I will certainly reveal everything. Please, I beseech you, show me mercy." Jiang Chen found Xie Fa's demeanor utterly exasperating. This man was truly pathetic, begging to such an extent. He reflected on how he had secured the remaining shares with minimal expenditure and considered that he might overlook Xie Fa's 200 million, provided he genuinely possessed the evidence he claimed. After a moment's contemplation, he addressed Xinjia. "Inspector He, if I choose not to pursue his embezzlement, will he still face imprisonment?" Xinjia responded earnestly, "Director Jiang, according to the laws of Hong Kong, even if you choose not to pursue Xie Fa, the fact remains that he has caused significant financial loss to the company, and by law, he must be held accountable." Hearing this, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. Why did Xinjia not simply follow his train of thought? Yet, Xinjia swiftly changed his tone, smiling as he continued, "Due to the typhoon, everything we have done in the past 2 days has been handled in a manner where we first acted and then completed the necessary procedures." He gestured toward the ceiling and shook his head. Then, with a facade of nonchalance, he began to flatter. "However, if it is Mr. Jiang's words, you may proceed as you see fit." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile at his actions. He understood Xinjia's intent. Essentially, it implied that the matter at hand had not yet been reported, leaving ample room for maneuvering. Xinjia's reasoning for such remarks stemmed from the possibility that if Bo Yichun indeed turned out to be a significant target, the credit for apprehending him could overshadow the collective efforts of everyone over the past few days. The current environment in Hong Kong exhibits zero tolerance towards such malefactors, especially following the enactment of the security law. This presented an undeniable opportunity for merit. Thus, he was unwilling to let slip this chance for promotion and a raise. It was evident to a discerning eye that Bo Yichun harbored ulterior motives. Now, all that was lacking was concrete evidence. He was in desperate need of this accolade. And since he had yet to report the incident involving Bo Yichun, he subtly hinted to Jiang Chen. After all, if Jiang Chen agreed not to pursue Xie Fa's culpability, he would gain access to the evidence provided by Xie Fa, corroborating Bo Yichun's collusion with external forces, while simultaneously showering praise on Jiang Chen, a figure evidently of high stature. Jiang Chen addressed Xie Fa. "Did you hear that? Here, I hold the reins. as long as you can provide irrefutable evidence. I assure you I will not pursue your misappropriation of company assets. Very well, he continued. The circumstances demanded his compliance, especially since what he sought was Jiang Chen's verbal assurance, which he had now received. Subsequently, Xie Fa slowly divulged how he would uncover Bo Yichun's transgressions and the means by which he would acquire evidence. It turned out that Bo Yichun had indeed been quite meticulous. 2 years prior, he had secretly financed the nefarious elements disrupting the city, an act inadvertently captured by Xie Fa. The process of this capture was surprisingly simple. Bo Yichun, ever cautious, opted not to use his own vehicle for clandestine meetings. Instead, he chose to drive Xie Fa's car. However, in his quest for caution, he made a critical error by using Xie Fa's vehicle. Xie Fa had a peculiar habit of engaging in illicit activities within his car and had invested a significant sum to install a discreet camera, satisfying his peculiar proclivities. This camera emitted no signals, merely recorded, connecting to the interior lighting system, rendering it exceedingly covert. One day, when Xie Fa eagerly prepared to review the footage, he was astonished to discover that his car had been driven by his uncle. Upon further examination of the footage, he found himself trembling. For the minuscule camera he had purchased had captured every word and image exchanged between Bo Yichun and the external forces. Though timid by nature and aware of the precariousness of the situation, he initially intended to delete the footage but, inexplicably, ended up saving it instead. Thus, evidence of Bo Yichun's collusion with external forces came to light. Hearing this, Bo Yichun's heart sank. He felt an overwhelming emptiness, as if the world around him was spiraling out of control. He had never anticipated that his lifetime of caution would culminate in his downfall due to his decision to drive Xie Fa's car that fateful day. Jiang Chen and the others, including Su Mingho, were equally astonished, never having imagined that the evidence Xie Fa spoke of was procured in such a haphazard manner. How reckless! He Xianjia demanded, "Where's the video now?" Xie Fa refrained from answering him, instead pleading with Jiang Chen, "Mr. Jiang, I beg you, can you spare me? Please." As he spoke, tears began to flow. Jiang Chen found himself utterly exasperated with him. "I have already assured you that I will not pursue this matter. Now, tell Duca where the video is." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's assurance, Xie Fa's spirits soared, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Thank you." Overcome with joy, he sniffled and informed He Xianjia, "The video USB is hidden behind the sunflower painting in the living room of my residence." A fleeting look of elation crossed He Xianjia's face as he promptly instructed the Economic Crime Unit. "Did you hear that? Immediately dispatch personnel to retrieve the evidence from Xie Fa's home. Notify the team to arrange transportation to escort Bo Yichun and Xie Fa back." "Yes, sir." The crowd responded in unison. Chapter 58, The Illuminati? Just as He Xianjia was about to place handcuffs on Bo Yichun and escort him away, Bo Yichun suddenly exclaimed, "Wait." The others were left puzzled by his outburst. Only He Xianjia scoffed, eager to return with this monumental achievement that could secure his promotion and raise. "What are you waiting for?" He Xianjia continued to retrieve the handcuffs. Bo Yichun fixed his gaze on Jiang Chen and called out, "I need to speak with Mr. Jiang for a moment." "Hold on, Duca." Jiang Chen intervened, stopping He Xianjia from restraining Bo Yichun. He was curious to see what more Bo Yichun had to reveal. He Xianjia halted at Jiang Chen's words, reluctantly retracting the handcuffs while maintaining his focus on Bo Yichun. Jiang Chen mirrored his attention. Bo Yichun surveyed the room and, bursting into laughter, appeared to have shed his earlier morose demeanor as if he had come to a realization. "Mr. Jiang?" "Jiang Chen. I cannot fathom how you acquired 85% of the shares in Guotai Airlines. As far as I know, that is impossible." Jiang Chen had already lit a cigarette, exhaling a puff of smoke as he replied nonchalantly, "There is nothing impossible. Many things in this world elude your comprehension." Bo Yichun paused, then erupted into laughter. "Indeed. There are countless things in this world that I cannot grasp." After his laughter subsided, Bo Yichun took a pen from the table and signed his name on the share transfer agreement for a single yuan, affixing his seal. Having completed this, he calmly extended his hands, and He Xianjia promptly placed the handcuffs on him. Just as Bo Yichun was about to be led away, he smiled and gestured an all-seeing eye to the crowd with his hand. Then he opened his mouth, stating with a smile, "Regardless of the forces behind you, they will come looking for you." With that, Bo Yichun was escorted away without a backward glance. Xie Fa was also taken away, as he too needed to return for providing evidence. As he departed, he reminded Jiang Chen, "Mr. Jiang, remember your promise not to hold me accountable." Jiang Chen indeed did not pursue the matter of his misappropriation of company funds, but he was prosecuted for the charges of illegal surveillance and distribution of materials. However, due to his cooperation, the judge sentenced him to merely 5 years of imprisonment. But that is a tale for another time. Returning to the main narrative, Jiang Chen halted his actions with the cigarette in hand, reflecting on Xie Yifa's final words and the gesture he made. He was all too familiar with it. It was none other than the all-seeing eye gesture associated with the Illuminati, widely circulated in conspiracy theories online. In light of his earlier inexplicable remarks, he then bewilderingly signed the share transfer agreement without uttering a word. Could it truly be that the Illuminati exists? Jiang Chen pondered. Ji Jun noticed Jiang Chen lost in thought. The words spoken by Bo Yichun and his accompanying gesture had also piqued his interest. Having witnessed that gesture before, he approached Jiang Chen and whispered, Director Jiang? Director Jiang? Jiang Chen, interrupted from his reverie, turned to Ji Jun and inquired, What is it, General Ji? Ji Jun hesitated for a moment before asking, Director Jiang, you're contemplating Bo Yichun's final words and that gesture, aren't you? Jiang Chen nodded, affirming his thoughts. After all, how could he be unaware of the widely circulated conspiracy theories surrounding the Illuminati's signature gesture? Jiang Chen continued to observe Ji Jun, curious about what he might reveal. Understanding dawned upon Ji Jun as he realized that Director Jiang was indeed knowledgeable. He cautiously probed, So, are you aware of the Illuminati? Jiang Chen, feigning depth, replied, I know a little, but General Ji, you seem quite informed? Ji Jun shook his head, indicating he too had limited understanding. He then adopted a serious demeanor and continued, However, I suspect we might be under the watchful eye of the Illuminati. Jiang Chen was taken aback, a chill running down his spine. Could it be? Does the Illuminati truly exist? Yet, it wasn't fear that gripped him. Rather, it was the unsettling realization that what he once believed to be mere fabrications of the internet might indeed hold truth. It felt akin to glimpsing a fragment of the world's hidden truths. Truth, however, as Jiang Chen summoned the system and gazed at the panel that only he could perceive, that feeling diminished significantly. His world had already embraced the existence of a system imbued with unscientific powers. Thus, the presence of a clandestine society like the Illuminati seemed entirely plausible. Moreover, with the system at his disposal, why should he fear the Illuminati? Jiang Chen mused. Give me some time. If the system were to offer any military enterprise or bestow upon him a private armed force, he could effortlessly obliterate them with a missile strike. Steering his thoughts back to the present, Jiang Chen calmly asked, General Ji, what makes you believe the Illuminati has set their sights on us? Ji Jun pondered before responding. Director Jiang, I am unaware of how you acquired that 85 stake, but considering Bo Yichun's earlier comments, it's evident that you must have some formidable backing. Ji Jun articulated his analysis. You acquired Cathay Pacific through means that elude his comprehension, and then he signed the share transfer agreement as if in resignation. Doesn't that carry a hint of the victor's triumph? Indeed, Jiang Chen found a semblance of truth in Ji Jun's words. As for Bo Yichun's final statement, prompted by Ji Jun's insights, he understood its implications without further contemplation. Bo Yichun was likely a member of the Illuminati, and they must have some strategic interest in Cathay Pacific, with Bo Yichun acting as their agent, disrupted by Jiang Chen's sudden emergence. It could be part of a grand design, or perhaps merely Bo Yichun's bluster. Contemplating this, Jiang Chen promptly interrupted Ji Jun, aware that he was backed by the system. Why should he cower before the Illuminati? No need to dwell on it. General Ji, if anything arises, I will handle it. Jiang Chen produced cigarettes, distributing them to Ji Jun and Su Mingho, and with an air of relaxed mystery, remarked, Do you think I would be intimidated by that so-called Illuminati? Ji Jun and Su Mingho exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Isn't our director Jiang exceptionally enigmatic? He acquired what is presumed to be under the Illuminati's control overnight. With such a figure like Director Jiang in front of us, why should we fear the shadows of the Illuminati? Their current perspective was not born of trepidation, but rather forged through tangible accomplishments and earned stature. As the trio smoked, Jiang Chen casually inquired, General Ji, where did you first learn about the Illuminati? Ji Jun exhaled a long plume of smoke, reminiscent and contemplative, replying, That was during my time as a secretary beside old Su, about 10 years ago. He once mentioned that the Illuminati sent him an invitation, hoping to recruit him. Recalling this, Ji Jun suddenly laughed, remarking, Old Su said something similar to what you often say, Director Jiang. Guess what he said? The three exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously chuckled. Would I be intimidated by that so-called Illuminati? Chapter 59, Preparing for Delisting. Bo Yichun was taken away. Yet the storm he unleashed was merely beginning, leaving the frontline staff, unaware of the company's headquarters situation, in a state of anxiety. They had heard that the newly appointed Star River Group had nearly incarcerated all the upper management during their board meeting, with several shareholders also ensnared. This left the frontline employees filled with dread about their uncertain futures. Regardless of the frontline circumstances, Jiang Chen, Ji Jun, Su Mingho, and others had officially commenced their takeover of Cathay Pacific. On this day, Jiang Chen summoned Ji Jun, Su Mingho, Yang Fan, and Li Zian to the boardroom located in the executive office, eager to hear about the current state of Cathay Pacific and any pressing issues. Yang Fan was the first to rise, holding the completed asset report, and stated, "Director Jiang, allow me to first update you on Cathay Pacific's assets." Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. With Jiang Chen's encouragement, Yang Fan began his report. The assets are as follows. First, the Cathay Pacific building we occupy is valued at approximately 8.7 billion Hong Kong dollars. We operate a fleet of 236 aircraft, comprising 107 Airbus jets, 52 Boeing jets, and 77 freighters, with the majority being wide-body aircraft and a few narrow-body. These represent significant fixed assets for Cathay Pacific. Feeling a slight dryness in his throat, Yang Fan took a sip of tea to moisten it before continuing. Last year, Cathay Pacific's total revenue was 104.7 billion Hong Kong dollars, with a net profit of 9.1 billion. In the first half of this year, revenue reached 54.3 billion, netting 3.7 billion. Currently, the company has approximately 7.9 billion Hong Kong dollars in liquid assets, with no liabilities. Director Jiang, that summarizes Cathay Pacific's asset and financial situation, Yang Fan concluded, placing the report down and looking toward Jiang Chen. Oh, Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised, not expecting Cathay Pacific's liquid assets to be so substantial, particularly the absence of debt, which was indeed commendable. Despite last year's impressive revenue exceeding 100 billion, the operational costs for airlines are exorbitant. Cathay Pacific ranks 5th globally in passenger numbers. With a significant daily flight frequency, and the maintenance, repairs, and fuel costs for aircraft alone are astronomical. This does not even account for the payroll expenses of frontline staff, making a net profit of 9 billion quite commendable. Jiang Chen nodded in understanding and then turned his attention to Li Zian. Observing Jiang Chen's gaze, she picked up the report and stood. Director Jiang, I will now report on the current personnel situation at Cathay Pacific and the challenges I have encountered. Please proceed. Jiang Chen encouraged her to continue. Taking a deep breath, Li Zian began to speak while holding the report. Currently, Cathay Pacific employs approximately 350,000 staff worldwide, which includes around 3,000 employees from the mainland, over 95 of whom are frontline workers. Due to the almost catastrophic corruption among the senior management, we are severely lacking in leadership. The personnel we have brought in are merely a temporary fix. As the urgency of the situation has left us in a state of desperation, a portion of the middle management has also suffered casualties, and we are barely managing to keep the company operational. In summary, Li Zian's words conveyed a singular sentiment. We are in dire need of personnel. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen interrupted Li Zian's report with a wave of his hand. Director Li, if the entire group cooperates with your efforts, please inform me how long it would take to replenish the senior management positions. Additionally, how long until the company headquarters can resume its normal operational capacity? After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Zian provided a figure. 1 week. We should be able to return to normalcy within approximately a week. This was the most optimistic estimate derived from her analysis of the current situation. The work of the frontline employees remained largely unaffected. Only the headquarters had been disrupted, temporarily halting operations. She continued, although our team from Xinghua is currently sustaining operations, we ultimately lack the requisite experience in aviation. There are certain managerial positions requiring specific expertise that we cannot adequately fill, and inevitably, they will leave someday. If we receive full support from the group and actively scout for talent worldwide, I believe we can restore normal operations in about a week. Jiang Chen frowned slightly at this. Approximately a week could easily extend beyond that, which was too lengthy for his liking. He desired a swift return to normalcy. Perhaps sensing Jiang Chen's dissatisfaction, she adamantly assured him, "No, I guarantee that we will be operational within 1 week." "Good," Jiang Chen responded, pleased with her assurance. Unable to suppress a smile, he then recalled his initial intention regarding Cathay Pacific's discrimination incident involving mainland passengers from the previous year. With his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table, he articulated his thoughts to Li Zian. "Director Li, I require you to undertake one more task. You must enhance the ideological education of all employees, particularly the frontline service staff. It is imperative to emphasize a patriotic ideology and incorporate it into their assessments. They should undergo evaluations every month, and we must identify and dismiss the flight attendants involved in the previous incident to set an example. We need to demonstrate that such behavior will not be tolerated in the future. I do not wish for any discriminatory incidents to occur within my enterprise." Li Zian nodded solemnly, aware of Jiang Chen's emphasis on this matter. She responded, "Understood, Director Jiang. Rest assured, I will ensure strict oversight in this area and will draft a new assessment plan." She seemed to hesitate, as if contemplating whether to say more. Noticing her apprehension, Jiang Chen said lightly, "Director Li, do you have any concerns?" Feel free to speak candidly. This is not a one-man show. I have called you here to discuss issues. With her doubts alleviated, Li Zian expressed her thoughts. Director Jiang, regarding the assessments and the dismissal of the flight attendants, might we consider postponing? We need to prioritize stability at this moment. Morale among the staff is already shaky, and many have submitted resignation letters. Could we wait until the headquarters is functioning normally, and our personnel have integrated with the front line before proceeding? Li Zian's concern piqued Jiang Chen's attention. Currently, after the upheaval at Cathay Pacific, there was a significant vacancy in management. If any further unrest occurred at the grassroots level, it could jeopardize the entire company's operations, something he wished to avoid. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Chen decided to heed Li Zian's advice. Recognizing that this matter was not urgent, with a nod, he said, "You are right, Director Li. Let us proceed as you suggest." "Understood, Director Jiang," Li Zian replied with a smile, pleased with his agreement. "Please, have a seat." Jiang Chen gestured for her to sit down, then recalled the issue of frontline employee morale. He addressed Li Zian once more. "By the way, Director Li, there is one more thing." Seeing that Jiang Chen had more to say, Li Zian, who had just begun to sit, stood up again, smiling. "Please go ahead, Director Jiang." Jiang Chen continued, regarding the frontline employees. "I want you to issue a notice to all employees in the name of the Board of Directors immediately. The gist of the message should convey that the recent changes in senior management are part of a normal internal restructuring, reassuring them that they need not worry and should focus on their duties. Their salaries and benefits will remain unchanged, and the company will not engage in unwarranted layoffs. Please have someone draft the specific announcement for General Su to review, and once he approves, we will disseminate it." "Understood, Director Jiang," Li Zian replied, rising to leave the conference room to carry out his instructions. She only needed to understand Jiang Chen's general requirements to know how to proceed. Once Li Zian departed, only Jiang Chen, Ji Jun, Su Mingho, and Yang Fan remained in the conference room. Jiang Chen looked at them, handing out cigarettes to a few of them before sharing his thoughts. "We have now fully acquired control of Cathay Pacific. I propose that we take it private. What are your opinions on this matter?" He threw the question to the trio, aware that he was not a dictator and valuing their perspectives and insights. Ji Jun, Su Mingho, and Yang Fan exchanged glances. Ultimately, Ji Jun spoke up. "Director Jiang, I believe your proposal is sound. Taking the company private would be beneficial for us. We are not lacking in capital, and it would allow for better control over its development." "Isn't that right, General Su, General Yang?" Su Mingho and Yang Fan nodded in agreement, endorsing Ji Jun's statement. The Xinghe Group was indeed not short of funds, and they had remained unlisted. Taking Cathay Pacific private aligned with their strategic objectives. During their time under Elder Su's leadership, they had also opted for delisting when acquiring other companies. "Very well. If you all concur, then it shall be so," Jiang Chen said, noting the lack of dissent. He then designated Yang Fan to oversee the delisting process. "Yang Fan, you will be responsible for this aspect." Without hesitation, Yang Fan stood up, affirming with a strong voice, "Yes, Director Jiang." Chapter 60. Su Mingho appointed as executive president and director. After the meeting concluded, it wasn't long before Li Zian returned with the drafted announcement for Su Mingho's approval. Once confirmed that there were no issues, he instructed her to distribute it to all Cathay Pacific employees. That day, every staff member received a text message from the board of directors, which read as follows: Cathay Pacific to all colleagues. Hello everyone. Recently, there have been personnel changes in several senior management positions. To ensure all employees are informed and maintain work stability, the board of directors hereby provides the following official statement. 1. This adjustment is part of the company's normal internal structural optimization, and the strategic direction remains unchanged. 2. The changes in senior management are a normal occurrence based on the company's medium to long-term development strategy. 3. Please be assured in fulfilling your duties, the company's development prospects and employee rights protections remain unchanged. Cathay Pacific Board of Directors date, XX year, X month, X day. With this, all frontline employees let out a sigh of relief. As long as the new owners weren't planning layoffs, the assurance of retaining their current positions was already a considerable comfort. Moreover, their compensation remained unchanged, allowing them to devote themselves to their work with renewed vigor. Many even began to treat each passenger with an unparalleled level of service. I was terrified. Can you believe it? I landed and only then discovered that we had a new owner, one pilot exclaimed. Exactly. Thankfully, we received this announcement. Otherwise, I would have been ready to look for another job. This was a conversation between two captains, while the flight attendants were even more curious. Have you heard? The new owners sent all our previous executives packing. Oh my goodness, is that true? Why would I lie? My brother-in-law works at the headquarters, and he heard that Xinghe took advantage of the typhoon to hold them for 2 days. They were only released after it was confirmed they had nothing to do with it. Still, my brother-in-law got a month's salary as compensation. One flight attendant chimed in mysteriously. Yes, my brother also works in the headquarters, and what you mentioned aligns closely with what he said. But what you don't know is... The crowd, growing impatient, urged her on. What happened? Please, tell us. Yes. Stop teasing us and just say it. The flight attendant, piquing their curiosity, leisurely continued. I heard that Mr. Jiang, the chairman of Xinghe Group, has contacted some big shots in the port city. They dispatched economic crime investigators to interrogate anyone found to have issues, taking them in for immediate questioning. At this point, she crossed her arms and shivered, adding, I heard that these investigators are quite ruthless, and those being questioned have faced violent interrogations. No way. Isn't the port city a civilized place? You believe that? Enough with that. Look at Mr. Jiang, he's so handsome. A flight attendant exclaimed, pulling out her phone to show everyone. My goodness, how handsome. He's only 30 and already controlling Xinghe Group and our company. I think you're smitten. Who knows, maybe Mr. Jiang's not so bad, another joked. The flight attendants laughed and teased one another, while the frontline employees joined in discussing the internal affairs of their company, particularly focusing on Jiang Chen. The decisions made by the four individuals permeated every aspect of Cathay Pacific, with Li Ziyan receiving the full support of the Xinghe Group. The management team he had hired at great expense from around the world gradually arrived, and the company's headquarters began to return to normal operations. Su Mingho's position also underwent a transformation. He stepped down from his role as the permanent vice president of Xinghe Group and was appointed by Jiang Chen as the executive president of Cathay Pacific. In addition to being a member of its board of directors, Ji Jun took on the role of a board member representing Xinghe Group at Cathay Pacific, without participating in the internal management of the airline. After all, Xinghe Group still needed him. So he had returned to Shenzhen to oversee operations after the last meeting with the four individuals, assisting Su Mingho in gaining control of the company. Jiang Chen considered Cathay Pacific as his second venture and was not particularly satisfied with the executives Li Ziyan had recruited. Furthermore, if Su Mingho had not leveraged his connections with old classmates, their takeover of Cathay Pacific certainly would not have gone as smoothly. Thus, he decided to appoint Su Mingho as the executive president to steer the company, granting him a 5% stake in Cathay Pacific as a reward for his outstanding performance. This was a strategy Jiang Chen had long contemplated to bind all personnel to his vision. Su Mingho, nearly 50, was moved to the brink of tears. He vowed to steadfastly follow Jiang Chen's lead. In this manner, both Su Mingho and Ji Jun transitioned from being mere workers to becoming partners with Jiang Chen. The senior executives of Xinghe Group looked upon Su Mingho with great envy, yet none harbored jealousy, for he had genuinely assisted Mr. Jiang in a significant capacity, something they could not achieve. After Su Mingho took on the role of executive president, and as Li Ziyan's recruits began to arrive, he initiated sweeping reforms within the company, starting with the dismantling of the extensive internal structure and optimizing the organizational framework. Thanks to Su Mingho's exceptional capabilities and the unwavering support from the newly hired department heads, the internal restructuring proceeded remarkably smoothly. Chapter 61. Optimization of company structure. After a fortnight of adjustments, the new company structure under Su Mingho is as follows. Cathay Pacific. Board of Directors. Chairman Jiang Chen. Board Member Su Mingho. Board Member Ji Jun. Executive President and Board Member Su Mingho. The Vice President in charge of managing the core frontline operational departments remains Wang Chengliang, who Su Mingho recognized as a talent and decided to retain after consulting Jiang Chen. Wang Chengliang manages the core operational departments with the following responsibilities. Flight Department. Responsible for managing all pilots, formulating flight plans, and ensuring safety training. The department director is Zhao Jingming, a former pilot promoted to management within Cathay Pacific. Operations Control Department. Responsible for monitoring flight dynamics, dispatching resources, and handling flight adjustments or cancellations. The department director is Fu Yingjia, who was recruited at a significant cost by Li Ziyan and previously worked for a foreign airline. Cabin Service Department. Responsible for managing flight attendants and cabin services, representing the airline's image. The department director is Leng Yajun, who was brought over from Air China at a premium for her extensive experience in cabin management. Additionally, there is a vice president overseeing the technical department, Lei Ming, a talent personally recruited by Li Ziyan, who previously served as vice president at Air China. Lei Ming manages the frontline technical support departments with the following responsibilities. Aircraft Maintenance Department. Responsible for aircraft upkeep, repair, and airworthiness management to ensure flight safety. The department director is Fang Yan, also recruited by Li Ziyan. Information Technology Department. Responsible for maintaining information systems, supporting flight operations, and data analysis. The department director is Gao Boshang, another high-priced recruit from a domestic airline. As for the company's functional departments, Su Mingho streamlined them to 4 departments plus a logistics department. The 4 key departments, capable of accurately conveying board directives, are as follows. Administration Department. Director Yu Song, who was transferred from within Xinghe Group, previously served as Deputy Director of the Administration Department at Xinghe. Finance Department. Director Sun Tingyu, also transferred from Xinghe Group, previously held the position of Deputy Director of Finance at Xinghe. Human Resources Department. Director Fang Zikuan, similarly transferred from Xinghe, previously served as Deputy Director of the Administration Department at Xinghe. Safety Supervision Department. Director Sun Sheng, also transferred from Xinghe, formerly oversaw the Auditing Department under the Xinghe Group's administration. Logistics Department, also sourced from Xinghe Group. After finalizing the company structure, Su Mingho, guided by Jiang Chen, began to adjust the company's operational strategies. Previously, Cathay Pacific's primary routes were concentrated in Southeast Asia and Europe. Despite having over 3,000 employees in the mainland, its routes were woefully limited, covering only first-tier cities, with a mere handful extending to second-tier cities. Following Jiang Chen's directives, Su Mingho first curtailed certain Southeast Asian routes and began shifting focus to domestic operations, intending to encompass all second-tier cities and gradually expand into the mainland market. Su Mingho's actions were tantamount to announcing to all domestic airlines that Cathay would officially venture into the mainland market, prompting a stir of alarm within the aviation sector. Simultaneously, Yang Fan and Li Zian, who had yet to depart, initiated their own actions. Yang Fan led a team to formally submit a delisting application to the Hong Kong Stock Exchange and the Securities and Futures Commission. As their delisting was voluntary, the authorities had no choice but to approve it. After settling a series of fees associated with the delisting, Cathay Pacific, which had been listed for 39 years, officially announced its exit from the Hong Kong stock market, eliciting a wave of sighs from shareholders and media alike. Meanwhile, Li Zian, accompanied by Sun Sheng, commenced a covert investigation within the company regarding previous employee discrimination against mainland passengers. It did not take long to identify the 4 flight attendants involved, who were promptly dismissed in accordance with Jiang Chen's instructions and permanently banned from reemployment. Upon learning of these developments, Su Mingho released an official announcement to all first-line employees, stating that the company would soon introduce a new evaluation system. Jiang Chen and Li Zian convened Vice President Wang Qingliang, Cabin Service Manager Leng Yajun, and Flight Department Head Zhao Zhengming to discuss the formulation of a new evaluation scheme for first-line employees. The focus would be on service quality and patriotic education, with a firm stipulation that discrimination against passengers would not be tolerated. After listening to the proposals, Jiang Chen remarked that while they were required to execute the evaluation system flawlessly, he anticipated some discontent if there were no financial incentives. Thus, he added a stipulation that any employee who achieved a perfect evaluation each month would receive a performance bonus from the company. When the new evaluation scheme was announced, first-line employees breathed a sigh of relief. Their interests remained intact, and with the new evaluation metrics, they could potentially see a significant increase in salary. In reality, the new criteria did not represent a drastic change, allowing them to accept the new standards set by the new management. This effectively served as a disguised benefit for the first-line employees, courtesy of Jiang Chen. As 2 weeks passed, just as Cathay was on the brink of entering the mainland market, Jiang Chen convened an urgent internal meeting with senior executives of Cathay Pacific. Within the building, Jiang Chen, accompanied by Su Jinzong, made his way to the executive meeting room, where the 2 security personnel at the entrance immediately stood at attention and swiftly opened the door for him. Upon entering, Jiang Chen was greeted by Su Mingho and the new executives of Cathay Pacific, who rose to their feet in respect as he entered. Calmly, Jiang Chen approached his designated seat, with Su Jinzong courteously pulling out the chair for him. Among those present, some were familiar to Jiang Chen, while others were not, but their recognition of him sufficed. "Please, take your seats," Jiang Chen said with a smile, gesturing for everyone to sit down. Only after he settled into his chair did the others dare to sit, with Su Jinzong taking his place at Jiang Chen's right. Once everyone was seated, Jiang Chen wasted no time and directly addressed the purpose of the meeting: the necessity to rename Cathay Pacific before it officially entered the mainland market. After articulating his point, Jiang Chen surveyed the room. Su Mingho had no objections, while the newly appointed executives dared not voice any dissent. The others, emerging from Star River, were equally reticent. Jiang Chen, a proponent of democratic processes, noted the lack of opposition and promptly decided that once the aircraft were repainted, Cathay Pacific would officially be renamed Star River Aviation. As the saying goes, the mouth speaks while the legs run. Jiang Chen's mere suggestion of a name change set in motion a plethora of preparatory tasks, including redesigning the cabin crew's uniforms. He also instructed Su Mingho to enlist designers for the aircraft's new livery. In Jiang Chen's own words, He wanted the aircraft to be unmistakably recognizable as belonging to Star River. While the uniforms were relatively straightforward, the aircraft repainting posed a significant challenge. The company had only about 30 skilled workers capable of executing the repainting, and the task was far from simple. Each aircraft required a minimum of 3 days to dry after being repainted, and with a fleet of 236 aircraft of various models, it was impractical to complete the entire repainting in a short time frame. Additionally, since the planes were operational, repainting one meant grounding it for 3 days, which would undoubtedly impact the company's overall operations. This predicament left the director of aircraft maintenance, Fong Yan, in a state of urgent distress. He felt overwhelmed and had no choice but to approach Su Mingho to explain the situation. Fong Yan's heartfelt and logical appeal caught Su Mingho's attention. He had not anticipated that repainting the aircraft could potentially disrupt overall operations. After understanding the gravity of the situation, Su Mingho decided to accompany Fong Yan to the Cathay Pacific Maintenance Workshop located at the Hong Kong International Airport for an on-site assessment. Upon entering the hangar and witnessing only about 20 workers engaged in the repainting process, Su Mingho's expression darkened. He turned to Fong Yan and inquired, "Are these the only staff responsible for the entire repainting operation?" Fong Yan nodded and replied honestly, "Yes, Mr. Su." Su Mingho's face grew even darker at this response, and he scolded, "Are you out of your mind? Why haven't you recruited more personnel to expedite the repainting?" Fong Yan, taken aback, began to explain, "Mr. Su, it's not that I don't want to find more people, but there are only about 30 skilled workers in the company who can handle the repainting." Before Fong Yan could finish, Su Mingho interrupted him with a wave of his hand, his frustration mounting at Fong Yan's apparent misunderstanding of his intent. "Fong Yan, you truly are clueless. If we lack personnel, why don't you seek help from outside?" Su Mingho pointed angrily at the workers, exclaiming, "With just this handful of people, when do you expect to accomplish the task assigned by Director Jiang?" Fong Yan, feeling the pressure, knew he had considered sourcing external help, but hesitated due to the higher costs involved. He had just taken office and aimed to reduce expenses for the company. Yet he had not anticipated Su Mingho's explosive reaction. Observing Fong Yan's demeanor only fueled Su Mingho's anger. He had assumed there was a significant problem that could jeopardize overall operations, which had compelled him to visit the front lines. Instead, he found himself facing a situation that was far from serious. How could a mere 20 or 30 workers ever complete Jiang Chen's directive to repaint all 236 aircraft? The thought alone infuriated him. Taking a deep breath, Su Mingho addressed Fong Yan, "I'm giving you 3 days. Perhaps genuinely incensed, he abruptly changed his tone mid-sentence. "No, 2 days. I'm only giving you 2 days to find all available workers who can execute the repainting. I want you to leave no stone unturned. If there are none in Hong Kong, look in neighboring Shenzhen. If not there, search across the entire country. I want 3 shifts, 24 hours a day, non-stop, to complete the repainting of these 236 aircraft in the shortest possible time. Demanding both personnel and funds, I shall ensure the entire company collaborates with you. In 3 days, I expect to see the aircraft adorned with the new livery. Do you comprehend, General Fong?" Fong Yan was acutely aware that he had committed a grave error in judgment regarding his work. He had brought the notion of cost-cutting to this context. He refrained from elucidating his thoughts to Su Mingho, knowing it would only exacerbate the situation. Resolutely, he declared to Su Mingho, "General Su, I hereby issue a military order. The painting of the aircraft will officially commence in 3 days. Within a month, I assure you that all planes will be completed with the new livery." Fearing that Su Mingho might perceive this timeline as excessive, Fong Yan cautiously added, "General Su, this 1-month period is indeed the most favorable, as we must maintain the operation of the majority of the aircraft. Thus, this time frame is truly swift." Su Mingho pondered for a moment, and considering Fong Yan's prior report, he too deemed the timeline reasonable. "Very well, I shall grant you 1 month. A month from now, I must see that all aircraft are adorned with our new livery." Fong Yan assured him, "General Su, I appreciate the time you've afforded me, and I guarantee I will fulfill the task you've assigned." Su Mingho curtly responded, "Enough. We shall speak again upon your completion. Remember, do not squander time." With an impatient wave of his hand, he signaled Fong Yan to return to work. Earlier, when Fong Yan sought to report, he had expressed the situation with such gravity that Su Mingho had joined him at the front line to address the issue. Yet, Fong Yan naively believed he could rely solely on the company's 2 or 3 dozen workers to accomplish the painting. Could he bear the repercussions of delaying Chairman Zhang's name change? He had already labeled Fong Yan as someone who failed to comprehend Chairman Zhang's directives. If Fong Yan did not complete the painting within a month, Su Mingho was prepared to dismiss him. Once Su Mingho departed, Fong Yan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hastily contacted the Human Resources Director, Fong Zikuan, to relay the recent developments. Fong Zikuan, upon hearing the account, was left speechless. It was absurd that Fang Yin thought he could complete the painting of 236 aircraft with such a limited workforce. He wondered what was going through Fang Yan's mind, as he seemed oblivious to Chairman Zhang's intent of achieving the task at the quickest pace possible. No wonder Su Mingho reprimanded him. He clearly misunderstood Chairman Zhang's message. Although Fang Zikuan internally criticized Fang Yan, he assured him that he would take 2 days to gather all necessary personnel. After hanging up the phone and hearing Fang Zikuan's promise, Fang Yin breathed a sigh of relief. He lamented that his good intentions to save the company money had led him astray. He never anticipated making such a misstep so soon after taking office, and hoped to complete the aircraft's new livery within a month. To provide Su Mingho with a satisfactory report, since Su Mingho was already present, he checked the time and noted that it was still early. Having already canceled his other appointments for the day, he decided to inspect the situation in other frontline departments. Chapter 63. Apologies, Mr. Sun. We do not have a partnership with excellence. With this thought, Su Mingho addressed his secretary, Xiao Zhang. Let us not return to the company just yet. Accompany me to inspect the frontline situation. Of course, General Su, Zhang Yuanjun replied. Should we notify General Zhao Zhengming and General Leng Yajun? Su Mingho contemplated for a moment, but ultimately decided against it. He wished to conduct an incognito inspection to identify any issues at the front line and see if there were any absurdities akin to Fang Yan's situation. No need. Just the two of us will suffice. Understood, General Su. They were currently at the hangar, approximately 5 to 6 kilometers from the terminal. Zhang Yuanjun arranged for a shuttle and, once aboard, they made their way to Terminal 3. Cathay Pacific's office at the Hong Kong City Airport was also located within Terminal 3. Given that Cathay Pacific's headquarters was situated in Hong Kong City, the airport not only featured office spaces, but also included staff cafeterias and rest areas. Additionally, Cathay Pacific had constructed 2 VIP lounges at the Hong Kong International Airport, specifically for passengers traveling in their first-class cabin and for holders of their platinum cards and above. However, as financial strains arose, they joined a global airline alliance, which presented advantages. Any passenger holding a membership card from an airline within the alliance, provided they held a platinum status or above, or were first-class travelers, could access any of the alliance's lounges at the airport. The benefits brought forth by the alliance were immeasurable, as not every airline could establish lounges at airports around the world. The emergence of the airline alliance significantly alleviated the challenge of ensuring that high-end travelers could access lounges at any airport, regardless of their airline choice. As Su Mingho and his secretary Zhang Yuanjun rode the shuttle, they confidently exited the airport, only to discreetly change into more casual attire before re-entering. Dressed in relaxed clothing, Su Mingho instructed his equally casually dressed secretary, Xiao Zhang, purchase 2 first-class tickets. We shall first visit the VIP lounge. Understood, General Su. Zhang Yuanjun had been working with Su Mingho for 5 years and was well aware of his intentions. He spent 8,000 yuan to buy a first-class ticket for a Cathay Pacific flight, departing from Hong Kong City to Shanghai in 4 hours. He only purchased 1 ticket, mindful of not disrupting Su Mingho's undercover visit. While his identity was not widely known within the company, Su Mingho's was, and he feared that if he bought a ticket under Su Mingho's name, the company would be alerted the moment his ID number was entered for ticket issuance. This first-class ticket allowed an additional person to accompany him into the lounge. Su Mingho nodded in satisfaction at his secretary's actions and praised him, Xiao Zhang. You are quite thoughtful. I hadn't even considered that. Zhang Yuanjun feigned shyness at the compliment, humbly stating, I learned from you over the years. Su Mingho playfully chided his secretary. You flatter too much. I was genuinely praising you. All right, let us proceed. Su Mingho shook his head, leading Zhang Yuanjun into the airport. The Hong Kong City Airport was vast, and after following the signs for about 10 minutes, they finally located Cathay Pacific's check-in counter. Standing at a distance, Su Mingho observed as Zhang Yuanjun approached the counter designated for first-class travelers, presenting his ID. The attendant at the check-in counter greeted him with a standard smile. Good day, sir. May I please see your ID? Zhang Yuanjun handed over his ID. The attendant, upon receiving it, smiled again and said, Thank you, sir. Please hold on a moment. I will assist you with your check-in shortly. Do you have any seating preferences? Zhang Yuanjun casually replied, Just arrange it as you see fit. Very well, sir. I will assign you a window seat, so you can enjoy the sunset shortly after departure. Zhang Yuanjun nodded in agreement. The service was commendable. The attendant efficiently processed his check-in in about a minute, then stood up with Zhang Yuanjun's ID and ticket in hand, saying, Mr. Zhang, your check-in is complete. You may use your ticket to access our VIP lounge for complimentary rest. Zhang Yuanjun took back his ID and ticket, replying, Thank you. The attendant maintained her smile, courteously responding, You're welcome. Continuing, she seemed to have recalled something and turned to Zhang Yuanjun, remarking, By the way, Mr. Zhang, Would you require a shuttle to escort you to the VIP lounge? What a jest. My boss is awaiting my return. How could I dare to travel alone in a shuttle to the VIP room? With this thought, he promptly declined. No, thank you. I can manage on my own. Very well, then I wish you a pleasant journey. Zhang Yuanjin waved his hand in gratitude and departed from the counter in search of Su Mingho. Upon Zhang Yuanjin's return, Su Mingho inquired, So, did you encounter any issues at check-in? Zhang Yuanjin replied with a wry smile. Mr. Su, there were no problems at all. And perhaps due to my purchase of a first-class ticket, the service was exceptionally commendable. Su Mingho rested his chin on his hand and replied, Oh, is that so? He refrained from further questioning and proceeded with Zhang Yuanjin towards the Cathay Pacific VIP Lounge. After a 10-minute trek, they finally located the Cathay Pacific VIP Lounge. As they approached the entrance, a slightly elevated male voice caught their attention. What? Are you unaware of the tier of my tea? Su Mingho glanced over and noticed a male passenger standing at the counter, somewhat exasperated, as he conversed with a female staff member. He drew closer to hear more clearly. Your airline has joined an alliance. My tier grants me access to your lounge. The front desk staff, while operating the mouse, looked at the screen and regretfully responded, Sir, I sincerely apologize. We cannot find any record of your tier, so. The male passenger understood her implication and raised his voice. I possess the Air China Excellence Platinum card. Please verify what that card entails. She checked the computer and, finding no record of the so-called Excellence Platinum tier, smiled gently as she delivered a response that struck the male passenger as amusingly absurd. I'm afraid, sir, we do not have a partnership with a third party called Excellence. At this, the male passenger, with one hand holding his phone, was so incensed by her words that he found himself laughing in disbelief. He patiently reiterated, Please check again. I have the Air China Excellence Platinum card, all right? The front desk lady continued to smile, saying, I'm sorry, Mr. Sun, but we indeed do not have a partnership with Excellence. The male passenger, now unwilling to engage further, stated, Get your supervisor over here. I apologize, Mr. Sun, but I am the supervisor. The male passenger's hand holding the phone began to tremble involuntarily. He was thoroughly incensed. This is the Excellence Platinum card. For heaven's sake. Don't you have training to understand passenger tiers? I'm sorry, sir, we have undergone training, but we truly do not have a partnership with Excellence. Chapter 64, Sun Zhuiyue. He was so enraged that he was rendered speechless, standing at the counter like a schoolboy in detention. If one were to glance at his phone, they would notice he was live streaming, and a flurry of comments was pouring in. Ha ha, this is hilarious. He is standing in detention again. What a scene. I've recorded it. I'm sorry, Mr. Sun, but we do not have a partnership with Excellence. Oh my god, this is too funny. How can the highest tier of Air China, the Excellence Platinum card, not gain entry to the lounge? This is pure entertainment. Mr. Sun, let me reiterate. Do not pursue those absurd Excellence cards from third parties. We do not have a partnership with Excellence. Do not attempt to use those cards to gain access to the VIP lounge, Mr. Sun. Ha. Having witnessed the entire spectacle, Zhang Yuanjin felt an uncanny familiarity with the scene. He opened Douyin and began searching. Clicking on a familiar avatar, he confirmed it was indeed a live stream. And the scene unfolding on his phone mirrored what was happening before his very eyes. Oh no, Zhang Yuanjin thought to himself, hastily handing his phone to Su Mingho, who looked puzzled as Zhang began to explain who this person was. A holder of the highest tier membership card from Air China, yet repeatedly facing detainment at various airports due to different airlines' unawareness of the Excellence Platinum card. This was Sun Zhuiyue. Mr. Su, if this is not handled properly and he posts this online, it could potentially result in unfavorable repercussions for us. Su Mingho, upon hearing Zhang Yuanjin's words, glanced at the view count in the upper right corner of the live stream, which had exceeded 20,000. Sending chills down his spine as he recalled Jiang Chen's warning not to let any negative news surface online. Let us go? He beckoned Zhang Yuanjin to accompany him without a second thought, disregarding any notions of incognito visits, and marched straight to the counter. Upon reaching the front desk, Su Mingho, without waiting for Zhang Yuanjin to speak, smiled at Sun Zhuiyue and said, Mr. Sun, good day. Who? Sun Zhuiyue turned at the sound of his name, and upon seeing an older gentleman accompanied by a younger one, he inquired with curiosity, Who are you? Su Mingho, with a smile, introduced himself, Mr. Sun. I am Su Mingho, the current executive president of Cathay Pacific. Sun Zhuiyue, surprised, looked at Su Mingho, whom he perceived as an older gentleman. Realizing he was indeed the head of Cathay Pacific, he extended his hand in delight, exclaiming, Oh, Mr. Su, it's a pleasure to meet you. Su Mingho reciprocated the handshake politely. Sun Zhuiyue reluctantly released his grip and shifted the conversation to Su Mingho, expressing, Mr. Su, I believe your staff should enhance their training. I possess the right to access your lounge. Yet your personnel are unaware of the Air China Excellence Platinum card and even claim there is no partnership with Excellence. The front desk lady, observing the two, widened her eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend that this self-proclaimed company president was indeed the Cathay Pacific CEO. No way, the president? Is there really such a thing as the Excellence Platinum card? She was utterly flabbergasted. Bang bang. Jiang Chen, noticing her daze, tapped on the front desk to draw her attention, then calmly instructed, call General Manager Lung Yajun over and inform her that Mr. Su is seeking her. Oh. Right away. She snapped back to reality and hurriedly grabbed the intercom to summon her. This is disastrous. She was about to call the general manager, and the gentleman still conversing with Mr. Sun was undoubtedly their very own president. Her hand trembled as she held the intercom, fearing for her job security. Sun Jiue's phone perfectly captured the moments of Su Mingho and Jiang Yuanjin's arrival, as well as the front desk lady's flustered demeanor. As the trio's conversation unfolded, viewers in the live stream began to flood the comment section. Wow, the president has come out. Did you see the front desk? Notice how her arms are covered in goosebumps? Ha ha ha, she is clearly panicking. Finally, Mr. Sun gets some recognition. He has encountered the head of Cathay Pacific. Did you all notice how Mr. Sun's tone changed upon seeing the older and younger gentleman? Folks, this older gentleman is indeed the new executive president of Cathay Pacific. His resume even states he was the executive vice president of Xinghe Group. Upstairs. Your information is outdated. Are you not aware that the Galaxy Group has fully acquired Cathay Pacific? Oh really? Not only that. But this Su Mingho is not just any ordinary president. He is a director with shares in Cathay Pacific. As Su Mingho listened to Sun Jiue's complaints, he did not shirk responsibility nor adopt a haughty demeanor befitting a president. My deepest apologies, Mr. Sunday. This is indeed our oversight. I cannot deny that I came today to inspect the frontline employees and see if there were any issues. And I certainly did not expect to uncover problems right from the outset. Su Mingho then felt that this was not the appropriate place for such a conversation. Glancing toward the entrance of the VIP lounge, he suggested to Sun Jiue, Mr. Sun, shall we step inside and discuss this further? It would be more convenient for you to communicate your concerns. All right, since you are taking the initiative, let's go inside and I will provide you with my feedback on the issues. Sun Jiue agreed to Su Mingho's courteous approach. Su Mingho smiled and nodded, gesturing for him to proceed, while Jiang Yuanjin addressed Sun Jiue, Mr. Sun, I am Secretary Su's assistant. Allow me to assist you with your luggage. Sun Jiue couldn't help but think Jiang Yuanjin was quite handsome. All right, then, I appreciate your help, handsome. Not a problem at all. Jiang Yuanjin smiled as he took the suitcase from Sun Jiue and walked toward the VIP lounge. Sun Jiue followed closely behind, whispering into his phone, everyone. President Su is incredibly courteous, and his assistant is rather handsome as well. Mr. Sun seems distracted by the handsome man. Indeed, it takes a charming young man to entertain Mr. Sunday. Ha! The staff in the VIP lounge had already received notification from the front desk, and upon seeing them enter, a few employees rushed over, nervously guiding everyone into a private lounge. Inside the lounge, Su Mingho and Sun Jiue took their seats. Once the staff served tea, Sun Jiue eagerly took a sip and continued to vent his frustrations. President Su, if it weren't for your presence today, I can't imagine how long I would have been standing outside. Su Mingho offered an apologetic smile, saying, Mr. Sun, I sincerely apologize. We have indeed neglected employee training, leading to this unfortunate situation. On behalf of all Cathay Pacific staff, I extend my heartfelt apologies and assure you that we will provide a satisfactory resolution to this matter. To be honest, Sun Jiue was taken aback by the gracious demeanor of such a high-ranking airline president. He felt that today's material was more than sufficient. And with Su Mingho personally attending to him and making such statements, he felt slightly embarrassed. Chapter 65, Responding to Online Questions. He didn't intend to pursue the matter further, especially since he had not suffered any real loss, and thus he replied, there is no need for a formal response. President Su, it's really not a big deal, just a need to enhance employee training. Luckily, I encountered this issue today. But what if it were another passenger on a different day? That would certainly tarnish your airline's reputation. Su Mingho nodded in deep agreement. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Sun. I share the same sentiment. As Su Mingho spoke, he gestured to Jiang Yuanjin to retrieve his business card. He took the card from Jiang Yuanjin and presented it to Sun Jiue, saying, Mr. Sun, please accept my business card. If you encounter any issues while flying with our airline in the future, I welcome you to contact me directly, and I will personally address your concerns. Sun Jiue accepted Su Mingho's business card and inquired, May I add your secretary on Feixin? Oh ho ho ho, Mr. Sun has revealed his intentions. This must be the real motive. Mr. Sun can hardly contain himself. What kind of charm does this assistant possess to make Mr. Sun want his contact information? Mr. Sun, point your phone at him. Let's have a look. Sun Jiue ignored the comments from the live stream viewers. Perhaps he felt his words were somewhat inappropriate. So he explained, because President Su, you are undoubtedly busy and may not have the time to respond to me. I thought it would be easier to have your secretary's contact information to relay any issues I might encounter. Su Mingho, upon hearing this, found it reasonable and promptly instructed Zhang Yuanjin, Xiao Zhang, please add Mr. Sun's contact information. Zhang Yuanjin chuckled to himself. Knowing that his boss was unaware of who Sun Zhuiyue was, he frequently watched Sun Zhuiyue's videos. Sure thing, President Su. Sun Zhuiyue cheerfully took out his phone and added Zhang Yuanjin's contact information. Your live stream has surpassed 100,000 viewers. At this moment, Sun Zhuiyue noticed the notification on his screen and quickly switched to the live stream, realizing that the viewer count had indeed exceeded 100,000 and was rapidly flooding with comments. Mr. Sun, could you ask about how they handled the incident last year regarding the flight attendants' discrimination against passengers? I almost forgot about that. Yes, Mr. Sun, please ask. There has still been no response from them. I looked into the matter, and it truly infuriated me. I am now a lifelong detractor. I will never fly Cathay Pacific again. Everyone in agreement, add one. The viewers began to flood the comments with discussions about the incident involving Cathay Pacific flight attendants discriminating against mainland passengers last year. Mr. Sun, could you press for a response regarding the flight attendants' discrimination against mainland passengers last year? Sun Zhuiyue noticed this comment and realized it was an opportunity for engagement. He pulled out his phone to show Su Mingho and asked, President Su, I forgot to mention that I am currently live streaming, and the viewers are all asking about a particular issue. May I request a response? Su Mingho had already anticipated that he was live streaming. Glancing at the phone, he smiled and responded, Of course, that's no problem. Great. Would you be willing to appear on camera? Sun Zhuiyue continued to inquire, holding up his phone. Su Mingho smiled and nodded, no problem at all. After receiving Su Mingho's consent, he aimed the phone at him. As Su Mingho appeared on camera, the live stream comments exploded with excitement. Oh ho ho, he truly is a distinguished gentleman. My goodness, he is the dreamboat of countless middle-aged women. Guys, let us stay on topic. Yes, Mr. Sun, hurry and ask. It must be noted that while Su Mingho was approaching 50 years of age, he had been a strikingly handsome man in his youth, and even now, he still exuded traces of his former charm. Observing the increasingly chaotic comments in the live stream, Sun Zhuiyue quickly posed the question that most viewers were eager to have answered. President Su, the viewers in my live stream would like to know how you handled the situation regarding the flight attendants' discrimination against mainland passengers last year. Su Mingho was taken aback by the directness of the question, but took a moment to gather his thoughts before responding. Before I answer this question, Mr. Sun, I would like to extend my apologies to the many viewers who have been following this matter. With that, Su Mingho stood up and bowed deeply toward the phone. He then raised his head, fixing his gaze on the camera, and continued, In fact, this matter has already been resolved. We simply did not issue an official statement. When Galaxy took over Cathay Pacific, under Chairman Zhang's directive, the 4 crew members involved were dismissed and permanently barred from re-employment. We have also arranged for apologies to be made to the affected passengers. Sun Zhuiyue was momentarily stunned. He was evidently unaware of the incident. Takeover? Galaxy? When did you acquire Cathay Pacific? Su Mingho's words were indeed clever. He began with an apology, subtly implying that our Xinghe group had already expressed regret. His intention was to convey to the vast online audience that Cathay Pacific remains Cathay Pacific, while Xinghe is distinctly Xinghe. Even more astutely, he shifted the focus back to Xinghe. Su Mingho resumed his seat, still smiling as he remarked, Indeed, at Xinghe, we only took over Cathay Pacific last month. Our chairman, Mr. Jiang, should they be unaware of who Mr. Jiang is, allow me to clarify. Following Mr. Jiang's acquisition of Xinghe Group and his leadership in our takeover of Cathay Pacific, his first directive was to conduct a thorough investigation into this matter and to maintain vigilant oversight. Upon our appointment, we acted promptly, sending representatives to apologize and securing the forgiveness of those affected passengers. The audience in the live stream appeared to have fallen into Su Mingho's trap, shifting their focus away from Cathay Pacific and instead engaging in discussions about Xinghe. Brothers, Su is right, I searched. And the victims have already posted a video online stating they received an apology and compensation. Let's not dwell on this. Look at this news. Xinghe fully acquired Cathay Pacific last month, and there's even more juicy gossip. On the day Xinghe took over, nearly all of Cathay Pacific's executives were sent in, including some shareholders who were put to work. I read reports from the media in the harbor city. Xinghe Group is truly ruthless. Not a single high-ranking official was spared, and I've heard that their influence is so substantial that even the police heed their commands. Sending them in is for the best. Previously, Cathay Pacific was almost entirely foreign-owned, which is why they never took responsibility or apologized. Now that Xinghe Group has taken over, Cathay Pacific is entirely a national airline. Kudos to Xinghe Group for stepping up to apologize and provide compensation for the issues left by the previous administration. Absolutely. They deserve praise for addressing the matter immediately after taking over. It can be said that Cathay Pacific is no longer the Cathay Pacific it once was, as the current executives are predominantly from Xinghe Group. How do you know this? Are you a shill for Xinghe? Are you foolish? Just check their official website. All the executives have their previous experience listed. It remains uncertain whether the friends in the live stream were satisfied with my response. Su Mingho finished speaking in one breath, showcasing a smile. Sun Juiyue nodded after hearing Su Mingho's explanation and turned to the viewers in the live stream. Dear netizens, Mr. Su of Cathay Pacific has personally addressed your questions. Are you satisfied? Very satisfied. Well done, Xinghe. The president of Cathay Pacific personally explained things to Mr. Sun. What a remarkable presence, Mr. Sun. Only Mr. Sun could invite the CEO of an airline to personally respond to questions. Chapter 66. Su Mingho, who loses his temper twice in one day. Alright, as long as you're satisfied, we'll conclude today's live stream here. Farewell, everyone. With that, Sun Juiyue swiftly ended the stream, leaving a bewildered audience of over 100,000 who were caught off guard. It wasn't that Sun Juiyue was unwilling to capitalize on this surge of traffic. Rather, he felt it was already sufficient. While the audience might be unaware, he knew well the magnitude of Xinghe. He was concerned that further inquiries in the live stream might provoke Su Mingho, leading to potential complications. Sun Juiyue put away his phone and addressed Su Mingho, who was eager to respond to more questions from the viewers. Mr. Su, I've already closed the live stream, and I'm about to board my flight, so I won't keep you. Having gathered enough traffic and material, Sun Juiyue promptly took his leave. Su Mingho felt a twinge of regret. He wished to answer more questions to leverage Sun Juiyue's platform to announce their impending rebranding to Xinghe Airlines and their entry into the mainland market. As he prepared to depart, Su Mingho stood and said, Well, I shan't delay you any further. Mr. Sun Juiyue suddenly recalled the material he possessed. By the way, Mr. Su, I may post about today's events online. Would that be alright with you? Truthfully, he was reluctant to forfeit this material, but given his professional ties to Xinghe, he felt compelled to seek permission, fearing that publishing it without consent might offend someone. Su Mingho pondered the implications for a moment, then smiled and replied, Mr. Sun, that is your prerogative. I cannot interfere. However, I believe that sharing it would allow the public to hold us accountable, which is beneficial as it helps us identify our shortcomings. I merely hope that you will document the facts objectively. No problem at all, Mr. Su. Sun Juiyue immediately assured him, adding, Rest assured, Mr. Su, when I edit the video, I will not fabricate any facts and will emphasize how Xinghe responded promptly to last year's incident after acquiring Cathay Pacific, securing the passengers' forgiveness. I trust the audience will understand. Su Mingho's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. This was precisely what he desired. It mattered not if they had erred, as long as they recognized the issues and made amends, and it was essential to convey that Cathay Pacific was no longer the Cathay Pacific of old. We live in an era where the internet connects the world, and as a frequent flyer and influencer, Sun Juiyue's videos carry weight in the aviation industry. This was incomparable to the incessant nonsense of Zhao Baijin. I appreciate your assistance, Mr. Sunday. Su Mingho smiled as he extended his hand for a handshake with Sun Juiyue. He then turned to his secretary, Zhang Yuanjin, and instructed, Xiao Zhang, please escort Mr. Sun to the boarding gate. Zhang Yuanjin felt a sense of resignation internally, but maintained a smiling facade. Mr. Sun, allow me to accompany you to the boarding gate. With that, Zhang Yuanjin took hold of his luggage, leading a delighted Sun Juiyue toward the VIP lounge elevator. The Cathay Pacific Lounge is conveniently located downstairs, with a coaster minibus available to transport passengers directly from the terminal to the aircraft for boarding. At this moment, the director of cabin services, Lung Yajun, along with several department managers, arrived belatedly. She stood at the door, watching Sun Juiyue's departing figure, then hurriedly pushed the door open to approach Su Mingho. A group of staff followed her in, forming a line. Su Mingho, seated on the sofa, glanced at the Patek Philippe on his wrist before addressing them coolly. 37 minutes. It took a full 37 minutes from the time my secretary notified you to your arrival. Su Mingho stated this as a matter of fact. Yet the others perceived a different tone, and the pressure in the room intensified instantaneously. Even with the lounge's air conditioning set to a comfortable temperature, Su Mingho's words caused Lung Yajun, a poised and elegant 38-year-old, to break into a cold sweat. If Lung Yajun felt this way, the others in the cabin services department were even less inclined to speak up. Under pressure, Lung Yajun addressed Su Mingho, Mr. Su, we were conducting training for the crew, and upon receiving the notification, we rushed here immediately. Enough. Su Mingho interrupted her before she could elaborate further. Training? Are our staff so inadequately trained that they fail to recognize the esteemed Air China Platinum card? Training? Is it truly possible that our personnel could utter such words? My sincere apologies, Mr. Sun, but we do not have any collaboration with the esteemed program. Su Mingho mimicked the tone of the front desk staff. Cold General, I have observed the entire sequence of events. Although I have already calmed Mr. Sun, do you comprehend what this incident has made me feel? Cold Yajun and the entire cabin service team lowered their heads, resembling elementary school students reprimanded by their teacher, too afraid to speak. It is humiliating. I am deeply embarrassed. For the unprofessionalism of our staff has led to such remarks, and this is not merely a personal disgrace. Do you understand? It tarnishes the reputation of our entire company. Tomorrow, once this incident is known by all, colleagues and the vast online community will regard us as a laughingstock. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a knock on the door interrupted Su Mingho's admonishments. He impatiently addressed the nearest cabin service staff member. Open the door. The supervisor of the cabin service department hurried to comply. Entering was Wang Chunliang, the vice president overseeing frontline operations, who had rushed over upon receiving notification. Upon his arrival, he immediately sensed the tense atmosphere. Cold Yajun and her team were hunched over, like schoolchildren caught in wrongdoing, facing Su Mingho, who was seated on the sofa. He felt an ominous chill. He approached Cold Yajun, bowing slightly, and addressed Su Mingho. I apologize for my tardiness, General Su. Su Mingho retorted sarcastically, you are not late. You arrived just in time, my dear Wang. Look at how you manage the front line. I entrusted the frontline operations to you, and this is how you oversee it. Please, General Su, do not be angry. This incident is not the fault of Cold General and her team. As their direct supervisor, I bear an undeniable responsibility. Wang Chunliang immediately accepted fault without a hint of defensiveness, understanding that further explanations would be futile. Since the incident had occurred, it was best to acknowledge the mistake. Very well, your acceptance of responsibility suffices. You and all management personnel of the cabin service department will have 1 month's salary deducted. From now on, I do not wish to see any customer complaints, excluding malicious grievances, of course. I, Su Mingho, am not unreasonable, but I do not want to see any further complaints regarding our service or professionalism. Should such complaints arise again, I am afraid you know the consequences. Wang Chunliang and the cabin service management team responded in unison. Understood, General Su. All right, return to your posts. Wang General, Cold General, please stay. Upon hearing that their involvement was concluded, the others hurriedly exited. Come, have a seat. Su Mingho gestured for the two to sit. With apprehensive hearts, Wang Chunliang and Cold Yajun sat down, barely daring to occupy half of the sofa, their hands resting on their knees, sitting upright, as if awaiting a reprimand. Su Mingho cast a disapproving glance at them. Enough, I did not retain you to chastise you. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, fumbling, only to realize that his lighter had been confiscated during security checks. Just as he contemplated setting it aside, Wang Chunliang produced an electronic lighter from his pocket. Holding the lighter, which resembled a USB drive, he smiled ingratiatingly at Su Mingho. General Su, I have one. Surprised, Su Mingho regarded Wang Chunliang and the lighter, then took a cigarette, prompting Wang Chunliang to quickly light it for him. How do you have a lighter? Wang Chunliang understood Su Mingho's implication and quickly explained, General Su, our lounge has a designated smoking area, and this electronic lighter was issued by the airport and registered. Moreover, it will not function beyond half a meter from our lounge. Su Mingho nodded, yet continued to impart a warning. You must exercise caution. What if it falls into the wrong hands and poses a safety risk? Wang Chunliang nodded earnestly. You are correct, General Su. I will secure it immediately, ensuring it is only used in the designated smoking area of the lounge. Good. Su Mingho was pleased with Wang Chunliang's attitude, exhaling a plume of smoke as he addressed the two. Since the incident has transpired, aside from the salary deduction, I will not pursue further accountability. Remember, frontline management is of utmost importance, particularly in the cabin service department, as it directly faces the customers. Image and professionalism are paramount. Su Mingho flicked the ashes from his cigarette and continued, to be candid, I do not blame you for today's events. The number of individuals possessing the Air China Platinum card is exceedingly limited. What angers me is our personnel's lack of professionalism and the words spoken. Hearing this, Cold Yajun realized that if she did not speak up now, she might indeed be left out of future discussions. She interjected, General Su, the fault lies with me for not adequately training the frontline staff. I assure you that such incidents will not recur. If they do, I will submit my resignation directly to you. Enough, Cold General. I have already stated that I do not hold you responsible. However, I am satisfied with your attitude. Let us proceed as you've suggested, but do not let me witness any further occurrences. Cold Yajun finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing the matter was behind her. Wang Chunliang quickly added, General Su, I too wish to express my commitment. I will ensure the frontline operations are managed effectively, and if similar incidents arise, I will request to be demoted to frontline technical staff. Good. I appreciate your attitudes, but mere satisfaction is insufficient. Actual results must be achieved, and customer satisfaction is essential. Understood? The two nodded vigorously, gazing earnestly at Su Mingho. Remember, when we officially enter the mainland market, we will face a formidable challenge. Today's events serve as a wake-up call. Identifying issues is not frightening. The critical aspect is that we must enact change. Su Mingho then spoke mysteriously. Port City is ultimately too small. Our ambitions lie beyond this place. Do you comprehend? Very well. You may return to your duties. Su Mingho concluded, disregarding whether they understood. And dismissed them. Yes, General Su, they replied in unison. Exiting the door, the two exchanged glances, reflecting on Su Mingho's earlier words. Su Mingho extinguished his cigarette. And at that moment, Zhang Yuanjin had returned, prompting Su Mingho to lead him to inspect the flight and operations departments. Perhaps due to receiving prior notice. No issues were discovered during their rounds. The lack of issues was a good sign, as these two departments held far greater importance than the cabin service department. As Su Mingho departed, he earnestly addressed the director of the flight department, Zhao Zhengming, Director Zhao, as the head of the flight department and an experienced captain. It is imperative that you pay close attention to the psychological well-being of the pilots and their individual circumstances. Assessments must be conducted before each flight. Su Mingho cast a pointed glance at him. Do you understand what I mean? Zhao Zhengming certainly grasped the implications of Su Mingho's words. Zhao Zhengming responded with a solemn expression, Mr. Su, I understand your concerns. Rest assured, we conduct weekly assessments of our pilots' financial situations. Additionally, we perform daily psychological evaluations for pilots on duty. Should the psychologist determine that a pilot is unfit for flying due to mental health issues, they will be immediately suspended for further investigation. Su Mingho nodded approvingly, patting him on the shoulder. Well done. This aspect is commendable. Zhao Zhengming exhaled a sigh of relief. As prior to Su Mingho's visit to their flight department, he had reprimanded Wang Chengliang, Leng Yanjun, and Fang Yin, which had left him under considerable pressure. After Su Mingho departed from the flight department, he inspected the office situation and found no major issues. He was ready to conclude his research for the day and left work directly with Zhang Yuanjin. Xinghe Century New City. This is a residential development constructed by Xinghe Group in Port City, a luxurious community designed to penetrate the real estate market of Port City. Ideally located in the semi-mountainous area between Central and Victoria Peak. The community boasts extensive greenery, exclusive concierge services, 24-hour property management, and continuous security patrols, ensuring its safety. Numerous affluent individuals and celebrities from Port City own residences here. Su Mingho currently resides in this upscale locale, along with many senior executives who were transferred from Xinghe Group. As the executive president, Su Mingho was allocated a 210-square-meter apartment with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Despite its modest size, its value exceeds 100 million. While there are even more opulent residences within Xinghe Century New City, they have all been sold. Even Jiang Chen occupies the same model apartment as Su Mingho. Upon returning home, Su Mingho changed into casual attire after concluding a call with his old classmate, Zheng Wuqiang. Setting down his phone, he rose and opened the living room door, making his way down the corridor to the door marked with Jiang Chen's nameplate. Ding dong. Su Mingho pressed the doorbell. This floor houses only 3 units. Currently, only Jiang Chen, Su Mingho, and Su Jinzong reside there. With a click, the door swung open. Jiang Yin greeted him. Having come over to visit Jiang Chen during the National Day holiday while his parents were away traveling. Chapter 68, The Business Dinner. Su Mingho smiled and stated his purpose. Hello, Xiaoyan. I'm here to see Director Jiang. Hello, Uncle Su. Jiang Yin recognized Su Mingho and politely stepped aside to allow him entry. He then fetched a pair of slippers from the nearby shoe cabinet, saying, Uncle Su, please come in. I'll go call my brother. Su Mingho replied with a smile. Thank you, that would be great. After changing into the slippers, he stepped inside. Jiang Yin dashed off to the bedroom to summon Jiang Chen, and shortly after, Jiang Chen emerged in his pajamas. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, Su Mingho promptly rose from the sofa. Jiang Chen gestured for him to sit, laughing. Why are you standing, Su? It's not work hours now. All right, Su Mingho replied, feeling at ease. Jiang Yin returned with drinks for the two of them and took a seat nearby. Su Mingho recounted the events of the day to Jiang Chen. After listening, Jiang Chen retrieved his phone, opened Douyin, and searched for updates. Indeed, he found that Sun Zhuiyue had posted a video capturing the afternoon's occurrences. After watching, Jiang Chen felt satisfied, although his staff statements had been somewhat unprofessional. Su Mingho had swiftly salvaged the situation, particularly with his final response to the audience's questions. It perfectly overshadowed the earlier unprofessionalism, allowing the audience to view it merely as a humorous anecdote, while also apologizing for the prior negative impact. Ultimately, the topic shifted to Xinghe Group's acquisition of Guotai, which was quite commendable. But why does this old chap keep bringing up my name? Jiang Chen mused, promptly gifting Sunjui's video 100,000 Douyin coins. Setting down his phone, Jiang Chen picked up a cigarette from the table, offering one to Su Mingho, who deftly retrieved a lighter to ignite Jiang Chen's. After a hearty puff, Jiang Chen exhaled, smiling, "President Su, I doubt you came just to discuss this today." Su Mingho chuckled, releasing a smoke ring, and flatteringly replied, "Indeed. You cannot hide anything from Director Jiang." "All right, enough of that." Jiang Chen gestured with his hand, indicating Su Mingho should get to the point. "Well, Director Jiang, this week, the port city government is hosting a business dinner, and numerous prominent figures from both the political and business realms will be in attendance. My old classmate asked me to inquire if you could attend. Is your classmate going as well?" Jiang Chen seized on the key detail. "Yes. He is a key organizer from the port government and will be present." Given the significant assistance Zheng Guoqiang had provided, Jiang Chen felt compelled to attend. Moreover, he had intended to host Zheng Guoqiang for a meal to express his gratitude, but had been too busy with matters concerning Guotai Airlines. This occasion presented a perfect opportunity for a face-to-face thank you. With that in mind, Jiang Chen extinguished his cigarette and smiled. "I see no reason to decline. Since President Su's classmate has made the request, I will certainly attend." "Excellent, Director Jiang." With the task accomplished, Su Mingho prepared to take his leave, stating, "I won't disturb your rest any longer." Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. "Xiaoyan, please see Uncle Su out." Upon hearing his brother, Jiang Yin quickly rose. "Uncle Su, I'll walk you out." "No need. No need. It's just a short walk." Su Mingho waved his hand in refusal. Nonetheless, Jiang Yin insisted on accompanying him, and Su Mingho reluctantly allowed him to escort him to the door. "Goodbye, Uncle Su." Jiang Yin smiled as he bid farewell. "Take care," Su Mingho replied. And as he entered his apartment, Jiang Yin turned to head back. "Brother." Once back, Jiang Yin rushed to Jiang Chen, who was seated on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Aware that his brother had something on his mind, Jiang Chen did not lift his head and said, "What is it? Just speak up." Sitting beside Jiang Chen, Jiang Yin inquired, "Brother, I heard you talking about the business dinner with Uncle Su earlier. Can I join you?" Jiang Chen looked up in surprise. He anticipated his brother's interest in such an event. Not wanting to refuse, he replied, "Sure, if you want to go, I'll take you to broaden your horizons." Jiang Chen observed his brother's hair, which had been styled in an unappealing perm. He had been quite taken aback by Jiang Yin's hairstyle. Rolling his eyes, he admonished, "You can go, but before that, fix your hair, it looks dreadful." Jiang Yin pulled out his phone, took a look at himself, and muttered, "Is it really that ugly? I don't think so, my classmates all have this hairstyle." As the weekend arrived, it was the day of the business dinner. Jiang Chen donned a well-tailored gray suit, styling his hair with a fixing spray to achieve a neat side part. He adorned his wrist with the luxurious black enamel Patek Philippe 6002G 010 watch, whose opulence was subtly concealed by the suit sleeves, only revealing its grandeur with a casual lift of his wrist. As for his brother, Jiang Chen had arranged for a stylist to transform Jiang Yan's hairstyle, considering it was his first time attending such an event. At this moment, Jiang Yan had undergone a remarkable transformation, donning a tailored black suit, specially customized and air-freighted from Master Su Jinzhong in Huhai. His height of 181 meters perfectly accentuated his physique. His hairstyle, styled similarly to Jiang Chen's, exuded a sense of maturity, shedding some of its youthful innocence. "Jinzhong, how do I look in this outfit?" Jiang Yin posed with a striking pose for Su Jinzhong. Su Jinzhong, beaming with a smile, sincerely replied, "You look very handsome." Just then, Jiang Chen emerged from the bedroom, having overheard their exchange, and assessed the transformed Jiang Yin with a grin. He teased Jiang Yin, saying, "This outfit is certainly a vast improvement over that noodle hairstyle you used to sport." "Brother." Jiang Yan's face contorted into an awkward expression upon hearing this. "Brother, let's take a picture to show our parents," he said, pulling out his phone and directing it towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stepped forward, smiling as they posed together for a photograph. Su Jinzhong glanced at his watch and reminded Jiang Chen, "Director Jiang, Mr. Su is already waiting for us downstairs." Jiang Chen also checked his watch. It was 8:15, leaving 45 minutes until the banquet officially commenced. "It's about time. It should take around half an hour to get there. Let us go." Downstairs, 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms awaited, accompanied by 3 extended Range Rovers designated for Jiang Chen's security. As the trio descended, they were greeted by Su Mingho. "Director Jiang." Su Mingho acknowledged as he approached. Jiang Chen nodded in response. "Yes, let us go, Mr. Su." Li Jia and Zheng Yin opened the car doors for Jiang Chen and Jiang Yin. Once they were seated, one took the driver's seat while the other occupied the passenger seat. "Mr. Su," Su Jinzhong also greeted Su Mingho. Su Mingho pointed to another Rolls-Royce. where Zhang Yuanjin stood by the car, ready to open the door for the two. Secretary Su, let us board the car as well. As the Secretary General of the Xinghe Group's board office, Su Jinzhong was entitled to share the rear seat with Su Mingho. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Su. Su Jinzhong courteously replied. After seeing the two off, Zhang Yuanjin took his place in the passenger seat of the Phantom. The convoy, comprising 5 vehicles, began its journey toward the hotel hosting the evening banquet. Chapter 69, The Director's Warm Welcome. The magnificent hotel served as the venue for today's business banquet, spearheaded by the financial secretary of the port city. This annual event, akin to a grand festival, was strategically scheduled on the nation's birthday. Its purpose was straightforward: to foster a more conducive business environment for entrepreneurs in the port city and to discuss its economic development. The banquet took on a semi-official nature, attracting prominent figures from both the business and political spheres, akin to stars converging in the night sky. Invitations were extended to the elite of the business world and the political establishment, while those without invitations yearned to breach the threshold, willing to go to great lengths to gain entry. At this moment, the hotel entrance buzzed with activity, teeming with a crowd that surged like a tide. An array of luxury vehicles formed a long procession, resembling a lavish car exhibition. The doormen and security personnel busily attended to their duties with the precision of well-trained soldiers, guiding the guest drivers to park their vehicles properly. Is that Director Li and Director Zheng and the chief? Suddenly, the crowd halted, their attention drawn to a group emerging from the hotel entrance. A contingent of individuals clad in sharp black suits, unmistakably security personnel, escorted several distinguished middle-aged men. Their appearance commanded the attention of all, causing guests to pause and speculate among themselves, with all eyes fixated on the group. The foremost figure appeared to be Mr. Li Xiaoyan, the financial secretary, followed closely by Mr. Zheng Guoqiang, the secretary for security, and trailing behind was Mr. Xiang Nantian, the commissioner of police. Is that really them? A middle-aged man queried his companion. Indeed, these are 3 of the most significant figures in the port city's political landscape. One oversees the city's financial affairs, another commands the entire discipline force, and the last one heads the police, a crucial law enforcement figure. They seem poised to welcome someone, another speculated. Surely, no one of such stature would warrant their personal reception, unless it is the chief executive. It can't be the chief executive. He wouldn't attend such an occasion. Someone chimed in. I've heard that Secretary Li is a strong contender for the next chief executive. Silence. How dare you discuss such matters in this setting? A companion sharply interrupted. The trio remained oblivious to the murmurs surrounding them, encircled by security at the entrance. Zheng Guoqiang pulled out his phone, reviewing a message from Su Mingho, before turning to Li Xiaoyan with a smile. Secretary, Mr. Jiang and his party are arriving. Li Xiaoyan, a man in his 60s with ink-black hair and a youthful vigor, stood tall in a perfectly tailored black suit, resembling a sturdy pine tree. He nodded silently, acknowledging. As Zheng Guoqiang's words resonated, a convoy led by a Range Rover, flanked by 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms, followed closely by 2 more Range Rovers, glided onto the hotel grounds like a majestic black dragon. The security personnel in black suits swiftly moved forward, directing the convoy to the outdoor parking area beside the hotel. Once the vehicles were securely parked, a dozen security personnel disembarked from the Range Rovers, forming an impenetrable barrier around the 2 Phantoms. Li Jia and Zheng Yan respectfully opened the car doors for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen and his entourage stepped out with confidence, their grand entrance capturing the attention of everyone at the hotel entrance. Su Mingho, glancing at his phone, approached Jiang Chen, saying, Director Jiang, Guoqiang mentioned they are waiting for us at the entrance. Jiang Chen was taken aback. It was quite the honor for Su Mingho's old classmate, Zheng Guoqiang, to wait for them at the door. Let us hurry inside. We shouldn't keep them waiting. Acknowledging the significance of the individuals who had offered such substantial assistance, Jiang Chen promptly led Jiang Yan, Su Mingho, and Su Jinzhong toward the hotel entrance. Li Zian, with his hands clasped behind his back, also noted the impressive arrival of Jiang Chen and his party. He smiled at Zheng Guoqiang, saying, That must be them? Zheng Guoqiang looked over and indeed spotted his old classmate, Su Mingho, among them. Secretary, it's them. Good, let us go welcome Director Jiang of Xinghe, Zheng Guoqiang replied, exchanging a glance with Hu Chang, both astonished. Without further ado, Li Xiaoyan strode forward, and the two quickly followed suit. As Jiang Chen's group approached, they noticed a gathering of individuals advancing toward them. Upon recognizing an old classmate among them, Su Mingho's face lit up with a smile, and he called out, Guoqiang. Long time no see. Indeed, it's been ages, Mingho. The two embraced warmly, having not seen each other since Su Mingho had sought assistance over the phone last month, making this their first in-person meeting in many years. Su Mingho embraced him briefly before swiftly turning to introduce Zheng Guoqiang to Jiang Chen. Come, Guoqiang. Allow me to introduce you. This is our esteemed chairman of Xinghe Group, Jiang Chen. Zheng Guoqiang extended his hand, smiling as he said, "Hello, Chairman Jiang. I am Mingho's old classmate." By presenting himself as Su Mingho's former classmate, Zheng Guoqiang undoubtedly intended to convey a sense of camaraderie. From the moment Jiang Chen embraced Su Mingho, he had been scrutinizing Zheng Guoqiang. Wearing a pair of sleek black glasses, Zheng possessed a robust physique. His blue suit straining against his stature. Although he was slightly older, his commanding presence still exuded an undeniable aura of authority. It was no surprise that he oversaw all the enforcement agencies in Gangqing, Jiang Chen mused. With a smile, he extended his hand, saying, "It is a pleasure to finally meet the esteemed Director Zheng, whose reputation precedes him." Zheng Guoqiang courteously replied, "Not at all. It is our duty to safeguard enterprises in Gangqing, especially considering our connection through Mingho." Standing beside them, Su Mingho observed their interaction with a smile. After their handshake and pleasantries, Zheng Guoqiang, mindful of their purpose for this meeting, quickly introduced the individuals behind him. "Chairman Jiang, allow me to present Mr. Li Xiaoyan, our finance secretary." He stepped back, gesturing respectfully. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's heart raced. He finally noticed the distinguished Li Xiaoyan standing beside Zheng Guoqiang. He had not anticipated such a prominent figure. Gangqing's administrative structure consisted of 3 secretaries and 15 bureaus, and Li Xiaoyan was the Secretary of Finance, ranking among the top 5 influential figures in the city. Chapter 70, High Society. After Zheng Guoqiang's introduction, he turned to Li Xiaoyan to present Jiang Chen. "Secretary, this is Jiang Chen, chairman of Xinghe Group." "Hello there," Li Xiaoyan said, extending his hand first with a smile. Jiang Chen quickly grasped Li Xiaoyan's hand firmly to show his respect, saying, "Secretary Li, I am Jiang Chen of Xinghe Group. It is my first time meeting you, and I must apologize for not recognizing you sooner." Li Xiaoyan gently patted Jiang Chen's hand. "You are too kind, Chairman Jiang." Then, with a tone of nostalgia and reflection, he continued, "I am no stranger to Xinghe. Encountering you now brings to mind the vigor of your predecessor, Su Shizhong, in his youth." Su Shizhong? Which Su Shizhong could he possibly be referring to? Jiang Chen felt a renewed jolt. It was evident that Li Xiaoyan had a significant connection with the esteemed Su. Li Xiaoyan, still holding Jiang Chen's hands, warmly stated, "I have known Su Shizhong for decades, both of us having risen from humble beginnings. Today, as his successor, I finally have the pleasure of meeting you." Indeed, Jiang Chen could hardly recall the extent of connections Su Shizhong had forged for him, previously in Shenzhen, and now in Gangqing. He realized the reach of Su Shizhong's network. Taking the cue, Jiang Chen responded warmly, "Since you are an old friend of Su and a mentor to me, may I address you as Uncle Li?" Li Xiaoyan regarded Jiang Chen with admiration, secretly reflecting that Jiang Chen possessed even more charisma than the young Su Shizhong. The sight of Jiang Chen evoked memories of his old friend, and upon hearing the term Uncle Li, his mood lifted significantly. "Wonderful, wonderful," he exclaimed, releasing Jiang Chen's hands and giving him an affectionate pat on the shoulder. "As the successor of Su Shizhong, you certainly ought to call me Uncle Li." Seeing Li Xiaoyan's approval, Jiang Chen quickly introduced his brother, Jiang Yan, who had been standing nearby. "Uncle Li, allow me to introduce my younger brother, Jiang Yan." Jiang Yan, perceptive and respectful, slightly bowed and greeted, "Hello, Uncle Li." In a joyful mood, Li Xiaoyan noticed the resemblance between Jiang Yan and Jiang Chen, treating him with the same warmth. He patted Jiang Yan's shoulder and smiled. "A fine young man." Jiang Yan shyly smiled back. Zheng Guoqiang, witnessing this scene, was internally astonished and could not help but exclaim. Realizing why Li Xiaoyan was so eager to introduce Jiang Chen and personally come to greet him, it was due to this profound connection. Su Mingho wore a bright smile. Though it was his first encounter with the friendship between Li Xiaoyan and the elder Su, he was well aware of the formidable network Su Shizhong had cultivated. Thus, he was not at all surprised. He raised an eyebrow at his old classmate, as if to say, "Who would have imagined that our esteemed Su from Xinghe and your superior had such ties?" Onlookers at the entrance paused to observe the exchange, watching Jiang Chen converse animatedly with Li Xiaoyan, speculating about his identity. Who is that young man, that he can engage in such a lengthy conversation with Secretary Li? They seemed to be enjoying each other's company. Indeed, Secretary Li had come out to greet them. Some recognized Jiang Chen and Su Mingho, noting, "That young man is the chairman of Xinghe Group, and the other is Su Mingho, the executive president of Guotai Airlines." Xinghe Group had recently caused quite a stir in Gangqing's business community. Others gasped, "What? Is this the renowned Xinghe Group?" The recent acquisition of Guotai Airlines, a company nearly a century old, had indeed transformed perceptions in Gangqing about the colossal entity lurking just across the river in Shenzhen. In a single night, they had taken over the airline and, through ruthless tactics, eliminated dissenters from the board, sending numerous executives packing. However, I have heard that some have criticized Xinghe's approach. Who cares? This is not something we can meddle in. My goodness, is Xinghe Group truly that powerful? They even warrant a personal greeting from Secretary Li. Are you joking? Xinghe Industries has not even gone public, yet its estimated valuation exceeds $1 trillion. They reportedly hold an enormous, undisclosed cash flow. The true extent of their wealth is known only to them. Not even the richest person in Gangcheng would be privy to a personal greeting from Secretary Li, especially with the Security Bureau chief and the top cop also present. As people recognized Jiang Chen and Su Mingho, they marveled at Xinghe's influence. The usually inconspicuous Xiang Huachong noticed that the guests had lingered for quite some time, with more arrivals beginning to take notice of their group. For safety's sake, he said to Zheng Guoqiang, "Director, should we head inside?" Upon hearing this, Zheng Guoqiang surveyed the surroundings and agreed, promptly approaching Jiang Chen and Li Xiaoyan to speak a few words. Li Xiaoyan chuckled heartily. "Oh, Director Zheng, this is all my fault. Now that I've met young Jiang, I can't help but chat a bit longer." Zheng Guoqiang quickly waved his hand, too cautious to say much. Jiang Chen amiably suggested, "Uncle Li, shall we proceed inside? We are blocking the way for others." "Yes, let us go in. I can also introduce you to some local entrepreneurs in Gangcheng." Li Xiaoyan laughed heartily, taking Jiang Chen by the arm as they moved inside, with everyone quickly following suit. Upon entering the hotel, they turned right and walked for a minute or two until they arrived at the banquet hall hosting the evening's business dinner. Inside the hall, a magnificent crystal chandelier illuminated the space with a bright glow, casting a radiant light throughout the venue. What was ostensibly a banquet was, in truth, more akin to a soiree. The grand hall was devoid of tables. Instead, long tables adorned the sides, offering a modest selection of delicacies, primarily pastries, cold dishes, and a few warm courses. The true highlight, however, lay in the extensive array of beverages available, featuring every exquisite liquor one could find across the globe, including spirits, wines, and champagne. At the center stood a magnificent champagne tower, a pyramid formed by a multitude of stacked champagne flutes, glistening with an allure all its own. The waitstaff, each one gracefully balancing trays, smiled as they precisely delivered drinks to the hands of every guest. Inside the hall, the men were impeccably attired in tailored suits, while the women dazzled in low-cut evening gowns, shimmering like stars against the night sky. They gathered in clusters, reminiscent of flocks of geese, or paired off like lovebirds, exchanging hushed conversations over their glasses, punctuated by the gentle clink of toasting, echoing like a splendid symphony that epitomized the opulence and elegance of high society. Chapter 71, A Gathering of Titans. Just before entering the hall, Li Xiaoyan paused, turning to Jiang Chen. "Young Jiang, make sure to network with the entrepreneurs of the harbor city. This will greatly benefit you and Xinghe as you venture into this market." Jiang Chen halted, attentive. Li Xiaoyan continued, imparting a pointed lesson. In both business and politics, it is far better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Recently, Xinghe has made quite a stir. Do you understand my meaning? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen grasped why Li Xiaoyan had chosen this moment to impart such wisdom. "Rest assured, Uncle Li, I comprehend this principle." In truth, Li Xiaoyan's intentions went beyond merely introducing Jiang Chen, the heir of Su Shizhou. Given his status, few could summon him personally in the harbor city. His presence here served a dual purpose: to bolster Jiang Chen's reputation amidst a backdrop of hostility toward Xinghe following its aggressive acquisition of Cathay Pacific, which had provoked considerable animosity among local business elites. The realms of commerce and politics adhere to the adage that one should avoid unnecessary conflict. Many perceived Xinghe's actions as excessive, fearing that this formidable dragon would disrupt the local market. By personally welcoming Jiang Chen, Li Xiaoyan aimed to convey to the harbor city's denizens that Xinghe had his backing. Had Jiang Chen been privy to Li Xiaoyan's true motivations or the sentiments of the local businessmen, he would have likely scoffed. After all, the harbor city market, which they held in such high regard, seemed rather inconsequential to him. Perhaps 2 decades prior, it had indeed been a land of opportunity, but for the now ascendant mainland, the harbor city remained too diminutive. Jiang Chen's ambitions were forever tethered to the mainland. That was where he envisioned his true stage. Not to mention the vastness of the world beyond. The first action following the renaming of Cathay Pacific would be to gradually relocate its headquarters to the mainland, a plan Jiang Chen had long anticipated. "Well, as long as you understand," Li Xiaoyan nodded, indifferent to whether Jiang Chen truly absorbed his words or merely nodded in agreement. Some truths are best left unspoken. With that, Li Xiaoyan donned a smile once more and strode towards the entrance of the banquet hall. The doorman, clad in a black waistcoat and bow tie, promptly swung the grand doors open. As Li Xiaoyan, Jiang Chen, and their entourage entered, they instantly captured the attention of all present, silencing conversations as they turned toward the entrance, yet none dared approach. A group of affluent local magnates recognized Li Xiaoyan and approached, wine glasses in hand, their faces alight with smiles. Li Xiaoyan regarded the gathering warmly, nodding before introducing Jiang Chen. Young Jiang, allow me to present to you these esteemed entrepreneurs from the harbor city. This is Li Jinxing, the current chairman of Shangjiang Industries. This is Ms. He Yongqiong, chairwoman of the Wind Palace in Macau. This is Yun Tianming, chairman of the Yuanfang Shipbuilding Engineering Group. And this is the young master of the Hua family, Hua Leitang. Lastly, this is the Zhao family. The onlookers, taken aback by Jiang Chen's youth, were astonished to learn that Li Xiaoyan was introducing him, rather than the other way around, suggesting an extraordinary connection between them. As Li Xiaoyan continued his introductions, Jiang Chen scrutinized the assembly. He recognized several faces, having heard of them or seen them in films. Li Jinxing, for instance, was known as the third son of the harbor city's wealthiest individual, Li Chaoran. The woman who appeared to be in her 30s but was, in fact, over 50, was the legendary He Yongqiong, a powerhouse in the Wind Palace. The balding man was Yun Tianming, the son of shipping magnate Yun Tianxiu. The young man from the Hua family was a scion of a lineage of renowned patriotic merchants. The remaining individuals were pillars of their respective families, holding positions of power and influence in the harbor city's business landscape, having shaped an era. After the introductions, Li Xiaoyan patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and beamed, extending an invitation for everyone to meet Jiang Chen. I'm sure you've heard of him. This is Jiang Chen, the esteemed director of Xinghe Group. Even before Li Xiaoyan had introduced Jiang Chen, some attendees had already recognized him. Upon hearing the introduction, the rest of the gathering experienced a moment of realization. This was indeed the highly discussed chairman of Xinghe Group in the harbor city. With Li Xiaoyan's personal endorsement and the significance of Jiang Chen's representation of Xinghe Group, none dared to underestimate him. Each approached Jiang Chen with a smile, exchanging pleasantries. Greetings, Director Jiang. You truly are a remarkable figure. It's impressive to see someone so young at the helm of Xinghe. The crowd buzzed with enthusiasm, engaging Jiang Chen in cordial conversation, exchanging business cards. Only Li Jinxing exhibited a fleeting glimmer of coldness in his eyes, yet his smile remained affixed. Jiang Chen reciprocated with a warm smile, shaking hands and exchanging cards, his pocket filling with business cards from the harbor city's magnates. Not forgetting Su Mingho, Jiang Chen introduced him to the group, leading to a further exchange of business cards. Within this elite circle, the individuals surrounding Jiang Chen represented the pinnacle of the harbor city's social strata, where entry required a threshold of at least $1 billion. Meanwhile, those of lesser means could only watch from a distance, acutely aware that they lacked the standing to approach. As the waitstaff brought forth drinks, Jiang Chen and his companions raised their glasses, engaging in lively banter. Observing his brother converse with the prominent figures he had previously only seen online, Jiang Yin felt somewhat out of place. After exchanging greetings with Su Jinchong, he discreetly slipped away to the sidelines. Noticing Jiang Chen's departure, Jiang Yin chose not to elaborate further and resumed his conversation with the others. Some onlookers, watching Jiang Yin leave, exchanged discreet words with those beside them. Jiang Yin arrived at the buffet area, picked up a plate, and began to select dishes. Unfortunately, the offerings were limited to a few snacks and cakes, none of which particularly appealed to him. Ultimately, he settled for a small cake and took out his phone to scroll aimlessly. Is she approaching me? Suddenly, Jiang Yin noticed a woman with cascading hair, a strikingly beautiful visage, clad in a black evening gown adorned with sparkling rhinestones, gracefully making her way toward him. Holding a glass of champagne, a fragrant breeze wafted in. Jiang Yin halted his actions, gazing at this remarkably attractive woman before him with a hint of confusion. Chapter 72, Jiang Yin, the object of desire. With his plate in hand, Jiang Yin inquired, "Sister, do you need something?" A soft laugh escaped the woman, her voice melodious and clear. Who greets someone by calling them sister right off the bat? Because you appear older than I, Jiang Yin replied candidly. She shot him a flirtatious glance, the diamond necklace around her neck shimmering with a myriad of colors. Well then, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yun Jiasen. The woman named Yun Jiasen extended her delicate hand toward Jiang Yin. Seeing this, he reluctantly set down his plate to shake her hand. Hello, I am Jiang Yin. Her grip was soft and delicate, and at that moment of contact, Jiang Yin felt an imperceptible tremor within him. It was the first time this 18-year-old innocent youth had ever touched a girl. I know, your brother is Jiang Chen, the chairman of Xinghe Group. Who wouldn't recognize you? Yun Jiesen's gaze was fixed intently on Jiang Yin, as she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, revealing dangling earrings that sparkled with fiery brilliance. Upon hearing Yun Jiesen mention his brother's name, Jiang Yin's guard instinctively went up. He pointed to himself, incredulous. Really? Everyone knows me. Of course. Just look around. How many people are watching you? Jiang Yin turned to survey the vicinity, and, as Yun Jiesen had claimed, indeed, many gazes were directed toward them. Those who caught Jiang Yan's glance responded with smiles and raised glasses. Once again, Jiang Yan experienced the weight of his brother's identity and status. He understood that all this attention was directed at Jiang Chen, not at him, and that Yun Jiasen was no exception. With this realization, Jiang Yan candidly expressed, "So what is your purpose in seeking me out?" He did not believe that Yun Jiasen was merely interested in a casual introduction and remained highly vigilant. Yun Jiasen raised her exquisitely shaped chin and finished her champagne in one gulp. The bubbles and bitterness exploded in her mouth. She hadn't expected Jiang Yan to be so oblivious to romantic nuances. "Dear brother, has anyone ever told you that such talk can be quite hurtful? And addressing a girl in such a manner is hardly the behavior of a gentleman." With that, she signaled to a waiter, took 2 glasses of champagne, and offered one to Jiang Yan. "Here." Jiang Yan hesitated for a moment, looking at the glass she held, but ultimately accepted it, responding without losing his composure. "I am merely a student, not a gentleman. It is you, sister, who approached me out of the blue." Just as Jiang Yan was about to continue, a female voice interrupted him. "Jiasen, what are you chatting about with this handsome young man?" Jiang Yan turned to see a youthful woman, seemingly of similar age to Yun Jiasen, with her hair styled into a bun, dressed in a light green evening gown embellished with shimmering rhinestones. The sound of her high heels echoing crisply. Both she and Yun Jiasen shared the common trait of being exceptionally beautiful. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yun Jiasen's eyes flashed with a hint of annoyance. "What is she doing here? Doesn't she know I was here first?" Then, under Yun Jiasen's nearly fiery gaze, she extended her hand toward Jiang Yan. "Hello, I am Li Qinyu." Jiang Yan felt overwhelmed. All he had wanted was to enjoy some food, yet here he was, caught in a web of introductions. Reluctantly, he extended his hand politely. "Hello, I am Jiang Yan." Their handshake was brief. Li Qinyu looked at Yun Jiasen earnestly and said, "Jiasen, I hope I'm not interrupting your conversation with this handsome young man. It's been a while since we last met, and I simply couldn't resist coming over. You wouldn't mind, would you?" She then cast a subtle, challenging glance at Yun Jiasen. Yun Jiasen, observing her expression and the undertones of her words, clenched her teeth and replied softly, "Of course not, Qinyu. Your timing is perfect. I have just met Jiang Yan." She emphasized the word sister with particular intensity. Li Qinyu, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of displeasure. Was this not a sly implication that she was older? "We're nearly the same age. There's no need for such formalities," she retorted with a forced smile. "Nevertheless, you are a few months my senior." "Not necessary." "Still necessary, sister." The 2 women ultimately stood with their glasses in hand, arms crossed, glaring intently at one another. They had been at odds since childhood, and their encounters often resulted in veiled barbs. Jiang Yan, observing the palpable tension between them, felt utterly bewildered and disinterested in participating. He placed his champagne glass aside on the table. "Dear sisters, I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Farewell." With that, Jiang Yan turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance, leaving the 2 women in stunned silence. Noticing that Jiang Yan was heading toward the group of influential figures, including Jiang Chen and Li Xiaoyan, both women suppressed the urge to follow him. Yun Jiasen cast a sardonic glance at Li Qinyu. "Well, look at that. You scared him away." Li Qinyu rolled her eyes at her, elegantly swirling her glass of red wine. "Sister, it appears you couldn't capture his attention." After Jiang Yan's departure, Yun Jiasen resumed her act of sisterly camaraderie. "Let us be clear, Li Qinyu. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. You're merely anxious seeing me engage so amiably with Jiang Yan." Li Qinyu took a sip of her red wine and replied nonchalantly, "I didn't see any amiable interaction. I only heard someone calling you sister." She stepped closer, narrowing the distance to merely a person's width. "Besides, our intentions are the same, so let us not mock one another. I refuse to believe you weren't summoned here by your family elders." Yun Jiasen, rarely in agreement with Li Qinyu, acknowledged her words. Who could argue? After all, he is the younger brother of Jiang Dong, the chairman of Xinghe Group. With this, the 2 women fell silent, quietly raising their glasses to clink them together. Their conversation was straightforward, and their intentions were unmistakable. Numerous women present shared similar aspirations. Yet many refrained from approaching Jiang Yan directly due to the stature of the 2 women. Otherwise, Jiang Yan would undoubtedly have been surrounded by the fashionable young ladies brought to the banquet by their families. Yun Jiasen and Li Qinyu had also received directives from their family elders to approach Jiang Yan, subtly cultivating a friendship. While they dared not aspire to the connection with Jiang Chen, the brother of Jiang Yan was still a prospect worth pursuing. After all, it would be merely a matter of making friends. Whether it flourished or failed posed no significant risk. Yet, if it were to blossom, it could yield immeasurable benefits for their families. Little did Jiang Yan realize that he had become the coveted object of desire among the debutantes at this soiree. Jiang Chen's gaze caught sight of Jiang Yan, who had just returned. Turning to the young man standing beside him, he smiled and inquired, "What brings you back? Did you find it dull?" Indeed, Jiang Chen nodded. He had initially thought the banquet would be entertaining, but it turned out to be less enjoyable than staying home and playing video games. Yun Tianming, the chairman of the Far Ocean Shipbuilding Group, also noticed Jiang Yan's return. He politely excused himself from his current conversation and approached Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan with a cheerful demeanor. "Xiao Yan, how did your conversation with my niece go?" Niece. Jiang Yan suddenly recalled the encounter with Yun Jessen earlier and realized that they shared the same surname. "Uncle Yan, are you referring to Yun Jessen?" Yun Tianming nodded with a smile. "Yes, that's her. Was your conversation not enjoyable? I thought you might find it tedious, so I asked Jessen to seek you out. Considering you are of a similar age and might have common topics to discuss." Yun Jessen was only 3 years older than Jiang Yan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen seemed to understand and smiled while observing Jiang Yan and Yun Tianming. Jiang Yan then recognized that it was Yun Tianming who had sent Jessen to him, and he had been overly cautious. He awkwardly chuckled. "I had a delightful chat with Sister Jessen, ha." Yun Tianming laughed heartily, revealing a knowing expression as he patted Jiang Yan's shoulder. He turned to Jiang Chen and remarked, "See, I told you young people have a common language." Yun Tianming completely overlooked the fact that Jiang Chen was only 30 himself. Due to his stature, he regarded Jiang Chen as a peer of his own age. Li Zhenxing, who had been quietly observing their interaction, smiled but remained silent, as he too had earlier sent his daughter to engage with Jiang Yan, only to realize that Yun Tianming had beaten him to it. At that moment, the banquet had reached its most captivating segment. Every year at 11 o'clock, a traditional dance segment commenced. The attendants cleared the center of the banquet hall, and a group of elegantly dressed men and women in black tuxedos emerged, holding musical instruments. A middle-aged man clad in a tailcoat, wielding a conductor's baton, stood before them, signaling the beginning of a delightful classical melody. The lights in the banquet hall dimmed, and as the second waltz resonated, the men and women began to invite their desired dance partners, gracefully moving to the music. Jiang Yan observed the scene, feeling utterly enchanted by the elegance. He took out his phone, intending to capture the moment to share on social media later. "Since I'm already taking photos, should I seek out those big shots for a group picture? What are you taking pictures of?" Jiang Yan was startled by an unexpected voice, interrupting his thoughts. He turned to see Yun Jessen smiling at him. "Please, don't sneak up on me like that," he retorted, patting his chest in a theatrical manner. "Come on." Yun Jessen extended her hand toward him. "What are you doing?" Jiang Yan asked, perplexed by her gesture. "Let us dance, of course," she replied matter-of-factly. "No, I can't dance." Jiang Yan shook his head vigorously, refusing. "Don't worry, it's quite simple. If you don't know how, I'll teach you," she said, and before he could protest further, she grasped his hand and pulled him toward the dance floor. Jiang Chen and Yun Tianming, along with their companions, chose not to dance, instead engaging in further conversation. This segment was tailored for the younger generation, and the older gentlemen would only take to the floor if they felt inclined. As for Li Xiaoyan, having achieved his purpose, he introduced Jiang Chen to a few acquaintances before departing shortly thereafter. Su Mingho and Zheng Guoqiang moved to one side, engrossed in conversation, clinking their glasses and laughing heartily, occasionally donning expressions of nostalgia as they reminisced about their school days. Su Jinzong quietly spoke to Jiang Chen, who glanced toward the dance floor in response. At that moment, Yun Tianming was also conversing with Jiang Chen and followed his gaze. His heart swelled with joy upon seeing his niece leading Jiang Yan toward the dance floor. It seems Jessen and Jiang Dong's younger brother are getting along splendidly. They're already dancing together. How delightful, he mused internally. When did my younger brother learn to dance? Jiang Chen pondered, stroking his chin in surprise. Nevertheless, regardless of their thoughts, the two exchanged knowing smiles. Jiang Yan, feeling stiff and awkward, was pulled to the center of the dance floor by Yun Jessen, where he stood motionless. Given that Jiang Yan was significantly taller than her, she rested her hands on his shoulders and, standing on her tiptoes, whispered softly in his ear, "Wrap your arms around my waist, dear brother." Feeling the warmth of her breath, Jiang Yan's heart raced and his face flushed. Following her instructions, he stiffly placed his hands on her waist. Noticing his rigidity, Yun Jessen giggled, "Don't be nervous, just relax. I'll teach you how to dance." Jiang Yan nodded, managing a muffled sound of acknowledgement. Thankfully, the dim lighting concealed his blushing cheeks from her view. Yun Jessen then lifted Jiang Yan's left hand with her right, guiding him through the steps. As he felt her delicate form against him, the inexperienced Jiang Yan's heart raced uncontrollably. He clumsily attempted to mirror her movements. After a few rounds of practice, Jiang Yan began to grow more adept under Yun Jessen's guidance, no longer stepping on her toes. As the music concluded, the crowd erupted in applause. Yun Tianming's hands nearly turned red from clapping as he turned to Jiang Chen, who was also applauding. "Jiang Dong, My niece and your younger brother seem quite well matched, haha. Jiang Chen, still clapping, turned and replied with a smile. Whether they are well matched, I cannot say. However, it seems your niece has suffered. As I noticed, Jiang Yin stepped on her toes several times. Haha, they're just young people. Yin Tianming chuckled, continuing to clap. Jiang Chen laughed heartily as well, his gaze toward Jiang Yin revealing a tender, maternal warmth. A sheen of sweat glistened on Yun Jiesen's forehead as Jiang Yin released his hold on her waist. Compelled by instinct, he retrieved a neatly folded handkerchief from his pocket, originally prepared by Su Jinzong as a decorative piece, now unexpectedly useful. Here, he offered. Yun Jiesen, taken aback by the gentlemanly gesture from someone younger than her, accepted the handkerchief. She gently wiped the sweat from her brow and gazed into Jiang Yan's eyes, playfully saying, You stepped on my toes several times. It really hurt. Jiang Yin blinked in surprise, hastily apologizing. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. He trailed off, lowering his gaze, unable to meet her eyes. Relax, Yun Jiesen laughed, noticing his earnest demeanor. I was just teasing you. Wearing high heels, it didn't hurt at all. As she spoke, she took a couple of steps, twirled around, and gestured that she was genuinely fine. The exquisite black evening gown adorned with delicate diamonds formed a semicircle around her, and the dim lighting cast upon her shone like a spotlight. In that moment, Jiang Yin felt as if the entire world was focused solely on her. He stared at her in a daze, accompanied by the unceasing applause that resonated in his ears. The lines of poetry taught by his literature teacher echoed in his mind. Praise from the myriad deities, a celestial maiden dances. He thought that only this verse could encapsulate the ethereal presence of Yun Jiesen before him. Chapter 74. Just don't deceive the heart. Jiang Yin murmured softly. You are truly beautiful. Yun Jiesen did not catch his words. What did you say? Jiang Yin turned his head away, falling silent. For he felt a flush of heat spread across his face, too shy to meet her gaze. Noticing the blush on his neck, Yun Jiesen revealed a mischievous smile, clasping her hands behind her back, and turned to stand before Jiang Yin. What did you just say? I didn't hear clearly. Jiang Yin stammered, attempting to speak, but faltering. Jiang Yin. Calm down. Don't embarrass your brother. He took a deep breath, mentally encouraging himself to regain composure. Yet, Yun Jiesen was not merely in front of him. She seemed imprinted in his mind. Yun Jiesen had not anticipated Jiang Yan's innocence. Such a quality was rare in her experience with many scions of affluent families. Truthfully, she had never encountered anyone quite like him before. All right. I want to pry further. Changing the subject, she inquired, Are you studying at Shenzhen University? Jiang Yin exhaled in relief, responding as a freshman, Hee. Then you must call me senior. Jiang Yin was astonished. You also attend Shenzhen University? Not quite. I'm in my 4th year at Hongqing Chinese University. Upon hearing her response, Jiang Yin felt a peculiar emptiness, as if he had hoped for Yun Jiesen to be in the same university as him. Yun Jiesen smiled and shifted the topic. But it wouldn't hurt for you to call me senior, as I will soon be attending Shenzhen University for my graduate studies. Is that so, junior? She placed emphasis on the word junior. Jiang Yin couldn't help but laugh. Let us talk about it when you arrive at Shenzhen, senior. Just as their conversation flourished, Jiang Chen and Yun Tianming approached them. Brother, Uncle Yun. Jiang Yin called out hastily. Hello, Chairman Jiang. Yun Jiesen greeted formally, maintaining her poise, and then nodded to Yun Tianming. Good day, Uncle. Jiang Chen and Yun Tianming nodded, smiling as they observed the two. Jiang Chen addressed Yun Jiesen, Miss Yun. I trust my inept brother hasn't caused you any displeasure? He continued, gazing at the two who were nearly side by side. My brother has been focused on his studies. Today is his first time attending such an event. If he has offended you in any way, I hope you will forgive him. Holding the handkerchief Jiang Yin had given her, Yun Jiesen shook her head gracefully, replying, Chairman Jiang, you are too kind. It is not the case at all. Xiao Yin is delightful and displays great gentlemanly demeanor, and we have been enjoying our conversation. Isn't that right, Xiao Yin? She turned and winked at Jiang Yin, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Jiang Yin found her irresistibly charming, promptly affirming to Jiang Chen, Yes, brother. We have been conversing quite well. Jiang Chen watched Jiang Yin, who was now leaning outward, thinking to himself that his younger brother was hardly the epitome of gentlemanly conduct. He chuckled, As long as you two get along, that's all that matters. Yun Tianming chimed in, Indeed, as long as Xiao Yin and Jiesen are enjoying themselves. Then, the nearly 50-year-old balding man added with a playful grin, I see Xiao Yin and our Jiesen make quite the pair. Don't you agree, Chairman Jiang? Jiang Yin felt his face flush crimson at Yun Tianming's words, and Yun Jiesen lowered her head, her earlobes tinged with a delicate blush, clearly unsettled. Jiang Chen also perceived that Jiang Yin and Yun Jiesen standing together exuded a certain charm, indeed an unexpected match. He chuckled lightly, Chairman Yun. Such matters should be left to them. We mustn't meddle in their affairs, huh? Indeed, it's best left to the young ones, huh? Jiang Yan, unable to contain himself, interjected, Brother, Uncle Yun, Jessen and I have only just met. Please don't say such things. What a silly boy, Jiang Chen laughed heartily. Observing Jiang Yan standing beside Yun Jessen, inwardly scolding him. Yun Jessen, with her head bowed, remained silent, seemingly acquiescent. Jiang Chen raised his right hand behind him, making a gesture, and Su Jinzong, who stood behind him, immediately understood his leader's intent, pulling out his phone to seemingly send a message. As the evening banquet drew to a close, Jiang Chen not only expressed his gratitude to Zheng Guoqiang in person, but also made connections with several prominent figures from Hongcheng. Most importantly, he established rapport with the financial secretary of Hongcheng, Li Xiaoyan, yielding fruitful results. As the time approached, he prepared to depart with his entourage. After Jiang Yan exchanged contact information with Yun Jessen, Jiang Chen bid farewell to the various dignitaries and led his group out in a grand procession. Seated in the spacious back seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Jiang Chen observed his younger brother, who rested his chin on his hand, gazing out the window, lost in thought. Shaking his head, he paid no mind to him. His phone notified him of a message from Su Jinzong, and as he straightened slightly to open it, he was met with a detailed dossier on Yun Jessen. Yun Jessen, female, 21 years old, born on February 16, 2004, currently studying psychology at Hongqing Chinese University. Grandfather, Yun Tianxiu. Father, Yun Tiannan. Mother, Zhong Jinai. Stepmother, Li Wan'er. Siblings, Yun Jiqing, Yun Yixing, Yun Jiayao, Yun Jessen. Relatives, Uncle Yun Tianming, second Uncle Yun Tianzheng, third Uncle Yun Tianhao. Life experiences, omitted, 500 words. Relationship history, none. Investigating Yun Jessen was the task Jiang Chen had assigned to Su Jinzong earlier. Completed in less than half an hour with thorough results. Jiang Chen did not believe that his naive younger brother possessed such charm to attract Yun Jessen. Her approach to Jiang Yan surely held ulterior motives. This motive was unmistakably linked to him, Jiang Chen, or rather, the Star River group he represented. Thus, Jiang Chen had suggested Su Jinzong look into Yun Jessen. Perusing the information on his phone and reflecting on Yun Tianming's jest, Jiang Chen understood that Yun Jessen's interest in Jiang Yan was likely orchestrated by Yun Tianming, with a clear agenda. His fingers caressed the line detailing Yun Jessen's relationship history. If something were to develop between his brother and Yun Jessen, perhaps it wouldn't be so detrimental? Observing Jiang Yan, who remained lost in thought as he gazed out the window, Jiang Chen recognized that his naive younger brother was undoubtedly smitten by Yun Jessen. Viewing the situation from his brother's perspective, Jiang Chen found it perfectly normal, at 18, having been focused on his studies with little interaction with girls in their rural hometown. Encountering someone as striking as Yun Jessen would naturally leave a profound impression. Yun Jessen, in every aspect, is undeniably exceptional and beautiful. He has resolved to relinquish control, allowing things to unfold naturally. As for how far his younger brother can progress with her, it ultimately rests in their hands. Jiang Chen merely hopes that Yun Jessen will not deceive his naive brother in matters of the heart. Everything else is inconsequential. After casting a final glance at Yun Jessen's profile, he gently closed his foldable smartphone, contemplating silently.